Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A truck driver pulled over to the shoulder of National Route A48 near Bridgend, South Wales on April 6, 2009, barely yards from the highway at the foot of a small valley. He saw an old luggage half hidden by the tall grass. He was intrigued by the suitcase's peculiar shape and positioning. He decided to check it out and was appalled to discover a human hand when he unzipped the bag. The motorist was shocked by the finding and called emergency services right away. On June 19, 1984, Kirsty Wilkinson was born in Coventry, England. Two children were already being raised by her parents, Catherine and David Wilkinson. The family, including Kirsty's elder sisters, Sonia and Haley, had a close-knit environment that made everyone feel loved and supported. Kirsty and Catherine had a particularly cordial and trustworthy friendship. The family relocated to Bridgend, South Wales when Kirsty became 14. This was a pivotal moment in her life. Her teenage years coincided with the move, and her new school presented additional social and emotional difficulties. Kirsty immediately attracted notice for her attractive beauty and self-assured manner. She started dreaming of a modeling career after being inspired by celebrities she saw in publications. She pictured herself enmeshed in the fashion industry, surrounded by flashes from cameras and the spotlight. The reality, however, was more difficult. Because of the fierce competition in the modeling field, Kirsty found it difficult to launch a successful career. Her only source of income was the occasional amateur picture shoot, which provided little consistency. Kirsty, nevertheless, shone a strong feeling of independence by working a variety of part-time jobs. She avoided depending on her parents for financial support by working as a server, cashier, and even housekeeper from an early age. At the age of 17, Kirsty's situation drastically changed. She had to start working at a Bridgend institution that was well known for its nightlife and adult entertainment due to her growing expenses. For Kirsty, this was more of a need than a choice. Fearing their disapproval, she concealed this part of her life from her family. She told her mother and sisters that she was an administrator at a nearby company. Kirsty attempted to keep this aspect of her life apart from the rest of her life by using the pseudonym Megan to conceal her identity. There were substantial financial advantages to her new position. She was able to pay for personal needs, save a portion of her income, and acquire her own apartment. Kirsty was not proud of her job, though. She battled feelings of humiliation and internal conflict, and she was constantly afraid of being seen. She yearned for a means to move on from that phase of her life and begin over. Kirsty remained connected to her family despite her clandestine work. Unaware of the true cause of her financial independence, her parents viewed her as responsible and goal-oriented. Kirsty persisted in fabricating the appearance of a steady and typical life, hoping that she would eventually be able to abandon her double life and follow her childhood aspirations of stability and normalcy. Paul Grab was born in South Wales in 1983. His early years were characterized by ongoing disputes and unstable finances. Paul felt unwelcome from a young age because his parents were constantly fighting and regularly neglected their son. Paul exhibited problematic conduct, frequently missing school and arguing with students and teachers. His parents tried unsuccessfully to reprimand him because of his subpar academic achievement. Paul started acting more aggressively by the time he was a teenager. He was openly disrespectful to professors and often got into confrontations. But he eventually dropped out of school, leaving his education unfinished, as his reputation at school deteriorated. Paul became interested in illegal substances about this time. His initial experiments with moderate narcotics gradually progressed to more serious addictions, which made him more hostile and alone. Paul began working in escort services when he was 18 in order to pay for his vices. He was willing to work for both men and women. Although it was risky, this line of employment became his main source of revenue. Paul experienced humiliation, violence, and threats, which fueled his rage and feeling of unfairness. He was also drawn into the criminal underworld by this path, where he made contacts that allowed him to carry on with his destructive way of life. One significant instance of Paul's increasingly antagonistic behavior was a fight with a neighbor, whom he accused of causing damage to his vehicle. The woman was forced to leave the neighborhood after Paul threatened her and even attacked her with a bat. Because of the frequent occurrence of such instances, many members of his community shunned him. He was leading a lonely and disorderly life by the time he met Kirsty in 2004. Escort work, drug abuse, and an inclination toward violence had taken center stage in his life. His manipulative habits and problems controlling his wrath frequently hurt others around him. Kirsty had no idea how his tumultuous background would have a devastating impact on her own life when she first met Paul. Paul Grabbett and Kirsty Wilkinson met in 2004 while attending a party in one of Bridgeton's nightclubs. Both Kirsty and Paul, who were 20 and 21 years old respectively, were going through difficult times. Kirsty was still employed at a place, while Paul was heavily addicted to drugs and relied on sporadic revenue from escort services. She kept secrets from her family. Mutual attraction served as the foundation for the bond that grew between them in spite of their differences. Their initial encounter was entirely fortuitous. They were introduced by mutual acquaintances during the boisterous party. Paul's self-assurance drew Kirsty in, and her attractiveness and endearing grin enthralled him. Although they spent the evening together, no meaningful commitments were made. They didn't have a close relationship after that night, although they did communicate periodically. For Kirsty, it was only a brief phase in her life that held no hope of lasting change. 3 years after their first meeting, their relationship was revived at the end of 2007. Unusual circumstances led to Paul, a client, visiting the same place where Kirsty worked. Paul recognized her and went to talk to her, even though she was using her pseudonym Megan. It started off awkwardly but quickly became a comfortable conversation. Paul proposed they get together outside of work and that he had been thinking about her a lot since they first met. Their relationship started to grow quickly after that. They began to spend more time together, sharing personal tales and taking walks. Kirsty, who had concealed her work life from her loved ones, found in Paul someone who appeared to comprehend and accept her without passing judgment. Paul, on the other hand, concealed the problematic elements of his past by projecting charm and confidence. Soon after, Kirsty began to think that Paul might be her prince, someone who might help her change her life. His desire to change his life and settle down to establish a family impressed her. She believed they had a common understanding, which gave her hope that things might become better in her life. Paul deftly fueled this romantic illusion by frequently bragging about his purported accomplishments, which included previous positions as a race car driver, mechanic, and even a dancer. But even though their relationship seemed harmonious on the surface, it was based on lies. Paul was aware of Kirsty's occupation from the beginning, but he kept his true intentions from her. She was not only a possible love interest, but also a source of financial security. However, Kirsty started confiding in Paul more than she had in anybody else because she believed that their relationship was genuine. A few weeks after getting back in touch with Paul, Kirsty stunned her mother Catherine by announcing her engagement in December 2007. Kirsty claimed that Paul had asked her to marry him and she had accepted without question. In spite of her secret existence, Kirsty felt she had discovered the guy of her dreams, someone who would accept her for who she was. Her family was completely unaware of Paul's existence, so they were all taken aback by the news. Catherine voiced her worries right away. She believed Kirsty didn't know Paul well enough and that the relationship was progressing too soon. In order to give her daughter more time to comprehend Paul's personality and goals, she advised her to postpone the wedding. Kirsty insisted on delaying the ceremony for at least a few months, despite Catherine's suggestion. 5 weeks after announcing their engagement, she and Paul had already decided on a date in February 2008. The family's initial encounter with Paul only made their worries worse. He left a bad impression when Kirsty took him home. Paul was unkempt, wore informal clothing, and showed a marked lack of deference when interacting with Kirsty's parents. Red flags were triggered by his life stories. None of his claims that he had experience as a mechanic, race car driver, or even a dancer could be verified. Paul seemed to exaggerate his accomplishments in an attempt to impress them, but his manner and tone made Kirsty's family uncomfortable. Kirsty's parents, David and Catherine, attempted to talk her out of becoming involved too soon. They noted that their connection was moving too fast and that Paul didn't appear trustworthy. Sonia, Kirsty's older sister, expressed her worries as well, saying that Paul seemed manipulating. She was convinced that Paul was her only hope for a happy future, even if they tried to persuade her otherwise. From an early age, Kirsty had always been romantic and dreamy. She had big plans for a wedding and a big family. She felt empty from her previous way of life and believed that marrying Paul would start a new chapter in her life. She disregarded all the cautions, since she was determined to pursue her ambition. She even persuaded herself that her loved ones were just unable of comprehending her emotions. Kirsty's family decided to support her on her wedding day, in spite of their misgivings. The event was held in February of 2008. Her sisters and parents were there, but their grins belied their discomfort. In contrast, Paul seemed delighted and assured. Although it was the day Kirsty's wishes came true, her family saw it as the beginning of her increasing alienation. They believed she was ignoring the alarming indicators that would eventually have disastrous results. Kirsty and Paul started their life together at her Bridge End apartment, following their February 2008 wedding. Paul established his own regulations right away, which swiftly developed into total authority. Without consulting Kirsty, he moved into her house and took over her finances right away. Paul demanded access to her bank account, saying it was essential to better manage their finances. Kirsty didn't protest, fully engrossed in her love vision. It quickly became clear that Paul had no desire to improve their mutual well-being. He didn't try to get a job and stayed at home most of the time, while Kirsty kept working to provide for them both. With addition, Paul started meddling with her work life. He advised her to take on additional clients in order to boost their revenue, rather than discouraging her work. Without considering Kirsty's feelings or welfare, he saw this as a means of paying their mounting bills. Paul had power over more than just words. Under the pretense of protecting her, he started going to work with Kirsty to keep an eye on her schedule and make sure she complied with his requests. He gradually began using the internet to find her new customers. Paul advertised Kirsty's services by creating numerous accounts on different platforms. Her workload thus increased in difficulty. She began meeting clients at home in addition to working shifts at the company. Kirsty soon found herself in a scenario that was emotionally damaging. She had always envisioned quitting her job, beginning a new life, and raising a family. But under Paul's influence, those aspirations appeared unreachable. Paul persuaded her that this was the best way to preserve their relationship and financial security, even if she was reluctant to continue. He used her love for him and her sense of duty as leverage. Paul had authority over more than just money. He also started meddling with her private affairs. He examined her phone, demanded answers for everything she did, and prohibited her from talking to certain of her friends. He maintained that their relationship was negatively impacted by a few of them. Over time, Kirsty found herself alone, with no one to confide in or support. Paul's efforts to erode Kirsty's trust were among the first indications of his manipulative tendencies. He made remarks about how she looked, highlighting what he saw as her shortcomings, and he gave her the impression that she couldn't be successful without him. She became more and more reliant on him as a result of these comments, which damaged her sense of self. Kirsty's sense of insecurity was exacerbated by Paul's severe mood swings, which ranged from kindness and concern to annoyance and aggressiveness. Paul's assertiveness increased over time. Under the guise of varying their relationship, he started bringing people into their private lives. Despite Kirsty's strong opposition to this notion, she reluctantly accepted in order to prevent strife. But these circumstances just made her inner agony worse. She started to feel as if she no longer owned her life or her body. Kirsty made an effort to keep up the illusion of a typical family life, but she was overcome with anxiety and uncertainty on the inside. Paul completely ignored her needs and feelings as he maintained his domination. She kept a journal in which she often wrote down her thoughts, but she was not strong enough to resist Paul's increasing dominance. She had to constantly fight to maintain what little independence she still had, while dealing with Paul's incessant pressure and manipulation. Paul's domineering actions gradually turned into outright hostility. A few months after the wedding, the first physical altercations had place. One night, Paul got into a fight with Kirsty because she hadn't made enough money, and he ended up pushing and hitting her in Kirsty's place. Although it was a startling event, Paul immediately expressed regret and vowed that it would never occur again, but his excuses were only short-lived. These episodes quickly got more frequent and more severe. Paul started acting aggressively to subdue Kirsty's will. He would go from threats to physical acts when she didn't comply with his demands. When Kirsty tried to express her wish to quit her employment at the establishment, for example, Paul angrily interrupted her, called her ungrateful, and then hit her. He increased his exertion, further limiting her autonomy into decision-making. Catherine, Kirsty's mom, started to suspect that her daughter was not happy in her marriage. She made an effort to speak openly with her, but Kirsty either sidestepped the subject or changed the subject, recognizing danger. Paul might seriously jeopardize her safety. Catherine cautioned her, but Kirsty brushed these worries aside, believing that with patience she could make things better. Although Kirsty's inner misgivings increased, she held on to the notion that things may get better. According to her journal entries, she was aware of how toxic her marriage was, but she was afraid of what might happen and lacked the courage to leave. She was stuck in a relationship that was gradually undermining her sense of self because of guilt feelings and her psychological reliance on Paul. Kirsty and Paul made the decision to go out with friends to a Swansea nightclub on March 28, 2009. As was not unusual for them, they drank wine and other narcotics throughout the night. Witnesses reported that the pair experienced tense periods that occasionally resulted in disputes. While Kirsty seemed to be avoiding confrontation, Paul seemed agitated. After a furious disagreement at midnight, Paul left the party and went home by himself, leaving Kirsty and their friends. Kirsty chose to stay and spend the rest of the evening with her friends rather than immediately following him. They then reported that she seemed worn out and depressed, but made an effort to hide her feelings. Kirsty hired a cab late that evening to drive her home. Later, the cabbie said that after dropping her off at the residence, she entered with assurance. She was last seen alive at this point. Paul informed Kirsty's mother, Catherine, the next day that his wife had departed early that morning, purportedly taking money and some possessions. He said he was asleep and hadn't heard anything. Kirsty might have gone to visit another man, Paul added, since Kirsty had left her personal belongings and bank cards behind, a strange move for someone preparing to start over. Catherine thought his explanation was fishy. When it was discovered that Kirsty had tried to call emergency services throughout the night but the call was dropped because of a weak signal, another troubling detail emerged. Police later learned that neighbors claimed to have heard muffled screams and the sounds of a struggle about the time Kirsty supposedly left. Her relatives and investigators suspected foul play because of these characteristics and the absence of evidence indicating she went voluntarily. The police started an inquiry as soon as Kirsty was reported missing. Her husband, Paul Grab, was the main suspect. Paul stated that he had been asleep during the night and discovered the following morning that Kirsty had grabbed a few items and gone, as his actions had caused alarm from the beginning. His account of what happened, however, was not consistent with the facts. Kirsty had left behind her bank cards and other significant personal belongings, which ran counter to the notion that she had departed on purpose. When police first searched their house, they discovered some unusual modifications. The carpet that had been in the living room was gone, and a portion of the ceiling had recently been painted. Kirsty had wanted to redecorate, according to Paul's explanation, but that didn't seem reasonable. During the night, neighbors reported hearing muffled cries, sounds of a fight, and a bang that sounded like the movement of a heavy object. At the time, no one called the police, figuring it was simply a domestic dispute. Kirsty's unsuccessful attempt to contact emergency services the night she vanished provided a vital clue. Although investigators concluded that the call was cut off, the fact that she attempted to contact for assistance indicated that she was in danger. This increased suspicions of Paul's involvement even more, as did the neighbors' statements. The investigation took a sad turn on April 6, 2009. A suitcase was discovered in a roadside ditch by a truck driver who had stopped on the shoulder of the A48 close to Bridgend. He was drawn to the item's peculiar appearance. He found a human hand when he opened the suitcase. He called the police right away, horrified. Officers discovered a woman's body inside the suitcase when they got there. Kirsty Wilkinson was later identified by experts as the victim. Kirsty had been seriously injured according to a physical examination. She had multiple bruises and scratches on her body, and her jaw and nose were shattered. She passed away as a result of a traumatic brain injury brought on by many head injuries. She also had evidence of strangulation, which suggests that someone tried to suffocate her during the fight before being abandoned in the ditch. Investigators discovered that her body had been transported from another area. Paul was taken into custody by authorities that same day. He denied any involvement during questioning, saying he was unaware of Kirsty's movements after she departed, but his tense manner suggested that he was not involved at all. Additionally, investigators found that Paul attended a massage parlor and took out cash using Kirsty's bank card the day after she vanished, all of which seemed extremely suspect given the circumstances. The terrible chronology of the crime was made clear by forensic evidence and testimonies. A dispute between Kirsty and Paul occurred the night before she vanished. Paul assaulted her, trying to choke her and hitting her several times. Paul brought Kirsty's body to the living room after she passed away, and he struggled to pack it in a bag because of how big she was. Without the required equipment, Paul gave up on his initial plan to dismember it. Finally, he pushed her body into the suitcase and carried it to a ditch on the side of the road, where he dumped it. Later, bloodstains were discovered in Kirsty's house, which Paul had attempted in vain to clean. Splatter marks on the ceiling were found to be hidden by paint stains. Together with witness statements and Paul's actions, these pieces of evidence proved to be essential in establishing his guilt. The charges against Paul were strengthened by Kirsty's journal entries, which also showed her dread of him and her wish to flee. Early in 2010, Paul Grabbitt's trial got underway. Based on police-gathered evidence and witness accounts, prosecutors provided a thorough chronology of the events. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the bloodstains in the living room, which Paul tried to hide by removing the carpet and repainting the ceiling. The blood matched Kirsty's, according to forensic specialists, and suggested a severe altercation. Severe aggression was seen in her physical injuries. Neighbors and other witnesses claimed to have heard muffled cries coming from the residence and the sounds of a struggle. A cab driver acknowledged that he dropped Kirsty off at her house the night she vanished, just before she passed away. Records of Kirsty's unsuccessful attempt to contact emergency services owing to a bad signal were produced by the police. Paul's use of Kirsty's bank card for purchases, such as cash withdrawals and visits to a massage parlor following her passing, was another crucial piece of evidence. Kirsty's journal entries were read out loud during the trial. She talked about how she was afraid of Paul because of his aggressiveness and cunning. These documents depicted a life of financial exploitation, intimidation, and control. The prosecution focused on how Paul controlled Kirsty's life while ignoring her security and welfare. Paul denied any misconduct, asserting that Kirsty left their house on her own volition and implying that an unidentified someone was responsible for her passing. Evidence and witness accounts, however, refuted his story. Investigators also discovered that Paul had tried to portray himself as a laid-back husband by claiming that Kirsty had cheated on him with another man. Paul was found guilty of the crime by the jury following a protracted trial. The judge emphasized Paul's total lack of regret, the act's extraordinary cruelty, and its self-serving motivations. Paul Grabbitt was given a life sentence with a minimum of 19 years in prison on February 4, 2010. Kirsty's family was somewhat relieved by the sentence, but it was insufficient to make up for their terrible loss. Kirsty's family was unaware of certain aspects of her life until the trial. They felt that they could have saved themselves from the disaster, and they were overcome with anguish and shame. In addition to marking the end of the case, the hearing served as a sobering reminder of the destructive power of dysfunctional relationships and control. The Wilkinson family suffered severe emotional and psychological damage following Kirsty's passing. Catherine, her mother, battled a persistent sense of guilt. All of the cautions she had given Kirsty, the statements her daughter had disregarded, and her instinct that Paul posed a threat to her were all repeated in her thoughts. She was overcome by these ideas, which made the loss much more painful. David, Kirsty's father, became reclusive and avoided talking about the catastrophe. Their family's cohesiveness was destroyed when they lost their youngest daughter. Haley, Kirsty's older sister, was deeply impacted by her passing. Since the two had always been close, Haley found it difficult to fill the vacuum created by the loss. Haley tried to numb the pain by drinking because she was unable to handle the mounting weight of her depression and powerlessness. Haley died at the age of 31 from alcohol poisoning 5 years after Kirsty did. Kirsty's other sister, Sonia, lost yet another daughter as a result of this second tragedy, which dealt the Wilkinson family yet another painful blow. The tragedy served as a sobering reminder of how crucial it is to keep loved ones safe. Despite her own profound sadness, she made an effort to help her parents. No verdict or punishment could mend the wound that the Wilkinson family was left with. Their lives were ruined by the tragedy, which left a scar they would never be able to shake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. On Wednesday, September 14, 2016, a fire broke out early in the morning at Acorn Woods near Grapevine Lake in Texas, United States. Firefighters successfully extinguished the fire, and during their investigation, they discovered what appeared to be a melted child's paddling pool with a charred body. The individual's gender could not be determined at that point. A subsequent fingerprint analysis identified the deceased as Jackie Vandergriff, a 24-year-old licensed esthetician studying nutrition at Texas Woman's University in Denton. Because she had not been reported missing, law enforcement believes she died shortly after her last known sighting. Jackie was last seen on September 13, one night before her charred body was discovered. That evening, she went to two bars in Denton, Fry Street Public House and Shots and Crafts. Jackie had been mutilated as well as burned. She'd been dismembered. The need to apprehend the perpetrators of such brutality was paramount. Following numerous tips about a man seen near the fire, law enforcement obtained footage of Jackie on the night of September 13. The footage showed her interacting with a man. Further investigation revealed that this man had given his business card to one of the women in the bar that night, claiming to be a fitness instructor and offering his services as a personal trainer. His name was given as Charles Bryant. Jackie and Charles had only met on the night of September 13 through a chance encounter. According to police, Jackie had gone to the bar with the intention of looking for work and meeting someone from Tinder that night, but she changed her plans. While at the bar, she conversed with the bartender and Charles, a 31-year-old man. They eventually joined a group of women and spent time together. Jackie's friends described her as sociable, frequently interacting with people she met on a night out. Charles had been at the Fry Street Public House since around 7 p.m. That evening, he had been with friends earlier, but he was alone in the bar when Jackie arrived around 8 p.m. She asked the bartender about job opportunities and lingered for a while, speaking with both him and Charles. The footage obtained by the police from inside the bar suggested that Jackie was having a good time. Surprisingly, just 45 minutes after her arrival, she tweeted, "I'm glad I decided to leave Tinder and walk to a bar." Jackie, the bartender, and Charles left the original bar around 9 p.m. and went to another nearby establishment. At the next bar, they met a group of women who stayed for about 45 minutes. As inclement weather, including heavy rain, set in, the patrons began making their way home. Jackie then left the bar with Charles and went to the store. This was Jackie's final appearance alive. Charles Bryant had a troubled past, which Jackie was unaware of on that fateful night. In the weeks before their meeting, Charles had been arrested 3 times. His only reason for being in the Denton area was Caitlin Mathis, his ex-girlfriend. Despite living 20 miles away in Hazlet, Charles's ex Caitlin had recently moved to Denton to attend the University of North Texas and was living on campus. Caitlin had taken legal action, filing a restraining order against him. Caitlin ended the toxic relationship in August 2016, just a few months before the tragic events unfolded, citing Charles' manipulative behavior and narcissism. Even after Caitlin ended their relationship and relocated to Denton, Charles continued to disrupt her life. Police stopped him on campus, resulting in a ban. After yielding, he kept attempting to communicate with Caitlin. Despite the campus ban, he showed up at the restaurant where she worked on August 31 and at Caitlin's door on September 6. Caitlin refrained from answering, fearing for her safety, and immediately contacted the police. Charles left flowers and a letter on her doorstep, prompting authorities to arrest him for trespassing. Charles posted a bond shortly after being arrested, which secured his release. Almost immediately, he contacted Caitlin via a newly created email address, writing, "Here I am, heartbroken, and with a criminal record for bringing the girl I love flowers." In response to these concerning developments, Caitlin obtained an emergency protective order to protect herself from further harassment and potential harm. Despite previous stalking arrests, Charles continued to attempt to contact Caitlin after another stalking arrest. He was released on bond 2 days later. On September 13th, a week after his most recent release, Charles returned to Denton, specifically to the Fray Street Public House, which Caitlin frequented. Although law enforcement was aware of Charles and Caitlin's troubled history, there was insufficient evidence linking him to Jackie's murder. While it was determined that he was with Jackie on the night of her death, more evidence was required. The opportunity to question him arose shortly after Jackie's body was discovered, when Charles attempted to contact Caitlin again, violating the restraining order. He was brought in for questioning on September 18, 2016. In the case of Jackie's death, The police had already gathered surveillance footage, interviewed people who were present at the bars, and tracked Charles' movements. Their investigation revealed that on September 14 at 4:41 a.m., Charles went to Walmart and bought a shovel. In addition, a children's paddling pool was discovered missing from his backyard, adding to the concerns surrounding the investigation. When questioned by the police, Charles initially claimed that he had only seen Jackie at the bar. However, as the detective presented a comprehensive and chronological overview of the evidence, it became clear that Charles understood he couldn't deny being with Jackie that night. Eventually, he admitted that Jackie died accidentally while they were together during a consensual but unconventional sexual encounter. Charles told the detective that after they left the bar, Jackie asked him to choke his car with a zip tie. Despite having a zip tie in his vehicle, the police questioned his story, leading to charges of murder and tampering with or fabricating physical evidence against him. The prosecution claimed that Charles and Jackie met that night, went to a second bar, and then returned to his home. During the trial, the medical examiner informed the jury that tests on Jackie's remains found no evidence of sexual assault. The prosecution claimed Jackie's death was not the result of a sexual encounter, but rather of a brutal assault that included strangulation with a zip tie, dismemberment with a knife, and subsequent incineration. According to the prosecution's narrative presented to the jury, the evidence would show that Charles and Jackie met at a bar on September 13th and left together in his car with no one else present. The prosecution emphasized that various pieces of evidence, such as items discovered in DNA testing, would confirm Jackie's presence inside Charles' home. The jury was shown surveillance footage from the bars, and testimonies from bar patrons and employees corroborated the claim that Charles and Jackie were together. The footage showed them leaving the bar at 9:46 p.m., getting into Charles' car and remaining in the parking lot for another 30 minutes before leaving. Subsequent surveillance footage from a dented gas station showed Jackie inside Charles' car at 10:30 p.m., the last confirmed sighting of her alive. Furthermore, Jackie's phone activity indicated a connection to a cell tower in Hazlet, Texas, at approximately 1:30 a.m. on September 14th, as well as the area surrounding Charles' residence. The jury learned that Jackie was carrying a Texas Woman's University bag at the bar, and a matching bag was discovered at Charles' home. A hair-covered zip tie was also discovered in the trash can outside his home. Notably, in Charles' backyard, there was a blue children's paddling pool similar to the one found burned. A circular barren spot near the pool hinted at the presence of another pool. Police discovered a knife inside Charles' home, which they believe was used in Jackie's stabbing and dismemberment, as well as a stun gun in his car. Both items were officially recorded as evidence. During the court proceedings, the medical examiner stated that Jackie died as a result of homicidal violence. It was noted that there was no soot in her airways, indicating that she had died. Ceased before her body was set ablaze. The medical examiner also testified that Jackie's hyoid bone had fractures as a result of upper neck force. A forensic anthropologist explained to the court that the hyoid bone is a U-shaped bone deep in the throat that acts as an anchor for the tongue. The forensic anthropologist testified that Jackie had a broken hyoid bone and fractured ribs. The injuries were found to be more likely to occur near the time of death and were not related to dismemberment. The anthropologist determined that the hyoid bone injury was consistent with strangulation, as it required direct pressure, which is typically caused by manual strangulation or the use of ligatures. However, because Jackie's soft tissue burned during the fire, it was impossible to say definitively whether the fracture was caused manually or by a ligature. The expert agreed that a zip tie could result in such an injury. Furthermore, Jackie sustained a head injury from blunt force trauma that was ruled unlikely to be post-mortem due to significant hemorrhaging stab wounds on her body that appeared unrelated to the dismemberment procedure. And the state's expert claimed that the wounds appeared to have been inflicted while Jackie was still alive, the expert explained. The fact that there was some bleeding around those stab wounds indicates that she was alive when they were received, so they could have bled. The jury discovered that Jackie's body sustained injuries after her death, including the opening of her chest and the removal of her heart, as well as multiple rib fractures. A DNA profile extracted from the zip tie, stun gun, and knife made it nearly impossible that the sample came from anyone other than Jackie. The DNA analyst testified that DNA was found on the stun gun, recovered from his car, and Jackie could not be ruled out as a major contributor. The defense presented its case, arguing that there was no evidence to support the claim that Jackie's death was caused by Charles' violent actions. Instead, they claimed Jackie died during a consensual sexual act. According to the defense, Charles, in a panic, attempted to dispose of Jackie's body. During the trial, defense witnesses discussed the concept of erotica asphyxiation, claiming that those who engage in such activities derive pleasure from depriving their brains of oxygen. The defense argued that a zip tie was used around Jackie's throat as part of a consensual sexual act, which led to her death. According to their account, Jackie's body went limp, which caused Charles to freak out. The defense argued that the subsequent dismemberment and burning of the body were impulsive and chaotic actions motivated by panic and intoxication. Joette Keene, Charles's attorney, acknowledged in her closing arguments that Charles made a terrible mistake, stating that he is guilty of making a horrible mistake when something goes wrong. There was no reason for a good-looking guy to kill that good-looking girl. In contrast, the prosecution's closing statements called into question the defense's narrative, claiming that there was no evidence to support the claim that Charles and Jackie engaged in sexual activity. They dismissed the defense's argument that Charles' panic is illogical, emphasizing the gravity of his actions. The defense claims he freaked out, but their own experts determined it was homicidal violence. Why cut out the heart? What is the significance of body disposal? He slashed her heart out. I want that image to sink in. The jury had to decide whether Jackie was murdered, killed on purpose, or died as a result of a consensual sexual act. They convicted Charles of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison for murder and 20 years for tampering. The sentences will be served concurrently. Prior to the trial, there was much speculation as to the possible motive. Prosecutors are concerned if there is no clear motive, as jurors prefer to hear a complete story and explanation of what occurred. They must be certain of their verdict before being convicted. And, in many cases, a motive strengthens the prosecution's case. In this case, the prosecution had no motivation. But does it matter? When does the evidence become clear? Do we require a motive? In cases like this, the motivation is usually sexual. However, the prosecution argued that there was no evidence of sexual activity. We don't need to know what went through Charles Bryant's mind that night. Did he want to do it? And he did. Jackie's parents have partnered with Texas Women's University to establish an endowment in her memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Cape Town is 400 miles away from the city of Port Elizabeth, which is at the western end of Algoa Bay, on the southeast coast of South Africa. This city is a major seaport and also has the 6th most people in South Africa. When Chris Panayotu, then 18 years old, graduated from high school in this city in November 2004, he went to work for his dad's trading company. In the city and the areas around it, his father owned a large chain of stores and restaurants. Chris had always wanted to work in his dad's business, even when he was young. He was also very interested in running retail chains and growing the retail services industry. He was very active and determined, and his goals went far beyond being an executive and skilled worker under his father's supervision. Chris wanted to open his own fish restaurant near a 5-star hotel on Marina Drive and a big grocery store close to Kings Beach downtown. While Chris was helping his dad at a small diner on Market Street in the afternoon, he ran into an old high school friend. The friend invited Chris to a party on Friday night at Barney's Tavern, a popular beach spot for young people. Chris saw a pretty young girl drinking lemonade from a tall glass while sitting alone at the bar in a wicker bamboo chair and drinking beer from the establishment's specialty mug. Chris got up from his seat and went to meet her. She was 18 years old and her name was Jade Dinks. They hit it off right away, and they quickly found that they had a lot in common. Chris and Jade started dating after that party. They had no idea that their meeting at Barney's Tavern on Friday night would be the start of a terrible love triangle story that ended in tragedy. The girl named Jade was always happy and friendly, and she wanted to make other people feel good. Because she wanted to make a difference, she decided to become a teacher and started college in 2005. While Jade worked on her schoolwork, Chris started his own business. He started with a grocery store and then opened Infinite, a restaurant and bar in the neighborhood. Even though both Jade and Chris had a lot going on in their lives, their relationship grew stronger, like the roots of a young tree going deeper into the ground. They each made their own happy place where love and kindness seemed to last forever, and where days were full of smiles and hope for a bright future. Things started to go wrong in their relationship over time, mostly because Chris was seeing another woman. At first, Chanel Cooties was just working at the store that Chris owned, and their relationship was strictly business. But as time went on, their interactions turned into a secret love affair that they tried to hide with mysterious smiles and small movements. They met in secret in hotels in the area, and Chris even let Chanel stay with him while Jade was away. Chris and Jade seemed like a happy and successful young couple to their family and friends, especially after they got engaged and then married in 2012. Jade finished college and got a job at an elementary school, and Chris's business looked like it was doing well. However, Chris's relationship with Chanel continued, which made things difficult in their marriage. When Costa Panayotou, Chris's father, found out that his son was having an affair with a sales clerk, he was very upset and angry. He couldn't understand how Chris, who had been seeing Jade for 8 years and knew she was smart, kind, and moral, could act so badly. Costa confronted Chris at Infinite while he was celebrating his engagement with friends, which turned into a heated argument. Costa told Chris that he would lose his inheritance if he kept seeing Chanel. Chris told his father that he was ending his relationship with Chanel, but they were still seeing each other behind his back. During this time, Jade didn't know that her fiancé was cheating on her. Chris's finances got worse as he tried to balance his two different lives. He spent a lot of money on gifts for Chanel, fancy hotel rooms, and other unnecessary things. While Chris was away from Jade more and more over the next 3 years, it hurt his business and his family. Jade started to feel more and more alone and ignored in her marriage. She told her friends how upset she was and how she had tried but failed to get them back to getting along. In September 2014, Jade was at the point of losing her mind. She wrote a very emotional letter on September 21st about how much she wanted love, a normal marriage, and a caring partner. She also told him how annoyed she was with Chris's secrecy and the distrust and uncertainty it caused. 3 big men in a rented car pulled up to the gate of Staringlad Village on April 20th, 2015, in the early morning. This is where the young Panayotou couple lived. They saw a young woman who was well-dressed and impatiently waiting by the road. 2 of the men got out of the car, but the driver told them to stay inside. A black BMW pulled up next to her and they watched. When she got in the car, it took off quickly, making the people who wanted to take her hostage angry. Like every other day, Jade left her house at 6:15 a.m., waiting for her friend and coworker Cheryl to pick her up in her BMW for their daily trip to work. Cheryl was running a little behind, and she saw the car from the day before with tinted windows at the curb. When Jade reached for her phone to call Cheryl, she saw 2 people coming from the bushes next to the road. Cheryl was only 10 minutes late, but Jade wasn't there. Cheryl tried to call Jade's cell phone and knock on her door, but got no answer. Cheryl finally called the police, and by 10 a.m., Jade Panayotou was officially reported missing. This led to a large-scale search that included police, a K-9 unit, and volunteers from the community. The search for Jade went on, but on the first day, nothing was found. The search started up again the next morning, and there was a reward for anyone who could help find her. Around 10 a.m., Angel, a K-9 officer, found Jade's dead body in a bushy ravine close to Quano Bushley. Even though she was fully dressed, a medical exam showed that she had been shot 3 times in the back and fatally in the head. Her jewelry and bank cards were missing, making it look like the people who killed her were trying to hide why they did it. Jade's family and friends were shocked and couldn't understand what had happened. Her co-workers and students were also very sad. The news of her death spread all over the city, and people were sad and confused on social media. On October 22nd, Jade's family held a memorial service at a Catholic church. This was followed by a funeral that was attended by a huge number of people from Port Elizabeth. People who knew and loved Jade were deeply saddened by her death. South African Police Service officers were also at the city cemetery. They thought Chris Panayotu's behavior during the funeral was strange and staged. As suspicions grew, the court later found that Chris's farewell speech looked a lot like a dedication on the internet by Charles Atkins to his late wife. Even though it wasn't direct proof, this discovery made people think that Chris may have been involved in killing his wife. The authorities decided to keep a close eye on him. Several other strange events also pointed to Chris's involvement in the murder of his wife. Luthando Sioni, a security guard at Chris's nightclub, was arrested by the police the night before the funeral because they thought he might have worked with the killer. Luthando said Chris had asked him to hire killers for his wife, and that Chris had already found 3 friends to carry out the plan. There was proof that someone tried to use Jade's bank cards on the day she was killed, and surveillance footage showed 2 men that Luthando identified as the hired killers. As a reward for his help, the police let Luthando go on the condition that he gather more evidence, including Chris's confession to killing his wife. Because he was told to, Luthando called Chris for a private conversation that was recorded. During the conversation, Chris said something that led to his arrest. After that, 3 more suspects were caught, and the crime's details were put back together. Hit men were sent by Chris to kill Jade Panayotu in the early hours of April 20, 2015. But because of an unplanned change in her plans, the execution was moved to the next day. On April 21st, Jade was taken hostage, taken to a remote area, and brutally killed. The thieves took her valuables and ran away. They tried to take money out of her bank cards but couldn't because the PIN they were using was wrong. The trial against Chris and the 2 mercenaries began on October 11, 2015, and was widely watched and reported on by the media. The prosecution said that Chris killed one of the women because he was having money problems that were made worse by his double life and his desire to kill one of the women. At the trial, different types of evidence were shown, such as Chanel Coutisi's testimony, call logs, ATM videos, and photos. Along with the 2 hired killers, Chris was found guilty by the court and given a life sentence. On December 9, 2019, Chris's father, Costa Panayotu, died in a mysterious accident. This added another sad turn to the story. This made the story even more complicated and left a lot of questions unanswered. If Chris had anything to do with his father's death, it made an already scary story even scarier. Overall, Chris Panayotu's actions showed how far some people are willing to go to put their own needs ahead of the lives and well-being of those they care about. People are angry and upset about what he did, which led to the brutal murder of his wife Jade. It's still not clear if Chris had anything to do with his father's death, but he is now facing the consequences of his horrible crimes, which means he will never get away. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The body of 22-year-old Katie Sepich was discovered dead on the morning of August 31, 2003, next to a distant dump in the Las Cruces, New Mexico desert, last spotted by pals departing a nearby house party following a night of going out to bars. Her mother characterized her killer as a 22-year-old lady who was loud, lively, and intelligent. It would take almost 4 years to identify her. Carlsbad, New Mexico is where she was raised. Out of her 3 siblings, she was the eldest. After graduating from New Mexico State University with a business degree, Katie planned to enroll in graduate school to earn an MBA in the fall. She was employed at a nearby Mexican restaurant as a waitress. Katie was an extremely gregarious individual. She met Joe Bischoff while she was a student at the institution. They soon developed a more romantic relationship from their friendly one. Katie expressed her happiness with Joe to her mother, Diane. When Joe offered Katie a diamond ring a few months later, Katie understood that her dream of building a future with him could actually come true. There were issues in their relationship after Katie and Joe graduated from college in the summer of 2003. Joe went back to live with his parents in Gallup, New Mexico, a little town roughly 350 miles from Las Cruces, while Katie chose to continue her education at the university. Joe's departure caused Katie a great deal of distress. Even though their long-distance relationship was intolerable, they occasionally managed to get together. When Joe visited Las Cruces over Labor Day weekend in 2003, Katie was ecstatic. But their weekend together ended tragically. The date was August 30, 2003, a Saturday. After having a good time with Joe and his friends, Katie went from bar to bar until they arrived at a house party in the area, where she vanished. Katie's mother, Ann, had a call the following day that permanently altered her life. "My family woke up to the promise of a beautiful day. We had a house bursting with friends and family, and we were preparing to celebrate Labor Day weekend with a cookout. Then, at 2:15 that afternoon, the phone rang, and our lives were shattered with just 6 words. Have you talked to Katie today?" Ann later wrote about the morning she learned her daughter had vanished on August 31, 2003. "My daughter Katie was brilliant, lively, vocal, and amazing. Our firstborn Katie brought joy and sunshine into every space. Her roommate wanted to know where she was, so he called. Even the nearby hospitals and all of her friends had been contacted, but Katie was nowhere to be found." Ann was informed by Katie's roommate, Veronica, that Katie had left the party by herself that evening. In the house where the party was being held, Veronica and Joe dozed off. Katie was nowhere to be seen in the morning, despite their belief that she had gone home. Her relatives reported the disappearance to the police. A half-naked woman's body was found near to a desert landfill at the same time. The police officers who arrived at the scene came to the conclusion that the body had been laying there for little more than a day based on the exterior evidence, even though there were no documents close to it. Additionally, they recognized right away that the victim's death was not due to an accident. The victim looked to be between 20 and 25 years old. Since she was completely nude, the motivation behind this crime was clear. Her arms bore wounds from self-defense. She was scratching the assailant in an attempt to save her life. Under her fingernails were bits of the criminal's skin. Thus, the DNA sample of the individual who killed her was in the possession of the police. Her neck showed evidence of strangulation, which initially appeared to be the most likely cause of death. Since there were no indications of a struggle close to the body, the detectives were able to determine that the young woman passed away elsewhere. In the hopes that it would take a long time for someone to find her, the criminal apparently transferred her remains to the isolated desert landfill. The victim's back and arms had burn marks, which was another startling discovery. It suggested that the offender set the victim on fire in an attempt to get rid of the body or destroy any evidence. The police made a rapid connection between the body of a young lady they discovered and Katie's disappearance. Diane, Katie's mother, said of the body when her father visited the morgue to identify it. "A few agonizing hours later, our worst fears were realized. There are no words to describe the agony, no way to express the pain. We fell into a deep black hole with no way out. There was no tomorrow. All joy was gone." In order to identify his cherished daughter, Katie's father had to visit the mortuary. He later told me that he knelt down and prayed to God to take him, as well as they peeled back the sheet, and he saw her lovely face twisted in agony and bruised. The people who lived in the formerly tranquil town of Las Cruces were afraid. Katie's experience was horrifying. Since there was no assurance that the offender would not conduct another crime, the police made every effort to apprehend them as quickly as possible. When the police started looking into Katie's case, their initial goal was to learn as much as they could about her final hours, including where she was, who she was with, what she was doing, whether she had any enemies, and whether she had argued with anyone. The house where Katie lived was roughly a mile away from the location of the party. The investigators first spoke with her roommate Veronica and her boyfriend Joe in order to determine whether or not she had arrived at her house. The fact that these two remained at the party while Katie went home by herself in the middle of the night appeared odd. Joe didn't seem interested in helping the cops. He said that Katie had departed, leaving behind her keys, phone, and purse. The investigators began examining Katie's path. In an attempt to gather hints, they interrogated the locals as they went from door to door. Unfortunately, though, it was ineffective. Nobody heard or saw anything. Based on one discovery, it was assumed that Katie arrived at her residence but never entered. She departed without her keys, in case you forgot. After looking throughout the property, the investigator discovered Katie's shoes outside her bedroom window. Someone apparently attacked her as she attempted to enter the residence through the window. This was further supported by footprints found in the gravel around the home. Although Katie battled for her life, the assailant ultimately proved to be more formidable. The investigators hypothesized that the offender transported Katie to the desert landfill and attempted to burn her after killing her. They began to wonder, was it someone she knew and trusted, or was it a complete stranger? There were maybe 40 people at the gathering. Perhaps Katie was attacked by someone who followed her home. Is this someone who might be her boyfriend? These were the questions the investigators sought to answer. After interviewing all of the guests, they learned one important element that Joe had forgotten to include. Katie reportedly witnessed Joe kissing another girl, according to many witnesses. They later witnessed them fighting. That's why Katie went home by herself and left her handbag behind. She wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible since she was upset. On the other hand, Joe made no mention of it during his initial police interview. Additionally, he kept it a secret from Katie's parents, who were curious as to why Katie had left that party unaccompanied. Joe was questioned once more by the investigators. Joe acknowledged that it was true when they told him that they knew he and Katie had argued because Katie had witnessed him kissing another female. He claims that he drove after Katie when she went home. Joe allegedly pulled up to her house, but he didn't enter. He thought she was already asleep when he noticed the light in her bedroom was off, so he went back to the party. As a result, Joe was not there at the party when Katie was attacked. When Joe returned, none of the people the detective spoke to could say for sure. He most likely had enough time to carry out the crime, transport Katie's corpse to the desert, and then head back to the celebration. After speaking with witnesses, the detectives learned of yet another odd detail. Joe went back to the party and began phoning Katie's cell phone, housed in her purse. When he heard Katie's phone ring, he located it. Even though Joe knew it was Katie's phone, he kept phoning her till dawn. Where did that come from? Perhaps he was attempting to give himself an excuse. Maybe he wanted to seem worried about his sweetheart. Joe didn't want to speak to the police anymore, but the detectives wanted him to explain his odd conduct. Joe did not even attend Katie's burial, which increased suspicion despite Katie's deep love for him. However, Joe's DNA sample was all that was required for the authorities to rule him out of the pool of possible suspects. 3 distinct locations on Katie's body had DNA samples, according to experts. It was mostly beneath her fingernails. The skin was human. The samples that were discovered on Katie's body were all from the same individual. There were issues with the police's plan to compare Joe's DNA with the DNA discovered on Katie's body. His parents hired a lawyer while Joe was out of town, and the lawyer told the investigators that Joe had declined to give a DNA sample. Given Joe's actions, it was obvious to everyone that he had a secret and was involved in Katie's demise. To verify this, the authorities had to figure out a legal way to get his DNA, which took time. Meanwhile, different versions were being considered by the investigators. They were investigating related instances to see whether Katie was the only victim of the person who killed her. When DNA samples discovered on her body were compared to a national database, no matches were identified. The investigators made the decision to go back to the party, which was the beginning of it all. All of the guys who were present at that party were identified, and they were requested to submit a DNA sample. Since none of the men had anything to conceal, they all agreed. But the DNA that was discovered on Katie's body did not match, which led the investigators back to Joe. The only person who declined to give his DNA was him. However, the detectives managed to obtain it in a different way. They discovered that Joe and Katie had made sexual contact in her bedroom before tending the party. The police were correct when they went to the residence and removed the sheet from Katie's bed in the hopes of finding Joe's DNA there. Although a male DNA sample was discovered by the lab, it did not correspond to the one discovered on Katie's body. It indicated that she had not been attacked by Joe. If he had nothing to do with his girlfriend's fate, why did he refuse to assist the police? Joe's attorney received the test results from the police. Joe made the decision to speak with the police once more and give a sample of his DNA after finding out that he had been taken off the list of suspects. The first conclusion, that Joe was not involved in this crime, was validated by the new test. When asked why he wouldn't help the police, Joe explained that he was worried they might find his DNA on Katie's body because he and Katie had had sexual contact prior to the party. The police and Katie's family were still unsure of Joe's actions the night of Katie's death. The police had to search for alternative versions when Joe was removed from the suspect list. Investigators were informed by a number of partygoers that Katie was wearing rings on her fingers that evening, including the one Joe had given her, but Katie's fingers had no rings on them when her body was found. The police thought the person who killed her had taken them away. They searched every pawn shop in the neighborhood but were unable to locate Katie's jewelry. Tire traces close to where Katie's body was discovered could also be a clue. The tire's model and brand were determined by the experts. Police were told by the manufacturer that these tires were typically found on pickup trucks. Sadly, it did not advance the search for the perpetrator, and the investigation came to a standstill. A year or so later, someone in Wisconsin committed a crime that was strikingly identical to Katie's experience. In Green Bay, a girl was attacked and subjected to the same treatment as Katie. Luckily, the sufferer survived despite being set on fire as well. She said to the police that the only reason she survived was because she feigned to be dead. She extinguished the fire and went to a neighboring house for assistance after the perpetrators had fled. She claimed that 2 Hispanic men had attacked her, but all the evidence in Katie's case pointed to just one individual. To verify or disprove the link between the 2 crimes, DNA analysis was required. The Wisconsin victim gave the authorities a detailed account of how the males who attacked her looked. One of the farmers identified Gregorio Morales and Juan Nieto, his employees, in the sketches when the Green Bay police released them. One of them frequently traveled to Las Cruces to visit relatives. Both males were taken into custody. The police who were looking into Katie's case thought they had finally identified the criminal, but the DNA analysis's findings showed otherwise. The DNA on Katie's body did not match the samples. These 2 men had nothing to do with the Katie case, but they were eventually found guilty of abusing a female in Green Bay. Morales received a 50-year sentence, and Nieto received a 70-year sentence. The detectives thus came to yet another dead end. Tire tracks from the crime scene and the offender's DNA samples were the only pieces of evidence the police had. The authorities had issues identifying the individual who killed their daughter, despite Katie's family's anticipation that DNA would help them identify the culprit. Taking a DNA sample from someone who had been apprehended by the police was illegal. Diane, Katie's mom, will put it the following: "Later, we had lost our daughter to a monster and we needed justice. We needed to know who had done this and why. But most of all, we needed to know that he would be stopped from doing this again. There were no real clues. The detective in charge of Katie's case told me that the only evidence they had was DNA. You see, Katie had fought so hard for her life that the blood and skin of her killer had been found underneath her fingernails. A DNA profile had been extracted and uploaded into the National Forensic Database called CODIS. Detective Jones explained that once a week, this evidence would be cross-referenced against the offender database to look for a match. This gave our family bright hope. We had the identity of our daughter's murderer. We just had to match it to a name. I casually said that this man was so monstrous that he would undoubtedly be caught for a new offense. We would identify him, apprehend him, and bring him to court when his cheek was swabbed and entered into the database." "Oh no, Diane, it doesn't work that way here in New Mexico, and in almost every other state. It's illegal to take DNA when someone is arrested." Detective Jones said that, and I must admit that I was taken aback. I was aware that fingerprints and a photo are taken of an individual upon arrest. However, was it unlawful to identify the horrible monsters who are pursuing and killing our children using the most precise and cutting-edge scientific instrument available? This case was interrupted on December 18, 2006, 3.5 years after Katie's passing. A DNA sample that matched the DNA on Katie's body was discovered by the lab. Gabriel Avila, age 26, was the man who assaulted Katie. He didn't know Katie and was a married father. In addition to his lengthy criminal history, he was freed from prison just before Katie died, on November 13, 2003, less than 3 months after killing her with brutality. After using a knife to break into the residence of 2 young women, Avila was taken into custody. The college roommates called 911 and locked themselves in the bathroom to prevent an attack. In March 2004, he was found guilty of aggravated burglary and with intent to conduct aggravated assault. However, the Albuquerque Journal claims that Avila fled when he was freed on bond. Due to a flaw in the system, Avila's involvement in Katie's death was finally discovered 3.5 years after the incident. even though he might have been arrested as soon as 3 months later. Before being caught, in November 2004 on a tip, the fugitive eluded law enforcement for almost a year. He received a 9-year prison sentence. Avila's DNA sample was collected while she was incarcerated, but it wasn't tested for another 2 years. Investigators moved swiftly to find the truck Avila used to dispose of Katie's body, after the results showed a partial match to DNA recovered from her crime scene. They discovered Katie's ring in the middle console. This instance demonstrated the necessity for systemic reform. If the police had obtained Avila's DNA sample at the time of his initial arrest, they may have nabbed him much sooner, saving them time and money during their 3-year search for the criminal. The fact that a sample of his DNA was examined in 2006, just 2 years later, is also unexpected. To speak with Avila, the investigators looking into Katie's case visited the prison. He admitted that he had committed this act after discovering Katie's ring in his pickup truck. He claimed that while his wife was away that evening, he was in the area purchasing illegal substances. He asked Katie if she needed a lift when he saw her. "No," she replied. Then, in front of her house, he saw her once more. Avila explained, "I stopped and asked her if she needed help. She goes, 'I just can't get into my house. I don't have my purse.'" Katie wanted to get into her bedroom through the window, but Avila attacked her and started undressing her, and you of course understand what happened after. After that, Avila didn't know what to do and decided to strangle Katie. He was afraid that she would identify him later. "She put up a little bit of a fight, and for some reason, I decided I was going to strangle her. Had my hands around her, I locked and I couldn't let go," Avila said. Katie's body was then placed on the ground in a desert waste after he loaded her into his pickup vehicle. He was mistaken to believe that burning her body would eliminate all the evidence. When DNA evidence was discovered on Katie's body, a retake of Avila's DNA sample revealed a match. Her parents hoped it would result in a speedy investigation in 2003, but taking DNA after an arrest was forbidden in New Mexico and almost every other state. Only those convicted and imprisoned had their DNA added to the system. Katie's parents launched a national effort to have a law passed in each of the 50 states bearing their daughter's name, forcing anyone detained for a violent crime to provide a DNA sample. After that, the DNA would be included in the National CODIS database. Katie's bill was signed into law in March 2006 after passing the New Mexico state legislature with just 5 nay votes. It became federal law in 2010 as a result of Katie's parents' unwavering efforts, and more than 31 states now have laws that are comparable to Katie's law in New Mexico. According to Katie's father, David, his greatest worry was that Katie's killer would have to kill someone else. However, he may now relax about that fear. Opponents claim that this regulation violates civil rights and infringes on privacy. Others remark that DNA is very different from fingerprints in the U.S. because it carries sensitive genetic information. In the case of versus Poole, a federal district court affirmed that there is no constitutional infringement of the federal statute permitting the gathering of DNA samples prior to conviction for inclusion in the National DNA Database. The court explicitly said in its decision that the collecting does not constitute a Fourth Amendment infringement. In 2007, Gabriel Avila's trial got underway. Avila expressed regret to Katie's relatives. His attorney claimed Avila was sorry and asked the judge to be forgiving. Susana Martinez, the district attorney, contended that Avila did not confess until officers approached him with DNA evidence, more than 3 years after the murder. David, Katie's father, pleaded with the judge to impose a severe penalty during the sentencing hearing. He said, "We do not get another chance to see her in this life, and it is only right that the person who did this to her not get a chance to experience freedom again in his life." Gabriel Avila was convicted in May 2007 and given a 69-year jail term. He will serve 30 years of his sentence before being eligible for release in about 2043. Jan stated that although she is prepared to move on, there is no such thing as closure. "We've been healing. We've been going forward with our lives. We have 2 other incredible children we love so much," Jan added. In honor of their daughter, Jan also promised that she and her husband would keep pushing for the passage of Katie's law in each of the 50 states. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. What caused the beauty queen's life to be stolen? It is said that beauty is a strong force that can save the world, but regrettably, it does not always translate into happiness and can even cause problems. Gorgeous girls are constantly the focus of attention and typically have a large following. But in addition to admirers and customers, famous beauties and crowned beauty queens are surrounded by a large number of jealous people, well-wishers, and obsessive stalkers who sometimes act erratically. The terrible death of young Kimberly Oliveira became one of the most startling and impactful cases in South America. The girl who competed for the title of Miss Brazil and won other beauty pageants was cruelly and deceitfully deprived of her life. Her aspirations for popularity and recognition were drastically different from what the model had anticipated. People adored Kimberly's freshness and beauty, and her name did become well known outside of her home nation. Both the numerous heights she may have still attained and the horrible way she passed away in her prime period appalled them at the same time. Kimberly Oliveira was who? On February 26, 1998, Kimberly Karen Mota de Oliveira was born in the small, charming Brazilian town of Manacapuru, which is part of the state of Amazonas municipality of the same name. She grew up with her two younger brothers as the only daughter and eldest child in Nyla and Jose Oliveira's family. It might be claimed that the girl, who had Indian, Spanish, and Brazilian ancestry, won the genetic lottery. Her stunning appearance attracted the attention of everyone in her vicinity like a magnet. Kimberly was petite and feminine, with a brilliant smile, thick, opulent hair, and perfect skin. With both adults and peers comparing her to an angel, the beauty was accustomed to widespread attention, affection, and admiration. She loved swimming, participated in dancing and gymnastics from an early age, and was very particular about her looks and demeanor. She learned foreign languages, went to the theater frequently, read a lot, and did exceptionally well in school at the same time. Kimberly, who was already in her teens, started taking part in beauty pageants where she won prizes and posed for ads and clothing catalogs. Given that her mother, Nayla, was also a well-known beauty in her younger years and had won multiple titles, including Miss Manicure, she was certain in high school that she wanted to tie her life to the modeling industry. But after being married, Nayla gave up her modeling profession to support her family and raise their 3 kids. Kimberly enjoyed to pose in front of the camera and recognized her exceptional physical characteristics. She participated in exhibitions, was frequently featured in fashion magazines, and was formally crowned the most beautiful girl in her hometown. She was also a strong candidate for Miss Brazil and made it to the finals of the Miss Amazonas competition in 2017, ready to compete again. She might have advanced to renowned competitions like Miss World or Miss Universe if she had won. Oliveira was well aware, nevertheless, that charm and beauty were insufficient to prevail at this level. There, contestants are also assessed on their moral character, education, philanthropic endeavors, and other factors. Candidates for the title of beauty queen must also be free of criminal histories, legal troubles, and nude picture shoots. Kimberly avidly supported sports, good eating, and a healthy lifestyle on her social media sites. She also shared pictures from different photo shoots, talked about her life, and just engaged with her increasing fan base. Her page on a well-known social media platform reached tens of thousands of followers by 2019. The model wanted to inspire and motivate her followers by being a role model. She made the decision to go to college when she was 19 with the goal of becoming a dentist by enrolling in medical school. Kimberly relocated to Manaus, the capital and largest city, in order to accomplish this. Her maternal uncle Henry lived in the state of Amazonas. She went from a small, peaceful area to a large, busy city after passing the required tests and starting university, eventually relocating to her family home. Oliveira made friends, adjusted to her new surroundings fast, and managed to balance her education with involvement in various projects and sports commercial campaigns. Tenacious and crafty admirer. When Kimberly had free time between studying and picture assignments, she would typically hang out with her pals in different locations as a big group. A dashing young man called Rafael Fernandez Rodriguez approached Kimberly and her close friend as they were having a good time at a well-known club in the fall of 2019. He offered to buy Oliveira a beverage because he wanted to get to know her. The model, however, who was used to the increased attention and knew how to respond to such circumstances, graciously rejected, stating that she was not alone and that she didn't require anything. Raphael merely went after apologizing for the disruption. However, the girl was still unaware that the stranger had planned and choreographed the entire incident. In actuality, the man had been paying close attention to the young model on social media for a year or two, but he had never tried to get in touch with her until that day. He chose to appear to be seeing her for the first time and only want to meet her because he was familiar with the locations the beauty frequented. Rodriguez, who was 31 at the time, had just gotten divorced and was completely enamored with the prospect of meeting Kimberly and falling in love with her after reading on social media that the model had relocated to Manaus. He likewise relocated to the city, where he rented a large apartment in a posh residential complex and promptly secured a lucrative position in corporate law, thanks to his legal education. He then started carrying out his strategy, keeping a careful eye on Oliveira and waiting for the ideal opportunity to speak with her. Raphael made the decision to come out of hiding and began sending the girl private messages on social media, inviting her out on a date, following the failed attempt to meet at the nightclub. For several months, he also consistently liked and commented on every post the model made on her profile. Since she frequently found herself in similar circumstances, and this man didn't especially stand out, she ignored the obstinate follower and gave him no particular attention. In an attempt to win their friendship and trust, Rodriguez then modified his strategy and added Kimberly's friends, classmates, and even family to his list of acquaintances. This strategy worked, and he was able to get her phone number from a close friend. Then, the maniacal stalker started sending her messages on instant chat, proposing to meet up. The man examined the thing he admired, well, being aware of her preferences, travel habits, musical tastes, and so forth. He began going to training sessions outside, sometimes led by Oliveira herself, and it was only there that he was able to get her attention. After speaking for a while, they started phoning and contacting each other frequently on social media. Despite the fact that the two young people were about 10 years apart in age, Raphael was able to attract the girl's attention because he was well prepared. The man approached the girl with caution, attempting to court and please her in a lovely way without frightening her away or causing her to forget about him. His strategy was successful, and Kimberly and Raphael formally began dating in March 2020 after declaring their relationship. The passionate owner, the handsome and romantic man who tried his hardest to earn the beauty's love, showed his true nature. He immediately began tracking his sweetheart's every action as soon as they started dating, demanding to know where she went, who she spoke to, who messaged her, and everything else. At first, the girl even thought it was funny because she had never been restrained or managed before. But things became worse every day, and Raphael started acting more aggressively and invasively. He now made decisions over who Kimberly could block, who she could reply to, when she could go live, and which pictures she could share on social media. She soon became weary of this. They got into a heated dispute as he tried to establish personal limits the man couldn't breach. Rodriguez had to make amends and provide an apology. He offered the girl a big bouquet of flowers and invited her to a fancy restaurant. After every fight, he said this again. The man promised Oliveira he would never leave him and provided her expensive presents or romantic dates at hip places to keep her from leaving him after he had followed her so long and relentlessly. Kimberly was complaining to her friends more and more about her partner, claiming that she was unable to move further without his consent. Even at the university, Raphael prohibited her from talking to men. He also stole her phone without her consent, reviewed her messages and calls, and then made a scene. At times, he became so enraged that the girl worried about her safety. Her friends acknowledged that this was unusual and suggested that she speak with the man seriously before leaving him before it was too late if nothing changed. Knowing that she would soon have a successful modeling profession, diploma, defense, international travel, fashion magazine photo shoots, popularity, and recognition, Kimberly also realized she didn't want to live this way. She didn't want to sacrifice all for shaky relationships with an obsessive and unstable owner who tried to control, limit, and treat her like an object. Final judgment by the beginning of May 2020. Kimberly made the decision to end her relationship with Raphael after 2 arduous months, but she wasn't sure how to do it without making him angry. She waited for the ideal opportunity to break the news, but there was no longer any room for delay. Kimberly always spent Mother's Day with her mother, which was observed on May 10 in Brazil, but she was unable to visit her homeland to celebrate her mother because of the COVID-19 pandemic's restrictions in 2020. Rather, Kimberly shared a picture of them together, along with heartfelt words of appreciation and a heartfelt message. Nayla was receiving treatment at the hospital at the time following her cancer diagnosis. Kimberly and a few pals, including Raphael, went for a run at the park after posting. Everyone who saw the pair that day said they were having a lovely conversation and weren't fighting, and only her close friend was aware that the model had already decided she was going to split from her boyfriend that night. Kimberly called her uncle at midday and informed him that she would be spending the day with Gabriella, her best friend, but would go back home to sleep. She later called Henry once more, promising to return by midnight and requesting that he not lock the front door since she had forgotten her keys. While at her friend's house, Kimberly practiced what she was going to say to her boyfriend. She picked her words carefully to avoid offending him and causing any angry outbursts, and even though it was really tough, she finally seemed to have found the right delicate phrases and was prepared for the crucial conversation. Henry followed instructions and went to bed, completely trusting his niece in the evening. Raphael showed up at her friend's house in his brand new white Audi at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Kimberly said goodbye to Gabriella, smiled as she walked out to him, and sat down beside the driver in the passenger seat. Nobody ever saw the girl alive again, and the couple's disappearance was strange. When Henry awoke on the morning of May 11 and saw that his niece was not home, he got quite concerned. Kimberly always let him know when she would be coming back and if she was going to spend the night at a friend's house. Her phone was off when he tried to reach her. Gabriella informed him that Kimberly had gone out with her boyfriend and had not been in contact since. It was odd that Raphael didn't answer when Henry called him. The fact that the girl had never before skipped her university classes was quickly revealed. By midday, Henry went to the police to report the girl and her boyfriend's absence because he was certain that his niece was missing and that no one had seen her. The authorities, however, simply sneered at him, claiming that Oliveira and her partner were adults who could travel anywhere they pleased without anybody knowing. The missing girl's pals and Henry started their own search. Raphael's flat was their first stop, but nobody answered the door. Additionally, his car was not in the parking space. Kimberly's loved ones knew she would never go missing without alerting anybody, even though everything suggested the two had actually gone somewhere together. In the evening, Henry informed his sister Nayla of the situation over the phone. He couldn't wait any longer because his relative, who was suffering from a serious illness, had been attempting to get in touch with her daughter all day and had a suspicion that something wasn't right. Since Kimberly avoided trouble, didn't maintain bad company, and didn't have any hazardous habits, he tried to reassure her that nothing negative could have occurred to her. Kimberly's pals started sharing her pictures on their social media profiles and in other groups. Give up inquiring about the whereabouts of the girl and her boyfriend Raphael. The teenage model was well known, so when word spread that she had vanished, thousands of followers joined the hunt. But that didn't work either. Unsettling finding in a locked apartment. The police didn't start investigating until May 12, almost 2 days after the pair vanished. Raphael's apartment was the subject of a search warrant, since it might hold information regarding the young people's location. However, everyone was astonished by what the authorities found when they broke through the locked door and entered the building. Sadly, there was nothing that could be done to save Kimberly, who was in one of the rooms. The young girl's lifeless body was covered with a sheet and lay on the bedroom floor in a big pool of her own blood. Additionally, the bed had multiple huge blood stains, and practically every room had blood smears and traces on the carpets and floor coverings. In order to prevent anyone from suspecting that a body was in the flat, the criminal clearly fled after realizing that his attempts to conceal the evidence were ineffective and turned the air conditioner on full blast to slow down the body's decomposition. 4 stab wounds, 2 to the neck and 2 to the chest, were discovered on the victim's body by the forensic specialists. The huge kitchen knife that was used was found in the adjacent room, along with the criminal's unmistakable fingerprints and bloodstains. The offender simply threw it on the ground without making any attempt to remove it or remove any traces. The girl was probably attacked unexpectedly, because there were no defensive wounds or indications of a struggle on her body. She was killed on the floor after being struck in the neck, severing her carotid artery, but it seems the attack took place on the bed. The owner of the residence was missing, along with his documents, bank cards, car keys, and a few personal belongings. The condition of the room suggested that he had departed quickly. Raphael was reclassified as the main suspect in the heinous crime, even though he had previously been listed as missing. However, where can we search for him, and is it possible that he has already left the country? Find the elusive perpetrator. The forensic analysis verified that the missing Rodriguez's fingerprints were on the crime weapon. Any lingering suspicions regarding the man's guilt were eliminated when it was discovered that the apartment was occupied solely by the criminal and the victim at the time of the incident. Police stations all around the state received alerts about Raphael right once, and social media was used extensively to spread the word that a dangerous criminal was being sought and to ask for any information regarding his whereabouts. The white Audi that the man was driving was also searched for. Detectives examined every report from watchful residents because they knew that every minute mattered. In the nearby state of Karakarui, a white Audi was discovered smashed in a ditch on the side of the road on May 13. It turned out that the suspect owned the vehicle. Raphael was seen speeding on surveillance footage. He apparently lost control. The vehicle went off the road and flipped over. The extent of the driver's injuries and his whereabouts were unknown, though. After an unsuccessful attempt to cross the border, there were rumors that he may have hitched a ride to the Venezuelan border and then fled there. It was quickly discovered that the individual hurt in the collision had, in fact, been taken to a nearby town by a passing vehicle. After removing nearly all of the funds from his account, Rodriguez took a taxi to the closest bank and then continued on to the border town of Boa Vista. He then made an attempt to flee prosecution by walking across the border into Venezuela. Luckily, limitations brought on by the deteriorating COVID-19 scenario prevented him from leaving the country. They wouldn't let the man pass. Detectives discovered that the suspect opted to hide in the forested area while waiting for the situation to calm down, instead of returning to Boa Vista, a city of around 300,000 people, and trying to blend in. The fugitive was located in a small hut deep in the forest, nearly hidden by the surroundings, after a few days of searching. But things didn't go as planned with the arrest. Men brandishing machetes, whom Rodriguez had hired from the local community for personal protection and lavished them with cash, unexpectedly attacked the cops. Thankfully, there was no violence. The authorities warned the bodyguards that helping the criminal might have major legal repercussions for both them and Raphael, as they displayed their badges and indicated that they were there to capture a dangerous criminal. The authorities had all the proof of the primary suspect's guilt by the time he was taken into custody, so there was no use in disputing it. According to surveillance footage, Kimberly got into his car, drove to his house, and climbed up to his apartment. A few hours later, Rodriguez fled the site by himself. It's interesting to note that the couple seemed at ease, smiling and having a great conversation in every video. Raphael casually left the apartment without showing signs of fear, regret, or guilt. The suspect gave a pretty odd account of what happened that day, but he acknowledged his guilt under the weight of the evidence. He claims that after deciding to enjoy a romantic evening, he and his sweetheart went to his place and shared private moments. After that, Raphael decided to examine Kimberly's phone while she was taking a shower and discovered that she had been conversing with other men on social media. Before he confronted her about it, he went to the kitchen and took a big knife and concealed it behind a pillow. He said he merely intended to frighten her in case she tried to trick him, not to hurt her. Raphael began grilling Olivera about who she was speaking to as soon as she lay on the bed after taking a shower. "I'm not talking to any men," the girl responded with a simple smile. Rodriguez was furious about this. He became aware that his sweetheart was making fun of him and lying. Reaching for the knife, he swiftly struck her heart twice. Without having time to comprehend or fight back, the victim tumbled from the bed onto the floor, where the assailant struck her neck twice more, killing her. Raphael tried to hide the evidence after realizing what he had done, but he soon realized it was pointless. He just covered the body with a sheet and turned the air conditioner on full blast to make the room as chilly as possible, slowing the decomposition process, because he couldn't remove the body from the apartment undetected, and the suspicion would still be on him. Witness statements. Gabriella, Kimberly's closest friend, gave a witness statement in which she gave an entirely different account of what happened. That night, she said, Kimberly had finally made the decision to quit her relationship with her violent and mentally ill partner. Knowing that one incorrect word could make Raphael furious, she had taken her time crafting her response. Knowing that Kimberly's behaviors were always unexpected, Gabriella argued that Kimberly would never have joked about messaging other guys or been intimate with a man she intended to leave. Rodriguez's ex-wife, another witness, attested to his cruelty and his unpredictable outbursts of rage that affected everyone in his vicinity. Their divorce was primarily caused by his hostility. Raphael's mother, Fatima, was his sole advocate, claiming that he was a wonderful man who never intended to hurt anyone. She blamed her boy's immorality on Kimberly, her ex-daughter-in-law, and everyone else. After the trial, Rodriguez's father realized what a monster he had created, but he did not survive to witness the sentencing. By standing in front of a train, the old guy decided to take his own life. His widow maintained that it was an accident, claiming that her husband fell onto the rails by accident after feeling ill. The surveillance footage, however, unequivocally demonstrated otherwise. By obtaining fresh psychiatric assessments, the defendant's legal team continually postponed the case and promoted the narrative of his insanity. Raphael was ultimately found to be competent to face trial for his horrible deed. Almost a year and a half after the heinous incident, the trial started in October 2021. Raphael was given a remarkably light sentence of just 14 years in prison, which was later lowered by another year, despite the overwhelming proof of his guilt. The defense's successful claim that their client committed the crime while in a rage was the reason for this result. As a result, he was given a much lower sentence rather than life in jail. Nyla Oliveira, Kimberly's mother, died on October 28, the day of the sentencing, following a protracted fight with cancer. From her hospital bed, where she was in critical condition, she had watched every court session via video call. Her heart stopped a few hours after the verdict was declared. In less than a year and a half, the Oliveira family lost two members they loved, their beloved sister and daughter, then their mother and devoted wife. Since her son was the only close relative she had left following her husband's passing, Rodriguez's mother resolved to wait for him to be released from prison. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At midnight on August 15, 2020 in Perth, Western Australia, the suburb was completely dark, with the only light coming from the streetlights flickering here and there along the deserted road. In the faint light of a solitary lamp, a home on the outskirts stood motionless and silent. Yet within, there was a muffled bustle. Loud shouts and weak shadows danced over the walls. It was more than just an argument. It was something ferocious, passionate, and disturbing, even primordial. The air was broken abruptly by a loud bang that sounded like something big hitting the wall. Then there was the clear sound of a gunshot. Time seems to stop. After that, there was a terrible quiet that enveloped the area outside the home like a dense fog. Not a soul could be seen. Although no one was around to see it, the gun's piercing crack shattered the silence of the night like a piece of glass. Perth police got a desperate contact to the emergency services just minutes after the gunfire. The shaky, terrified voice of a woman indicated that there had been a shooting and that someone had been hurt. "He is not moving. God, please assist." The woman's voice broke as she screamed. Officers showed up at the scene as soon as the dispatcher deployed a patrol unit. Minutes later, a woman standing on the front lawn, clearly shaken, was visible through the flashing lights. Her entire body was shaking uncontrollably. Her eyes were wide with fear and she was pale. The cops found the house in a state of turmoil. The body of 38-year-old James Watson was in the living room. His physique was contorted in an abnormal way. A black pool of blood had started to spread across the floor, and his eyes were wide open. The walls and furnishings were stained by the blood that seeped into the carpet. Signs of a scuffle were immediately observed by the cops. There were toppled chairs and obvious signs of impact on the walls and furniture. Before the gun was fired, the whole room was in a state of chaos, suggesting a violent altercation. A shotgun with its barrel aimed at the door was resting next to the body. Although there were no indications of forceful entry, it initially appeared as though someone had broken into the house. In order to gather evidence, officers roped off the scene and dispatched forensic and investigative teams. They could see that this was no ordinary crime. It was the result of something far more intricate. They identified the woman they discovered on the lawn as the wife of Catherine Watson James. The paramedics on the scene attempted to calm her down because she was in shock. When she was taken to the police station, she was too upset to talk clearly, and her hands were covered in blood. She was limited to saying, "I didn't mean to. I had no idea how it would turn out." Investigators started looking for solutions. Asking the neighbors questions was the first step. But before to the gunfire, nobody had heard anything out of the ordinary. Mark Ridley, an elderly neighbor, reported that he's seen Catherine and James coming home together that night. He didn't give it much thought, although they appeared nervous. His statement was removed by the police, although it yielded no important clues. In the meantime, forensic specialists inside the home discovered an unsealed envelope containing multiple documents and photos, adding to the mounting evidence that the conflict had begun long before the gunshot on the kitchen table. Upon closer examination, the investigators discovered that several of the photographs depicted intimate moments from the family's lives, even if they didn't initially appear to be very significant. These pictures might be the key to figuring out why the tragedy happened. Investigators tried to piece together what had happened that night. After a stressful dinner at a restaurant, Catherine and James went home at around 8 p.m. Nothing had foreshadowed the impending disaster, but the supper had been unpleasant, according to people who knew them. James said he had to go and take care of something at one point, but Catherine urged he stayed. She informed him that they needed to talk about something. Catherine recommended that they unwind with a drink and spend the evening in silence after they arrived home. Leaving James in the living area, she took the envelope and headed upstairs. James remained downstairs as if oblivious to what was about to happen. After a while, Catherine returned downstairs with the papers firmly grasped in her hands. She put the envelope on the table in front of him, her face expressionless, and waited for his response. James's face transformed when he saw the envelope. Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, the anxiety in the room was evident. Despite her silence, Catherine's expression spoke a lot. There was a thick quiet. Right at this point, everything changed. They got into a furious debate that swiftly turned into a yelling contest. At one point, Catherine refused to let go of the documents and clutched onto the envelope when James tried to retrieve it. A damaged chair appeared as detectives inspected the room where the shot was fired. Been employed as a weapon. Photographs and documents, some of them blood-stained, were scattered on the floor. Every piece of evidence suggested that James and Catherine were fighting over the documents. Investigators came to the conclusion that James was attempting to seize something from Catherine when the gun was discharged. Catherine had fired the shotgun, as evidenced by the marks on the carpet and the shotgun's location. Police discovered a number of fascinating things when they gained access to James and Catherine's phones. In contrast to his regular conduct, James had shut off his phone around 10:30 p.m. James had gone at that time, according to surveillance footage from a camera outside their home, but he returned 10 minutes later. It was still unclear what he accomplished in those brief minutes. Still in a state of shock when she was taken to the police, Catherine was unable to provide a detailed account of what had happened. She said that they had begun to argue and that things eventually got out of hand. She said she couldn't recall how she got the shotgun in her hands. Although it was evident that she was under a lot of stress, detectives felt that there was more to her story. Investigators started looking into the Watsons' relationship in further detail. The couple had been married for 10 years, didn't have any kids, and seemed to lead a peaceful existence. However, Catherine became suspicious when neighbors saw that James had been spending less time at home lately. Even close friends and neighbors had seen the strain in their conversations, while no one knew exactly what was going on between them. The inquiry also found that Catherine had gotten in touch with a private investigator only a week prior to the incident. It was unclear why this was the case. It was unclear exactly what she was looking into, but it was possible that she was obtaining evidence against her spouse. The results of the forensic examination of the weapon discovered at the scene were given to the police later that night. When James's fingerprints were found on the shotgun, they appeared strange, as if he had handled it just once. This made investigators question whether the firearm may have been utilized by someone else at the crucial moment. Perth police visited Catherine and James Watson's house again the morning following the incident. As investigators attempted to piece together a more coherent picture of what had happened, forensic teams continued to collect evidence at the crime scene, which remained sealed off. The specifics cast doubt on the simplicity of this narrative, which at first glance seemed to be a spontaneous flash of hostility during an argument. The investigation's main detective, Richard Hale, made the decision to go over the surveillance film once more to make sure nothing had been missed. There was a little discrepancy between the frames of the video, which showed James leaving the house at 10:30 p.m. and coming back 10 minutes later. He was seen talking to someone in a car parked by the curb in the video. The face of the person James was speaking to was indistinguishable from the shadowy figure that the camera captured. Hale started looking into who might have been outside the house at that time, after realizing that this might be a significant lead. Detectives kept questioning Catherine in the meantime, but her mental condition remained unpredictable. She asserted that everything happened too fast and that she couldn't remember how things got out of hand. She spoke incoherently, and her eyes were empty. When he questioned her about the car that was captured on the surveillance camera, Detective Hale saw a momentary shift in her demeanor, as though she was trying to conceal something. The contents of the envelope discovered at the side were being carefully examined by detectives at the same time. Indeed, a professional investigator had taken a number of the photos inside. James was pictured with a young woman, but her face was never fully visible. The investigators' report listed a number of locations where they had met, including a motel on the outskirts of the city, a shopping mall parking lot, and a cafe in downtown Perth. The report, however, omitted the woman's identity, although it was still unclear how these photos related to the crime. Hale came to the conclusion that Catherine had hired the private investigator to track her husband. Investigators chose to go to the private investigator's office, who was listed in the report. They discovered Thomas Morgan, a man who appeared a little uncomfortable when he saw the detectives. According to Morgan, Catherine had called him approximately 2 weeks earlier, claiming that her husband had been acting strangely. She had a suspicion that he was cheating, but she didn't elaborate. Copies of the images captured over the course of a week of monitoring were presented to the police by Morgan. Although the woman's face was always obscured, it was evident from the photos that James and the woman were meeting. She was either turning away or wearing a hood. Morgan stated that just one day before to the terrible incident, he had given Catherine all of the collected material. After returning to Catherine, Detective Hale showed her the pictures that the private investigator had taken. She acknowledged that she had suspected James of being unfaithful, but her response was cold. She stated that in order to learn the truth and determine the course of their marriage, she planned to present him with the proof during a family meeting. She insisted, nevertheless, that she never intended to hurt him. After James saw the pictures and accused her of spying on him, things became out of hand for her. Although she couldn't recall the specifics, she said the debate escalated into a physical altercation and ultimately the fatal shooting. The forensic results of the fingerprints found on the shotgun were given to detectives as they attempted to ascertain whether Catherine's story was accurate. Forensic specialists concluded that although James's prints were on the gun, they had been there long before the shot was fired. Catherine had maintained that she had never touched the rifle and that it was kept in the house for safety. Since this claim ran counter to the forensic results, detectives started to believe that the weapon had been tampered with in an effort to deceive the authorities. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the security film showing James conversing with someone in a car. In an attempt to identify the license plate of the car and determine who might have been outside the Watsons' house that night, Detective Hale forwarded a copy of the video for additional examination. Detectives looked through Catherine and James's phone logs in anticipation of the results, hoping to find further hints. They learned that Catherine had texted her sister Lisa multiple times the night of the event. Suspicions were raised by the message's content. They appeared to be attempts at justification or explanation. "I didn't intend for things to go this way," one message read. Another included a meeting request. Hale was concerned since Lisa had not responded to these texts. In order to learn whether she was aware of what had happened that evening, he made the decision to summon her in for interrogation. Lisa looked uncomfortable when she got to the station. She acknowledged that although she hadn't spoken to Catherine the night of the event, she had done so the day before. They had talked about an impending family get-together, Lisa said. She claimed to have been at home all evening and to have no knowledge of what had transpired. Her apprehensive manner and tentative responses, however, gave the detectives cause for concern. Hale made the decision to confirm her alibi by looking through her location information and phone records. The results of the surveillance video analysis were given to investigators while the interrogation went on. Lisa was the owner of the license plate on the vehicle, parked outside the Watsons' residence. Their suspicions were aroused by this information, so Hale altered his questioning strategy throughout the interrogation and asked Lisa pointed questions regarding her whereabouts that evening. She initially attempted to justify her actions, but under duress she eventually acknowledged that she had been outside the house when James left. However, her reasoning was unclear. She never got out of the car, saying she had come to speak to her sister but left when she saw James. Hale was aware that something wasn't right. He went back to looking through Lisa's phone logs and found that the night of the event, she had gotten a message from James to come over right away. However, what could James have been talking about in private, and why would he phone Lisa when he was meant to be with Catherine? Another important piece of evidence was discovered by forensic specialists in the bedroom where Catherine claimed the argument started. Blood traces that did not belong to Catherine or James were found on the door handle. Detectives began to think that a third party had been involved in the fight as a result of this. Lisa's blood was identified through a DNA study. Despite Lisa's prior protestations, investigators now obtained evidence that she had been inside the residence. Lisa was presented with the fresh proof by the police. She attempted to excuse herself by saying she had simply come to keep Catherine safe, but she became alarmed and attempted to flee as James and Catherine began to argue. She maintained that she didn't know who fired the gun and had nothing to do with the crime. But as the interrogation went on, her tale became more complicated. Investigators were starting to feel that Catherine and Lisa could be concealing something. There were still too many unresolved problems, but they had a notion that James's potential affair might have led to a dispute between the sisters. Hale made the decision to temporarily release Lisa, requesting that she stay in town. He had the feeling that the mystery was almost solved, but that one crucial piece of information was still lacking to reveal the whole truth of that evening. Detective Richard Hale and his colleagues went back to the Watson residence the next day to conduct a more comprehensive examination. It became evident with every fresh clue that this was no ordinary crime. Hale believed that there was much more going on here than a tragic family dispute. Once more, the cops searched every room for information that could help them solve the case. They looked carefully at the pictures in the envelope. Although the woman's face was obscured and blurry in the private investigators' images that Catherine had commissioned, the detectives thought they were essential to the motivation. Because they were unable to identify her with certainty, this made the inquiry more difficult. Hale made the decision to re-interrogate Lisa, this time as a possible suspect rather than a witness, while the forensic team carried on with their investigation. Lisa agreed to cooperate despite her anxious appearance. Hale decided to present in a more straightforward manner. Given the blood analysis results on the door handle, he questioned her about why, if she had stated she never left her car, her blood was discovered inside the residence. Lisa attempted to clarify once more, but her responses lacked conviction. Although her explanation looked tenuous, she implied that she might have unintentionally scratched herself as she entered the residence. Though he was positive there was more to her story than she was revealing, Hale opted to give her some time after realizing that pressing any farther would not be fruitful. Investigators examined Lisa and James's phone logs in the interim. James had sent Lisa a number of texts shortly before he passed away, which they discovered. One text said, "Come over immediately," while another gave the meeting place. Hale thought James had a feeling something catastrophic was going to happen because of the frantic, almost desperate tone of the communications. He gave his staff instructions to look more closely at their previous exchanges to determine whether any encounters or messages were comparable. Investigators also started looking through James's social media and email accounts, discovering a series of exchanges between James and Lisa that went back several weeks. During these conversations, James and Lisa talked about some important actions that needed to be done immediately. The messages alluded to a strategy, but they were ambiguous. Hale began to piece together that James and Lisa's relationship went beyond a simple familial tie. Catherine continued to feel stressed as the investigation progressed. In an effort to shed further light on what had happened that evening, detectives made the decision to question her again. Catherine was hesitant to talk about her sister when Hale started inquiring about her connection with Lisa. Although they had been close, she said that in recent months their relationship had soured. Although Catherine didn't elaborate, she did imply that there had been disagreements in their family, not all of which had to do with James seeing an opening. Hal put more pressure on Catherine, asking if she was aware that James had been seeing Lisa. She didn't respond when he showed her the messages on James's phone. She stated that she was unaware of these meetings, and that the only reason she had a suspicion was that James might be disloyal to Lisa, but not to another woman. Hale recognized then that either Catherine was purposefully concealing the truth, or she really didn't know anything. The detectives changed their emphasis and chose to look into Lisa's house. After obtaining a search warrant, they went to her home to collect additional evidence. They discovered a notebook including notes from phone conversations and meetings with James throughout the search. Names, dates, and places were listed, including the residence of Catherine and James. This demonstrated that Lisa might have been organizing her visits in addition to being aware of James's every move. Hale started to believe Lisa was a major contributor to what had occurred. After more investigation, a picture of Lisa and James together at the beach was found in Lisa's home. They looked really close, and the photo seemed to be fresh. This turned into a crucial lead. Hale now understood that James and Lisa were in a romantic connection, one that Catherine had purposefully disregarded or had not detected. In the meantime, forensic specialists finished examining the shotgun. Lisa's fingerprints were found on the weapon, according to the results, but they were left behind after James's. Because of this, investigators concluded that Lisa handled the shotgun after James had already suffered injuries. Hale started to worry that Lisa might have altered the scene of the crime in order to deceive the investigators. Investigators also discovered video from a hotel where James and Lisa had first met. Before Lisa departed and James remained, the footage shows them conversing and debating things. Their close-knit conduct was another evidence of a relationship that Catherine was not aware of. The idea that Lisa and James were part of something more complex and that their covert relationship had been a significant factor in the events leading up to that terrible night was reinforced by this. Hale made a snap decision. Calling Lisa back to the station, he showed her the additional evidence: photos, videos, and fingerprints. This time, Lisa made an effort to maintain her composure, but she broke under strain. Indeed, she had been seeing James behind Catherine's back, she acknowledged. She clarified that she never meant to ruin her sister's marriage, but that their affair had begun more than a year prior. Everything was kept under wraps until Catherine hired a private investigator after she started to suspect James of adultery. Hale persisted, inquiring as to what Lisa and James had talked about that evening. According to Lisa, James had requested a meeting to discuss the best way to tell Catherine the truth. However, things rapidly spiraled out of control. She acknowledged that she hadn't meant to meddle when she had entered the residence, but when she went inside after hearing the yelling, she discovered Catherine and James struggling. She claims that she attempted to stop them but was unable to do so in time. Investigators started confirming her account, but every piece of evidence suggested Lisa was inside the house when the crime was committed. Her presence was verified by fingerprints, blood analysis, and surveillance footage. Comments: it was still unclear if she was a direct participant in the altercation or just a bystander. Hale, however, was positive that she was concealing more than she was admitting. Investigators looked into James and Lisa's financial records in the interim. They learned that James had made a sizable transfer to Lisa's account just prior to the incident. The cause for it was still unknown, although it appeared to be payment for something. Hale started to believe Lisa was part of a bigger scheme, possibly even planning the crime. The forensic squad gave cops a breakthrough later that night. In the bedroom of Catherine and James, they had discovered Lisa's phone concealed beneath the mattress. The detectives' suspicions were validated when they discovered text messages on the phone. James and Lisa had been preparing to attack Catherine and set her up for it. Various aspects of the plan were covered in the communications, but for some reason, things didn't work out as planned. Hale ordered Lisa to be detained after realizing they had enough evidence to arrest her. Later, when she was being questioned, she backed into a corner and acknowledged that there had been a plot. She said that if she didn't assist James in getting rid of Catherine, he would expose her. She maintained, though, that the gunshot was an accident. and that she never meant for things to escalate to this point. Hale was aware that he was getting close to cracking the case, but there was still a crucial question. If Lisa and James had conspired to plot everything, why did it go wrong, and who actually fired the shot? Detective Richard Hale believed that the puzzle was finally coming together. But there was still a critical point that needed to be answered. Why had James and Lisa's plan failed? And who had actually pulled the trigger? Although Lisa's confession and the evidence gathered suggested a plot, the specifics were still unknown. Lisa insisted throughout the interrogation that she was not involved in the crime and never meant to hurt James. She attempted to persuade the cops that their initial strategy was only to fabricate an event to give the impression that Catherine had assaulted James. However, she claims that as things got out of hand, she was left on the sidelines, not knowing what to do when the conflict started. Even though Hale paid close attention, he could sense that Lisa was still hiding something. He made the decision to do a last examination of the case in order to piece together the whole series of events that transpired that evening. To make sure they hadn't missed anything, the detectives went back to the Watson residence and meticulously went over the surveillance tape and the crime scene. Forensic specialists discovered a little but important hint on the shotgun during the re-examination that had previously gone overlooked. Tests on a piece of hair discovered beneath the stock showed it belonged to Catherine. Hale hesitated at this revelation. Before or immediately after the shot was discharged, Catherine might have held the gun. It also clarified the confusion in her account. Perhaps she simply was unable to recall the events of those pivotal moments when emotions were running high. The cops also looked through Catherine's pre-shooting phone logs. They learned that she had booked a private investigator and set up a meeting for the following day. This demonstrated her sincere desire to address the matter and perhaps make James responsible for his adultery. But why had things turned tragic if she had such intentions? Hale made the decision to go over Catherine's remarks again. He wanted to know if she had been part of the conflict or if she had been deceived. He started asking her more pointed questions right away, but Catherine insisted she couldn't remember the specifics. She explained that she and James got into a fight and that he attempted to steal the envelope containing the pictures from her. Everything happened too quickly, and then everything simply vanished. Detectives discovered a surveillance camera in the living room that they had previously overlooked as the inquiry went forward. The case took an unexpected turn when it was discovered that James had installed the camera himself. James and Catherine were seen fighting on the video. Lisa's voice could be heard even though she wasn't on camera. She was telling James to stop and that they needed to find a peaceful solution. There was a violent altercation when Catherine pushed James aside when he attempted to take the envelope from her. Catherine lost control of the situation, as seen on the video. Lisa rushed into the room to try to break up the fight as James seized her wrists. Despite placing herself between them, she managed to hold the shotgun. She seemed to want to defuse the situation, but it didn't work out that way. The pivotal moment was caught on camera when Lisa accidentally pointed the shotgun toward James in an effort to frighten him while she was in a panic. The gun went off as James made a quick movement. Lisa stood motionless, but Catherine fell to the ground. She gazed at James, who was lying on the ground, still holding the shotgun, for a few seconds. Her expression twisted in sheer horror. She dropped the weapon slowly and sprinted out of sight. Shocked and shaking, Catherine slowly stood up and urgently called emergency services. She spoke in a scared, tremulous voice. Detective Hale instantly realized what had happened. Lisa had fired the gun in a moment of utter terror, perhaps without even recognizing what she was doing, as she was stuck in the heart of the growing fight. When the situation reached a breaking point, James and Lisa's plan to conduct an attack and hold Catherine accountable had failed. The disaster was unavoidable since Lisa lost control due to her overwhelming anxiety. Hale made the decision to charge Lisa with involuntary manslaughter in order to wrap up the case. She sobbed and insisted that she never meant to hurt anyone, but there was no denying the proof. Although her actions were motivated by panic, the investigators acknowledged that she had known she was carrying a gun and had the option to not use it. Catherine was still in disbelief after discovering the whole truth. She understood that her sister was the one who had eventually caused James's death, not just a co-conspirator. Catherine agreed to cooperate with the inquiry, despite her grief, giving the authorities all the evidence they needed to close the case. Lisa ultimately entered a guilty plea in court and received a 6-year prison sentence for conspiracy to stage a crime and involuntary manslaughter. Determined to move on from the awful events that had permanently changed her family's lives, Catherine left Perth to begin a new life. None of the players had anticipated how the narrative would conclude. Deception, manipulation, and covert activities culminated in a disaster brought on by bad choices and a loss of control. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nashville, Tennessee saw a devastating event in March 2020 that had an impact well beyond its boundaries. In addition to upsetting the local community, Holly Williams and William Lanway's tragic deaths sparked a national dialogue on the widespread problems of mental health disorders, domestic violence, and the destructive effects of turbulent relationships. The horrific circumstances surrounding their deaths, the investigation that followed, and the story's wider ramifications for domestic violence awareness will all be covered in this film. More than just a narrative of loss, this one is a potent warning that emphasizes how crucial it is to spot the warning signs of abusive relationships and how urgent it is to get help. Come along with us as we work through the intricacies of their lives and the lessons this tragedy has to offer. 31-year-old Holly Williams was well known for her vivacious demeanor, contagious laugh, and compassionate disposition. She was characterized as a cherished friend, sister, and daughter who made everyone around her happy. Holly's life was full of possibilities, and she had goals and dreams. Beneath her cheerful facade, though, Holly battled relationship issues, especially with her ex-boyfriend William Lanway. Holly, who grew up in Nashville, has strong ties to the area. She was supported through thick and thin by her close-knit family. Friends remembered Holly's love of adventure and her enthusiasm for life. She loved being outside, traveling, and savoring time spent with those she cared about. Sadly, her connection with William would turn out to be a major obstacle, overshadowing her lively personality. Born in 1988, William Lanway had a tumultuous history filled with unpredictable and violent conduct. A few years before to their untimely deaths, he and Holly started dating. At first, their relationship appeared to be normal, full of the promise and excitement that come with youthful love. But as time passed, their relationship's dynamics started to change. Holly's family and friends observed that William had a history of jealousy and was possessive. There were several breakups and reconciliations as a result of their unstable relationship. Holly tried to put some distance between herself and William, but he found it difficult to accept their breakup, which resulted in increasingly troubling conduct. In their relationship, Holly's loved ones observed indications of emotional abuse. William repeatedly displayed domineering behavior by keeping tabs on Holly's social connections and demanding to know where she was. There were rumors that William was verbally insulting Holly, which made her feel even more alone and afraid. Holly frequently confided in her friends about her difficulties and her worries about William's instability and fury. Understanding the terrible conclusion of their story requires knowledge of the history of domestic abuse in their relationship. The pair had previously been the subject of multiple domestic disturbance calls handled by law enforcement. Holly claimed to have felt intimidated and worried about her safety in these situations. One significant instance occurred in early 2020 when Holly went to the police after William had followed her around and showed up at her house without permission. In violation of her attempts to establish space, he even made repeated attempts to get in touch with her via social media and phone conversations. As William's actions worsened, Holly's worries grew, and she started to worry more about her safety. Holly tried to put herself out of the situation, but she was entangled in a web of intimidation and emotional manipulation. Friends saw that Holly frequently felt bad about leaving William because she was afraid of his reaction and possible injury. She frequently battled the dread of reprisals, which is a typical occurrence for many people in violent relationships. Holly's circumstances become more vulnerable in the days preceding the disaster. Holly was reported missing on March 1, 2020, when she did not come home from a night out with friends. When they were unable to get in touch with her, frightened relatives became concerned for her safety and called the police. The police soon discovered Holly's turbulent connection with William when they started their inquiry. Red flags were raised right away when friends and relatives shared information about Holly's anxieties and previous encounters with William. Given William's violent and domineering past, the authorities were aware of the possible threat Holly posed. Police were notified by a 911 call about a disturbance at a nearby hotel on March 3. According to witnesses, William and Holly got into a furious dispute. Even though the police were called to the location, both people had already departed by the time they got there. This interaction brought to light the growing strain in their relationship. Holly's acquaintances reported that she had been missing for a few days on March 4, 2020. Concern for her safety increased as alarm bells began to ring. In the past, Holly had shared her worries about William with her friends, which made them think that something horrible might have occurred. When a construction worker found an abandoned automobile at a Nashville construction site on March 5, 2020, the inquiry took a disastrous turn. The bodies of Holly Williams and William Lanway were found in the car, which was later determined to be Holly's. It was a somber and startling scene. It was soon established by the authorities that William had died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and Holly had been shot several times. The neighborhood was rocked by this finding, which prompted an investigation into what happened before this awful conclusion. It became evident during the course of the investigation that William had killed Holly before killing himself. The terrible effects of a dysfunctional relationship marked by violence and control were brought to light by this sad murder-suicide. Eric, a married man who had been linked with Holly through her escort service under the nickname Lila Love, was a major driving force behind the convoluted web of deceit, treachery, and violence that started the inquiry into the killings of Holly Williams and Bill Lanway. When Holly's boyfriend Bill broke into her escort account and discovered private information about her clients, Eric's life took a terrible turn. Knowing that disclosing his contact with an escort could ruin his marriage and standing in the community, Bill exploited this information to blackmail Eric. Instead of submitting to Bill's demands, Eric turned to Gil, his private security guard, for assistance. Thinking Lila Love was a fictitious name, he first assigned Gil the duty of determining Holly's real identity. But under the pretense of looking into a missing woman, Gil recruited Brian Brockway and his brother Chad, who worked in security as well. Thinking he was assisting someone in need, Chad researched Holly in great detail. As the inquiry went on, it became evident that Eric's problems were not being caused by Holly. He was being extorted for money by Bill. Another security contractor, Adam Carey, finally faced Holly head-on after recognizing the complex dynamics at work. Adam chose to convey messages to Holly and Bill after unraveling the network of blackmail, and on March 11, 2020, he followed Bill to a grocery shop. Eric made a crucial choice that evening after Bill called him, likely to demand more money. Eric gave Adam and Brian permission to murder Holly and Bill if needed. The murders occurred on March 12 in Nashville, where Brian and Adam flew to shortly after. They were seen departing together at around 11:40 p.m. on security footage taken from Holly's residence. Gunshots were heard shortly after departing, and persistent yelling suggested a parking lot ambush. According to the video, Holly was unintentionally shot during the commotion, and Bill was singled out for his blackmailing actions. When Brian and Adam realized Holly was still alive, they shot her once more to be sure she wouldn't live. The killers dumped Holly's car in a landfill after the killings, then drove to Memphis, where Adam dropped Brian off at the airport before heading back to North Carolina. As if the murder for hire were a routine service, Eric inexplicably left a positive evaluation for Gil's security company, Speartip. The FBI looked into Eric's finances more after this internet review raised suspicions, and found that he had paid the murderers almost $1 million, 0 cents. Detectives spent 2 years trying to make sense of a lot of dead ends in the case. Since Eric could easily argue that he had hired the security team to look into Holly and Bill's identity rather than to kill them, they were looking for concrete proof that would connect him to the killings. Chad Brockway, who had first helped collect information on Holly without realizing the scope of the investigation, was the person the police chose to speak with. Chad went undercover to get further information after discovering the truth and consented to assist the authorities. When Chad reached out to Adam in his undercover capacity, he was startlingly candid about his readiness to carry out murder for pay. After the conversation verified that Adam was aware of the murder for hire procedure, Chad and Brian met at a restaurant while Chad was wearing a wire. After being quiet at first, Brian later boasted about the killings, claiming that he had overpowered Bill and that Adam was eager to kill Holly. This startling discovery exposed the murderer's lack of regret and created a troubling portrait of them. To stop Brian, Adam, and Gil from escaping, the authorities planned their simultaneous arrests on December 10, 2021, but they held off on arresting Eric right away because they wanted hard proof that he planned the killings. Investigators offered Gil a proposal after the three guys were taken into custody. He could lessen his own charges if he assisted them. In order to get Eric to disclose his objectives, they came up with a scheme for Gil to phone him and pretend to ask for more money. In passing, Eric stated that he would prefer to completely remove Adam and Brian's threat rather than just pay them off. He gave the police the crucial piece of evidence they needed to charge him when he said they had to be sure they wouldn't be back in 6 months. Shortly after, on his way back from a hunting trip, Eric was arrested. Gil entered guilty pleas to murder for hire, abduction conspiracy, and kidnapping resulting in death. By December 2022, he fulfilled his promise to testify against the other three while awaiting punishment. In November 2023, Eric, Adam, and Brian's trial was held in a tumultuous courtroom, with each defendant having their own attorney. According to their argument, Gil deceived Eric into hiring them, and the killings were accidental rather than the result of planned acts of violence. Gil's thorough evidence, however, refuted their assertions and emphasized that the first goal was only to frighten Bill and Holly. After deliberating for 2 weeks and 7 hours, the jury found Adam and Brian guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit kidnapping that results in death, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Eric was convicted of both conspiracy to conduct kidnapping and conspiracy to commit murder for hire. Hearings are scheduled for 2024, and each could receive a life sentence. Following this tragedy, the people of Nashville came together to support Holly's friends and family. To commemorate Holly's legacy, vigils were conducted during which family members told tales of her generosity, tenacity, and influence on their lives. The community's dedication to increasing awareness about domestic violence was demonstrated by the overwhelming support. By sharing her experience on social media, Holly's family pushed for increased understanding and assistance for victims of domestic abuse. They underlined how important it is for people in comparable circumstances to realize they are not alone and to get help. Discussions concerning the need for better support networks for victims of domestic abuse were sparked by the terrible circumstances surrounding Holly's death. This case was also used by advocacy groups to support training programs that increase public understanding of the warning indicators of domestic violence. To raise awareness of the value of identifying unhealthy relationships and offering assistance to those in need, they planned seminars and events throughout Nashville. Nashville's city government also took action against domestic abuse after Holly's death. They started efforts to give victims access to resources including hotlines, counseling, and legal support. The response from the community showed a dedication to stopping similar tragedies in the future and helping victims of domestic abuse. That concludes our in-depth analysis of Holly Williams and William Lanway's unfortunate story for today. We hope that this inquiry clarifies the intricacies and ramifications of the decisions taken. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video shows 47-year-old Fiona Beale, a primary school teacher at Eastfield Academy in Northampton, dancing sloppily in front of the pupils. Every one of her pupils enjoyed having her as their instructor. She was a committed educator who wished to make the most of her students' school time. Nobody in this video has yet to comprehend that Fiona's tale will be featured on newspaper front pages in a few months. We will thus talk about the events that took place in England in 2021 today. The details of Fiona Beale's early years are scarce. She was a lovely and amiable woman who liked her work and her students, according to many who knew her. She lived in Northampton, which is roughly 60 miles northwest of London, with her partner Nicholas Billingham, 42. According to the 2021 census, The total population of the urban area is close to 250,000, making it one of the biggest towns in England. Moore Street was the residence of Nick and Fiona, and it was on this peaceful street that the events of today took place. They spent 17 years together. Naturally, Fiona and Nick experienced highs and lows like any other couple. Here's what I know about Fiona and Nick's connection, though many facts will likely be revealed later as this case was concluded approximately 2 weeks ago. According to Leslie Oldham, who knew the couple well, I thought she was really nice. Leslie remembered that although they weren't holding hands or smitten, they appeared content enough. She was quite courteous and talkative when Nick invited her around for tea. You never knew how long a relationship would continue with Nick, because he was always a little of a ladies' man and liked being pampered by women. When Nick and Fiona became infected with a virus that was then circulating the globe in November 2021, their love ended. After testing positive for the virus, Fiona and Nick had to separate themselves, she told her loved ones, on November 1, 2021. All they needed to do was complete an online application and spend 10 days at home, but she texted her sister the very following day to let her know that Nick had broken up with her and gone out with someone else. It's crucial to remember that it happened in early November 2021. Nicholas Billingham remained in contact with his friends and family after splitting from Fiona Beale. He sent his mother a text message claiming that he had fled with Faye. He claimed to be content and to have a wonderful new life. After 10 days at home, Fiona went back to work after her recuperation. When she returned to work, co-workers who had learned about the breakup gave her a lot of encouraging comments. But many saw that she was affected by the separation with Nick. Nearly 4 months after splitting with Nick, at the end of February 2022, her mental health started to decline. She could no longer live in a home that made her think of Nick all the time. She thus relocated to Cumbria, which is roughly 200 miles away from Northampton. Her family members were alarmed by the text she sent them on March 15, 2022. Her relatives phoned the police because they were so concerned. Police discovered Beale gravely hurt in a bath at a Lake District property she was renting while doing a welfare check. Constable Josh Parkin spoke in court about how he first thought she was dead and how ominous music was coming from her cell phone. According to Parkin, "I saw a female laying in the bath, completely naked. It looked like bodily fluids in the bath, leading me to believe the individual was deceased. What I would describe as sinister acoustic music was playing from a mobile phone that was next to her. I immediately requested an ambulance to attend our location. I suggested that we tried to get her out of the bath to perform CPR. She then roused and became somewhat conscious. I pulled quite violently on her ear to try and get a pain response. She moaned and went to turn over in the bath. We sat her up, and that's when she started to become emotional. I discovered a blue notebook that was leather-bound and had a logo of some kind on the front. The fact that the paper and the parting note were identical at the time held significance for me. It was evident from a cursory glance at the notebook that it contained information about her mental health at the time. I remembered that the last page of the book mentioned both vomiting and defecating. At the time, I believed it to be essentially a continuation of the farewell note. Fiona left a second message for the home's owner along with her bank card. The message read, "This is my PIN, don't go into the bathroom." Fiona was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and as the doctors treated her, the cops took a closer look at her notebook. They discovered something evil there. Constable Lawson rejected the notes as ramblings, even though they seemed to describe Beale killing someone. He also stated that he did not think anyone had been killed at that point. The notes seemed to be ramblings, he claimed. In a statement, Constable Roy Williams, a colleague, stated that he too thought the notes were ramblings, but that there were some extremely unsettling elements. I believe these comments to be a delusional fantasy, as Beale appeared to be having a mental health episode. Because of the book's substance, we were unable to overlook the statement. She said her long-term partner was not a very nice man, and that she had killed him. Fiona wrote in her notebook, "Everything changed last year. You be sweet to them, especially your wife. My husband wasn't sweet to me. I suppose I ought to explain what happened to get me to this point. My mental health had been deteriorating. Whenever he was cheating, he would up the ante on belittling, moaning, and criticizing. I have to confess. Okay, here goes. October 2021, he spat on me and threatened me during intimate contact. I thought about leaving, but the things he said and did fueled my dark side. I call her Tulip 22. She's reckless, fearless, and efficient. Ruthless. I started plotting as Tulip 22 after he'd gone to bed. I could no longer sleep in the bed due to my breathing being too loud, or I moved too much, or I was snoring. Another notebook entry mentioned that Nick had been nasty and mean for 17 years, and that she decided she couldn't let him get away with it because of his disgusting behavior on Halloween. Another entry stated, "That night I planned pandemic rules, meant I had a guaranteed 10-day isolation period from positive symptoms. I called the school administration on Monday and said we'd tested positive and had symptoms. He went to work. Tulip 22 smoked and planned. I'd planned it mentally so many times before. I had a bath. I left the water in. I encouraged the bath with the incentive of intimate contact. Afterwards, while he was in the bath, I kept the knife in my dressing gown pocket and then hid it in the drawer next to the bed. I brought a chisel, bin bag, and cable ties up too." She made him put on an eye mask before stabbing him, according to the note. The notes that followed read, "Still, my actions haunt me. I sometimes have to catch myself and remember what I did and then remember my cover story." Neither seemed convincing. I got him to wear an eye mask. It was harder than I thought it would be. Hiding a body was bad. Moving a body is much more difficult than it looks on TV. I am sorry I didn't leave him. I am sorry I let him rip my self-esteem and self-worth apart. I am sorry. I am weak. I am sorry for what I did. Yes, I am alive currently, but it's more like a waiting room. People will blame my mental health. I should have, could have fixed myself. Do I regret what I did? Of course I do. I'm not a monster. It had been building up for so long. The funny thing is that he was such an unlikable person, I only had to send a few texts. No one seemed bothered. I don't think anyone would have looked for him. Beale had written in her journal that Billingham why she stabbed him. Recall that Nicholas Billingham vanished on November 1, 2021, and he only used text messages to communicate with his loved ones after that. The police visited Fiona Beale's residence on Moore Street, where she and Nick resided, the day after they finished reading her notebook. In their hasty inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary, but when they came back the following day, they discovered a few things, such as a mattress in the cellar that was noticeably covered in blood when it was moved. More evidence was discovered when the police returned to Moore Street on March 19. A body was discovered buried in the backyard by forensic investigators and specialized search teams, which included a cadaver dog. Buried beneath bark, chippings, soil, wooden sheeting, concrete building blocks, bricks and planks, plastic bags, rubble, mortar, polystyrene, laminate flooring, and pieces of fabric and vinyl recovered from a constructed structure concealing the body, Billingham's remains were discovered wrapped in carpet. The eyes were covered with a sleep mask. On the inside, the words, "This is my morning after face," were printed. According to the police spokesperson, he was not given any dignity or opportunity to die because of the way he was wrapped in cables, hose pipes, plastic bags, and construction debris. It displays complete disdain. One day after the body was found, a post-mortem was performed. It has been determined that he was killed by a single stab wound to the right side of his neck, which cut the esophagus and trachea and crossed the right jugular vein. Moderate force would have been needed for this. It is impossible to rule out severe force. Fiona Beale was taken into custody by the authorities on March 22, 2022, and accused with killing Nicholas Billingham. When Nick's family learned of his passing, they were crushed. Fiona's use of Nick's phone to text them and his buddies startled them. One of these texts was shown to reporters by Nick's mother, Yvonne Valentine. "Nick has been taken from us far too early and will always be in our hearts," said Nick's family in a statement. "We've been overwhelmed with offers of kind support and words of comfort from so many beautiful people, and know that he will be sadly missed by all his friends, family, and loved ones. Our heart aches for Nick. He was a gorgeous little boy, and we have so many cherished memories of him growing up, and we're so proud of the man he became." Fiona Beale's co-workers and her students' parents were shocked to hear that the adored teacher had a darker side. "We are particularly mindful of the impact this news will have on the children, and we'll be doing everything we can to support both pupils and staff as we work through this difficult time together. This is an appalling tragedy that will shake our school community to its roots, and it's at times like this that we must rally around each other," support each other, and be kind to each other. The administration of the school where Fiona worked issued a statement saying, "We were shocked and saddened to hear that one of our teaching staff has been charged with a very serious offense and is now remanded in custody." Nick passed away on November 20, 2021, after the police began their investigation. In the days that followed, Fiona made every effort to conceal any evidence of the crime she had orchestrated. Fiona understood that by informing everyone that she had the virus, she would have 10 days to avoid being bothered. She allegedly falsified the test results in order to complete an online application form. Fiona never took the test, according to the evidence. She claimed to be suffering from the crippling effects of the virus following the murder, yet her conduct during those 10 days were incongruous with those symptoms. Using her deceased partner's and subsequently her own Amazon account, she purchased a number of cleaning supplies, including for Venetian blinds, a new mop and bucket, ultra-heavy-duty bin bags, a new mattress, bedding, clothes, wall art, and mirrors. The cleanup began as early as 1:07 a.m. on November 2. She added 3 rolls of duct tape to a Tesco order that included many cleaning supplies later that same day. She bought a stainless steel digging shovel, heavy-duty long gardening gloves, a galvanized incineration bin, garden leaves, and a wood burner at 2:19 p.m. She eventually purchased other items to dispose of the body, as well as numerous items for her personal comfort and delight, including apparel, scented candles, shampoos, chocolates, and soft furnishings. Fiona went shopping nearly 2 weeks after killing Nick. On November 13, she was seen purchasing a variety of goods from supermarket cameras, including building supplies that she would later use to construct a cemetery. The cops revealed the CCTV footage. As I mentioned before, Fiona spent several months texting Nick's friends and family in an attempt to pass for him. She also extended an invitation for Nick's mother to come see her. On December 23, 2021, as her son was buried in the backyard, Ms. Valentine recounted how Beale invited her to her house for a Christmas drink. "You moved the furniture to obscure views to the garden. Why? To stop anyone seeing where you had buried my son. You sat in your front room with me, having a casual chat with me, having a Christmas drink with me, and the whole time you knew that you had killed my son and buried him only feet from where I was sat." Ms. Valentine said in her victim impact statement that Beale continued to go about her personal life and work as usual, showing no signs of depression or trauma. There was evidence to the contrary. She was enjoying what she referred to as a new life in one of her erased files, after killing a partner she no longer liked and likely suspected of having an affair. Fiona Beale first protested her culpability during the trial, but she eventually acknowledged that she killed Nick, saying it was an involuntary crime. The prosecutor, however, thought otherwise. He said during the trial that during their 17-year romance, Nicholas Billingham had cheated on Beale with other women. Despite leaving the defendant a few times, Nicholas Billingham always came back to her, and she welcomed him. He stated, "One of the women he slept with became pregnant and gave birth to his child. Instead of leaving him, she worked out a plan on how and when to kill him, where to conceal his body, how to cover up and explain his disappearance to others, and to explain her own absence from work when she killed him." However, defense lawyer Andrew Wheeler informed the jury in a brief statement read following the prosecution's opening argument that Beale had suffered from mental health issues for years prior to the murder, as a result of Mr. Billingham's coercive actions. Beale's attorney, Wheeler, continued, "We submit that in fact this case is not as straightforward as the prosecution suggests. Miss Beale is 49 years of age. She is a lady of good character, a partner to Nicholas Billingham for some 17 years, a hard-working and thoroughly liked schoolteacher. In essence, a lady about whom you will hear many good things as you listen to the evidence." Wheeler next asked the jury, "How does that person go on to kill? There is no dispute in this case that she unlawfully killed Nicholas Billingham. What this case is really about is her state of mind. You will hear that she has, over the years, struggled with her mental health. As you will hear, the defense lawyer described Nicholas Billingham as psychologically controlling and wearing her down over time. She was worn down till she was practically broken over the years. We surrender to you." Many of the specifics of the actual act itself are difficult for Fiona Beale to remember. The teacher continued to work as usual, even traveling to London with the class, according to the court. However, Beale started messaging the head teacher frequently to claim she was sick a few weeks after her capital visit. When the worried head teacher called Beale's mother after receiving the texts in March, she disclosed that Beale had informed her that she was leaving on a school residential trip. After that, the head teacher reported her missing to the police. She was located by Cumbrian police at a rental address close to Kendal. But Beale informed the officer that she didn't want her family to know her precise whereabouts and that all she needed was some peaceful time. Fiona Beale eventually modified her initial statement and completely accepted her guilt, but not before Beale sent a message to her family saying, "I'm so sorry, I love you all very much." The officer then sent the message to Beale's mother, and 3 days later, they went to the lodge. She then described her personal and professional life to the jury at Northampton Crown Court, claiming that Billingham had made cleaning a major point of contention between them and had thrown a dinner plate against a wall twice. Beale said that she was administered antidepressants while attending college. She claimed that when they first started dating, Billingham, who was working as a builder with his stepfather, was incredibly kind and considerate. Little by little, Billingham had changed. "I remember when we were in a flat," Beale said in the opening statement to the court. "I had left a cloth with cleaner on it, and it stained a worktop. It didn't seem really serious, but then cleaning became a huge issue throughout the years, and rather than laughing things off, I would get told off." Beale also mentioned that everything had to be exactly how her partner wanted it during mealtimes. Beale said, "I couldn't tell you when it started. It just got worse, and it lasted till the end. Items placed in cupboards had to be placed facing outwards. While there were a couple of occasions when he threw a plate of dinner at the wall, I lost a lot of confidence. It started with joking that I wasn't doing something, and then it just crept into being nasty about it." She also revealed that prior to killing Nick, she had threatened to kill him so that he couldn't do to another woman what he did to her. Nick's mother, Yvonne, spoke after the guilty plea, saying it was painful to know that her son's killer offered her a drink as he was buried a few feet away. "How you could hate someone that much to do what she did. I can't believe it," and apparently, his last word was "why" when she stabbed him in the neck. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Ebolia Ryan, 47, a mother of 3, had been anticipating spending the holiday season with her kids on December 1, 2014. Her plans were tragically derailed, and she was never able to spend her favorite season with her loved ones. On December 4, 2014, 3 days after her murder, the Abu Dhabi Police Department made an arrest in the city, ending their ceaseless investigation into the ruthless killing. After the arrest, it became clear that this case wasn't as straightforward as it first appeared, and an unexpected motivation was discovered, which put the authorities on high alert once more. Who was this woman who had been arrested by the Abu Dhabi police? What may she have done that would have put the investigators under a time crunch? The woman who was taken into custody was Alaa Badr Abdullah al-Hashemi, age 38. Her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, and their 6 children resided in the United Arab Emirates, where she was born in Yemen. When Alaa chose to carry out a terrible act, her youngest kid was just 10 months old and her oldest was 10 years old. All of her children, young and naive, were ignorant of the evil plans their mother harbored. Alaa began implementing her ideas on Monday, December 1, 2014. In accordance with one understanding of hijab, she put on her black gloves and covered her face with a veiled niqab, a typically black covering worn by Muslim women to cover their faces. Just before 1 p.m., she left her home. Alaa went to the well-known boutique mall on Al Reem Island in Abu Dhabi that same day. Alaa was very unconcerned, even though she knew that the mall had fully operational CCTV cameras and that security was keeping an eye on her. She refused to go back or leave the mall without completing her tasks. Around 1:13 p.m., Alaa went into the mall and rode the elevator. Alaa spoke briefly with a security guard after stepping out of the lift and making her way to the mall's restroom, where she ran into Ebolia Ryan, a 47-year-old lady. After some waiting, Alaa struck with full power and fatally stabbed Ebolia while she was by herself. Shortly after leaving the restroom, Allah ran back to the lobby and climbed into the elevator. The mall patrons quickly became aware of what had transpired in the restroom. Allah fled the building as they came out in the foyer, still reeling from the horrific murder that had just occurred. Even though boutique mall security was typically strict, Allah was able to evade the guards. Fortunately, the security footage had caught every step she made. The terrible incident was reported to the Abu Dhabi Police Department by the mall security, and as soon as investigators got on the site, an investigation into Ibelia Ryan's murder was started. Born and raised in Romania, she was a kindergarten teacher who was Hungarian-American. Before going through a divorce, she and her husband Paul Ryan moved to Sopron, Hungary in 2006 with their twin sons Adam and Aiden and daughter Tamaya. Ibelia followed her career wherever it took her when she and her spouse parted ways. Ibelia had a varied teaching career over the following few years, working in 4 different countries including the US. She had been living in Abu Dhabi for about a year, with Abu Dhabi being her final destination. In addition to teaching there, she also played the role of a loving mother to her twin boys, ages 11 and 12, who shared their Abu Dhabi home with her. Tamaya, Ibolia's 13-year-old daughter, was then residing in Vienna, Austria, with her father, her ex-husband Paul Ryan. In the United Arab Emirates, Ibelia had dedicated her life to the field of education. Despite being in an unfamiliar place, she adapted to her new surroundings rather well. In addition to the traditional duties of teaching, she also took on the role of mentor, greatly advancing the professional development of her colleagues. She was well known for her unwavering commitment to her career, and it was clear from her actions that her primary goal was to guide her students toward a brighter future. Ibelia was a lighthouse of compassion and generosity, embodying a feeling of purity in our world. She led a life filled with a deep sense of purpose, constantly working to improve the lives of those she came into contact with. As the holidays drew near, Ibelia had made plans to visit the boutique mall for some shopping on December 1, 2014, before returning home to her twins. She had no idea, however, that fate had other ideas for her. The suspect was fully hidden from head to toe, making it extremely difficult for officials to identify him during the early phases of the investigation. This also prompted them to speculate that the offender might be a man wearing a disguise. Abu Dhabi police released a public statement on December 3, 2014, a few days after the terrible death of Ibelia, stating that they were still working to identify the suspect's gender. Due to the totally enveloping clothing, which included a black abaya, black gloves, and a face cover, none of the several witnesses to the murderer were able to provide any distinguishing characteristics, such as facial features or build, regarding the suspect. In order to disseminate additional information, the Abu Dhabi Security Media Department posted a video on its official YouTube channel. This film, which included CCTV footage, showed the murderer known as the Reem Island Ghost. It also showed the responses of those who were on the scene when the horrific event took place. Notably, a lady with a small child was seen hurriedly removing the child as security guards rushed into the hallway to respond to the situation. The video demonstrated that spectators were more alert, paying close attention to activity in the toilet area. An important piece of evidence was the surveillance film, which also showed the shrouded suspect picking up a newspaper, likely to hide the weapon, and walking toward the bathroom. About 90 minutes later, the suspect in the assault rushed back into the lobby, causing chaos among the customers who quickly scattered. As a security guard headed for the bathrooms, the accused assailant ignored a woman's attempts to obstruct her in the middle of the tumultuous event. After racing into the elevator, the suspect eventually ran away. A disturbing image of bloody footprints coming from one of the restroom stalls was shown on the film as it ended, providing a sense of the violent and gory nature of the murder. Ibelia, the unfortunate victim, was fatally stabbed, according to law enforcement sources. At the crime site, detectives also found a kitchen knife, which they verified was the murder weapon. When the detectives questioned the witnesses, they discovered that the 2 ladies had also argued violently before the murder. However, none of the detectives could tell if the attack on Ibelia was premeditated or the product of an argument gone too far. Both the official police reports and the CCTV film gave a thorough description of the culprit after the initial offense was committed. The suspect, wearing a niqab, was observed going back to her car before leaving the area. Detectives were shocked to discover that the suspect had then moved on to a residence in the Abu Dhabi Corniche, where another disturbing series of events took place. The suspect entered the premises with a tiny black luggage, as seen by the surveillance cameras at this position. She continued on to the apartment of a 46-year-old Egyptian-American physician living with his wife and 3 children, who was only known as MH. She dropped the suitcase outside their house and hurried out of the building. Additional information about the suspect was disclosed by the police footage. Detectives could see blood on the suspect's driving wheel and the black suitcase, which was the same one she allegedly brought to the doctor's apartment in the video. This terrifying visual evidence underscored the seriousness of the suspect's conduct as she moved from one murder site to another, adding still another level of intricacy to the story as it developed. Luckily, the bag was discovered by the doctor's son on his way to the mosque for prayer in the evening. He informed his family that he had noticed something odd in front of the house. They requested assistance from a security guard, who then called the police. It was a bomb, and the cops were able to identify it and disarm it before it exploded. A woman wearing gloves had entered the house minutes prior to the event, according to the security guard. She had a black luggage in tow. She went to the floor where the doctor's family resided, he said, and a few minutes later she hurried out of the building. Detectives claim that the improvised device was constructed from readily available basic materials. The bomb's components, a tiny gas cylinder, adhesive, nails, and a lighter, were designed to cause serious harm when detonated. The detectives continued their investigation to find the murderer, but they did not disclose many specifics regarding their progress or actions. The perpetrator was apprehended by Abu Dhabi police early on Thursday, December 4, 2014. The murderer was found to be Ala Badr Abdullah al-Hashemi, 38. General Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the UAE's Deputy Prime Minister and Interior Minister, announced that the suspected niqab killer had been taken into custody by security and law enforcement for the savage murder of American teacher Ebolia Ryan. He emphasized that the perpetrator was apprehended within 48 hours after being identified in less than 24 hours, but the investigators wouldn't reveal how they were able to identify Allah. It was clear from looking through Allah's search history that she had developed radical views as a result of the things she viewed online and the individuals she followed. She wanted to harm someone from another nation at random, but she had no explicit plot to harm any American. Allah didn't try to conceal any information and was very direct when stating the cause of the attacks. Allah acknowledged that the only reason she picked Ebola and the doctor was that they were Americans. In addition, Allah informed the case's detectives that she had done such heinous crimes because her husband, Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, had been arrested and detained by the police for interrogation on suspicion of having ties to terrorist organizations. She intended to avenge the police for stealing her spouse and instilling fear of danger in outsiders, particularly Americans, British, and French residents. These horrific events followed earlier assaults on Saudi Arabian citizens from Western nations. These attacks were widely publicized, which caused concern in the commercial and international security groups. Furthermore, U.S. embassies in the region had issued warnings just weeks prior to Ebola's stabbing because certain websites were inciting attacks, particularly against American teachers. Due to its extremely rigorous anti-terrorism security, Abu Dhabi was mostly seen as a safe area for foreigners to work. However, as a result of these incidents, foreign residents of Abu Dhabi started to get concerned about the rising crime rate against foreign nationals. According to the Emirates authorities, Ebola's death was the result of a terrorist attack carried out by a single individual who was swayed by extremist ideologies found online. Allah didn't know either of her victims, the police stated. She didn't have any personal issues. She just carried out those acts because of the victims' nationalities. Since terrorist strikes are rare in the United Arab Emirates, this caused anxiety among Abu Dhabi residents, both locals and visitors from other nations. When investigators discovered a statement from Abu Muhammad al-Adani in September 2014, speaking on behalf of the organization identifying itself as the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, they discovered even more concerning detail regarding Ebola's murder. Abu Muhammad al-Adani called on the Muslim community to target Westerners and those from any other nation who were responsible for the attacks on their group. Specifically, he said, hurt them in any way you can. Instead of being a clear directive from militant organizations, the attacks that followed this menacing speech were viewed as a part of a trend of violent acts motivated by ideas. The killing of a French tourist named Hervé Gordel in Algeria, the 2014 ramming attack in Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and other assaults on Americans and Danes in Saudi Arabia were more examples. Abu Dhabi officials did not take terrorist incidents lightly. A significant portion of the city's operations depended on the labor of several foreigners, and tourism sustained its economy. Security officials sent a clear warning to any other prospective terrorists in the UAE about the dire consequences of any planned strikes, in order to ensure that the violence stayed isolated. Prior to the attack, Alaa had been browsing terrorist websites online, where she learned how to construct explosives and commit murder, according to an unnamed UAE security official who spoke to Emirates news agency WAM. Additionally, the investigators were eager to investigate the likelihood that Alaa was not acting alone. In an interview with ABC News, the police stated that they had detained several individuals at Alaa's residence, but they were unsure if they were directly responsible for the assault. Alaa disclosed to the investigators that Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, her husband, had previously provided support to militant organizations. He forced her to view and listen to tapes of Osama bin Laden and other group leaders. Although her home was described as a base of operations, it was unclear if she belonged to any organizations. Alaa was also found guilty of using an online account to disseminate information that disparaged and damaged the nation, according to additional research. Alaa was also found guilty of providing money to Al-Qaeda, a Yemeni terrorist group, knowing that it would be used to finance terrorist activities, according to the news outlets that reported on her arrest. Judge Falah al-Hajeri stated that the United Arab Emirates, with all of its benefits, had been and would remain a safe and stable place on June 29, 2015, before to issuing the ruling. It is an illustration of how people can coexist peacefully and harmoniously. Some new criminal methods that have not been seen before in the UAE have been used in recent years to scare and hurt people, he said. By doing destructive things, the intention was to upend the nation's system and endanger society. It was crucial to examine and handle these acts as strictly as possible when they posed a threat to the country's general stability. In order to combat and eradicate terrorism, a new anti-terror law was created. The judge directed law enforcement to shut down the online account Alaa had been using to contact with terrorist groups and to seize all of the evidence in his case. Later, on June 29, 2015, the Federal Supreme Court in Abu Dhabi found 38-year-old Alaa Badr al-Hashemi guilty of killing 47-year-old Ibalia Ryan and condemned her to death. The decision could not be appealed because it was rendered by the Supreme Court. Alaa's destiny was thus predetermined. Alaa asked the court to give her psychological support during her trial. She claimed to have been seeing ghostly figures and experiencing weird experiences. Taking this into account, the court ordered that Alaa undergo psychiatric testing. The findings, however, demonstrated that Alaa was fully conscious of her acts and that her mental state had no bearing on them. Surrounded by 4 police officers, Alaa remained emotionless when the court announced the verdict and sentence. She waved to her brother and father and smiled as she left the court. Ahmed al-Dahani, the state security prosecution's attorney general, declared on Monday morning, July 13, 2015, that the Federal Supreme Court's State Security Circuit's decision, number 73 of 2015, regarding Alaa Badr Abdullah's execution, had been carried out with President Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan's approval. The officials did not, however, reveal the manner of Alaa's execution. In remembrance of Ibalia Ryan, members of the expat community in Dubai attended a candlelight memorial and talked about the impact her untimely passing had on them. For Ibalia's friends, family, and the teaching community, finding closure was a challenging process. Her ex-husband Paul Ryan, with whom she had 3 children, also expressed his opinions about the decision. In order for Paul to take Ibalia Ryan's body back home and pay for their kids' school, a recruitment agency that assisted in getting her to Abu Dhabi launched a fundraising effort. A few weeks later, the fund was taken over by the Ryan family, who used it to support Ryan's family in Romania. Ibalia's murder, according to General Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan, was incompatible with the UAE's core principles. The teachings of Islam and the authentic Arab heritage were the sources of these ideals. He said that the UAE firmly believed in these moral principles, both domestically and internationally. He also expressed his sadness at witnessing such acts in a nation that is renowned for its safety and security. Mohammed al-Habashi al-Hashemi, Allah's husband, was later charged with major crimes in 2015 for allegedly plotting to bomb tourist destinations and assassinate a local politician. During a hearing at the Federal Supreme Court in December of that year, the identity of the leader Mohammed intended to kill was kept a secret. Mohammed adamantly maintained his innocence and denied any involvement in the charges against him. Two attorneys, one selected by the government and the other by Mohammed's family, were representing him. When asked to comment on Mohammed's circumstances, both attorneys sidestepped reporters. Mohammed faced 7 charges, one of which was plotting to destroy the capital's Yas Marina Formula One racetrack and an IKEA close. He allegedly had plans to assault an American military base and tourists. Additionally, police discovered information that connected Mohammed to the terrorist groups ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Although his case was postponed until January 18, 2016, the public was unable to learn the outcome of the court proceedings or the verdict, since it did not receive adequate media attention. Do you believe that Allah would have carried out even more terrorist attacks if it weren't for the investigators' prompt measures that resulted in his timely arrest? Allah showed neither sorrow or guilt for her crimes during her trial. Do you believe that she was brainwashed by terrorist organizations as a result of this? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most important people in the tech sector, Forrest Hayes, was discovered dead in Santa Cruz Harbor, California, on November 23, 2013. His death was found on board the Escape, a lavish yacht that he owned himself. When Forrest was discovered unconscious in one of the cabins, attempts to resuscitate him failed. The captain of the yacht called local police informant as the initial responders. A number of perplexing circumstances surrounded the body's finding. Without any indication of struggle, Forrest was discovered laying on his back. There was a noticeable injection mark on his arm, but there was no syringe or medical equipment in the area. As a result, detectives were instantly prompted to think about whether this was an accident or an intentional conduct. There was chaos in the cabin where Forrest was discovered. He had company, as evidenced by the lipstick traces on one of the 2 wine cups on a tiny table in front of him. A sense of seclusion was created by the meticulously drawn curtains covering every window and the low illumination. There were no obvious indications of violence, yet the scenario was strangely contrived. Forrest regularly used the yacht for private excursions, the captain told the authorities. He said that although Forrest liked to be alone himself on the yacht, he would entertain people from time to time. However, once Forrest set out on this specific voyage, the captain did not witness anyone boarding or departing the boat, and the coroner's preliminary investigation indicated that a drug overdose might have been the cause of death. It was unclear at the beginning of the investigation, nevertheless, if this overdose was an accident or deliberate. More doubts were generated by the fact that there was no syringe found next to the body. Was it removed on purpose, or was it never there in the first place? Investigators started looking into Forrest's life, contacts, business transactions, personal ties, and the circumstances surrounding his death in an effort to find leads. Who had been with Forrest in his last hours was the crucial question. The lipstick-stained wine glass and the absence of obvious evidence at the scene suggested a woman was present, but neither the harbor personnel nor the captain saw anybody get off the yacht after Forrest got on board. Examining Forrest's phone, which was discovered close to his body, was the first step in the inquiry. An initial look through his texts and applications turned up nothing unusual, but the investigators made the decision to delve further into his private life. Investigators believed Forrest might have had a secret side to his life that might provide hints about what had transpired. Despite his impeccable professional image, it became clear from a thorough examination of Forrest's relationships and routines that his apparently ideal existence might have been hiding some surprising truths. In their efforts to comprehend what happened aboard the Escape that tragic evening, law enforcement made finding these their top priority. On May 10, 1962, Forrest Hayes was born in Dearborn, Michigan. He demonstrated exceptional learning skills at a young age, and his innate charisma, curiosity, and talent for handling challenging situations made him a leader among his peers. His captivating personality and drive for perfection were often praised by teachers and classmates, and these attributes set the groundwork for his eventual success in the workplace. Forrest enrolled at a prominent university to study computer science and engineering after graduating from high school. He rapidly became proficient in the state-of-the-art technologies of the time and started working on his own projects, which attracted the interest of significant tech firms. Early in the 1980s, when the information technology sector was just starting to take off, his career really took off. Forrest's 2005 hire by Apple was a turning point in his career. Apple was expanding quickly at the time and was creating groundbreaking devices like the iPhone and iPad. Forrest was hired by the corporation to work in one of the main divisions, in charge of developing cutting-edge technologies. He immediately gained the respect of his coworkers and leadership due to the substantial contributions he made to Apple's projects. Forrest was more than just an accomplished expert. He was a pioneer. He was a vital team player because of his exceptional ability to come up with novel answers to challenging problems. Coworkers recalled his unwavering commitment to putting innovative concepts into practice that improved the usability and accessibility of Apple's products. Forrest developed technology during his time there that went on to become industry norms, but Forrest's aspirations prevented him from taking things easy. He soon accepted an offer from Google to work for the multinational internet behemoth. He joined Google X, a division devoted to creating cutting-edge technologies, after 7 years at Google. In his position, he oversaw projects including smart devices, driverless cars, and other cutting-edge technologies. Forrest's accomplishments include helping to create self-driving car systems, a revolutionary development in the realm of autonomous mobility. According to colleagues, Forrest Hayes had the ability to motivate a group of people and lead them toward challenging objectives. He promoted a positive work atmosphere as a leader who was fair but firm. Forrest gained the respect and affection of his team since he didn't hesitate to take on the most difficult assignments. He was able to successfully oversee large-scale projects that influenced the direction of technology because of his ability to blend strategic thinking with meticulous attention to detail. Forrest's family life and career accomplishments were closely related. He married Denise Hayes in 1996, and the two of them had a close relationship based on support and understanding. Asha, Lily, Roscoe, Lauren, and Daniel were the couple's 5 children. Forrest was a loving parent in addition to being a prosperous businessman. He always found time for his family in spite of his hectic job schedule. He loved spending time with his children, planning family vacations, and establishing customs that strengthened their bonds, according to individuals who knew him well. Forrest seemed to have a happy family life. Situated in one of California's most prominent communities, their $3 million 0-cents home provided a peaceful and comfortable sanctuary. But trips aboard his yacht were the source of Forrest's greatest happiness. For him, the yacht was more than just a means of transportation. It represented the unity of the family. He regularly took his family on quick getaways, where they could unwind and spend quality time away from friends, co-workers, and the bustle of the city. Admired Forrest's ability to strike a balance between his commitment to his family and his career achievement. He demonstrated how to balance professional accomplishments with personal obligations. Those around him were profoundly impacted by his attention to detail and desire to succeed in all that he did. But notwithstanding, Forrest occasionally confided in intimate friends about feeling empty despite the external peace. Though it didn't provide him total fulfillment, he felt as though he had accomplished everything he could have imagined. This restlessness might have contributed to his pursuit of novel hobbies and experiences, which ultimately had disastrous results. Using the app Seeking Arrangement was a big part of Forrest's covert existence. For casual relationships that frequently include financial support, this network connects wealthy people with younger companions. Forrest used the app frequently. He had been texting dozens of women, setting up meetings and negotiating the conditions of their contacts, according to an examination of his account. These connections went beyond simple friendships. Forrest was renowned for providing his companions with lavish assistance, including meeting in private, paying for their expenses, and giving them pricey presents. His yacht escape was one of those places. After serving as a family vacation boat for brief excursions, Forrest turned it into a private hideaway where he hosted ladies he had met on the app. He was able to avoid unwanted attention since the yacht gave him the privacy he needed. The police eventually learned that the yacht was frequently used for these kinds of meetings from the captain, who was employed by Forrest. He remembered that Forrest sometimes traveled small distances with women or sat with them alone for numerous hours. The captain claimed that this started to happen frequently, but he was prohibited from inquiring because of a confidentiality agreement. Alcohol was frequently consumed during these interactions, and occasionally illegal narcotics were used as well. Conversations regarding obtaining these drugs were discovered in messages on Forrest's phone. Sometimes he asked his partners to bring them along. Unaware of his other existence, his family and co-workers were taken aback by this news. One woman that Forrest had met through seeking arrangement attracted special scrutiny from investigators. He set up a rendezvous with her aboard the yacht a week prior to his passing. They drank alcohol during the evening and then took drugs that made Forrest feel ill. Forrest stated in communications following the meeting that he wasn't feeling well but had no plans to cease doing such things. There were two realms in Forrest's life. In one, he had a perfect reputation as a professional, a loving husband and a father. He looked for excitement and a brief reprieve from regularity in the other. His family thought that his yacht vacations were just a stress reduction strategy, and his acquaintances and co-workers were unaware of this hidden side of him. Forrest viewed these private sessions as a means of relaxing from his rigorous work schedule, but they ultimately had disastrous results. His success was formerly symbolized by the yacht. Freedom became the place where his premature death and double life met. Investigators and Forrest's loved ones were forced to reevaluate their perception of a man they had assumed to be perfect in light of the facts. Alex, whose real name is Alexandra Catherine Tillman, was born in Canada on April 8, 1987. Leslie Ann and Bart Tillman adopted her at a young age, thus her biological parents were unknown. Alex received a secure and caring upbringing from her new family, complete with a cozy home and stable finances. The family enjoyed a high social status because Bart was an executive at a large corporation and Leslie Ann worked in retail. Alex was raised in a loving home. She aspired to be a writer and excelled academically, particularly in literature. Her teachers were aware of her rich imagination and innovative ideas. She also enjoyed playing sports and took an active part in school tournaments. Parents encouraged their daughter's goals, supported her education, and were proud of her. But for Alex, adolescence marked the start of a string of issues. She first took marijuana when she was 14. Although it was more of a haphazard choice, it eventually brought to a slow entry into the forbidden world. Alex started using lighter drugs at first, but by the time he was 16, he was using harder ones. Her life underwent a significant transformation during this time. She started skipping school, avoiding the sports sections, and separating from her parents, Leslie and Bart Tillman, who did everything in their power to support their daughter. They sought the help of psychologists and brought her to counseling, but things kept getting worse. They sent Alex to a private rehabilitation school in Maine in a last-ditch effort to make things better. This school was well known for teaching teenagers with behavioral issues in a severe manner. The parents believed that removing their daughter from her familiar surroundings would aid in her transition back to a regular life. However, the anticipated outcomes of the stay at the institution were not achieved. Unable to adjust to the new surroundings, Alex quickly went back home and resumed her old way of life. Alex had finally left school at the age of 18. She experimented with many paths, such as journalism, but soon lost interest. She struggled with addictions continually, which prevented her from establishing a personal or professional life. Her attempts to achieve were consistently foiled by a return to medicines. Alex relocated to San Francisco in 2010. She wanted to dedicate herself to the entertainment industry in order to begin a new chapter in her life. She started a YouTube account during this time, posting videos about makeup and her daily life. But the initiative didn't work out, and Alex was disappointed. She looked to the modeling world once more in an attempt to make a name for herself, but after determining that the typical requirements for a lucrative modeling career did not apply to her, Alex decided to specialize on fetish photography. She took involved in picture assignments that emphasized provocation and epotage in the BDSM style. Although this decision helped her establish her audience, it did not result in stable finances. Alex was still battling addictions, living in disarray, and dealing with difficulties all the time. Alex started using the Seeking Arrangement website in 2011. This choice gave her access to wealthy men who could support her financially and provide her access to a more opulent lifestyle. This platform introduced Alex to Forrest Hayes. As was common on the platform, they started their connection by talking about the conditions of their meetings. In exchange for financial support and lavish presents, Forrest was looking for a partner to join him for intimate gatherings on his yacht retreat. He offered Alex the opportunity to attain the stability she sorely desired. Their sessions were informal and frequently included light chat and wine, but as investigators eventually found, their encounters soon took on a new dimension. On occasion, Forrest asked Alex to bring illegal drugs to their sessions, and he paid her extra for doing so. Alex accepted, seeing this as a chance to make more money. They started meeting frequently, and the yacht escape became their main gathering spot. Among the important people in Alex Tillman's background was Dean Riopelle, a musician, entrepreneur, and proprietor of well-known nightclubs in Atlanta. Because of their significant age difference, their romance, which started in 2011, immediately attracted attention. Alex was only 24 at the time, while Dean was 51. They both seemed to thoroughly embrace a colorful and intense lifestyle, though, and didn't seem to mind the difference. In addition to being a prosperous businessman, Dean had a strong interest in rock music. His band frequently played at his clubs, which were essential to Atlanta's music culture. Dean was well known for his vivacity, charisma, and passion for an unrestrained lifestyle. Dean took a major role in Alex's life, as she sought both stability and attention. Their relationship reflected the idealized anarchy of rock and roll, wild parties, travel, and a carefree lifestyle. However, there were serious issues underlying their relationship's glitzy exterior. Alex frequently started arguments, according to Dean's friends and co-workers. Their relationship was unstable due to her impulsive behavior, which was made worse by her use of drugs and alcohol. Only a few weeks before to the deadly Forrest Hayes incidents, in September 2013, Alex reported Dean to the police for allegedly being aggressive. Officers discovered a completely different scene when they got there, though. Witnesses reported that Alex had been acting strangely that evening. After drinking too much, she made a scene at one of the clubs and attacked Dean, biting his finger and leaving obvious scars. Alex was thus accused of assault and making a false report. This incident brought to light the persistent strain in their relationship, which was collapsing under the weight of constant disagreement, despite their shared affection. On September 24, 2013, a few weeks later, Dean Riopelle was discovered at his house, unconscious. After a long night of partying, Alex called emergency services to report that he had passed out. She said she had gone into the restroom for a moment and came out to find him on the floor. When paramedics came, they declared him dead at the scene. An autopsy showed that a heart attack caused by an overdose of illegal drugs was the cause of death. But Dean's family and friends had some qualms about this judgment. They maintained that Dean avoided even simple painkillers and had a great dislike of utilizing medications. The official decision about his death seemed contradictory, given his strong position on the issue. Despite their worries, there was insufficient evidence to support foul play. Therefore, the matter was closed. Originally deemed an accident, Dean's death came to light again in 2014, when Alex was taken into custody in relation to the Forrest Hayes case. The police discovered parallels between the two incidents during the inquiry. The drugs that killed Forrest were the same ones that were discovered in Dean's system. The investigation into Dean's death was reopened as a result of this discovery. Suspicions were also heightened by Alex's enigmatic social media posts. She said, "Death is always near," in a post that was shared a few months after Dean's death. You might be surprised to learn how near it is. Although Alex never provided an explanation or clarification, these remarks generated a lot of conjecture. Dean's family backed the case's reopening, claiming that the first probe had been too cursory. They thought Alex might have been involved in his death because of his actions and relationship to illegal substances, but there was never any hard proof that connected her to the event. Investigators suspected that Alex's acts could not have been random events, but rather part of a wider pattern because of the similarities between Dean Riepel's and Forrest Hayes' killings. Nevertheless, Alex's purported involvement has never been confirmed, and Dean's case is still formally closed, despite the increasing attention. This ambiguity keeps raising unanswered questions that might never be resolved. With the use of video records recovered from cameras on the yacht, witness statements, and other pieces of evidence, investigators were able to piece together what happened the night Forrest was discovered dead. As usual, Forrest arrived at the escape in the afternoon on November 23, 2013, and he boarded by himself. Alex Tillman joined him on the yacht shortly after. The captain testified that Forrest had asked the crew to leave the yacht for the night, stating that he wanted some alone and a peaceful night to unwind. The yacht still had several working cameras. In the main cabin, the video showed Forrest and Alex conversing, joking, and sipping wine. Substances and syringes were later found in the backpack that Alex had brought with her. The talk grew more informal as the evening went on, and Alex produced a syringe loaded with a drug. After giving herself an injection, she gave it to Forrest, who accepted. The precise moment of the injection was captured by the camera. Forrest's condition quickly deteriorated after receiving the dose. After losing consciousness, he fell into the couch. At first, Alex failed to see how terrible the situation was. She kept looking about the cabin and drinking her wine. She finally shook Forrest by the shoulders in an attempt to resuscitate him, but he didn't react. Alex became alarmed when he realized that Forrest was not waking up. She started acting frantically. She then scrubbed the wine glass she had used, trying to get rid of lipstick stains, but missing some, while she started to gather her possessions, including the syringes and any leftover chemicals, in an effort to get rid of any possible evidence. She was also seen on camera quickly pulling the cabin's curtains, surveying the area, and making sure there was no obvious sign of her presence left. Alex then departed the yacht without telling anyone what had transpired. Forrest lay on the couch for several hours after she left him asleep, and no one bothered him. The skipper didn't return to the yacht and see Forrest dead until later, after his worried wife had called him. According to the inquiry, Alex attempted to evade notice following the incident by turning off her phone and leaving the marina. But police were able to piece together the events thanks to the yacht's camera recordings, fingerprints, and text messages between Forrest and Alex on his phone, as well as traces of lipstick on the wine glass. Alex played a significant role in the catastrophe, as evidenced by her actions during the escape. She was suspected of trying to avoid responsibility because of her frantic flight and attempts to destroy evidence. One crucial question, though, was still unsolved. Was the injection planned, or was it a snap decision taken under pressure? Law enforcement launched a manhunt to find Alex Tillman when it was determined that she was a major contributor to Forrest Hayes' death. Suspicions that Alex was involved were further cemented when she went into hiding right after the incident. Her phone was off and her once accepted social media profiles were inactive, making it more difficult to find her. But investigators came up with a strategy. They concentrated on Alex's Seeking Arrangement profile, which was the site where she had first made contact with Forrest. The secret to finding her was this app. Investigators constructed the persona of an affluent man looking to make new friends using a fictitious profile. Alex accepted to meet despite his best efforts to stay out of the spotlight because he couldn't resist the chance to make money. She set up a rendezvous at a remote spot in California after days of messaging. Alex was arrested by police enforcement when she showed up for the rendezvous. Everything went without a hitch. Despite not resisting, Alex's behavior throughout the arrest was described as calm and uninterested. She claimed not to grasp the charges against her. She was shortly formally charged with illegally distributing forbidden narcotics, tampering with evidence, and second-degree homicide. Her attractiveness and contentious past caused the trial to immediately become a media sensation. When it started in early 2014, Alex, known as the beauty-turned-criminal, became the focus of media and public attention. During court appearances, a lot of people talked about her previous appearances, interviews, and demeanor. Alex had a composed and self-assured demeanor, frequently wearing immaculate clothing, which elicited conflicting responses from the general population. According to the prosecution, Alex was completely aware of the dangers associated with her behavior. They played camera footage from the yacht that showed her giving Forrest an injection and then walking away without helping him. The prosecution asserted that this showed her lack of interest and willful efforts to hide her activities. Alex's defense team argued that she didn't mean to hurt anyone and that she only did what Forrest asked her to do. Her attorneys claimed that her hasty departure was motivated by panic and that his death was a terrible accident. They further underlined that Forrest had agreed to the injection and had asked for the drugs. There was a great division in public opinion. Some believed that Alex was a heartless criminal who killed a well-known and prosperous person. Others questioned the morality of Forrest's actions, such as his use of a dating site and involvement in dangerous pursuits, and saw her as a victim of circumstance. Alex and the prosecution agreed a plea deal in May 2015. She avoided a jury trial and received a reduced sentence by entering a guilty plea to involuntary manslaughter and possession of forbidden narcotics. She received credit for time already served and was given a 6-year jail sentence. Another round of debate was triggered by the ruling. Given the circumstances, some people thought the punishment was too light, while others thought it was appropriate because there was no concrete proof of intended injury. In 2017, Alex was deported to her native Canada after completing her term. Her name did, however, keep coming up in conversations and stories about well-known crimes. To the general public, Alex Tillman came to represent double lives, dangerous conduct, and the far-reaching effects of careless choices that resulted in a catastrophe that affected a great number of lives. After being freed, Alex tried to start over. She remained out of the spotlight for a while, avoiding social media and media interactions. But a year later, she had her first significant video call interview with a Canadian journalist. To many, Alex seemed collected, serene, and emotionally aloof. Her account of what happened rekindled controversy and sparked fresh discussions about her behavior and the fallout. Alex claimed in the interview that she had never meant to hurt Forrest Hayes and that she was shocked by his passing. She asserted that she was not aware of any prior medical conditions he might have had and that the injection had been given at his request. Alex said she thought Forrest knew his boundaries and had control over his behavior. Additionally, she denied intentionally attempting to conceal evidence, stating that her actions were motivated by panic and ill-advised decisions made in a moment of crisis. However, the evidence in the case contradicted her allegations. Video from the yacht showed Alex leaving the area without trying to contact for assistance, in addition to deleting any record of her presence. Her justifications were criticized harshly by the Forrest family, who saw them as an attempt to deflect blame and cast further doubt on her sincerity. Her comments regarding Dean Riopel were equally contentious. Alex revealed in the interview that his passing had hurt her and that their relationship was tumultuous but sincere. She did not, however, respond to inquiries regarding the circumstances of their last encounter or the reason behind Dean's overdose. Suspicions were only heightened by her silence. According to Dean's family, who had previously demanded that the case be reopened, Alex's remarks left more questions than they answered. It's still unknown how far along the Dean Riopel death investigation is. The Fulton County District Attorney's Office stated in 2018 that the matter was being reviewed, but they did not release any additional information. Rumor has it that investigators failed to find fresh evidence that would support or contradict Alex's involvement. The public was kept waiting for answers, and Dean's family was left in a condition of uncertainty. Alex Tillman currently lives in Canada and keeps a low profile. Her social media accounts are still inactive, and journalists have had varying degrees of difficulty reaching her for additional comments. She continues to be a contentious person who significantly divides opinions despite her modest profile. Others view Alex as a cold, cunning person whose actions led to 2 catastrophes, while others regard her as a person caught in the wrong situation. Many issues remain in the situations of Dean Riopel and Forrest Hayes. Dean, were their deaths really unintentional? What part did Alex really play in these sad incidents? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The date was March 24, 1961. It was cold in Keystone Islands, North Miami. Frances DeMari, 32, called the Miami-Dade police just after 3 in the morning. She said that 2 unidentified attackers had murdered her husband, 52-year-old Joseph DeMari. Who were the attackers who murdered Joseph? Was this a random act of violence, or was it part of a planned hit? Today, we're examining Joseph DeMari's complex cold case, which was finally solved in 2023 and dates back 62 years. So, let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Northeast Miami-Dade County, Florida, is home to the city and suburb of North Miami. There are a little over 60,000 people living there. North Miami saw a significant increase in organized crime in the 1950s and 1960s, including several mafia families. During this time, the DeMaris were also thriving in North Miami, and the mafia, also known as La Cosa Nostra, had a big impact on the city's underground. Joseph J. DeMare was born in 1910 and raised in Boston with his younger brothers, Joseph and Dominic. He had a strong relationship with his brothers that lasted into adulthood. The 3 brothers opened a fresh vegetable sales company in 1928. After beginning with a pushcart, they eventually set up shop in Boston. As a result of their increasing sales, they relocated to Quincy Market in 1930. By 1939, their company had grown all over the country. To satisfy the demands of grocery chains, the DeMare brothers partnered with tomato producers in other states, including Florida, Texas, and California. In order to guarantee a year-round supply for their clients, they were also the first in New England to import tomatoes straight from Cuba. The brothers made the decision to engage in farming as their firm prospered. In Florida and then California, they began growing tomatoes in open packing operations. They spread to other places, such as South Carolina. Joseph married Josephine, who was only 2 years his junior, in 1937. Joseph, Josephine, and their 3 children, Richard, James, and Joseph Jr., migrated from Boston to North Miami in the early 1940s. Joseph and his brothers had established a living selling fresh produce there. Before relocating to Keystone Island in North Miami in 1953, Joseph DeMare resided in Miami Beach. Linda, Joseph's only child, was born. Sadly, his cherished wife Josephine died shortly after, in 1956, from breast cancer. Joseph DeMare married Frances, a woman who was 20 years his junior, 3 years later in 1959. To combat frost, winter farmers in the late 1950s would light kerosene lights and place them in between tomato plant rows. To make sure their crops didn't freeze, Richard recalled his father awakening them and then guiding them to the fields. Before the tomato plants were delivered to be processed, Joseph and his 3 boys would drive into farms and tend to them. The 21-year-old Richard went to Ohio in March 1961 to revise his 52-year-old father's will and meet with his siblings and business associates to discuss the prospect of a divorce between Joseph and Frances. At the time, Frances, his stepmother, did not reside with them. Joseph DeMare frequently traveled throughout the United States and Latin America while managing several facets of the company from Miami. His kids lived on the family's Bradenton farm, while he and his new wife Frances and Joseph's daughter resided at the Keystone Point House in 1961. However, none of them could have ever anticipated what was going to happen. On March 24, 1961, a chilly winter night in Bradenton, Richard and his 2 brothers were sound asleep on their father's farm around 3 in the morning. At the same moment, however, Frances DeMare called the police in a panic and told them a terrifying story. She reported that she had left her home in Keystone Point to go out to dinner with Joseph. As they headed out for dinner, Joseph sat beside Frances, who had taken the wheel of their Cadillac Fleetwood. They came to a stop at a junction slightly west of the Broad Causeway, close to Keystone Point's south exit. Anarchy ensued as 2 men abruptly leapt into their vehicle. Frances was forced to drive to an empty lot in San Souci Estates when one of the men firmly placed a gun against the back of her head. When Joseph turned to look, the pistol slammed into his face. Frances yelled and was struck as well. Frances was struck by the rifle and rendered unconscious. Joseph was dead in the seat next to her when she woke up, and the murderers had left. In a hurry, she dashed to a Phillips 66 service station nearby, racing through the shrubs and brambles. She called the police from that location. The first officer on the scene was Patrolman Van Scola of the North Miami Police Department. At the petrol station, He watched Frances, and she didn't look too hurt. She had scratches on her face and her dress had some bloodstains on it. She appeared to have scratched her face with her hands, as if she did it herself. Frances told him she couldn't see the shooting because she was knocked out or rendered unconscious. Shell casings were found in the Cadillac's rear seat during the investigation. Upon closer inspection of the photos, it was discovered that the rear seat also had at least 2 unused rounds. Police records show that Norman Logan, a gas station employee, claimed that Frances never spoke of her husband being shot until the police arrived. According to 2 local fishermen, they heard nothing during the incident. Frances told the police that the attackers stole $400.00 in cash from her husband and $5.00 worth of jewelry from her. A day after the murder and heist, however, a gold ring and diamond cufflinks were still discovered on her husband's body. Frances claimed that the gunman had taken her valuables with force, according to the Miami Herald. She disregarded the bandits' orders not to look back, and one of them hit her with his revolver, knocking her out. She did, however, tell the police that her spouse had turned around earlier. According to the article, when Frances regained consciousness a few minutes later, she found her husband slumped against the car door, blood streaming from his head, and the attackers had run away. Panicked, she hurried to a neighboring Phillips 66 fuel station, where she contacted the police for help, navigating the brambles, thorns, and jagged pebbles. In a follow-up interview with the Miami Herald following the killing, Frances said that the attacker called her husband Frank rather than Joe. She guessed that they might have thought Joe was someone else for some reason. Additionally, when the police spoke with her about the murder, she did not provide them with this information. According to other news accounts from the time, Frances described how the shooter tried to grab her jewels, and when she became emotional, he hit her brutally with the revolver. She lost consciousness as a result, and when she regained consciousness, she found her husband shot. Once more, the cops did not bring up the hysterical aspect of this during their interrogation with Frances. Frances arrived to the petrol station and told the owner's son, Norman Logan, that the 2 men had gotten into the car, one in the front and one in the back, according to another Herald piece. On the night of the murder, however, Norman had made it plain to the police that Frances had not brought up the murder until they got to the gas station. Frances's explanation of the shootout at the murder scene contained numerous inconsistencies. Was this because, during all of this, she was under pressure from someone? There was no mention of Joseph's brothers. Were they concealing something? The DeMare firm would only be split between the 2 surviving brothers after Joseph's death, which was a motivation the police extensively examined at the time. However, Frances wasn't finished yet. That same week, she gave the Herald another exclusive interview in which she repeated the events. This time, she clarified 2 males abruptly got into the back seat of the vehicle as they got closer to the Causeway Bay Shore intersection. There was no other traffic on the causeway, but a car was following. With Frances behind the wheel, one of the men pressed a pistol to the back of her head and instructed her to do as they said. They told her to keep going directly in the direction of Sans Souci Estates. They told her to turn right off of Bayshore Drive after she had driven about a block. Joe, her husband, became curious and asked the men what they wanted. In response, one of the attackers declared that they wanted to take his money. Frances and Joe were instructed to keep their heads forward, but Joe kept turning back in an effort to defy them. At one point, he turned and was struck hard in the face. She noticed that he was bleeding when he turned to face Frances. He turned around shortly afterward, and they hit him again. Frances started to shout in return. She was then struck twice on the head by the assailants. She was resting on the gravel outside the automobile when she came to conscious again. Her attackers had stolen all of her valuables, which was worth about $5,000.00. At the time, Joe had about $400.00 in cash, which she later found had also been stolen. The men, Frances was convinced, were no amateurs. Despite not having a clear view of them, their calm and meticulous manner persuaded her of their experience. Their speech patterns did not fit the stereotype of a hoodlum. The fact that the men called her husband Frank rather than Joe left Frances with the unshakable impression that a grave error had been committed. She claimed that she thought they had misidentified Joe for someone else, or that maybe robbery was their main motivation for some reason. She thought they had no intention of hurting anyone. Frances rationally addressed every item in this conversation that did not align with the assertions she made to the police and to press. However, why was she defending her claims? It was clear that she would not recall every detail of what happened if she had suffered a concussion from the hits to her head. More intriguingly, though, she was also justifying the attackers by claiming that they might have thought Joseph was someone else and that their main goal was robbery rather than murder. This prompted the authorities to speculate that the murderer might have been a close friend or relative of Joseph and Frances. The authorities were unable to collect any DNA samples or even fingerprints that would have allowed them to identify the murderers because technology was not very advanced back then. Since no one saw the murderers and they left before Frances regained consciousness, there were no more hints, and the case slowly faded into obscurity. However, Joseph's son Richard recalled that before to Joseph's murder, there was some friction between him and Frances. Richard actually met with the other members of the family to talk about the divorce from Frances and his father's bequest. Additionally, Frances had moved to Ohio and was not living with Joseph at the time of the murder. After learning that Joseph had altered his will, she had returned. His will now states that if Frances remained with Joseph during their marriage, she would only be entitled to a portion of the wealth. Richard said that Frances did not even cry on the day of Joseph's funeral. As straight-laced as they come, she was. Although she claimed to have been hit by the pistol's butt on her forehead, there were no visible wounds there, and she was more concerned with getting her hair done for the funeral than the actual event. Following the funeral, Frances got $250,000 from Joseph's bequest and gave all of Joseph's children a 24-hour notice to vacate. Additionally, Frances was married again a few weeks after Joseph's funeral. Unexpectedly, this was the lawyer who would represent Frances in her divorce case. In the 1980s, some 20 years later, Richard resumed his investigation into the case with the assistance of volunteer and lawyer Paul Novak. Novak had first-hand knowledge of crimes that occurred in and around Miami. Following careful deliberation, Novak suggested that Richard forward the case to a forensic scientist, given that Joseph was a prosperous businessman and that organized crime had been rampant in Miami throughout the 1960s, and that numerous crimes were connected to one another. Novak and Richard believed this might be a mafia hit. Nearly 30 years after Joseph's passing, in 1991, Richard DeMare saw the case from a different angle. For a second opinion, he contacted John Thornton, a professor of forensic science at the University of California, Berkeley. Following his investigation of the case, Thornton expressed his skepticism over Frances's assertions in a letter to the Miami-Dade police. The bullet wounds appeared to have been fired from two distinct angles, and he doubted that they were consistent with the circumstances she stated. Thornton further noted that Frances's claims about the duration of the incident did not match the quantity of blood found at the crime scene, but since there was no proof, the police were unable to take it into consideration. Frances could have been suspected during the initial investigation, according to another police officer at the time. However, a high-ranking official had instructed the police not to investigate Frances because she was a victim and a widowed woman in grief. As a result, the police did not follow up on the Frances angle or question her again. Then, in the 2000s, 40 years later, Richard was presented with a list of suspects by several officers. Joseph's murder was one of the older crimes the police department was investigating. Richard's own investigations had already produced a list of these suspects, but Frances was not one of them. Frances DeMarais passed away in 2006. She was 82. Including her marriage to Joseph DeMarais, she had 4 previous marriages. Around 2019, Paul Novak and the homicide team at the Miami-Dade Police Department's Cold Case Squad began going over the Joseph DeMarais cold case file once more, nearly 60 years after the murder and 20 years after Frances's passing. They discovered numerous hints about the probe in the old police reports. First, Richard had provided the police with some shell casings following the murder of his father. These round casings were from an Italian auto pistol, a .25 caliber SATA, which Joseph possessed but was constantly with Frances. Richard had recovered the ammunition casings after firing a few bullets into the swimming pool at their property. Richard gave the police these casings, but why? Because the shot casings discovered in Joseph's car's back seat at the time of his murder resembled these casings. The police inquiry revealed that 2 empty bullets were still laying there when the deceased was discovered. Joseph was wounded by 4 gunshots. 2 bullets went straight into his mouth from the front. The 2 additional shots struck the region in front of and behind his left ear from the left side. Because these shots were fired so close together, there were gunpowder remnants near the wounds. This indicated that the person who killed Joseph was really close to him in terms of closeness. Since the wounds were on his mouth and around his left ear, it was also evident that the person who shot him did so from Joseph's left side before also shooting through his mouth to confirm that he had died. This indicated that the attackers were not seated in the back seat. Joseph had 9 cuts or bruises on his skull in addition to the gunshot wounds. Additionally, Joseph exhibited injuries on his right index finger and left arm, indicating that he was either dragged after being shot or that he struggled before to being shot. Blood was discovered on the outside of the vehicle, on the front and rear seats, and inside the vehicle. The blood leaked out from the bottom of the door and ran down the glass. It was confirmed during a follow-up examination in late 2019 that there was no blood found on the driver's door, steering wheel, or seat. Additionally, no blood splatter was discovered outside the front seat's center. This implied that Francis, the person occupying the driver's seat, was completely unharmed. Blood trails were seen traveling backward on the outside of the automobile. The volume of blood revealed how severe the injuries were and how long it took for the bleeding to start following the shooting. This indicated that Joseph was shot while the car was moving, and it continued to move while he was bleeding. This, too, went against Francis's statement. The automobile could not have continued to move after she passed out, as she had claimed to have done while behind the wheel. Joseph's jaw was somewhat red, but there was no blood found in his lungs. According to medical professionals, these results might indicate that Joseph's airway was blocked when he was shot, because someone had their arm around his neck. On the other hand, it can indicate that the lethal bullet instantly stopped breathing. Francis said it was a heist, but when Joseph was found in the car, his diamond cufflinks and gold ring were still on him. There were no gunshots, indications of a struggle, or even a bullet being fired, according to 2 men fishing nearby. Francis's feet were uncut, and her shoes were discovered next to the car in a way that indicated they had been placed there on purpose rather than strewn about. A female officer suffered many cuts and bruises to her feet as she walked the same route Francis claimed to have gone, barefoot, from the automobile to the gas station. Norman Logan, the first person Francis spoke to at the petrol station, said she never brought up her husband's shooting. However, when the police and Novak conducted ballistic tests, the greatest hits were still to come. They discovered that only if the bullet was shot from the driver's end could the trajectory of the bullets at the crime scene be satisfied. It did not follow the path of the bullets Francis had described in her initial remarks. Furthermore, it was established that the round casings Richard provided to the police matched the shells of the bullets that killed Joseph, indicating that a .25 caliber SAIT also killed Joseph. The day Joseph walked out for the final time with Francis, the identical gun had vanished from the Demare home. The most shocking aspect of the case files, however, was the discovery of a blood trail from Joseph's garage that led to the location of his Cadillac. This made it quite evident that Joseph had actually been shot in his garage while he and Francis were at home before they even left for supper. The homicide squad investigators and Novak were aware that Francis could only inherit Joseph's debt if she remained with him during their marriage, and that is exactly what transpired. Francis received the $250,000 0 cents because she remained with Joseph till his death. The authorities came to the conclusion that Francis killed Joseph in order to obtain the money from him because of the divorce angle and Joseph's alteration of the will. The police concluded that Francis Demare was the only individual who would carry out all of this, based on this and all the other clear indicators. The Miami-Dade Homicide and Cold Case Squad conducted a press conference on May 10, 2023, nearly 3 years after the Joseph Demare cold case was reopened. They declared that they had sufficient grounds to suspect Francis Demare of Joseph Demare's murder. The upcoming divorce and Joseph's alteration of the will served as the motivation for her murder. In order to do this, she shot Joseph in the garage of their home, drove the car 3 or 4 miles away, went barefoot to the gas station, and called the police while leaving Joseph's body in the car. The murder weapon was never located because the police thought Francis had thrown the .25 caliber STA pistol beneath an underbridge. Richard, aged 82, expressed relief after this announcement, although he was not pleased at all. He was aware that the murderer was his stepmother. Richard further disclosed that he had instructed the police to look into Frances and her murder in 1961, but they had refused. Since Frances died in 2006, she was unable to face consequences for her crime. She had never been held responsible for her acts in her entire life. According to Novak, this case exemplifies how politics can trump justice. It is still unclear whose senior official gave the order for the police to leave Frances alone. Since then, the DeMare business has expanded greatly, going global. They state on their websites that the DeMare firms still adhere to the principles of excellence, honesty, and hard work that the brothers created. They think that the next generation of the DeMare family and their hard-working staff will carry on their tenacity and resolve. Even though his stepmother would never receive justice, Richard, who was also affected by same ideals, might find some comfort in the knowledge that she pursued justice for his father. Why, in your opinion, wasn't Frances given more attention during the preliminary inquiries? Do you believe that a more extensive plot was concealed? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At exactly 11:23 a.m. on the morning of August 15, 1975, the Marple Police Department received a phone call. David Zanstra, a clergyman and the director of a summer Bible camp, was the caller. Gretchen Harrington, an 8-year-old girl, had vanished, according to his terrifying account. The camp was less than half a mile away from Gretchen's house in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and she had planned to walk there. But she never did. They immediately launched a desperate search for Gretchen, but to no avail. Gretchen's skeletal bones were discovered in neighboring Ridley Creek State Park on October 14, 1975, 2 months later. The community was left confused and uneasy as the crime went unsolved, in spite of this startling discovery. After Gretchen left for the summer Bible camp, what happened to her? Would the truth regarding Gretchen's death and abduction ever be revealed? Marple Township, which is in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in the United States, is the setting for today's case. It was home to more than 23,000 people as of 2015. The Broomall Fields and Marple Gardens are two of the many fascinating attractions in Marple Township. With a crime rate below the national average, Marple Township is a rather safe area to live. It is among the safest communities in Pennsylvania, with a crime score of 0.17. The story of Gretchen Harrington started here. Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen Eleanor Harrington into the world on June 13, 1967. Harold, her father, was a Presbyterian church preacher at the time. Gretchen had 2 older sisters, Zoe and Harriet, in addition to her parents. According to Gretchen's family, she was a sweet, gentle girl who exuded kindness. Gretchen was in the 2nd grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square by 1975, when she was 8 years old. Before a terrible incident upended Gretchen and her family's lives, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Gretchen left home early on August 15, 1975, to go to a summer Bible camp program. There were 2 places in this camp. A guy by the name of David Zanstra was the pastor of Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, which was the first. Harold, Gretchen's father, served as the pastor of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, which served as the second venue. The first church hosted the Bible camp programs in the morning, and David would then drive the kids to the second church. The Zanstra and Harrington families knew one another quite well. Both moms fulfilled the customary role of a pastor's wife, and both fathers served as pastors. They lived close to one another. In actuality, Gretchen's dearest friend was one of Zanstra's daughters. That day, Gretchen's voyage was unique. She usually walked with her 2 sisters, 11-year-old Harriet and 12-year-old Zoe, to the summer Bible camp program. They did it every day, but on that specific day, their mother, Ina, was taking their infant home after giving birth to a baby named Jessica. Harriet and Zoe decided to wait for them to return. In spite of this shift in schedule, Gretchen's father Harold urged her to continue attending the summer Bible camp program in order to keep up her flawless attendance record. Thus, when her father said goodbye, Gretchen started the walk by herself. She started walking up the hill toward Trinity just after 9 in the morning. Harold watched her closely as she continued along Lawrence Road. He had no idea that after she was out of his line of sight, he would never again see his daughter alive. On warm summer days in the 1970s, it was rather common to observe kids strolling by themselves in a quiet suburban area like Marple. People didn't even consider the possibility of danger. Children used to play freely into the late hours of the night. Without any concerns, they wandered the streets, went into the woods, and even took a dip in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's house, to cool off. Without the use of cell phones or GPS watches to stay in touch with their parents, kids would walk blocks to their friends' homes. Simply put, Marple was a very safe place. Many longtime Philadelphians opted to relocate there for that very reason. Gretchen was expected to appear at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m. in the 1960s, but she failed to show up on time. Harold's realization of her disappearance was the first clue that anything was wrong. At approximately 11 in the morning, Gretchen's pals arrived at the house's front door in search of her. Harold acted right away, since he was worried and couldn't see Gretchen in the classrooms or in the area. To find out where his daughter was, he called the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and talked to David's wife, Maggie Zanstra. He was informed that she hadn't been spotted, though. After this, David called the Marple Township Police Department and officially reported Gretchen missing. Ruma and Marple Township were rocked by Gretchen's disappearance. Around the next day, August 16, 1975, hundreds of individuals were involved in a massive hunt for her. This comprised volunteer firemen and dog teams that searched farms, wooded areas, and both sides of the creek. From above, a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter kept scanning the area, but with so little information available, the authorities were forced to end the extensive search on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen vanished. Daniel Hennessy, the police chief, openly acknowledged to a local newspaper that they had no idea where she was. The entire town went into a frenzy as a result of this circumstance, completely upending the sense of security in the area. In response, family members and friends began handing out flyers to local drivers. Gretchen's most current school photo, which showed her with a missing tooth and a happy childlike smile, was used on these flyers. Due to the lack of information, there were many unsolved questions and a rise in conjecture. Did she flee? Did she drown in the creek by accident? Was it someone she knew, or could it have been a stranger? The mystery of Gretchen's disappearance left everyone puzzled and extremely worried. The police spent the days that followed Gretchen's disappearance gathering information and trying to piece together what had happened. On August 19, they conducted one of their most important interviews with David. In the course of this discussion, David revealed that on the day Gretchen vanished, he had in fact driven a group of kids to the church. He claimed, nevertheless, that he had not seen her that day. Gretchen's sisters, Harriet and Zoe Harrington, returned to Delaware County Christian School as August gave way to September. However, because they were confused of what to say, their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or have a conversation. When standard investigative techniques failed to produce any results in the face of such a heartbreaking circumstance, the police chose to take an unusual approach to find Gretchen. They sought the help of Judith Richardson Hames, a psychic. Judith was well known for helping law enforcement solve almost 100 criminal cases, especially those involving missing children, by using her psychic powers. Judith sat down with police officials in September 1975 and made a forecast that she hoped would turn out to be wrong. She thought Gretchen was dead, based on her psychic revelations. On October 14, 1975, 1 month later, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park discovered a decomposing body concealed in the trees. When he saw a human fingernail, his initial confusion about what he had discovered was eliminated. As soon as the jogger realized how serious the situation was, he called the police. After examining the unique clothing found with the bones, Gretchen's parents were able to verify that it belonged to her. The medical examiner then used dental data to connect Gretchen's body to the body. Tragically, it was determined that Gretchen had been murdered. According to the forensic analysis, she had been severely beaten because her skull had many fractures. Despite the police's initial suspicions of mistreatment, the autopsy produced no hard proof to back up this theory. Harold, Gretchen's father, stood in the pulpit and gave a moving speech on Sunday, October 19, 1975, a few days after her body was found. He mentioned Gretchen's trust in Christ in his heartbreaking speech. He emphasized that although her murderer was no longer bound by their horrible deeds, she was now free from this world. David presided over Gretchen's funeral, which was a solemn occasion. Gretchen was 8 years old. She was buried in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA's Meridian Line Cemetery after the ceremony. Meanwhile, new enthusiasm for the investigation was sparked by the finding of Gretchen's body in the woods. Witnesses came forward to describe different people they had seen in the area where Gretchen's body was discovered. Men who had visited the area were described in these eyewitness accounts. As a result, the police were inundated with community suggestions, some of which seemed more promising than others, and others of which proved irrelevant or useless for pursuing justice. Investigators investigated a variety of possible possibilities, including closely examining local residents with past criminal histories. The evidence box at the Marple Township Police Department offices started to collect dust after they failed to produce any noteworthy leads. Reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda were among the many items in this box that were pertinent to the case, but it was left dormant due to the lack of progress. The investigation into Gretchen's abduction became chilly over time. Sometimes a detective might review the case at roll call meetings or in their own time during a routine week. Every time, it felt pointless to search through the file in the hopes of finding something they had previously overlooked. They were frustrated and unable to make any progress on the case because the leads consistently ended in dead ends. The first detectives who had been investigating Gretchen's disappearance had either retired or died, so there were no updates on the case for many years. However, things took a dramatic change in the fall of 2022. A woman, whose identity was kept secret, contacted the Marple Police Department and said she wanted to talk about Gretchen's murder and disappearance. Sergeant Nick Coffin was in charge of Gretchen's cold case at the time. Consequently, this woman's message was sent to Coffin's phone when she called the Marple police. Coffin was told by the woman that she thought she knew who might have caused Gretchen's terrible demise. Suspicions of a potential connection were raised when she also brought up an attempted kidnapping episode that had happened around the same time. The long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and death was given new life by this unexpected contact. State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman, who was designated as a confidential informant and only known by her initials, SF, on January 2, 2023. This interview would turn out to be a significant turning point in a cold case that had been unsolved for almost 50 years. SF claims that Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe, had gone to school with her. Investigators were also informed by SF that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and had often visited the Zanstra home, often spending the night there. When she was 10 years old, SF recalled waking up in the middle of the night to see David touching her inappropriately during one of these sleepovers. Terrified by this unsettling conduct, she moved and caused David to rush out of the room. This unwanted touching happened again the next night, which is shocking. When the girls woke up in the morning, SF made the decision to tell David's daughter about her father's disturbing behavior. To her surprise, the daughter said something like, "He does that sometimes." Eventually, SF found the strength to tell her parents about this upsetting event. The Zanstra family responded to the problem by moving to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb, shortly after Gretchen vanished. In the course of her interrogation, SF also provided state police with details of a girl named Holly, a neighboring child whom she saw as a friend. She said there had been an attempt to kidnap Holly. As the discussion progressed, SF showed the investigators a childhood journal she had kept. She had mentioned that a man had attempted to kidnap Holly twice in a particular diary entry, dated September 15, 1975. She continued to write in the diary that she suspected this man, whom she called Mr. Z, of being the one who had abducted Gretchen. David was what she referred to as Mr. Z. The investigation into Gretchen's murder and disappearance gained a crucial new dimension as a result of SF's revelation. Investigators were inspired to find 83-year-old David, who was now living in Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta, by SF's interview and her diary entries. David was interviewed by investigators at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta on July 17, 2023. Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey, two Pennsylvania troopers, conducted this interview. The tone of the conversation was rather amicable at first. David denied ever seeing Gretchen on the day she vanished, but when the police told David about the assault claims made by a lady who had written about her experiences in the diary, things took a different turn. As the discussion went on, David finally lost it and admitted to something really unsettling. David told the police that he had seen Gretchen that morning as she was making her way to the church. According to him, she accepted his offer of a trip in his green AMC Rambler station wagon because she had no reason to refuse. However, David told detectives that he took Gretchen to a nearby wooded area instead of taking her to church as he had promised. He parked the car there and told Gretchen to take off her clothes, but she refused. He then punched Gretchen with his fist, causing her to bleed and sustain brain injuries. David then acknowledged that he attempted to hide Gretchen's half-bare body with sticks after learning she was dead before he left the scene. Detectives were in a state of shock as they processed the horrific contents of David's confession. Following this startling disclosure, David was taken into custody and charged with a number of grave offenses, including first-degree murder and criminal homicide, because of his confession about Gretchen. At last, 83-year-old David Zanstra is in prison. Gretchen Harrington was kidnapped and brutally murdered by him in 1975, according to the prosecution, while she was walking to the Bible camp where he served as a pastor. In any case, David's admission brought some closure to Gretchen's destiny. It also brought up an unsettling query with far-reaching consequences. Could there be more victims for this man who has publicly confessed to killing one girl and hurting others? David had spent a number of years as a pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey, before moving to Marple. He had been a vocal opponent of sexuality education in the local school district's curriculum while he was a student at Trinity. He relocated his family to a church in Plano, Texas, which is just outside of Dallas, little than a year after Gretchen's remains were found. He served as the congregation's leader for 7 years. David then proceeded to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego as part of his pastoral journey. In 2005, at the age of 65, he retired from his last pastoral position in Fairfield, California. Authorities knew that this extended tenure of leadership gave him significant access to and influence over young and vulnerable people. They were thus left wondering how much he might have done during these years. Although the Marple community had finally gotten some of the answers it had been looking for decades, many locals were not at all at ease with the unexpected turn of events. It had been far more reassuring to think that this horrible thing had been done by an outsider, a troubled criminal, someone who had come into town at random, kidnapped a little girl, and then disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. However, the offender was a well-respected member of their own community rather than an outsider. It was a devout figure, a husband and father to his own young daughters. The community's sense of security was further destroyed by this. Following all of this, Gretchen's family released a statement. They conveyed their appreciation to law enforcement for their continued commitment to the matter. Additionally, they expressed their desire that the person who killed Gretchen would be held accountable. David's legal team first opposed an extradition procedure after his arrest, but prosecutors, under the leadership of Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolsteiner, asked Governor Josh Shapiro's office for help in getting the confessed criminal back to Pennsylvania. David is currently being looked into for any abuse cases. In addition to this case, investigators also collected a DNA sample from David, which may be useful in a wider context, supporting the investigation of other missing individuals as well as assault and murder cases across the country. One cannot help but consider the intricacies and turns that have transpired over the years as we draw to a close this horrific case. What obstacles must Gretchen's family overcome in order to find healing and closure after all these years? What about the criminal, David? How should he be held accountable for his acts, in your opinion? And what effect would his arrest have on other possible abuse cases? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. No case, no body. There is no body in our story, but there is a case on a November morning in 2011, which was mentioned in English law following the captain's miracle. 3 years after returning home to her leased apartment on Ubarovicha Street in Vladivostok, Galina Kolyadzinskaya vanished. Her parents still think Galina is alive and are waiting for her return in April 2024. Her boyfriend Victor Cohen was found guilty of her murder, although no tangible proof of her purported death was shown at the trial. Following Victor Cohen's release from jail, the matter gathered traction and split the public in two directions. Some people think Victor's sentence for murder was too light, while others think he was sentenced for a crime that never happened. Together, let's learn how a well-known criminal case involving the death and disappearance of an unproven man spread across the nation, sparking debate among onlookers and leading to the formation of organizations to look for Galina. Viktor Polov was born in Vladivostok on July 9, 1988. He adopted Cohen as his last name. When the youngster was very little, his parents split in 2012, leaving his mother and grandma to raise him entirely on their own. He graduated from Far Eastern State University's high school gymnasium in 2005. He enrolled in the PR department at the same university's Institute of Mass Communications, but left after 6 months in 2007. Ilona, who had COVID, presented her sister Galina, who was 3.5 years older than Victor, to her classmate. Galina Kolyadzinskaya was born in Rostov-on April 22, 1985. Her parents relocated to Vladivostok when she was 13 years old. The girl stood out, had a theatricalized way of dress, and was characterized by her brightness. She was slim, intelligent, and highly creative. After completing her education, she attended an art school before enrolling in the Far Eastern Federal University's Faculty of Design. She captured Victor's heart, and he fell deeply in love for the first time. They left their hometown of Vladivostok for Moscow, and Victor abandoned school because they both wanted to enroll at the Theater Institute. Vitya did not fail the entrance examinations, but Galina did. However, he made the decision to go back home in support of his beloved girl, and the two of them moved back to Vladivostok and began living together. Victor found out of his grandfather's passing and the inheritance he had inherited upon his return. The couple decided to use the remaining funds to invest in a successful business after renting an apartment in the heart of the city and purchasing a car each. The young couple was depressed as a result of their unsuccessful attempts to set up a shop for the fabrication of automobile tires, start a chain of donut shops, and even resell church kila. As time went on, the young people's relationship started to fall apart due to conflicts. The furious argument between the couple did not end there. Galina's pals once saw Victor grab his fiancée by the neck during a fight between them, but sometimes Galina did the same. She might break the furniture in their leased apartment or strike her partner. Galina eventually began attending nightclubs more frequently, and Victor developed an interest in other women as a way to escape the issues in his present life. After another trip to the club, Galina was on her way home early on the morning of November 14, 2011. Galina was incensed that Victor was not home, so at 6:43 a.m., she called him and insisted that he come right away. Victor arrived at their leased apartment 15 minutes later. The young folks decided to eventually part ways after a fight broke out between them. Galina sought 300,000 rubles from Victor in exchange for the previously gifted car, after which she would go and stop bothering him. She left the flat, as it turned out, forever after Victor gave her the money. Galina's parents became concerned and began phoning her the following day, but she had turned off her phone. Victor also did not return their calls. He didn't call the girl's mother to inform her of the argument until the second day following Galina's departure. After extorting a substantial amount of money from him, she packed up her belongings and departed. "I'll never be seen by you again. Don't try to find me. Inform my mother that I'm doing well." Victor also told Galina's mother that he repeated what Galina had said in her final words. Galina's parents and friends were not shocked by her abrupt absence, because she was known for her flighty behavior and might go absent for days. He called her after she left, but the girl did not return his calls either, because the phone was initially only switched off. However, 3 days later, the police started looking for Galina Kolyadzinskaya when her father informed them of his daughter's abduction. The matter was enthusiastically taken up by specialists, and Victor was initially called to the station for a discussion. Since he saw Galina last, he was able to address a number of questions throughout the interrogation. Victor said that he had another woman and frequently argued with his girlfriend, whom he had become distant from. Victor claimed that he was tired of his scandalous lover, who could throw her hand at him or slather his car with yogurt when she was envious. Galina once declared while intoxicated that if her opponent kept dating her, she would rip his hair out. Galina wasn't killed by me. We did argue with her. After packing her belongings and taking all of our money, 300,000 rubles, she departed. Her whereabouts are unknown to me, Victor demanded. The investigating team also looked at both of the young people's automobiles and the apartment where they shared housing, but they were unable to find any evidence of Galina's murder or blood traces. During the questioning, Victor was even put through a lie detector test. Although the young man's evidence was muddled, it was not shown that he was responsible for Galina's disappearance. After questioning Galina's neighbors and acquaintances, the police declined to file a criminal complaint because they could not find any evidence of corpus delicti. But Galina had never been anywhere but Vladivostok. Her passport was not from another country. Victor moved in with his new girlfriend, Tatiana, and began a new life after gathering Galina's possessions and giving them to her parents. Young people's affections were so intense that they made the decision to get married in 2012. Victor finally shed his father's last name, which had burdened him since he was a young boy. His future wife, who heard the lovely last name in one of the films, suggested the Cohen option, which he found appealing. The vanished Galina Kolyatsinskaya was forgotten. For a number of years, a young married couple has been married for 3 years. Cohen flew with great joy. They had a calm and collected life, visited the mountains, and traveled frequently. However, once Galina vanished for 3 years and the case was reclassified as a murder investigation, everything changed. At first, Elena Kolyadzinskaya, Galina's mother, was not overly concerned. She was aware that her creative and erratic daughter could go far based solely on her mood. The fact that no one demanded in June 2014, based on the materials of the inspection of the fact of Galina Kolyadzinskaya's unknown disappearance, that a criminal case under the article of murder be started, may help to explain why the case did not become a criminal case for nearly 3 years. Employees of the Crime Investigation Department started to piece together different explanations for Galina's disappearance after she was placed on the wanted list as missing. These included murder and traveling overseas to work as a model. The police became aware of Kolyadzinskaya's ex-boyfriend as they were figuring out the latter version. As it happened, Cohen and Galina were frequently at odds. His relationship with another lady caused him to feel jealous of the girl. Additionally, it was said that when Galina was younger, she was organizing a trip to Korea. She had previously worked as a model in China and planned to stay in this line of employment. Since he was the last person to see Galina alive, ex-boyfriend Victor Cohen was named as the primary suspect. There was further reason to suspect Victor of being engaged in the crime because of the testimony he and the witnesses had previously provided at different points during the case regarding the circumstances surrounding Galina's disappearance. After being called in for interrogation on July 23, 2014, Victor was arrested and brought to the investigation unit. He admitted there that he had strangled Galina following another argument on the morning of November 14, 2011, then dismembered the body in the restroom, placed the remains in 3 plastic buckets, and transported them to a wooded area close to the Variag factory. There, he built a fire with tires, burned the body, and scattered the ashes in various locations. Throughout the interrogation, Victor Cohen acted with assurance. He cursed a lot and didn't use appropriate language when he spoke to the investigator about you. He related the story of his life, from infancy to the present, in an open and friendly manner. When he sat in front of the police officers with his feet on the ground and grinned, he remembered how he had burned and dismembered his ex-lover Galina. Experienced cops were astounded by his cynicism and calm. He felt untouchable. Victor complained to the investigator that his initial plan was to ground the body in a meat grinder, cook it in a steamer, and then flush it down the toilet. However, he soon gave up on this strategy out of concern that he may be identified and the sewer system would get blocked. He said during the same interrogation that Galina was interfering with his new relationship, so he strangled her. Victor remembered his ex-girlfriend as a unique individual who was an attention seeker. Her fierce temper might produce a huge scandal at home, and she frequently vanished in nightclubs. Galina frequently stated in chats that she would want a lovely life as an escort model, but she also refused to accept the claims that such job is impossible without the supply of intimate services. Up to a certain point, Victor tolerated all of his friend's strange behavior and kept thinking of her as a nice and fascinating individual. I was annoyed during Victor Cohen's grilling. I stood close to the coffee maker. As I stood there, I drank some coffee. I felt something change. There was only this one individual. I went home, went to where she was sleeping, apologized and began strangling her. She opened her eyes and began to struggle. After choking her for a while, I sobbed and left the house. Fear wasn't the reason, it was loss and frustration. Even though I was aware of what I had done, I remained composed since I am a reasonable person. In November 2011, following the interrogation, the agents brought Victor to his residence with Galina Kolyatsinskaya. That night, Victor showed how he strangled Galina on a folding sofa for an investigation experiment in the flat. He claims that because she was intoxicated and slept off when he was certain she was dead, she did not protest. He hurried out of the apartment and headed to his car, where he devised a heartless scheme to dispose of the body. In India, the bodies of the deceased are burned, and vehicle tires are frequently used in this process to achieve the proper burning temperature. Victor learned about this elaborate method of disposing of the body from a documentary on the country. Victor informed the agents that killing and disposing of the body was considerably simpler than he had anticipated. Victor was brought to the empty lot where he reportedly dumped Galina's body late at night. Cohen had to identify the precise spot on the girl's body where he had set fire to it, in complete darkness. Human rights advocates claim that he was brought to an area devoid of CCTV cameras and traffic, making it impossible to establish his innocence. Important information were also missing from the case. As Victor himself frequently noted, it was unclear how and what he used to carve up the body, because a regular kitchen knife could not be utilized any further. It was unclear how he was able to place Galina's remains in 3 buckets, how he transported them out of the door where everyone could see them, and why no one noticed. The Bygalovs, who rented the apartment to Galina and Victor, were then questioned by the inquiry. When they found out that the cops were in the apartment, they acknowledged that they couldn't get in touch with Victor. They discovered the apartment was empty when they got there to inspect their accommodations. The ceiling was free of occupants and their possessions. They discovered black streaks on the wallpaper, which were probably caused by storing automobile tires, and brown splatters that the couple believed were from coffee or tea. However, Victor Cohen, the captive, was unaware that a video camera was recording his interrogations. He later withdrew his testimony after realizing he had said too much on camera. He claimed that during his interrogation at the Karbasheva Street Operative Investigation Unit, they used illegal interrogation techniques to coerce confessions from him, and that Victor was threatened with harm if his wife Tatiana visited the same station. He went on to say that the operative cops had made up the tale he told during the hour-long interrogation, and that his phone billing from that evening was used to pinpoint the location where the bodies were burned. However, does the CCTV footage from the investigation unit actually show torture? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Tatiana Cohen drove up to the building. She was not permitted inside, so she remained outside. Around 6:30 p.m., Tatiana also entered the facility, and 20 minutes later, Victor was taken in for interrogation. At 6:38 p.m., the questioning began to be recorded. After 8 minutes of torture, he quickly produced a confession and conjured up a vivid, gory tale in great detail. Following the initial court hearing on August 11, 2015, Victor Cohen was found guilty of Galina Kolyatsinskaya's murder. According to the court's August 11, 2015 verdict, he was given a sentence of 9 years and 10 months in prison, which he was to serve in a strict regime penal colony. Tatiana, Victor Cohen's wife, became his most devoted defense attorney after he was accused of murder because she believed he was innocent. Every inhabitant of Vladivostok kept up with the news and even attended Victor Cohen rallies. People separated into accusers and defense. Even after hearing the heartbreaking news that her husband would have to serve nearly 10 years in prison, Victor's wife remained steadfast in her defense and refused to back down. During the court session, the revealing footage that was retained in the criminal case was revealed. Victor claimed that interrogators used torture and threats to get confessions out of him during court procedures, which led to the case becoming well known. Victor was discharged from the hospital with a diagnosis of ear barotrauma and concussion. His lover had been burned, dismembered, and strangled in cold blood by a young, attractive man with large brown eyes. Nobody was able to accept it. A man with charisma could pursue a career in acting. In fact, he was admitted to the Theater Institute of Moscow. Victor refused to study, as we already know, and he was characterized favorably by friends, classmates, and even casual acquaintances. Attorneys based their case on the fact that no human DNA was detected at the location where he burnt the body, or in the flat where the crime was allegedly committed, according to the inquiry. Witnesses even claimed to have seen Galina in the city after she vanished. The public was stoked by Elena Kolyatsinskaya, Galina's mother, who genuinely thought her daughter was still alive. She stated in every interview that Victor was innocent and that Galina would return shortly to explain her disappearance and where she had gone for so long. Victor Cohen argued that the circumstances surrounding the murder that were submitted to the investigators were wholly made up after the guilty verdict. Ultimately, no biological evidence was discovered at the purported location where the victim's remains were burned. Additionally, the forensic analysis of Cohen's residence and vehicle produced unconvincing findings. Additionally, the defendant supported Galina's parents, who believed their daughter was still alive. Ivan Mikolev, the defendant's attorney at the time, claimed that there was no objective evidence in the investigation. Nothing was found when the earth at the clearing where his client is said to have burned the body was examined. There were no biological traces found during the examination. Some of the case materials were later discovered to be missing as well. The lie detector data, camera footage, and inspection reports of the apartment and automobile that were acquired back in 2011 led Cohen's defense team and family to assume that the case had been reclassified to absolve him of guilt for the unsolved homicide. It was never discovered that Galina disagreed with the court's decision. Victor filed an appeal and started arguing that he was not a party to the incriminating crime and that the police had coerced him into making the confession. Tatiana Cohen started a massive campaign to defend her husband. She actively maintained social networks, participated in protests, and made appearances on a variety of talk shows and programs. In exchange for posting false information, she actively raised money for a lawyer. The case was sent to the Court of First Instance for a second trial in a separate court after the Court of Appeals rejected the verdict on December 7, 2015, citing violations of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Victor Cohen was also found guilty of Helena Kolyatsinskaya's murder following the Court of First Instance's retrial. As a result of the June 21, 2016 judgment, he was given a sentence of 9 years and 9 months in jail, with the option to do his time in a severe regime colony. Victor Cohen served his term after the Court of Appellate Instance upheld it on November 28, 2016, despite the fact that the conviction had been challenged once more. Following the appeal, Tatiana remarried, divorced Victor, and stopped having any affairs. It came out that her position as a wife was a well-planned game, since Tatiana started seeing someone else right after Victor was arrested. This was not what everyone had anticipated. Tatiana declined to respond. The court decided even though Helena Kolyatsinskaya's body was not located. Victor Cohen was duped based on circumstantial evidence, and there was a lot of it. First, Victor's confession, in which he states that he chose to grind the body in a meat grinder in order to dispose of it after the murder. In 2015, he went to the Maxim shopping complex and actually purchased a meat grinder and a pressure cooker at the Technica Dome store. Records from the store's database pertaining to meat grinder purchases made on November 14, 2011, were seized as part of the investigation, and among them was the last name Polivavi. The time on the invoice and the receipt from the store's database match. Additionally, the store administrator attested in court that the database was not altered with the intent to fabricate information. Furthermore, the verdict was significantly influenced by Victor Cohen's cell phone bills. Victor remained in the apartment from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. on November 14, 2011, probably dismembering the body and transporting it in buckets to the woods close to the Varyag facility at night. Victor kept saying that after Galina departed, he contacted her, but her phone was unreachable. Victor last spoke with Tatiana on the phone at 11:51 p.m., right outside the Varyag facility. Victor's phone bill, however, indicated that he did not call Galina between 10 a.m. and night. Furthermore, it's clear from listening to the court proceedings when Galina Kolyatsinskaya and Victor's billing is disclosed that, following Galina's disappearance, she received calls from friends, family, and even Victor's mother, but not from Victor. If it were Victor, someone would at least convey a message to his missing friend, especially because everyone is searching for Galina and Victor is suspected. Victor, however, didn't. He knew, of course, that there would be no response. Sales receipts for 320-liter plastic buckets with locks and lids that were purchased on the same day as the meat grinder were also included in the case. Sadly, the receipts don't include a last name, so it can't be confirmed that Victor Cohen purchased them. However, how could Galina fit into buckets that held 320 liters? The enamel found in the bathroom was another piece of circumstantial evidence. Galina was dismembered in the bathtub by Victor, who then used a metal brush to scrub the tub so hard that he obliterated the enamel after covering everything with foil to conceal the bloodstains. Victor claimed in the confession video that Galina had damaged the bathtub's enamel by frequently using acidic or alkaline cleaning solutions. Following her disappearance, witnesses who said they saw Galina at Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow and at a shop in Vladivostok were later proven to be untrue. CCTV footage from the airport shows that no such girl was discovered. One of the witnesses was the subject of a criminal case under the article on giving false testimony. My only and primary concern when researching this case was why no additional clues were discovered. Even the slightest details are impossible to foresee and conceal. After all, there must be some evidence left if Victor killed Galina. The response was straightforward. Victor refused to allow the police to enter his apartment over the first few days. He moved in with Tatiana right away, and the apartment's owners were unaware of the situation. It wasn't until December 8th that he finally took his possessions. When the policemen arrived to see how he was doing, nobody opened the door. It took 12 days for the cops to enter the residence. Instead of using luminol, they just made things right. The apartment's owners began remodeling on December 10. Only on December 27th were the two vehicles examined. Remind yourself that on November 14, Galina vanished. Victor thus had a month and a half to clean the car's interior and roughly 3 weeks to clean the flat and hide his tracks. Therefore, why were neither Galina's remains nor DNA traces discovered? Experts have concluded that, under artisanal conditions, it is still conceivable to completely burn the person, which is precisely what occurred in this instance. Wild animals may have scattered the black fragments Victor claimed to have scattered in the forest close to the burning site, depriving the inquiry of the final piece of evidence. Galina was dismembered and placed on tires, where Victor set the fire at the proper temperature to burn the bones. Black pieces of burnt bone were all that remained of her. Citing the length of time that had passed, he did not mention the precise site of the campfire. He had simply forgotten. We would need to use a sieve to sort through a sizable portion of the forest in order to locate the body's remains. However, why? Nothing is known about Helena Kolyatchinskaya if the murderer is not apprehended for almost 13 years. The statements of the man found guilty of her murder recount the final day of her life. Where may Galina have gone if Victor Cohen hadn't killed her in the first place? It is nearly impossible to become lost in today's environment unless you are a professional in the intelligence service, according to seasoned, retired investigators who spoke casually with journalists. Galina had to be located in 13 years. She could not avoid leaving traces, even if she lived abroad under a phony identity. She would have been identified as she would have needed to be fingerprinted, even to replace her documents. Victor Cohen claims to have been tortured and married someone else, but he never once says that Galina will return, that he is waiting for her, or that she will prove his innocence. He is fully aware that the primary witness is not present and cannot be. Victor never once claimed that he was innocently imprisoned, that 10 years of his life had been taken from him, or that his cherished wife, Tatiana, had left him because she didn't want to wait for him there. He has no resentment of the system, no desire to defend his honor, and no intention of suing to establish his innocence. He is aware that no one will ever find the body. He destroyed it with fire. No proof exists. He acts as though he has done time for his crime, and this allows him to fabricate all these tales of the disappearance. He's clean now. What are the possible claims? He served time after being found guilty. Everything has been redeemed by him. Even in such detail, an innocent individual would not be so heartless as to implicate himself. Many people nationwide are still in shock at what transpired. Even though the case has now been concluded, they are continuing searching independently for Galina, Because Galena's parents are still hoping for daughter to return home, they utilize forums to advertise and occasionally share pictures of girls who look a lot like her. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Without love, trust, and basic respect, what sustains a marriage? For the sake of the children, some attempt to keep the family together. Some are deterred by religious convictions or a combination of these, while others are concerned about other people's opinions and dread public criticism. However, the will to do whatever it takes to keep a marriage intact can occasionally degenerate into a terrible tragedy. Although Jacqueline and Paul Crimble's story is not unusual, its cruelty, selfishness, and cynicism garnered a lot of attention. The perpetrator was labeled the Black Widow and imprisoned, but in an open interview, her daughter admitted that her mother persisted in destroying lives while incarcerated. The connection between Paul Crimble and Jacqueline. Born on December 18, 1974 in County Armagh, Northern Ireland, Jacqueline, also known as Jackie Mary Bennett, was the younger of two children in a typical middle-class household. She was unpredictable, spoilt, rebellious, and occasionally even violent from an early age. Jackie's behavior worsened over her adolescence and eventually became uncontrollable, but her family blamed it on adolescence in the hopes that she would outgrow it. As they say, opposites attract, and this idea seemed to work wonderfully when she met Paul Crimble in high school. He was 3 years older than her and very different from her. Here, Paul was a quiet, reserved young man from a devout household who excelled academically and was seen as having great talent and promise. He was drawn to Jacqueline's confidence, vigor, and audacity. She was the first female he had a serious crush on, and perhaps the only one. Paul was welcomed by Jackie's parents, who supported her decision since they thought he would help their daughter become more composed, logical, and sensible. Her family accepted Paul like a member of the family from the moment they met, and at times it seemed that they treated him better than Jackie herself. Paul's parents, however, were wary of his decision, but did not dissuade the young pair from dating. The couple appeared to be incompatible, according to school friends as well. Paul attempted to settle everything amicably, avoiding violence, and was seen as amiable, forthright, and extremely responsible. But Jackie frequently incited arguments and preferred to settle them with physical force. A courteous, sensible, and mature young guy above his years, he was always dependable and always willing to provide a helping hand to others. When Jacqueline became pregnant at the age of 17, she informed her boyfriend that she was in her last year of school and that Paul, then 20 years old, was already enrolled in college. Paul said he was ready to marry her and assume full responsibility for her and the child as soon as he found out. Although Jacqueline wasn't prepared for parenthood or child-rearing, ending the pregnancy was unavoidable. Such a serious offense would not be tolerated by Paul or his pious family. Jackie accepted Paul's formal proposal when he purchased a ring. In 1992, the couple celebrated with their closest friends and family at a small wedding. Remarkably, just a few days prior to the occurrence, Hall told his best friend that he and Jacqueline were too dissimilar, questioned whether her sentiments were genuine, and was even scared of her because of her erratic behavior. Additionally, the groom questioned whether he genuinely loved her or if he was merely feeling obligated and sympathetic. However, he had nothing to compare because he had never dated other girls. After paying close attention, his friend attempted to talk Paul out of getting married by telling him that it would be the worst decision he ever made and that he would be miserable for the rest of his life. Paul was adamant, though, stating that he couldn't abandon a girl who was expecting his child. In addition, he thought that becoming a mother would improve Jacqueline's personality by making her softer and more composed. Paul had generally hoped for the best, but he was unaware of how mistaken he was. Life in the family without affection. The young couple's first child, a daughter named Danielle, was born at the beginning of 1993. Jacqueline gave birth to their son 6 years later. After the birth of their second kid, Adam Paul made sure his family had all they needed because he was their only provider. In 2000, the offenders moved into a comfortable 3-bedroom townhouse in Armagh, after deciding they needed a larger residence. Paul was making a good living as a senior mechanical engineer by that time. However, his wife claimed to prefer work and did not bother herself with it, running the home and bringing up the kids, but she was also not very good at either. Jackie was a short-tempered, greedy, and lazy person who frequently acted aggressively, even with her kids. Jacqueline attempted to find employment when the kids were a little older, but she was never able to hold down a position for very long due to her combative and argumentative personality. In addition, she went out to bars almost every evening to consume alcohol while her husband stayed at home with their son and daughter. Mrs. Crimble was not a particularly amiable lady, even when she was sober, and she became a true rage when she was drunk. In addition to starting arguments, she also got into fights, cursed, and acted inappropriately around different males. Nobody could foresee what she would do next, and she reacted aggressively to any comments or suggestions to act more humbly. Family, friends, and neighbors knew what was going on and truly felt sorry for Paul and the kids, who were the ones who were most negatively impacted by Jacqueline's actions. Many people were aware of the young woman's misadventures and made an effort to stay away from her because the family resided in a tiny, peaceful town. Her husband and kids were impacted by her negative reputation, and they had to deal with the fallout from their classmates. Jackie didn't try to disguise her crazy lifestyle. Her frequent visits to entertainment venues, however, made the staff and other patrons nervous because they knew that her presence would undoubtedly result in a brawl or altercation. Because she may strike out at any time, Jacqueline held her family in constant fear, although Paul made an effort to keep his mouth shut. His friends, family, and co-workers saw that he was uncomfortable with his wife or even just talking about her. Paul was frequently told to leave this woman, but he was afraid of losing the opportunity to see his kids. Jackie would instantly threaten to cut him off from their son and daughter in the event of any disagreement. She also threatened to use her friends against him. These were males she frequently saw at bars who were willing to break the law to protect her. In these circumstances, Paul typically gave in to his wife and said nothing. The unexplained assault on Sunday morning, June 20, 2004, a terrified woman begged for assistance by calling the emergency services. She said that she and her husband were ambushed in their home by 3 strangers who beat them, tied them up, tried to rob them, and then took their car and her husband with them. When Jacqueline Crimble called, police and emergency personnel hurried to the address she gave. They discovered a woman at the house with a plastic wire tie securing her hands behind her back. But since her legs were unbound, the authorities assumed she had partially freed herself. Notably, despite the victim's initial claims that the attackers had beaten and bound them, she had no wounds or bruises on her body. Luckily, the couple's kids weren't home because they were sent to be with their paternal grandparents for the weekend. Jacqueline claims that she and her spouse had gone to a pub on Saturday night to unwind. After midnight, they went home after drinking. But just as Paul was opening the front door, 3 people sprung into the shadows and shoved them inside. Armed with a revolver, the invaders battered and restrained the couple while requesting money and illegal drugs. Paul reportedly made an effort to placate the crooks by pleading with them to let him and his wife go and vowing not to notify the police. However, this only infuriated them. In front of the frightened Jacqueline, they struck him multiple times before starting to strangle him with a plastic bag. The attackers chose to at least take the car when it became evident that there was no money or illegal drugs in the house. But for some reason they took the owner with them, leaving the chained woman behind. Jacqueline was able to use her tongue to get to the phone and call the police when the thieves drove off with Paul. She pleaded with the investigators to locate and rescue her husband right away because she was certain he might still be alive. The authorities had no reason to suspect the woman, although she looked and behaved suspiciously calm despite her anxiety. The disfigured body in the trunk at that very moment. Investigators started gathering evidence at the crime scene as soon as the couple's car was reported stolen throughout the county. Although they made an effort to learn as much as they could about the assault, Jacqueline asserted that the culprits were disguised. She was unable to remember any identifying characteristics, such as limping, speech impairments, or specifics of the clothing. All she could say was that they were men, and there were 3 of them. Less than a day later, on Monday morning, the Crimble family automobile was discovered abandoned only 3 miles from the residence where the attack had occurred after the search got underway. It was parked next to a long, empty home in a secluded alley. The owner's mangled body, which was obviously beaten and tortured, lay inside the trunk. The 35-year-old man had several bruises all over his body and face, his hands tied behind his back, and his legs shackled with a wire tie. Jackie responded very composedly when she was told about the gory discovery. She didn't appear to mind her husband's cruel deprivation, who was also the father of her children. She made an effort to look shocked and hurt, but she was unable to shed a tear, so she asked when she would be able to have her car back in less than a minute. All of this seemed quite suspicious, so the police investigated the young widow, the primary suspect. At first, Jacqueline's version was accepted as the sole reliable one and was not questioned. Law enforcement, however, suspected the widowed mother of two might be lying because of her peculiar conduct. She was never a model wife or mother, and it soon became clear that she and Paul had been having a long-term, failing marriage. She was disparaged by her parents and kids as well as by neighbors and acquaintances. Additionally, it was discovered that Jackie had been dating Roger Ferguson for a number of months. He resided with his mother on the farm he owned in Armagh. She and Crimebull were frequently spotted drinking alcohol together in the town's entertainment establishments. Additionally, Roger paid the married woman a visit at home while her husband was at work and the kids were at daycare and school. Roger was thought to be a potential accomplice, and Jacqueline switched from victim to the primary suspect just one day after the automobile with the mutilated body was discovered. The woman seemed far more focused on getting her automobile back than she did on being a heartbroken widow. In addition, her story of being attacked by a group of armed addicts sounded unbelievable. Where had they gone after leaving the car with a body in the trunk? And this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the sleepy town. It was also odd that the enigmatic crooks were able to leave no evidence behind. No other eyewitness reported seeing dubious visitors around the community. But nearly everyone who ever had contact with the victim had bad things to say about her. Furthermore, it was quickly discovered that the dead had an insurance policy, and in the event of his death, his wife could anticipate receiving a hefty settlement of £300,000 sterling. In this instance, a legitimate motivation that could account for the crime had emerged. Jacqueline said she was able to use her tongue to dial a button phone and make a help call during the crime investigation. In fact, there were traces of her saliva on the gadget when it was taken for inspection. Investigators did see, however, that the phone was on the coffee table, face down, with her hands bound behind her back during the first examination of the crime scene. If it had been in that position from the beginning, she could not have switched it over after the call or called for assistance. The couple's home computer search history showed odd searches. When Jacqueline was queried explicitly about the months-long search for information on life insurance payout amounts and procedures in the case of the policyholder's death, she claimed to know nothing and implied that maybe Paul would be interested. Roger Ferguson had a strong alibi and was thought to be a possible collaborator in the crime. According to his mother, he stayed at home the night since he wasn't feeling well, and at 1:30 in the morning, she was looking through the home medicine cabinet for a remedy for his stomach problems. The old woman's evidence was compelling, but her son was not yet taken off the suspect list. When police used the signals from the suspect's cell phones to monitor their whereabouts on the night of the crime, they found that Roger had not been home as his mother had reported. As an alternative, he spent many hours at the Crimbulls' home. He also kept up his friendship with the widow, and the day after Paul's funeral, he was spotted with her at a bar. The fact that Roger and Jacqueline went to a car dealership together to check at SUVs and ask about payment arrangements for such a costly purchase was another oddity. Even more strange was the presence of Roger's mother. Roger's mother was probably aware that the authorities assumed the lovers had already decided how they would spend the insurance payout following Paul's death. Jackie said during questioning that she never cheated on her husband and that she didn't intend to hurt him, but soon after no one believed her. Jacqueline had begun working as a caregiver in a nursing home prior to the disaster, but she was fired after just a few weeks because of her persistent lying and arguments. She continued to act as though she was going to work or having night shifts while staying at Ferguson's residence, though, and kept this a secret from her husband. Paul encountered one of his wife's former co-workers who unintentionally told him everything about the lie. His attempt to speak with his wife just led to further arguments. She threatened to kidnap the kids, ban their biological father from seeing them, and leave him for her boyfriend. Paul decided to compromise and ignored her adultery because this was his greatest concern. His closest friend, who subsequently testified in court as a witness, was the only person he could confide in regarding the formulation and implementation of a cunning scheme. Roger wasn't very intelligent. Despite his strength, he was easily led and had a simple intellect. Jacqueline rapidly gained total control over him by coercing her lover into doing what she wanted. She was greatly charmed by the fact that he would gladly engage in combat for her. He probably believed whatever she said since he was truly in love with her. Ferguson heard the woman's complaints about her husband, who, she claimed, was physically violent, unpleasant, and harsh. All of this was undoubtedly false, but the lover detested Paul more and more with each grievance, thinking that he was the primary source of Jacqueline's suffering and oppression, and the primary barrier to their happiness together. She instilled in his mind the notion that by getting rid of her spouse, all of their issues would be resolved and they could live together while earning a sizable income for a pleasant lifestyle. Mrs. Kremble searched for somebody who would commit the crime for cash for about 2 weeks before to the catastrophe, but she and Roger gave up after weighing their alternatives. In order to keep the full insurance payout, it appeared the lovers decided they could do it themselves without leaving any witnesses or evidence. Jacqueline took the kids to spend the weekend with their grandparents on Friday, June 18. She proposed to take her husband out for drinks on Saturday so they could unwind and chat. Paul was happy to accept the offer because he believed it could improve their relationship. It was an invitation to his death, but he was unaware of it. People in the bar that night saw Jackie making a concerted effort to make her husband, who doesn't drink, drunk. After midnight, she led her dazed husband out of the pub after purchasing drinks and almost forcing him to knock back one shot after another. The last time Paul was seen alive, they were captured on security footage. This exposed a notable disparity in timing. According to Jacqueline, the attack happened as soon as the couple returned from their 10-minute stroll to the pub and lasted no more than 15 minutes. She then reportedly phoned the police right away after her husband was abducted and taken away in their vehicle. But it took over an hour and a half from the moment they were caught on camera until the police were called. Investigators thought the offenders used this time to hide their tracks and set up a third-party attack scene. Furthermore, it seems that Jacqueline purposefully made her husband intoxicated, so he would be powerless to refuse. She said that after kicking Paul while he was on the ground, the crook started to strangle him by covering his head with a plastic bag and taping it in place. The type of injuries on the deceased's body supported her story, but by that point, the authorities had irrefutable proof that the attackers were her and her lover, Ferguson. Following a protracted and exhaustive investigation of the crime scene, investigators discovered a partially obliterated imprint of a man's shoe, the tread pattern of which matched Roger's shoes, that had clearly been attempted but unsuccessfully cleaned. However, this evidence can be regarded as circumstantial. Other, more important evidence against the criminal couple was discovered in the kitchen trash, though. A partial fingerprint of Roger's was found on the cable tie that bound Jacqueline's hands, and a cigarette butt with Roger's saliva was discovered. Ferguson's fingerprints were also discovered on the ropes that bound the deceased's hands and feet, and traces of both lovers' perspiration and oil were discovered on the bag that was used to suffocate the victim. A minor acquaintance of Roger's named Colin Robinson was also discovered to have participated in this heinous act by the investigation. On the night of the attack, Roger called him and asked for his assistance with an unidentified task. In order to avoid drawing attention to himself, the teenager drove his car, abandoned it at the end of the street per Roger's request, and walked to the house. Colin wanted to flee when he saw what was occurring, but Roger coerced him into helping transfer the body to the car and load it into the trunk by threatening him with a knife. They then took the vehicle to an empty location and left it there. The terrified young man first denied any involvement in the incident, but during the second interrogation he broke down and started confessing. Trial and punishment. The course of the investigation was several months. They collected indisputable proof throughout this period, spoke with every witness, and got the third criminal to confess. But the offender's trial didn't start until the spring of 2007, nearly 3 years after Paul Cramble was deprived of his life on May 7. The widow received a 20-year sentence after Jacqueline and Roger were found guilty of a premeditated crime with the goal to earn insurance money, in prison, while her accomplice and lover were sentenced to 18 years. Colin Robinson, the juvenile accomplice, received a 3-year term for helping the offenders and trying to hide the truth. Roger's aging mother was likewise unable to avoid accountability for perjury and giving her son a fake alibi. In retaliation against her own children, the woman was only granted a year of probation due to her senior age and severe health issues. Jacqueline persisted in ruining her family's lives while she was incarcerated. Everyone who knew her personally was relieved when she was put in jail, and she was upset that no one stood for her in court. According to her own mother, individuals such as Jackie ought to be permanently removed from society in order to prevent them from hurting others. It's interesting to note that Jacqueline destroyed all of her late husband's possessions and pictures a few days after the funeral, making the house completely devoid of any reminders of him. Somehow, Danielle was able to preserve a few pictures of her father. Her mother was unaware of them, and she kept them on her bedside table. Paul's children received the £300,000 in insurance settlement for which he was slain. Overnight, Danielle and Adam lost both of their parents, but their problems didn't stop there. Their mother was insistent that the children should not be raised by either her parents or the parents of the dead husband. The children were placed in foster care as a result of her efforts to deny them guardianship rights. Danielle was only 11 years old, and her brother Adam was only 5 years old when the tragedy occurred, even though they had living grandparents. From prison, Jacqueline tried to control her children while maintaining her parental rights. She specifically wanted them to use various forms of pressure to publicly declare her innocent. For instance, she said that if they came to see her in prison, she would sign off on their school trips. However, she misled them during the visit by refusing to sign the document and insisting they testify in her favor. Consequently, only the brother and sister were unable to accompany their class on weekend outings. Danielle is currently 31 years old, resides in Basingstoke, works at a daycare, and is seeing an engineer named Simon Bryce. Her 25-year-old brother relocated to London and has a decent degree. With Jacqueline's upcoming release next year, her adult children are extremely concerned that their mother would keep doing everything in her power to ruin their lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Till death do us part doesn't often last that long. Feelings of sweetness and tenderness can rapidly give way to disappointment, annoyance, and even hatred. The most sensible course of action in certain situations is to break up, if not as friends, then at least not as enemies. However, when big quantities of money and the opportunity to become wealthy quickly come into play at the expense of an ex-lover's life, an innocent person's destiny may be decided. The example of Gary Bentley is hardly unusual. Although people have been slain for much less, the murderer in this case wanted to keep $1 million and live a comfortable and easy life. Did Gary foresee what would occur? According to his parents, he did. They were trying to protect him since they felt uneasy and worried about him. However, Gary found it hard to accept that his child's mother, the love of his life, was truly capable of murder. Even though his mother was still alive, he battled valiantly to keep his failing marriage intact for the sake of his kid. But ultimately he died and the youngster was left an orphan. What is known about Gary Bentley's early life then? On August 31, 1984, Gary Lewis Bentley was born in Louisville, a small rural hamlet in Jefferson County, Kentucky. He was the youngest of Gerald and Lisa Bentley's 2 children. From a young age, Gary and his older sister Amy had a tight and trustworthy relationship. The Bentleys owned their own farm and put a lot of effort into providing their children with a quality education and other necessities. The children helped out as well and weren't afraid to take on the physical and labor-intensive tasks involved in farm management. The family was close-knit, supportive, and always looking out for one another. Gary spent a lot of time with his father, Gerald, from an early age. They frequently went hunting, fishing, and camping together and were quite close. His father showed him where to collect edible mushrooms and berries, taught him how to handle a pistol, and gave him survival tips, including how to survive in the bush. Gary became quite interested in guns as a teenager. He eventually began collecting firearms and understood how to use them. He was best friends with his father and they went fishing or hunting almost every weekend. Gary was a true handyman who could make or mend almost anything, making him the epitome of a small-town gentleman. He was described by many around him as gentle, laid back, and always ready to provide a helping hand to those in need. Gary had no bad habits, avoided negative influences, excelled in school, and never ran afoul of the law. He was a calm, introspective child who prioritized his family. Gary majored in engineering in Frankfurt, the state capital, where he attended college after high school. He returned to his hometown of Louisville after graduation, where he began his career as a basic electrician before swiftly rising to the position of his one and only love. Gary fell in love with Tasha, a girl he met while attending college. They didn't mind the slight age difference between them, even though she was about a year and a half older than he was. They moved in together in 2006, not far from Gary's parents' house, after dating for a while. Tasha was pursuing a nursing degree when she was hired by one of the city's hospitals, where she immediately gained the respect and admiration of her colleagues. But she didn't stop there. In order to further her profession, she continued to work and pursue further studies. Gary and Tasha ultimately made it official in 2012 by inviting all of their family and friends to their lavish wedding. The couple was ecstatic when Tasha became pregnant shortly after. They welcomed a child, whom they named Connor, in the spring of 2013. Both Gary and Tasha had successful jobs by the time their first kid was born. They were able to travel, purchase 2 automobiles, move into a larger, more comfortable house, and essentially live worry-free because they were earning a solid living. A few years later, Gary's plans to have a large family and at least 2 more children with Tasha began to fall apart. What did Tasha conceal? Their marriage was ideal for the first 4 years. They were viewed as a model pair. They held well-respected, lucrative careers. We are excellent guests, wonderful parents, and close friends. The couple frequently invited close friends and family to gatherings they hosted at their house. When someone needed assistance or support, they were always the first to offer it. Gerald and Lisa, Gary's parents, are ecstatic with their daughter-in-law and grandchild. However, things began to drastically shift in 2016. After going through a difficult period, the Bentleys' marriage started to suffer. It all began when Tasha started experiencing issues at work, which had never happened to her before. She was often griping about the terrible working conditions, her supervisor and her co-workers. Gary tried his best to help her, but he cautioned her against quitting too soon because it would be difficult to find another position that paid well. The couple made the decision to take a trip in the fall of 2016 in an attempt to decompress and release some stress. They flew to a vacation, leaving their son with Gary's parents, along with their long-standing friends Annie and Kevin Day, with whom they had been close for years. They traveled to Jamaica. The initial days of the journey were ideal. They all enjoyed one another's company, explored the island, and unwinded on the beach, but Tasha appeared preoccupied, as if her thoughts were elsewhere. She was often texting someone, and if someone asked her who she was speaking to, she became quite protective. Gary and Tasha began to quarrel more and more the longer they were on the island. Their pals claimed that Annie and Kevin felt uneasy since the disagreements seemed to start out of nowhere and swiftly turned into heated disputes. When Gary and Tasha got into a heated dispute one day while on a yacht, Kevin attempted to lighten the mood by cracking a joke. Gary splattered beer on his face in retaliation. Kevin didn't take it personally, since he knew that Gary's response was more about the stress that Tasha was causing than it was about the joke. After feeling ashamed, Gary repeatedly apologized and said he had no idea what had happened to him with the new job. Tasha informed Gary that she had resigned from her position shortly after they got back from their trip. Gary wasn't pleased with her choice because his family's financial status may suffer if she lost such a high income. He did, however, have some funds that would enable them to survive and continue their way of life till she got another work, because he was a prudent and thrifty guy. However, Tasha was employed as a consultant at a large pharmaceutical company the day after she quit. She hadn't mentioned getting a job before quitting, so this was strange. Although it appeared that someone might have assisted her in getting the job, Tasha dismissed it as pure serendipity, claiming that she happened to stumble into the interview. Even though Tasha appeared content with her new career, circumstances at home didn't improve. She stopped cooking, was rarely there, neglected the house, and showed no concern in Gary's situation. She even neglected their son, letting his grandparents handle the most of the child-rearing. Mrs. Bentley began to leave town on the weekends, claiming to be on work travels. She was always talking on the phone, always finding a quiet place where no one could listen in. She claimed that it was work, and that she needed to talk to her supervisors or coworkers about it when questioned. In order to prevent anyone from checking her phone, she also set a password, something she had never done before. She'd become aloof and secretive. Gary, however, was the one who was caring for his son and giving him all of his love and attention. Spending all of his free time with the youngster and doing everything he could to ensure he didn't feel abandoned, he nearly lived for him. Gary still loved his wife and wanted to keep their marriage intact if only for the sake of their child, despite their frequent arguments and her lack of interest. Mexico excursion with the family. Seeing the strain in their son's family, Gary's parents made the decision to take him, Tasha, and their grandchild to one of Mexico's most stunning resorts as a surprise, in the hopes that it would provide a tranquil setting for them to re-establish contact and spend quality time together. They selected a comfortable hotel in a remote location. The internet was spotty and frequently interrupted, and cell coverage was scarce. This made it possible for the family to spend time together and enjoy one another's company. At the beach and go for lengthy strolls. Tasha, though, was clearly annoyed by the lack of connectivity. She was always looking for a signal to send texts or make phone calls. She became enraged and screamed at Gary's parents and their young boy. Gerald, Gary's father, thought her actions were odd and made the decision to speak openly with his son. He expressed his concern that Tasha might be cheating. Gary attempted to laugh it off, but Gerald could tell by the expression in his eyes that his son was thinking the same thing but was feigning indifference. Because of their daily arguments, Tasha insisted that they end their vacation early and go back home. Citing pressing work issues, she finally prepared her belongings and declared that she would return by plane by herself. Even though they were paid for an additional week at the hotel and received no reimbursements, this compelled the other members of the family to depart early with her. An odd series of fires in the spring of 2017, Tasha called Gerald, her father-in-law, and sounded upset, asking him to come and get her. She clarified that her automobile was totally wrecked after catching fire at a fueling station. She had to visit her insurance provider before returning home. Gerald naturally hurried to her aid, but he couldn't get rid of the uneasy feeling. In the years she had known Gary, one of her automobiles had inexplicably burned up 3 times. The car was reduced to scrap metal each time it occurred at a gas station, making it hard to identify the true origin of the fire. Tasha consistently earned substantial insurance settlements, and the events were consistently attributed to malfunctioning gas station equipment. Tasha would insure the cars for the maximum amount shortly prior to the fires, always using different insurance firms, and these fires occurred around every 3 years. She said she didn't know how it happened, and some family members and acquaintances even speculated that she might have enemies who were deliberately damaging her vehicles. Nevertheless, Tasha purchased a newer, more costly vehicle following each collision. Even if the fires had a suspicious pattern that made intentional property destruction all but impossible, the insurance companies had no reason to reject her claims. By summer 2017, the not-so-secret affair had. Almost every weekend, Tasha would vanish, claiming to be on work excursions. She seemed to live a life apart from Gary and their son, growing increasingly aloof. The Bentley's neighbors, friends, and relatives started to think that Tasha was having an affair. Gary took these rumors quite personally. He gave up making jokes about it, and would either be silent or abruptly shift the topic. Gary's parents made multiple attempts to speak with him, telling him that things couldn't continue this way because, in essence, the marriage had already ended, but Gary consistently gave the same response. For Connor's sake, he was committed to keeping the family together and still loved his wife. He hoped that things would return to normal, that Tasha would wake up, and that she would reevaluate her priorities. Gary, Tasha, and their kids celebrated Thanksgiving at his parents' place in November 2017. Amy, Gary's sister, arrived with her family as well. When gift-giving became commonplace, Tasha claimed to be too preoccupied with her job to purchase any, but it turned out that she had not. She promised to fix it and come back shortly after apologizing and leaving. After spending hours away, she returned with nothing, not even a gift for her son, when everyone stared at her with confusion. It would have taken her the entire night to go through the lineups everywhere, she said. Amy was unable to contain herself this time. She drew Gary forward and asked him directly whether he understood that Tasha was most likely seeing someone else and wasn't even attempting to conceal it any longer. With a gun safe in the bedroom, Gary merely replied that they would take care of it themselves. Gary called his father the next weekend to invite him over and bring some equipment. Gerald was glad to assist and arrived at his son's house with all the necessary supplies in less than 30 minutes. As previously stated, Gary had been a gun collector since he was a young man, and his home was stocked with shotguns, hunting rifles, handguns, and other firearms. He even had some rare objects strewn about in various areas. Gary, however, made the snap decision to create a safe in his home, collect all of his guns, and secure them. Gerald was a little alarmed by this abrupt decision, and inquired as to why Gary felt the need to conceal his gun collection. Gerald could tell his kid was scared of something, even if Gary didn't provide a clear response. It didn't appear like he was concerned about intruders. Tasha claimed that she came up with the idea because she was afraid and thought they would be in danger when she got home. Gerald didn't give it much thought at the time, but her words felt odd. The catastrophe, the unexplained home murder, was just a few days away. On Sunday, December 10, 2017, Tasha called her father-in-law to inform him that the garage door was open when she arrived home, and that she had been unable to get in touch with Gary all day. Concerned that burglars might have broken in, she begged Gerald to come over because she was too afraid to go inside. Fortunately, Gary was at home alone himself and Connor was safe, staying with his grandparents. Gerald ran as quickly as he could. Everything appeared to be in order at first sight. Although the garage door was open, there were no indications that the residence had been broken into. Everything appeared to be typical. There were no signs of an intruder and nothing seemed missing. Gerald repeatedly yelled at his son, but he never answered. He discovered Gary's lifeless body on the bed in shock when he entered the bedroom. Gary's body was already chilly and exhibiting symptoms of rigor mortis when Gerald attempted CPR. Still in shock that his kid had left, he dialed 911 right away. He didn't realize until later that the bedroom gun safe had been broken into and that several of the weapons were gone. The forensic results showed that Gary had been murdered by a single, close-range gunshot to the head when the forensic team arrived. It was possible that he was asleep and didn't even hear the killer approach because he was in a sleeping position on his side in bed and had no other injuries or indications of a struggle. Valuables, a jewelry box, and even cash left in plain sight remained unharmed, making the incident appear to be more than a normal heist. This suggested that the gun safe was the primary goal. Only a small number of guns, none of which were very valuable, were stolen nevertheless. These were not the murder weapon, nor were the remaining firearms. Tasha, Gary's wife, was the leading suspect from the beginning of the investigation, since she didn't appear to be a grieving widow. She carefully explained to the police what had happened during the day before she and her father-in-law discovered the dead. Second, every member of the couple's family and circle of friends attested to the fact that Gary and Tasha's marriage had been in trouble for some time and that a divorce was imminent. Third, 2 big dogs owned by the Bentleys growled at everyone but their owners. However, the neighbors had not heard any barking, and if they had, Gary probably would have awakened up. Tasha stated that she had left the house to run some errands because Gary had intended to go hunting that day. She claimed that after lunch she had attempted to phone him but had been unsuccessful. She attributed the situation to poor reception and was not really concerned. When asked, her pals confirmed that she had visited a friend's house on her way home. The crime was committed without any witnesses. That day, nobody saw strangers or heard anything untoward. Not even surveillance footage from cameras in the area provided any helpful hints. The crime seems to have been a well-thought-out plot to fabricate a robbery in order to get $1 million insurance coverage. Tasha received a call from a friend named Annie Day, who wanted to offer her sympathies and ask if she could assist with funeral planning. Annie was shocked at Tasha's reaction. She explained that she had more important things to do and that Gary's parents were taking care of the burial. A trip to the insurance company for a sizable payoff was one of the more crucial tasks. It seems that Tasha had persuaded Gary to get $1 million life insurance policy not long before the murder. Gary accepted, though he wasn't really happy about it, to appease his wife. Tasha attempted, but was unsuccessful, to raise the compensation to $2 million, 0 cents, a few days prior to the crime. The motive was now obvious, but there was still no concrete proof that Tasha was responsible for the killing. Meanwhile, information about her 3 prior burned-out vehicles, all of which had caused significant damage, came to light. Insurance payouts. It was discovered that Tasha had previously engaged in similar insurance fraud, an accomplice or a lover. Tasha had been seeing a coworker named Anthony for more than a year, according to one of her acquaintances, and he was the one who helped her land a new position. Suspecting that Anthony might have assisted his lover, investigators made the decision to ask him about his role in the crime. Anthony said that he and Tasha had been romantically involved for a long time and that they frequently met at his house. Tasha was going to leave Gary, he said, and they were even going to celebrate New Year's Eve 2018. Anthony hurried to offer an alibi as soon as he became aware that he was being investigated as a suspect in the murder case. He claimed to have been at his parents' house, assisting them with repairs on the day of the murder. That day, they visited a number of second-hand stores, all of which were caught on camera. The murder weapon and the missing guns from the safe were still unknown, but detectives came to the conclusion that Tasha had probably acted alone, which explained why there were no traces of a break-in and why the dogs hadn't barked. Tasha's account of events, Tasha frequently added additional information, changed her tale, and attempted to place the blame elsewhere. She even brought up Gary and Kevin Day's argument when Gary flung beer in his friend's face when they were on vacation. Tasha believes that Kevin may have harbored resentment and seized the chance to exact retribution. But after being questioned for a few hours, Tasha eventually gave up and admitted, although she acknowledged killing her husband, she held Gary responsible for the incident. According to Tasha, Gary was violent toward her and their kid, and on the day of the murder, he struck their child once more. She claimed that was the final straw, and she retrieved a rifle after waiting for Gary to go to sleep. But there was no evidence to support any of Tasha's assertions. Tasha's assertions were not substantiated by any of her relatives or friends. In actuality, everyone supported Gary, praising him as the most loving parent they had ever known, and a loyal, loving husband. They maintained that he would never touch his wife, much less their beloved young boy. Tasha eventually disclosed the hiding place where she had hidden the firearms taken from the safe, including the murder weapon, a pistol, after even the child attested that his father had never harmed him or his mother. It was interesting to see that Anthony's fingerprints were on the gun. It found out that Tasha had left her lover's prints on the gun after giving it to him to hold. If things didn't work out, she intended to frame him, but she confessed before she could carry out that portion of the plan, which included trial and sentencing. Gary's murder trial started in June 2021, and the prosecution claims that money was the main driving force behind the crime. After receiving the $1 million insurance payment, Tasha sought to use some of the funds to refurbish Anthony's home, where she would soon move. Tasha Bentley was convicted of premeditated murder and trying to obstruct the inquiry on July 20, 2021. She received a sentence of 55 years in jail, with the chance of release in 2037 at the latest. Little Connor is currently being raised by his paternal grandparents after losing both his parents in a single, sad event. This crime was discussed in the American Monster episode of Investigation Discovery. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 young lads chose to go hiking near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana, on January 3, 1956, which is when this horrific event began. They discovered a car parked between 2 trees with its motor still running while they were strolling down a dusty road. To their surprise, they found a dead body. 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road, the police discovered another lifeless person the next day, with secrets and ominous tales that plagued Great Falls for years. This enigmatic incident gave rise to myths and conjecture surrounding the case. What sinister secrets were concealed in the lives of the victims? Would we ever know the truth? We'll examine the convoluted case of Patricia Kalitsky and Dwayne Bogle today. Montana's Great Falls is a city renowned for its lively people and breathtaking scenery. The Great Falls of the Missouri, a group of waterfalls on the Missouri River, are the inspiration behind the city's name. With attractions like Giant Springs State Park and the River's Edge Trail, the city offers a blend of urban conveniences and scenic beauty. This is where the story for today is set. Let's begin at the very beginning, though. On January 18, 1937, Dwayne Bogle was born in Waco, Texas. Albuquerque Walker and James George Bogle Jr., his parents, embraced him. Dwayne was a Waco High School graduate who was loved by his family for his wonderful sense of humor and endearing demeanor. Fortunately, Dwayne's path led him to the United States Air Force in 1955, youthful and ambitious. It was probably his first job after finishing technical school and basic training. For 8 months, he served as an airman second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, which is close to the picturesque town of Great Falls. He had no idea that he would meet Patricia Kolitsky, the love of his life, while he was there. She was a junior at Great Falls High School when she was born on August 20, 1939, in the tiny town of Great Falls. She always had a large smile on her face and was regarded by her classmates as amusing, compassionate, and energetic. Patricia appeared to be gifted in anything she tried, including tap and ballet dancing. 18-year-old Dwayne and 16-year-old Patricia met in December 1955. They both loved to sing and dance, and as luck would have it, Dwayne fell deeply in love with Patricia while he was sent at Malmstrom. Even though they had only known one another for a few weeks, they clicked right away and dreamed of a future together since they couldn't bear to be apart. Dwayne was embraced by Patricia's family, and he even spent Christmas 1955 staying with them and participating in their celebrations. With great excitement and anticipation, Dwayne and Patricia set off on their trek to Wadsworth Park on that memorable day, January 2, 1956. Brimming with anticipation for their first journey together as a couple, they bid farewell to their relatives. They had no idea that their journey would soon take an unexpected turn that would permanently change their lives. Although they had intended to get home by 9 p.m., Patricia's parents became more and more worried as the hours passed. Patricia, who was renowned for being accountable and on time, had not returned by her customary curfew of 10 p.m. In a panic, Patricia's parents contacted her older sister in the hopes of finding out where she was, but she was nowhere to be found. They searched well-known spots where Patricia enjoyed spending her time, but she was still evasive. They began to worry about the prospect that Patricia might have eloped with Dwayne, just like her sister. As their search became more frantic, they hesitantly accepted the idea that history might be repeating itself, because they had already felt the anguish of betrayal from their older daughter, who had eloped with her lover years prior. Uncertain if Patricia had voluntarily disappeared or if anything more nefarious had happened, they were afraid of the worst but were also troubled by their previous heartbreak, so they were reluctant to call the police. 3 daring youngsters went hiking at Wadsworth Park in northwest Great Falls, Montana, on a chilly January 3, 1956. They encountered an odd and unnerving sight while strolling along a dirt path. The radio was playing loudly in a car that was still running and parked between 2 trees. The emergency brake was applied, and its headlights remained on. The motorist appeared to have disappeared moments earlier. Curiosity drove the youngsters to approach the car with caution. They were shocked to see a dead man partially trapped beneath the car, laying face down. They saw that what appeared to be his own belt had been used to firmly bind his hands behind his back. The guys alerted the authorities right away, and they hurried to the area to look into it. Being cautious not to disturb any possible evidence, they thoroughly searched the entire area. They discovered a gunshot wound to the back of the man's head when examining his body. His body showed no further symptoms of injuries, which was surprising. This implied that the murderer's sole goal was to take his life quickly without causing him more pain. A key piece of identification, the driver's license of 18-year-old Dwayne Bogle, was discovered by the police during the automobile search, and it served as a major lead in the investigation. Robbery was one of the many hypotheses that whirled through the police's heads. The fact that the car's engine was still running suggested that the murderer had made a quick escape after stealing items. Then, however, they had a horrifying suspicion. They thought there had been a crime more heinous than robbery. Since kidnappings were happening regularly at the time, there were worries that Dwayne might have been singled out for attention. The terrible decision to take Dwayne's life seemed to be the outcome of the criminal's initial plot going horribly wrong. The cops thoroughly examined the entire region because they were determined to locate any hint, but the predator had been able to entirely hide his tracks, so there was no sign of him. The heartbreaking news of Dwayne's murder was subsequently relayed to his family by the police. Dwayne's parents were overcome with astonishment and sadness at hearing the startling news. They were unable to understand how someone could hurt their cherished kid, who was always happy and adored by others. For them, it was an extremely painful moment. When Patricia's parents heard the news, they came forward and gave the police important information. They disclosed that Patricia had not come home either and was also with Dwayne. They said they were worried about her safety and wondered where Patricia might be if Dwayne had been slain. When the police first arrived at the crime scene, they found no evidence of Patricia nearby, which left them perplexed. They went back to the location and stepped up their search, since they were determined to find her. The following day, January 4, 1956, a road worker found Patricia's lifeless body 5 miles outside of Great Falls on Vineyard Road. The tragic site was about 8 kilometers from the discovery of Dwayne's body. It was clear Patricia had probably been abducted. Sadly, her body had rolled to the location from the gravel road above, as shown by a trail of blood down the rocky valley. She had also been shot in the back of the head, just like Dwayne. The authorities had no idea that this was only the start of a dark and terrifying story. The police made the decision to look into what happened and find out where Patricia and Dwayne were last seen. They learned that on the night of January 2, 1956, the pair had been spotted together having a drink at Pete's Drive-In restaurant. The restaurant employees said that they arrived at 8:30 p.m. and departed just after 9 o'clock. During their visit, they were the only ones in the automobile. The authorities assumed Patricia and Dwayne had driven there voluntarily, because the area where Dwayne and his automobile were discovered was a well-liked destination for couples. It seems that their assailant had discovered them there and ejected them from the car. Because Dwayne and Patricia's murders were so similar, authorities were certain that they had been killed by the same person. The disturbing conditions suggested a gruesome execution-style murder, in which the two victims were made to kneel before being shot in the back of the head and killed. A disturbing fact surfaced as the investigation went on. Except for one misplaced shoe that had fallen off as she tumbled down the embankment, Patricia's body was completely clothed when it was found at the bottom of a steep ravine. There was no concrete proof of assault found during the initial inspection of her body, but as the inquiry progressed, an unexpected turn of events surfaced. Additional testing and analysis revealed an entirely different image. The revelation occurred when Patricia's body was found to have injuries associated with assault, defying the first conclusion. Additionally, they were able to obtain a swab from her in the hopes of identifying the murderer. Unfortunately, no definitive results could be obtained at the time due to technological restrictions. All of the test results and supporting documentation, however, were meticulously saved in case the mystery could be solved in the future. And further dimension of intrigue was introduced by the coroner's assessment. In fact, it was thought that Dwayne had survived the shooting for a few hours. It was thought that the shooting itself happened sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight, and Dwayne passed away tragically between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Authorities started a thorough investigation because they were committed to finding the murderer. The Great Falls Sheriff's Office's T.J. Leeper went above and beyond by purchasing a polygraph machine with his own funds that might provide crucial hints. To make sure it was used properly, they sent in a Seattle specialist. 10 officers dedicated their time to the case, working around the clock. They started looking for anyone who would have a reason to hurt Patricia or Dwayne. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed a troubling exchange she had with Dwayne on January 2, 1956, the day before his lifeless body was discovered, adding to the growing suspicion. The authorities were intrigued by this information and pondered whether the friend might be linked to the murders of Patricia and Dwayne. They managed to locate the friend and spent 4 hours questioning him. When they were unable to locate any proof connecting him to the killings, the police eventually forced to let him go. Furthermore, it was established that he was in his Texas house when the murder occurred. Unfortunately, the authorities were unable to identify a specific personal reason for Dwayne and Patricia's killings. Their investigation options were limited by this obstacle, so they turned their attention to those who had consumed alcohol the night before the killings and attempted to track down those who carried firearms. When all seems lost, 2 witnesses came forward with shocking information. They reported to the police on January 10, 1956, a man who was spotted returning home at midnight with a gun in his hand, in addition to having one. A glimmer of hope that they might have finally gotten a break in the case was generated by this information, but when they confronted the individual and spoke with him, their hope swiftly evaporated. He insisted that he didn't even own a gun and strongly denied ever leaving his residence that evening. Based on the 2 men's testimonies, the police had almost enough reason to arrest him. In a startling change of events, nevertheless, the witnesses did finally confess. It was discovered after hours of hard interrogation that they had been lying the entire time because they hated the man. They viewed this continuous probe as a chance to get what they wanted. The police were shocked and enraged by this discovery, knowing that they had to start over in their hunt for the real criminal. Sheriff Leeper had to close the full-time investigation into the case in March 1956, 2 months later, without being able to identify the murderer. The sheriff expressed his dissatisfaction and sadness for not apprehending the individual responsible for Patricia and Dwayne's deaths, but the lack of progress was discouraging. The inquiry went on, but in January 1957, the sheriff addressed the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the killings. He expressed his will to continue. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll catch him. He must have made a mistake. They all do. Someday, we'll find out what it was, and then we'll have them." Their families and the communities to which they belonged were profoundly affected by Dwayne and Patricia's deaths. Henry, Patricia's father, had emotional numbness and struggled to accept Patricia's passing. In an interview with the television program Hard Copy, Patricia's sister Darlene revealed that their father Henry was unable to deal with the loss or talk about Patricia. Darlene decided to treasure the good times she shared with her sister as a way to find comfort. Both families understood that nothing could bring Patricia and Dwayne back, no matter how much it hurt. It was really hard to understand the loss, and it seemed impossible to find closure. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed that for years following the murder, she and Dwayne's mother corresponded by mail. Because of their shared loss and sadness, the two families were able to connect through their correspondence. Meanwhile, the case had remained unsolved. Detective Bill Madison brought a new perspective to the 2001 investigation into the murders of Dwayne and Patricia. He found a swab from Patricia's autopsy that had been kept for more than 45 years in evidence storage. The swab was transferred to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for processing using the latest developments in DNA technology. Patricia had been beaten, as the lab shockingly discovered a cell in the swab that did not belong to Dwayne. Over the course of the following few years, investigators compared the cell's DNA to that of over 35 previously recognized suspects. But the DNA on the sample did not match that of any of the suspects. The swab's DNA was also compared to national criminal databases by the investigators, but no matches were discovered. They investigated suspects such as Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger, who had resided in the Great Falls region at the time of the killings. Bulger was previously arrested in 1951 for the assault of a 15-year-old girl. Edward Wayne, a convicted serial murderer who killed 2 couples years after Dwayne and Patricia's deaths, was another possible possibility. He denied any participation, although the authorities suspected he might have been in the Great Falls region at the time. When Bulger's and Wayne's DNA did not match the swabs, they were both disqualified as suspects. After 18 more years of investigation, a breakthrough was made, motivated by the method employed to solve the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Assigned to the Patricia and Dwayne murder case, Detective Sergeant John Kenneron was adamant about pursuing the investigation. In order to obtain further DNA evidence from the swab obtained at Patricia's autopsy, he collaborated with forensic scientists. They embraced a state-of-the-art technique in 2019 called genetic genealogy with GED match technology. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile discovered at the crime site with profiles in public genealogical databases, thanks to this novel technique. They were able to create a family tree and find distant relatives by examining the common DNA. Making the connections between various people and their genetic connections was similar to solving a jigsaw. The investigators were about to reveal the suspect after carefully creating the family tree, but there was a terrifying turn to the tale. It was difficult to get a direct DNA sample from the leading suspect because he had already died and his bones had been cremated. Unfazed, they focused on the suspect's kids, who lived close to Great Falls, and asked for their DNA to compare. To their surprise, the children's DNA revealed that the cell discovered during Patricia's autopsy had come from their father. When the children learned that their loving father was to blame for the deaths of 2 individuals, it was a heartbreaking discovery. Kenneth Gould, who also resided in Great Falls, was formally identified by the Cascade County Sheriff's Office as the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne on June 8, 2021. Following a comprehensive investigation and DNA analysis, The authorities were certain that Kenneth Gould was the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne. However, Gould cannot be tried or formally identified as the murderer because he had already died. Rather, they were limited to designating him as the case's most likely suspect. This historic announcement was made over 65 years after the untimely deaths of Patricia and Dwayne, making it the oldest case ever solved in history, utilizing the cutting-edge method of genetic genealogy. The local horse trainer, Kenneth Gould, was born and raised in Great Falls, Montana. He married 16-year-old Lula Bell Brown in 1952 at the age of 24, began a family, and raised 5 kids. He lived very close to Patricia's home and was often spotted riding horses in the neighborhood around the time of the murder. Gould lived close to the location of the incident, but his name was never in the police files and he had no obvious relationship to either Patricia or Dwayne. Oddly, Gould sold his family's land in February 1956, a month after the killings, and started a string of movements throughout Montana before landing in Missouri in 1967. He never went back to Montana after that. At the age of 79, Gould's adventure came to an end in 2001 when he died in Oregon County, Missouri. His life continued to be entangled with the mystery surrounding the killings of Patricia and Dwayne, raising doubts about his potential involvement and the motivation for the killings. People can have secrets they never tell anyone, Cascade County Sheriff's Office Detective Sergeant John Canaron said in reference to the case. Many of Patricia and Dwayne's loved ones had already died and were unable to hear the news because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification. Darlene, Patricia's lone surviving sister, suffered from severe dementia. When Gould was eventually found, the case's conclusion caused Dwayne and Patricia's family to experience a range of emotions. Gould's identification triggered emotions and rekindled old emotional wounds among the relatives, despite their relief at having answers at last. Karen Bogle McCarthy, Dwayne's niece, told the New York Times that her generation benefited from the use of contemporary technology in the case's resolution. Jim Bogle, Dwayne's younger brother James, has a daughter named Karen. As a child, Jim Bogle had always admired Dwayne. Since Jim died of a neurological disease in November 2013, he was sadly unable to witness the identification of his beloved brother's killer. The surviving family of Patricia and Dwayne was extremely relieved that they were no longer burdened with the bizarre hypotheses and wild speculations surrounding the case. The idea that Dwayne had joined the mob in Great Falls and caused their untimely deaths was one scenario that devastated his family. Additionally, there were rumors that Dwayne was involved with narcotics dealers in Texas, but Gould's identification ended decades of conjecture and rumors in addition to exposing the truth about who separated Dwayne from his family. Even though there is now closure, the families impacted by this tragedy still have emotional scars. How do you feel about this case? What do you believe might be the driving force behind the murders of Patricia and Dwayne? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We are examining the unsettling case of Kim Wall, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Denmark's capital, Copenhagen, known to the locals as Copenhagen, is situated on the picturesque islands of Amager and Zealand. Denmark is renowned for its excellent architecture and design in general, but Copenhagen in particular is the main draw. In addition to a vibrant food scene, the lush, verdant city has a rich and diverse cultural environment. Copenhagen, home to more than 600,000 people, is considered one of the happiest cities in the world due to its laid-back lifestyle and progressive social views. Even though Denmark is a pleasant country, it did record 54 homicides in 2017, including the August 2017 murder of Kim Wall. On March 23, 1987, Kim Wall was born in Trelleborg, Sweden. Journalists Joachim and Ingrid Wall were her parents. Tom Wall was the only sibling she had. Kim developed into an exceptionally intelligent youngster who never wavered in her commitment to her objectives. She did exceptionally well at the London School of Economics, where she studied international relations. However, It didn't stop there. Kim advanced her education by pursuing a master's degree at Columbia University's School of Journalism, sometimes referred to as the Oxbridge of Journalism. Kim won awards for her year and was at the top of her class among her peers. Kim's approach to her work as a journalist mirrored her deep interest in people and their stories. Kim would do whatever it took to share people's experiences and give them a voice. Kim was a journalist for the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, the Swedish Embassy in Australia, and a European Union delegation in India. Numerous worldwide publications, including as the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times, have published her pieces. Kim lived in Copenhagen with her lover, Ole Stabi, a game and interface designer. Although she alternated between Beijing and New York, the two had big plans together and were incredibly in love. Relocating to Beijing, China was one of their goals. However, life had other ideas. Kim was spending time with her family on August 9, 2017, at her parents' home in Trelleborg, Sweden, so they could take their annual summer photo. Before August 9, 2017, her family had 29 photos since they had taken a family photograph every summer since Kim was a year old. Kim was also excited to get to Copenhagen because she wanted to see Ole. Before departing for China on August 16, 2017, Kim and Ole planned to host their friends at their apartment the next day to bid them farewell. Even though Tom, Kim's brother, was exhausted from working a night shift the day before, Ingrid, Kim's mother, realized that Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family photo, so she made sure they did so before she left. They had no idea that would be the final photo they would take together. Ole and Kim prepared their house for the house party on August 10, 2017. Friends soon arrived at their flat, but Kim received a call before the celebration could start. Peter Madsen, a Danish submarine inventor, made the call. Kim and Peter had already discussed an interview over the phone. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a story she was writing for Wired magazine. It was intended to be a brief interview to wrap up her report. So, before the celebration began, she asked Ole to excuse her. Before it was too late, Kim wanted to do the work as quickly as possible so she could resume her partying with her pals. Kim left for the interview after apologizing to her friends who had already arrived for the celebration. 3 submarines were built by renowned inventor Peter Madsen. In addition, he had constructed rocket ships and motivated many others with his endeavors. Peter invited Kim to accompany him on a flight aboard his 2008 launch submarine, the UC-3 Nautilus, since the interview was about his inventions. Peter invited Kim to meet him at Copenhagen Harbor, where Kim had a safe journey. Kim arrived at about 7 o'clock. Kim, who was first afraid to board the submarine, gained the strength to do so and carefully walked onto it, where Peter was already waiting for her. She knew it wasn't a huge concern by the time the soft wind blew about her as she stood next to Peter on the submarine's tower. Notably, she contacted Ole at 8 p.m. saying, "I love you, but I'm going down now." She also texted Ole, "I'm still alive." Even though it was Kim's final text, Ole didn't think there was an issue because he expected Kim to concentrate on her work. Shortly after that, Ole received another text from Kim that said, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Ole, however, soon became concerned. Ole was unable to get in touch with Kim, so it started to become later and later. Kim was supposed to return early as promised. He began to fear about 10 o'clock at night. At 1:43 a.m. he called the police after phoning everyone he could think of and informed them that his girlfriend had vanished. After Kim Wall was reported missing, the Danish police started looking for her. Kim was not located despite their hunt for the submarine she boarded prior to her disappearance, the UC-3 Nautilus. Throughout the night, the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DEMA, officers helped the police search the sea. They looked everywhere, trying to find Kim. In addition to utilizing cadaver dogs, the divers explored a huge area of the sea that was dark, traveling in all directions, front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the ocean. Approximately 5:31 a.m., Ole called Kim's mother Ingrid on August 11, 2017, to inform her that Kim had gone missing. Joachim and Ingrid were both in a panic and could only pray that Kim was still alive. Even after a thorough search, the police would not discover anything until approximately 10:30 p.m. The sub was discovered at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen by a rescue aircraft in a harbor southeast of Amager, close to the Dragør lighthouse. Kim was not there, but the police did find Peter Madsen. Peter explained to the reporters who were on the search that a malfunctioning ballast tank was the reason the submarine sank. He added that he swam to a nearby fisherman's boat to get away after spotting it. The cops asked Peter about Kim's location because he never mentioned her in his account. He said that on the evening of August 10, 2017, just before the accident, he left Kim off at a local restaurant. When the police raised the submarine to examine it, they found something fishy. They found that the defective ballast tank had been intentionally tampered with. Additionally, investigators searched the submarine and discovered evidence of Kim's personal possessions and blood. Peter's story evolved once they asked him more questions. He reported to the police that he lost his hold on a large hatch door, which collapsed and struck Kim's head, causing an accident. When he checked, Kim had no pulse, according to Peter, and there was a lot of blood where she landed. The cops were aware right away that they needed to suspect Peter, but why? Nothing material was there to cling to. Since Kim's body had not been discovered, they were unsure of what actually happened to her. On August 21, 2017, 11 days after Kim Wall vanished, a cyclist made a gory find while crossing the beach south of Copenhagen. The torso of a human washed ashore on the beach. Following a call to the police department, they examined the torso and concluded it belonged to Kim Wall, the Swedish journalist who had been missing for 11 days. The remainder of the corpse was not connected to the torso, which had been horribly stabbed 14 times. Although Kim Wall's friends and family were aware that their loved one had passed away, they were still curious about what had happened to her on August 10, 2017. Until October 7, 2017, when divers discovered plastic bags in Kogi Bay, less than a mile from where Kim's torso was discovered, the authorities continued their quest for explanations without finding anything. When the plastic bags were opened, Kim's head and legs were within them. Metal fragments were fastened to the sacks to keep them from floating. Following these revelations, Peter was questioned once more and altered his account once more. This time, he claimed that Kim Wall passed away on his submarine due to poisonous gases. The cops were aware that Peter was concealing something because of his contradictory accounts. Because he was the last person to see Kim alive, and because he was unable to give precise information about what transpired while they were together, he was also the only suspect in the case. No one was arrested, since Peter never admitted to killing Kim and there was no solid proof to convict anyone. Nevertheless, the police continued their investigation as they were unable to operate on their presumptions. One of Peter's claims that Kim's head was struck by a hatch was refuted by the autopsy, which found no blunt trauma on her head. Additionally, the autopsy showed that Kim had been stabbed and shackled. Additionally, it revealed that she had asphyxia, indicating that she had either been stabbed in the throat or strangled. The police had grounds to detain Peter for additional interrogation in light of this evidence. When the authorities inspected his phone during the investigation, they discovered that on August 9, 2017, Peter had viewed a video showing a young woman in agony as she was gradually decapitated with a little knife. Additionally, his search history revealed that he looked up how to remove every photo from his iPhone. Investigators also discovered movies of women being killed on Peter's computer, and witnesses testified that Peter was observed practicing asphyxiation and watching videos of decapitation. The inquiry revealed that while Kim's body contained no evidence of Peter's DNA, the underpants, which were taken from Peter Madsen following the arrest, did contain bodily fluid traces. When questioned, Peter denied experiencing pleasure with Kim. Annie and Carl Madsen welcomed Peter into the world on January 12, 1971. His early years were spent in Denmark's Sabi and Hong. Annie had 3 additional boys from 2 prior men and was over 30 years younger than Carl. When Peter was 6 years old, Annie left the marriage with all of her children, allegedly because Carl mistreated his 3 stepsons. Years later, Peter moved back home with his father, who also had a passion for rockets. Peter was really interested in rocket fuel in school. He created his first huge rocket while studying chemistry and physics, and on March 3, 1986, he launched it. He based it on the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper and constructed it at his father's factory. The rocket performed admirably, ascending to a height of 100 meters before falling. Luckily, nobody was harmed. Peter lost his father when he was 18 in 1990. But he continued to explore and contact engineers. Additionally, he joined Copenhagen's Dark Rocket Club, a Danish amateur rocket club, but over time the other members lost interest in him. According to Dark members, he could activate the fire sprinkler system by only speaking his name. Although he never completed formal schooling, he did take engineering and welding classes to gain some knowledge of submarines. His passion paid off as individuals, businesses, and organizations saw his potential and provided financial support for his work and way of life. He constructed the UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Praka, and UC-3 Nautilus submarines. The Nautilus was a 3-year-long privately manufactured midget submarine that was launched on May 3, 2008, in Copenhagen, Denmark. The construction cost was about $200,000. Together with Danish architect Christian von Bengtsen, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals on May 1, 2008. He departed the project in June 2014. Peter was in charge of the booster rocket engines, launch pad, and launch systems. Because of his inventions, Peter was already well-liked, and many people became interested in him without realizing that he was a different person on the inside. Only the murder of Kim Wall revealed who he really was. Peter Madsen, 47, was accused on January 26, 2018 with murder, assault from stabbing, and indecent handling of a corpse because of the dissection. On August 10, 2017, Peter was charged by the prosecution with binding, striking, placing, and strangling Kim on his submarine. Throughout the investigation, Peter refused to acknowledge that he had slain Kim. When Peter's trial started on March 8, 2018, he entered a not guilty plea to the allegations. According to the psychiatric evaluation, Peter was not delusional or psychotic, but rather a narcissistic psychopath. Peter was convicted guilty of all charges and given a life sentence on April 25, 2018. In court, Peter reportedly displayed no remorse. Instead, he intimidated people in the courtroom by staring at them from time to time. Because of Peter's behavior, the Wall family was once instructed not to let him pass in the courtroom. Peter insisted throughout the proceedings that Kim's death was an accident, even though he acknowledged that he had dismembered her body. He told the court, "I don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." The family and friends of Kim, who never imagined that she would be murdered so near to her home, found closure in this sentence, even if Peter would not confess. They were all aware that Kim was a fearless journalist who would venture into hazardous areas to obtain the information she needed for her job. If they were ever concerned about Kim, it would be because she traveled far and wide for work, and they were all unaware that she would die suddenly in Copenhagen, where she lived. Following his life sentence, Peter attempted to appeal the decision, but it was denied. After he was caught, his wife, whom he married in 2011, requested that her name be kept secret and filed for divorce. He was hospitalized in August 2018 after being attacked by an 18-year-old prisoner who threatened to keep him there for the rest of his life. By frightening inmates with a phony firearm and fictitious explosives he had manufactured while incarcerated, he managed to break out in October 2020. He was surrounded by police in a residential neighborhood close to his Sylvester prison as they pursued him. However, because they believed he was carrying explosives, the police were unable to approach him. The cops waited for the explosive specialists to come after they were called. The cops detained him and returned him to the prison after the specialists arrived and discovered that everything had been a ruse. He had to appear in court once more for that offense, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an extra 21 months in prison for attempting to flee. It appeared that the additional sentence would not impact Peter's jail term, even though he was already serving a life sentence. However, if a probation request were ever submitted, the extra sentence would be relevant. Throughout the case, Peter insisted that the death was an accident. However, the Danish tabloid Ekstra Bladet claims that Peter Madsen confessed during a documentary series in which he was secretly recorded. The show was based on almost 20 hours of telephone talks with Peter while he was incarcerated, which were secretly recorded. During one video, he is asked if he killed Kim, and he answers, "Yes." He also states, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." Kim's parents, journalists Joachim and Ingrid, were determined to publish their daughter's tale 3 years after her murder. They decided that the narrative would portray Kim as her family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be, rather than the events leading up to her passing, since they found telling her tale to be therapeutic. According to Ingrid, the book serves as a means of introducing the world to Kim as a human being, a journalist, and a daughter. The book, A Silenced Voice, is a joyous chronicle of a life well lived amid a family's struggle to deal with a life being extinguished. It is a tapestry of history and present at the same time. It chronicles Kim's journey from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, Beijing to Sri Lanka, gathering anecdotes from bylines and cherished companions along the way. It also follows the hours, days, and weeks that followed Ingrid and Joachim's awakening to the news of their daughter's disappearance and their discovery on TV that a stranger was facing murder charges. The establishment of the Kim Wall Memorial Fund, a grant intended to assist female journalists, was another development that provided comfort to the Wall family. The life and death of Kim Wall are depicted in many TV shows in addition to the narrative penned by Kim's parents. The first is Tobias Lindholm's Danish-language television dramatization, The Investigation, which depicts the case's criminal inquiry. The 6-part series, which stars a variety of professional actors, debuted on September 28, 2020. Those involved in the case investigation were consulted in order to meticulously script the series. The investigation focuses on the research that led to Peter's accusation and conviction, rather than Peter or the actual crime. Into the Deep, the submarine murder case, which was directed by Emma Sullivan, was made available on Netflix in September 2022. The documentary video of Peter Madsen, his friends, and interns was used to chronicle his attempt to launch a rocket ship into space using his submarine as a command center. The film chronicled the occurrence in detail, as well as his life. After his lover passed away, Kim's boyfriend Ole Stabi found it difficult to react. Nevertheless, years later he talked about Kim and underlined what a wonderful person she was. The murder of Kim is an unsettling instance that demonstrates the depth of evil that exists in human nature. It also makes us consider the number of women who have faced danger in their diverse occupations. How did you feel about this particular case? Do you believe Peter Madsen received the justice he was due? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered the lengths people will go to in pursuit of love? However, what if that love turns out to be something else? What if everything you see is a carefully constructed web of deception and manipulation, and the protagonist of this tale is enmeshed in his own fantasies? The multi-millionaire from Wales, who appeared to have it all, ended up trapped in his own delusions, which caused him to let his life descend into a nightmare and bring down those around him. There are no simple solutions in this tale, and you'll be astounded to see how deeply feelings and passions drove events to a terrible conclusion. The Welsh tycoon and multimillionaire Peter Morgan, who was once at the pinnacle of his success and had unimaginable fortune, was suddenly on the verge of catastrophe. Pay great attention to every detail, because there is significantly less truth to this story than you might imagine. His life, which appeared to be full of wealth and perfect harmony, concealed behind its facade the darkness that frequently engulfs people going through a midlife crisis. A crisis that upends routine and forces a person to grasp at the opportunities they lost in their youth, ultimately leading them down a perilous path. This tale opens on a peaceful Welsh morning, in the traditional way that it was used as a haven for those looking for comfort behind its fortified walls. One woman admitted that her lover, who had previously made her happy, had turned into nothing more than a source of annoyance as they sat on a sofa in a hut nestled in the thick forest, revealing their secrets. She was about to make a choice that would alter everything. A man, meanwhile, was sitting at his house miles away, gripping his cell phone. His trembling fingers seemed to be an attempt to cling to what little tranquility he still had. He had heard words that would change his life forever only a moment before. Born in 1962 on a 300-acre farm close to Newport, Peter Morgan has a long history of achievement and wealth. This narrative took place in Wales in 2016. His family was financially secure when he was growing up. He realized early on that his future was predetermined. He would follow in his parents' footsteps and become a farmer. Even yet, Peter displayed characteristics of entitlement and disinterest in learning. He had a simple picture of his life, and never dreamed of venturing beyond the known bounds. He left school at the age of 16 to work in the family business, which turned out to be a reliable source of money even though he had no official schooling. For many years, Peter's life was predictable. He married a childhood friend, worked on the farm, and settled down with his 2 kids in the small town of USK. For a while, Peter was content with the security and comfort of family life, but on his 30th birthday, he made the decision to turn his life around. He left the farm to start his own business, which was very profitable, despite not being very exciting. His network of industrial chicken houses began with poultry barns. The business prospered, and Peter sold it for 7 figures by the time he was 40. This turned out to be a pivotal moment in his life. Although the midlife crisis arrived subtly, its consequences were severe and swift. It seemed as though Peter had suddenly changed from a reasonable businessman to a man who was driven to experience life in all its ferocity and disorder. He started spending money like there was no tomorrow, purchasing expensive vehicles like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and furnishing his newly purchased estate with ostentatious accessories like a helicopter and a tank. It soon became clear that he was fascinated by weaponry. He had an AK-47 on the desk in his office, but that was just how it looked. Financial excess was only one aspect of the changes in his life. Peter initially stepped over the line when he paid a performer for an intimate service at a private club, while on a business trip to Amsterdam. He woke up and felt compelled to continue after this, which was his first act of infidelity. Peter lived a double life from that point on, one that was characterized by stability and family, the other by luxury and the indulgence in forbidden pleasures. At a VIP club in 2011, Peter's life changed when a friend introduced him to an app that allowed him to reserve top escorts. His demise began with this exchange of words. After returning home, Peter immersed himself in the virtual world where his dreams came true. Morgan soon made it a point to never see the same lady twice, so he spent all of his free time looking through profiles and setting up encounters with escorts all over the nation. From Newport to Cardiff, every encounter was different and special. Cleverly disguising it as work travel, it was his own escape from his family life. Helen, his wife, had no suspicions. Peter had mastered the art of hiding his activities by claiming that his trips were necessary for work, and Helen, perhaps preoccupied with her own obligations, was unaware that her husband was leading a double life. In the year 2000, everything changed. At the age of 12, Peter met a young, vivacious woman named Georgina Simmons on his 50th birthday. Georgina was born into a household of 3 boys and grew up in Newport. She was confident, headstrong, and had a strong personality. At 16, she left school, found work at a call center, and enrolled in cosmetology classes at the same time. The connection between Georgina and Peter Deem, a guy 6 years her senior, school first appeared to be a dependable route to a secure future. But when she gave birth to her daughter Emily at the age of 17, her life started to change. She attempted to adapt to her new job as a mother, but she soon met Peter Morgan, who would fundamentally alter her life. As a young mother, Georgina Simmons attempted to fit in at Peter's mother's home, where they shared a small daughter. She had just enough money from her job at a contact center to scrape by, and she woke up every morning in the dingy, unwelcoming dwelling. She was aware that she wanted more. She firmly believed that she was entitled to greater things, including more money, freedom, and excitement. She was tired of spending her days in a stuffy office on the phone, and she yearned for something more, something that would give her life purpose and luxury. Georgina's boyfriend, Pete, was a quiet, homely man who didn't like for parties or a flamboyant lifestyle. She frequently grumbled about their meager income and how they had to make compromises on everything as a result. He was happy with routine and stability, unlike Georgina, but his longing for a peaceful, uncomplicated life made her feel stuck and unable to see a way out. Georgina made the decision to make a living by using her looks. The young lady almost developed an obsession with her appearance. She started wearing provocative clothing, playing around with cosmetics, and exploring the potential of cosmetic surgery. She soon had liposuction, 2 breast augmentation procedures, and burlesque and exotic dance classes. A world with unrestricted financial flow became possible as a result. She began earning amounts she had previously only dreamed about while working at a private dance club. She made the decision to undergo a whole makeover in order to draw the interest of rich guys who could afford to hire her. Her life began to alter at this point. Eventually, Georgina and Pete were able to leave his mother's house and move into their own apartment. She also thought she had at last acquired some independence for a while. However, it was insufficient. Her aspirations and desire for luxury increased daily. She started thinking about becoming a high-end escort after her job at the club failed to meet her needs, which she rationalized to herself as a means of providing her daughter with a better future. Under the alias Hannah James, she signed up for a well-known app that charged high prices for a variety of services. Georgina was correct when she predicted that her skills and appearance would draw in wealthy clients. Pete opposed the idea, even though he was aware of Georgina's ambitions. He didn't want his spouse to do such work because he was aware of the dangers associated with those kinds of interactions. But he had to make a compromise since he loved Georgina and was afraid of losing her. In exchange for keeping their love secret from their families, the pair consented to an open relationship, enabling Georgina to carry on with her escort business. Only a few clients had access to her private life and services, which were kept under wraps. When Peter Morgan, a multimillionaire going through a midlife crisis, came across Georgina's photo on the app in May 2012, her profile became viral. He was enthralled right away and set up a meeting. As Peter and Georgina ate dinner together on their first date and engaged in light conversation, Peter felt a connection he had been lacking. Her confidence as well as her appearance drew him in. He paid her $200.00 for a kiss that night, but by morning the sum had increased dramatically. For Peter it was more than work, but for Georgina it was simply labor. Peter preferred variety and had never met the same woman twice before, but Georgina was different. Their encounters went from once a month to once a week, and he was prepared to repeatedly pay for her time. Peter became aware that he was in love with her. Money was no longer a concern and he enjoyed being with her. He was paying for her business as well as her services. Morgan lavished her with presents, clothing, shoes, pricey jewelry, and even a red Ferrari while they were out to eat and watch movies together. Over time, his emotions started to develop into an obsession. As much as possible, Peter wanted Georgina by his side. She was more than just an escort to him now. She was a companion, something his wife and kids would never leave. Peter paid Georgina $10,000.00 to stay with him for the weekend, not realizing that another woman was spending time with him in their family home. Helen, Peter's wife, was unaware that the events unfolding in her bedroom could cause their marriage to fall apart. It was all business to Georgina. It didn't interest her. Despite Peter's increasing fixation on her, all attention was on the lavish amount of money he spent. Without showing any regret, she kept seeing other clients. Even her boyfriend Pete stayed in her life in spite of her relationship with Morgan. This didn't stop Peter, though. He chose to give Georgina greater exclusive rights, since the one thing that disturbed him was the idea of other clients spending time with her as well. The concept of sharing her was intolerable. Georgina accepted that Morgan was willing to spend a huge amount of money on her being his only partner. She was aware that one client may bring in more money than dozens of others. From that point on, Georgina only saw Peter, who was earning about $133,000.00 a month. This sum paid for her personal expenses, food, and living expenses. Although it appeared that everything was under control for a while, their agreement was about to set off a series of events that would permanently alter their lives. For Georgina and her daughter, the old mansion, which seemed cut off from reality, turned into a sort of jail. Intoxicated by his wealth and power, Peter Morgan thought he had complete control over his new princess's life. Since the main house was too dilapidated, he moved Georgina into a small bungalow on the estate's grounds, claiming it was for her and her child's safety. As part of their agreement, Morgan made sure her boyfriend Pete Dedium was not allowed to enter the property at all, which effectively isolated Georgina. This isolated existence in an opulent environment continued for 3 years. Peter made every effort to fabricate a fantasy of a fairy tale for Georgina, including lavish holidays in South Africa, expensive presents, and trips to London and other cities. He made it a point to spend as much time with her as he could, and paid for her beauty procedures. Georgina had evolved into more than an escort in his mind. She was like family. Peter was utterly engrossed in his fantasy as they drove ATVs throughout the estate, watched movies, walked along well-kept trails, and enjoyed private moments. However, beneath all of this apparent luxury, fissures were starting to appear. Even though she lived in a castle, Georgina continued to carry out her tasks without showing any affection for Peter, treating him as merely a client. Her boyfriend, Pete Deem, was able to visit her less frequently the more time she spent with Morgan. He tried to alter the situation as he battled her absence and the widening gap between their worlds. Pete started concentrating on improving himself, working out and trying to look more attractive to Georgina. He upgraded his wardrobe with designer clothes, lost weight, and even whitened his teeth in the hopes of regaining her attention. But the truth was far harsher than he had expected. Helen, Peter's wife, meanwhile, began to suspect that anything was up. She had long disregarded her husband's dubious business travels, but when she found a receipt for flowers sent to a different woman, everything changed. She was aware that her husband had been cheating on her for a while, but rather than addressing him, she further distanced herself by going about her everyday business. She appeared to be happy with this arrangement, or maybe she just didn't want to become involved. Georgina started calling her lovers Rich Pete and Poor Pete at the same time, obviously preferring the former. Pete was humiliated by this moniker, which made him feel even less successful. Despite being surrounded by luxury, life in the castle remained detached from the outside world. While her daughter was growing up apart from her father, Georgina spent days and nights with Morgan. Her relationship with Pete disintegrated totally during this time, but Georgina remained unconcerned, seeing Morgan only as a source of money. Peter paid extra costs, totaling thousands of dollars for each session with Georgina. This made it possible for Georgina to continue living a luxury lifestyle. She began inviting other ladies into the castle to keep things interesting, and Peter enjoyed the extra thrill this brought. Though he insisted that she continue to be his primary companion, he frequently asked Georgina to meet new ladies since he enjoyed these scenarios. Peter once invited Georgina and one of her escort pals to his family home while his wife and children were on vacation. They spent the evening having a good time in the marital bedroom. Morgan, however, desired more. In order to fulfill his dream of a trio consisting of his wife Georgina and himself, he asked one of the women to wear Helen's clothing. He was aware that Helen would never consent to such a situation in practice, but it didn't stop him at the time. Peter was unaware that Georgina was recording everything as his fantasy came to life. She captured every moment of the night, from her friend changing into Peter's wife's clothes to everything that happened in the bedroom. Later on, the sequence of events would be significantly influenced by this footage. While the affair went on, Morgan's life started to fall apart. Pete Deem, Georgina's first boyfriend, had had enough. The fact that his partner was spending more time with Morgan than with him and their daughter was becoming intolerable to him. The first breach in Georgina's existence came when he made the decision to break up with her. Helen found out shortly after Peter's wife did. When she unintentionally discovered texts between her husband and Georgina, she realized how serious the infidelity was and made the decision to cease ignoring it. Helen would no longer listen to Peter's explanations, even if he was confessing everything. She demanded a sizable portion of their assets when she filed for divorce. In a short period of time, Georgina experienced two catastrophes that she was unable to recover from. The first was when her father committed suicide in the middle of 2015. She was totally devastated by the incident, and before she could move past that loss, she experienced yet another catastrophe. After their split, her ex-boyfriend Pete Deem also committed suicide because he was unable to handle living without Georgina and their daughter, and had fallen into a deep melancholy. He was discovered hanging in a wooded area in November 2015. The last straw was these incidents. Georgina, who was once powerful and self-assured, plunged into a deep sadness. Alcohol and illegal drugs became her friends. She was drawn into a darkness that seemed unbreakable as her life began to fall apart because she was unable to cope with the loss and the suffering. As time went on, Peter and Georgina's friendship soured. She ignored his efforts to maintain their relationship and started to coldly separate herself. In her heart, Georgina held him accountable for her ex-partner Pete's passing. She believed that he was the one who had destroyed her life, so she turned to another man, a longtime friend she had known for years, for solace. Their relationship began to develop as she felt liberated from pressure and control in his company. For Georgina, It was a chance to break free from Morgan's control and experience real care and support. But this new man's presence made me quite uneasy. Georgina was considered his property by Peter Morgan, who refused to let her spend time with anyone else. Over time, it became increasingly clear that Peter considered her as his property, since he was often reminding her of the money he had invested in her life, supporting her and her kid, and that, in his opinion, gave him the right to control her. She grew more rebellious the more he attempted to manipulate her. Every time they went to an event together, Georgina stopped putting up with his allegations and demands. She publicly humiliated him and made him feel unworthy without hesitation. Her fiery and unyielding nature was suddenly working against him. Her actions grew more damaging. As Georgina's use of mind-altering substances increased and Child Protective Services learned of her unhealthy lifestyle, she further plunged into a world of illegal drugs and alcohol in an effort to dull the agony of her losses and failures. Concerned about Georgina's suitability as a mother to her daughter Emily, authorities opened an investigation. Simmons' initial response upon learning of the investigation was to place the blame on Peter. She was certain that in order to exert more control over her life, he had notified social services. Even though there was no proof that Morgan was involved, Georgina would not hear any justifications. She believed that he was to blame for all of her bad luck, so she chose to speak with him directly, which led to a heated argument. This controversy turned into the pinnacle of their escalating hostility. Peter, a man accustomed to dominance, was unable to release her. In order to keep tabs on Georgina's every action, he started spying on her. Making use of his access to the estate, he placed listening devices in the cottage, where Georgina resided. Since each device had a SIM card, he was able to make calls and listen in on what was going on in the room when he was at home. Every day, Peter would connect to the gadgets and listen in on her discussions. This concern with surveillance turned into a full-fledged obsession. To find out if Georgina was cheating on him or scheming against him, he would call the devices up to 10 times a day and listen to recordings for hours. Over 2 months went by, and the majority of the talks Peter overheard were routine, including small talk with friends and conversations with her daughter. But all that changed on January 10, 2016. George had a close friend over that day, and when Peter called to listen, the conversation changed. Georgina was venting about him, and he heard it. She said that although she felt stuck because of Peter's financial support, her life with him had turned into a nightmare. She acknowledged feeling like a prisoner in the estate, and resented him for bringing child services into her life. Thankfully, Georgia was not in danger of losing custody of her daughter because the child services investigation was over. She did not, however, intend to inform Morgan of this result. She understood that she could take advantage of his emotions to further exploit him and obtain more money. Georgina was aware that the possibility of losing her daughter was a potent instrument for manipulating Peter, and she was determined to take use of it in order to obtain as much as possible. However, she had a more ambitious plan. Peter heard Georgina candidly inform her friend that she planned to deceive him into signing the bungalow to her before permanently severing their relationship. The compromising video footage of the night they spent together with her friend, who had disguised up in Peter's wife's clothes, was another weapon she had at her disposal. By threatening to show the video to Morgan's ex-wife and daughters, she intended to blackmail him. Peter heard her plan and knew that everything depended on it. He realized that Georgina's goal was to ruin his life by taking advantage of his weaknesses. His whole universe seemed to be crumbling under him at that very moment. He was aware that his acquaintances and associates would abandon him if his daughters learned about the recording and would not want to interact with him. As he listened to these revelations in the quiet of his house, Peter Morgan experienced a range of emotions from shock to wrath, realizing that all he had worked so hard to build could fall apart in an instant. The fact that the lady he trusted was planning such a betrayal astounded him. Her remarks minimized all that he had done for her, exposing their relationship as a figment of her imagination, in which he was only a puppet. After barely surviving the night on January 11, Peter started to carefully consider every stage of his revenge plan in an effort to take back control of his life. His phone's search history revealed his plans the very next day. He was researching everything he may require to carry out his scheme. Peter Morgan bought rope, rubber gloves, plastic bags, and zip ties from a hardware store on January 12. He made a beeline for the house where Georgina resided as soon as he got back to the estate. He made no effort to be polite this time. He addressed her right away and claimed to be aware of her plans. He made it plain that he would not permit things to go in that manner and accused her of blackmail. In a last-ditch effort to retain her, Peter promised her everything, including marriage and a portion of his fortune. As he tossed a stack of cash at her feet, he even proposed to get a life insurance policy, designating her as the beneficiary and guaranteeing her $1 million in the event that he passed away. However, she ruthlessly turned him down rather than accepting his offer. Peter became blindly angry after hearing her hateful and disdainful remarks. His goal was to scare her, so he grabbed the rope and looped it around her neck in an attempt to intimidate her. His intentions changed, though, when Georgina threatened to cover all costs. An act of brutality was the result of all the rage, frustration, and disappointment that were inside of him. Peter closed his eyes, tightened the rope, and kept going until her respiration ceased. Peter felt nothing but emptiness when Georgina Simon's life passed away. He wrapped her body in plastic, secured her ankles and wrists with zip ties, and put on the rubber gloves. Then, believing that no one would discover her there, he took her to an old family home where his family had resided. He concealed her in an outbuilding. However, his recklessness and haste proved to be his downfall. Every action was recorded by the security cameras he had personally placed, and authorities were able to follow Georgina's whereabouts thanks to her cell phone, which he neglected to switch off. Georgina's friends and acquaintances were worried when she failed to arrive to pick up her kid from school. When her absence became evident in the evening, the police promptly began searching. Morgan, attempting to stick to his story, emerged as the prime suspect. He stated that she had asked him to go when he saw her around noon. Peter tried to claim that he seized Georgina's phone to shield her from dangerous substances, but the police soon discovered that he was lying under pressure from detectives. He was brought to the station for more interrogation, nevertheless, because his account was not credible. A few hours later, he sobbed and admitted to Georgina's killing, saying he had been driven to the brink. He tried to defend his behavior by claiming that he had given her everything in the hopes of preserving their relationship, but all he received in return was dishonesty and threats. Peter Morgan's trial garnered a lot of media attention. He later attempted to argue for a lighter sentence despite his confession, pointing to emotional and mental health problems. An attempt was made to reduce the accusation to manslaughter by distress, but in the end, the evidence, including his own confession and the surveillance footage, was so strong that Peter Morgan was given a life sentence, with the chance of release after at least 25 years. This is where I want to take a moment to address every one of you directly. There is more to this story than a detective story or a criminal report. It's a tragedy that exposes the frailty and preoccupation of people. Attachment was mistaken for ownership by Peter Morgan, a man who yearned for acceptance and love. He ultimately fell prey to his own illusion that he could purchase a relationship with money. Motivated by her aspirations and the wish to provide her daughter with a brighter future, Georgina was unable to stop and became entangled in a game that ultimately led to catastrophe. Little Emily, who lost both her parents, is maybe the most sorrowful character in this story. She fell prey to adult games where she had no reason to worry about the future. Remember that if you own up to your faults early on and refrain from basing your pleasure on deception and power, you can always find a way out of even the most dramatic and challenging circumstances. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Two close women in his life were taken from him by criminals, and he will always be grieving for them. It's said that lightning never strikes the same spot twice, but our hero has had the opposite experience due to a horrible turn of events. Jim Larson lost two ladies he loved 7 years apart to petty thieves. Twice, men who only ever show up in people's worst nightmares tear his life apart. His sister Sonia Larson, who wanted to be a teacher, started it all. Her first year at the University of Florida had just begun. She and her roommate, Christina Powell, went to Walmart one August evening in 1990 to get some necessities. The two young women were observed and followed home by Danny Rowling, a vagabond who claimed to be possessed and acting under the direction of a demon. They were dozing off in their beds when he broke into the dorm. He repeatedly stabbed them. 5 Florida college students were killed and disfigured by Gainesville felon Danny Rowling, shocking both the victims' families and the nation at large. There were more fatalities, but in our scenario, people forget the victims and only remember the serial killer's name. Her family was deeply hurt by the death of a sister and a daughter, and Sonia Larson's terrible passing never stopped plaguing them. The Larson family could never have predicted that the terrible, violent death in their family would recur, causing them to relive the trauma in their own nightmares. Carla Larson left her kid at daycare on the morning of June 10, 1997, and went to work as a project engineer at Centex Rooney. The day at the Florida construction site was swelteringly hot. Carla informed Cindy Harris, a coworker, just before lunch that she would be running a little behind schedule because she was going to the grocery shop to get some food and beverages for a meeting that afternoon. She left work at midday and went to the new supermarket on International Drive, which is close to Osceola. Carla Larson didn't come back to work for a few hours. She never showed up for an important meeting that she was scheduled to be at. Her coworkers became alarmed and started looking for Carla on their own, following her path back to the grocery she had intended to visit. They continued to hope that she might have been delayed in returning because of a little incident, her phone dying or her car breaking down. However, the search was unsuccessful. Around 4 p.m., Carla, her car, and her presence were nowhere to be seen. Cindy called Jim Larson, Carla's husband, to inform him that Carla had not been at work since noon and had not returned from the store. Jim reported his wife missing to the Orange County Sheriff's Office over the phone. When they were both in college 8 years ago, they started dating. Jim was enthralled by Carla's beauty and charm when he was studying graphic design. He was very fortunate to have found someone as considerate, kind, and caring as she was. They eventually got married because they felt the same way. They moved into a modest house on Orlando's Stone Court. After Jim's sister passed away tragically, Carla helped him regain his desire to life by pulling him back from the brink. She comforted him and gave him encouragement to keep going and find happiness once more. After Carla earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of Florida, they went to Atlanta and then back to Florida to look for work and start a family. Jim was hesitant to have a kid with her because he didn't want to introduce a new life into a society where people like Danny Rowling preyed on the defenseless. Jim finally found some peace of mind after undergoing a lot of counseling and receiving constant support from his wife. Jessica, the Larsons' long-awaited daughter, arrived soon after. They purchased a modest home in Orlando on a peaceful cul-de-sac. They put in a home security system and sturdy locks. To ensure that his family was completely safe both inside and outside their house, Jim even purchased a guard dog. Jim accepted a position at a nearby business, and Carla was sent to work on a new amusement park project in Orlando. They found happiness in the little things in life. Jim and Carla managed their parental duties without sacrificing their significant and taxing careers. However, on a typical summer day, Jim's idyllic life, which he had fought so hard to build, took a sad turn when Carla vanished. When Jim reported the disappearance of Carla Larson, Tom Woodard was on duty and got a radio call. At first, Tom, a seasoned officer, didn't take it too seriously because he thought it was just another domestic dispute. He nevertheless made the decision to investigate the matter. The sheriff sensed anything strange while speaking with Jim. Jim appeared terribly worried and unnecessarily agitated. The sheriff was certain that it was a normal missing persons case, unlike others he had met in similar circumstances. He assumed that Carla had either left Jim because of a disagreement or taken some time to collect her thoughts. But there had been no family problems, no conflicts. Everything was content and stable. Tom Woodard was unaware at the time that Jim was under a great lot of stress due to his fear of losing his wife, especially after the event in Gainesville and his ongoing struggles with the pain of losing his sister. He was afraid that a cherished woman would be lost as a result of this disappearance once more. They started looking for Carla. Given that Mrs. Larson had a 1-year-old kid and a solid marriage, family members emphasized that it was extremely unlikely that she would have left her family. Jim Larson, 37, stated under interrogation that he had been employed at Home Depot until 3 p.m. that day. Someone at his wife's place of employment called him at around 4 p.m. to inform him that she hadn't been seen since midday. However, how could a young woman, like the lead character in Sandra Bullock's film The Vanishing, disappear from a supermarket parking lot in the middle of the day? The missing woman was last seen going toward a grocery store close to the construction site, according to eyewitness accounts. She was confirmed to have arrived at the store and bought the things she intended to buy by a signed receipt. What transpired after Carla left the supermarket was still a mystery. She might have run into someone. Since the woman's white-gray Ford Explorer with the license plate TGX99V was also missing, investigators were attempting to ascertain the time and place of her disappearance. In the afternoon, witnesses also claimed to have seen a white Ford Explorer traveling carelessly on a gravel road close to a forested area. A Caucasian male with dark hair and a deep tan was the driver's description. The accused kidnapper was depicted in a composite sketch. Since the car might be a crime scene, a search team was dispatched to the area to look into it. Such incidents don't frequently occur in Orlando. The hunt for Carla attracted a large number of volunteers. The city's citizens, particularly those in College Park, were frightened when word spread that the young woman had vanished from the grocery parking lot. The volunteers posted leaflets at bus stops and grocery stores. The area around the store was searched by search teams. The search radius increased with every hour. Over the course of the 2-day search, a helicopter was brought in to survey additional ground. Even though there was less and less chance of finding Carla alive every minute, the homicide department and her co-workers persisted. After 36 hours of searching the same spot again, 2 of Carla's co-workers finally found something early on June 12. A woman's mangled body was lying in a marsh covered in a towel. One of the men described how, following the gory finding, he and his companion had exited the vehicle to explore when they smelled something odd but were unable to identify its source. From the little flash of his lighter, Jack lit a cigarette. The aroma was brought toward them by a modest breeze. After roughly 70 feet of leisurely walking, they located the woman at 3:39 p.m. She was half covered in sand, lying behind a shrub in the swampy region. It took the men a long moment to understand that what they had discovered was, indeed, Carla Larson, who had vanished 2 days before. She was naked, with a blue towel over her head and her long blonde hair flowing down her back. Her wedding band was the only piece of jewelry left. When Jim Larson and his family noticed the patrol cars, they began searching the area on their own. Jim was told about the discovery in the woods by a police chaplain. He felt nothing when the cops discovered her partially covered in sand, but nobody realized that the man was already burned up and overcome with emotional pain. In order to ascertain whether Mr. Larson was responsible for her death, the police were so perplexed by his actions that they put him through a polygraph test. Locals who had been keeping tabs on the COVID hunt, Carla even said that Larson appeared too aloof throughout the probe, but they failed to realize that he was just exhausted. Jim was shocked that he had experienced this twice. He stopped sleeping and eating. He had black circles under his eyes and had lost a lot of weight. The police brought detectives to what they thought might be the scene of a crime, roped off the area, and summoned the medical examiner. Investigators thought that there had been an attack after first examining the scene of the body, since the woman was found naked and all of her jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, was gone. So was it a robbery or an assault? In addition to stealing items, the robber also killed a woman. But first they had to be sure the body was indeed that of Carla Larson. Florida's extreme heat and humidity had taken their toll. The rain, animal activity, and insects had made it very difficult to identify the remains. The forensic team was concerned about the DNA evidence they could gather because the body had started to degrade, changing its chemical composition. There was not much time left. However, given Mrs. Larson's car had been last seen in the vicinity, authorities were almost positive that the severely decomposed body belonged to her. Jim Larson identified the towel found on the body and verified that it was the same towel that had been in his wife's car. Her handbag and regular clothes were gone. The investigators were greatly distressed by the autopsy findings. All traces and evidence that could have identified the offender had been obliterated by decomposition. The purported assault was not verified, and the investigation determined that strangulation was the cause of death. Could a car and a few pieces of jewelry really have cost a lady her life? Finding the car was the next objective, because the corpse did not lead them to the offender. It might hold the answers and hints that the public and the family were sorely looking for. It was determined that the white Ford Explorer bearing the license plate TGX 909V was missing. The press and television broadcast information about the car. The police were waiting for 2 weeks when they got an important call. 11:23 p.m. on June 26, 1997. A black truck was on fire in a Cocoa Beach vacant lot, according to a call. As the car burnt, it became evident that the black was not the car's natural color and was neither soot nor ash. Following the fire, white paint was visible in several parts of the body. Excessive spray on the tires showed that a cheap can of spray paint had been used to apply the black paint in an amateurish manner. After being taken to the police garage, the car was examined by forensic specialists. It was discovered during the inquiry that the torched truck, which was 62 miles from Orlando, was in fact white and belonged to Jim's victim. The car had been fitted with a radar detector, experts discovered. Detectives were able to locate the mount where the detector had been in spite of the fire damage, proving that the vehicle belonged to the Larsons. Finding the radar detector was the police's main priority. Before an unforeseen love triangle helped solve the case and identify her criminal in Central Florida, the inquiry stagnated. There are hundreds of cars that are similar to hers, but one woman's phone call caught the detective's attention in particular because of the strange tale she told. Angel Huggins and her family had arrived in Orlando on the day Carla Larson vanished. Despite having traveled to Orlando together, Angel clarified that she left the city without her spouse. Angel informed Orange County investigators John Linner and Cameron Wire that infidelity, violence, and drug usage had made their family vacation a complete bust. At a motel close to Disneyland on June 9, their family vacation came to an end the same evening it started. According to Angel Huggins, she was almost strangled to death by her husband, John Huggins, since she had refused to have an intimate relationship with him. He left the motel on West Highway 192 early the following morning and didn't come back until midday. John Huggins drove a white truck that was identical to the victim's car when he arrived at Angel's mother's home in Melbourne. In the midst of their divorce proceedings, Angel was enraged with John for his adultery. John had become engaged with Angel's sister when they were in Melbourne. Tammy also informed the cops that Huggins had been given permission to park the white SUV at John's friend Kevin Smith's residence for a few days. The investigators went to Kevin's house to ask him some questions because they were so intrigued by this narrative. However, his girlfriend answered the door as Kevin wasn't home. For a few days, Kim virtually proved that a white Ford Explorer had been parked in their driveway. It had been parked in her space, and she was unhappy since she had once lost control of her little vehicle while driving and collided with the Ford Explorer, denting it. The Explorer's white paint was still visible on her pickup. To determine whether the small paint sample belonged to Carla's automobile, collision specialists sent it to the lab. Since the paint from Mrs. Larson's automobile had been discovered on Kim's, this was required to demonstrate Kevin Smith's role in Carla's car's disappearance. The police had questions for Kevin Smith before they could prove his whole involvement, but they were almost certain that Carla's Ford Explorer had been parked at his residence. The person who had been operating the SUV had to be identified. Despite matching the sketch of the man who was observed driving Carla's car that day, Kevin Smith would not identify the driver. He added that he had been asked to temporarily park the automobile by his friend John Huggins. Upon inspecting the truck, Kevin discovered a radar detector inside. He tore it from the automobile and held onto it for a while, but he concealed it in the yard out of concern that he could be caught. Smith said that his friend John Huggins had driven the automobile to the parking space and that he had nothing to do with it. Kevin didn't want to betray his friend, but he was afraid the automobile might have been stolen. He was keen to demonstrate that he was telling the truth and had nothing to do with the woman's disappearance. Kevin voluntarily turned over the radar detector after he had a conversation with the cops. After more questioning by the authorities, Kevin finally confessed to locating the radar detector, erasing all fingerprints, and tossing it into the bushes close to his home. By tracking down the serial number, the authorities were able to collect the detector and verify that it belonged to the victim. The first concrete evidence that Carla's automobile had been parked at Kevin's and that John Huggins had driven it there came when detectives verified that it had been fitted in her vehicle. Investigators now had the radar detector, a paint match, and the car, but the crucial question was still unsolved. John Huggins was the top suspect right away. John Huggins has a lengthy criminal background, according to a thorough investigation of his past. He was a noted bank thief with a history of armed robberies. As it turned out, John was known to carry guns and had outstanding arrest warrants for robberies in Florida. Because John Huggins had a lengthy criminal history, victims of his past offenses recognized him when his face aired on television. Although he had conducted armed attacks, robbed banks, and looted convenience stores, the police wanted to be sure they had enough evidence against him before making an arrest, particularly because Carla's jewelry was still missing. To summarize, the victim had been found in possession of a pendant, a chain, a garnet ring, and diamond earrings. But the hunt for the jewelry was about to linger on until detectives got another lucky break in a phone call. According to Angel Huggins, she had uncovered a startling finding that might terminate the inquiry and result in Carla's criminal being imprisoned. She clarified that she had located one of Carla's missing pieces of jewelry after she and her mother had investigated the house. The police searched Angel's mother's home and the shed on the property twice after Angel called, but they were unable to locate any evidence that would implicate Angel. But the woman saw a screwdriver on top of a box in the shed when she was searching for insect repellent. She impulsively opened a shed electrical box and discovered the victim's jewels concealed within. The jewelry, the electrical box, and its cover did not have any fingerprints on them. Looking at the last piece of the puzzle, we see John driving a stolen vehicle. The attempt to strangle his wife at the hotel was picked up by the radar detector. The dates of their stay coincided with the day Carla vanished, on May 28, 1998, and the hotel room they occupied was right across from the supermarket. John Huggins was accused of robbery, kidnapping, and auto theft in addition to the murder of Carla Larson. After being indicted by an Orange County grand jury, John Huggins was taken into custody in Maryland. Huggins requested that his case be transferred, and the trial court granted his request, moving it to Duval County. However, those who haven't lost two loved ones don't see the world through Jim Larson's eyes. On January 25, 1999, Larson sat in his tidy living room in a peaceful, tree-lined Orlando suburb, the kind of home that most middle-class Americans consider safe, feeling a deep void and an unrelenting, numbing pain. Because he still has a daughter to raise, he still yearns for them and perceives danger in everything. Mr. Larson now finds motivation to continue through his daughter Jessica. Since lightning has already hit him twice and won't do so again, he fervently hopes and believes that the young girl didn't fully comprehend the atrocities that took her mother and aunt. He also prays that she won't ever feel terror or dread again. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In the case of Jenna Burley, she was discovered in a plastic container outside of town while attending a friend's birthday celebration. It's challenging to infer a stranger's motivations from their appearance or speech alone. At first glance, a stranger may appear well-groomed, act courteously, and offer assistance with the best of intentions. In actuality, though, these people are frequently the ones who lure their selected victim into a false sense of security so they can be robbed, abducted, exploited, or killed. Unfortunately, the victim frequently discovers they have slipped into a lethal trap too late. In 2017, the nation was stunned by the tale of Jenna Burley, a regular American student and well-known blogger. Thousands of people first joined the hunt for the missing girl in the hopes that she was still alive, but nobody could believe what had occurred when the horrifying truth was made public. This party ended up being the last night of the girl's life, even though she had only gone to celebrate her friend's birthday. The disaster resulted from a sad combination of drunkenness and the innocent desire to put his trust in a charming stranger who just so happened to offer his assistance. Jenna Burley was who? Born on November 4, 1994 in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania's capital, Jenna Nicole Burley is the second of Edward and Jacqueline Burley's 4 children. Her parents never left each other after they fell in love in the late 1980s while attending a Philadelphia university. The couple then got married in the fall of 1991, and their first child, a daughter called Janelle, was born in 1992. Our story's heroine was born 2 years later, and shortly after, their sons, Jeffrey and Jacob, came into the world. The Burleigh family was committed to serving others. Edward was working at a hospital that specialized in patient rehabilitation following illnesses and injuries, while Jacqueline worked in a nursing home. In an effort to provide the best for their kids, the parents brought them up in a loving and caring environment. Along with her siblings, Jenna always had a close relationship with her parents. She was raised as a vibrant, upbeat, and active young woman with a creative side, a lot of charisma and leadership abilities. She loved animals, did well in school, acted in the school theater from an early age, and always had many of friends. The family Burleigh was neither poor nor rich. They made their home in Philadelphia, in a large home in the peaceful, comfortable Harleysville area. Jenna became the life of the party, gained friends fast, and fit right in with any group. The girl, who was always trying out different appearances and styles and occasionally came across as very lavish, dreamed of becoming a fashion designer in high school. Jenna, who occasionally resembled a hippie and other times an emo subculture member, wore vibrant makeup, dyed her hair multiple colors, and wore her clothes in a variety of fashions. She pushed her pals to question the ordinary routine since she loved making a statement. The adolescent girl regularly went to concerts, fairs, and other large gatherings that provided her with inspiration. Burleigh's opinions and interests started to change as she approached her high school graduation. Instead of pursuing a career in fashion design, she suddenly envisioned herself in the film industry. She took workshops at a nearby film studio to learn how to make short films, and her talent was immediately apparent as she handled each plot and production step with originality. Jenna also created accounts on a number of social media platforms at that time, where she kept up with her pages and shared her interests in life, as well as her thoughts on a range of important societal topics. The senior in high school immediately had a sizable fan base, and her viewership expanded swiftly as well. Following this lively, artistic girl who was always experimenting with her appearance and inspiring others to embrace self-expression seemed to be enjoyable. Before she knew it, Jenna had gained a following of several thousand people and was a fairly well-known blogger. The 18-year-old recent high school graduate studied media arts at a prominent college in sunny Florida in 2013. The student continued to actively maintain and grow her blog while studying, sharing anecdotes about her experiences with significant injuries, protracted despair, parties, and other forms of entertainment with friends, her involvement in the community and school life. After just one semester of college, Jenna returned home on December 20, 2013 to spend Christmas with her family. The weather was severe, and snow had already fallen on Philadelphia at that point. Jenna wore utterly improper shoes and failed to account for the stark contrast from Florida, which led to her slipping and falling and severely breaking her ankle before she ever made it to the house. A double fracture with displacement was discovered by X-ray, necessitating surgery and the installation of specific pins and plates. Burleigh was literally confined to a wheelchair for several months, since she was unable to bear any weight on her foot. She then had to go to regular physiotherapy sessions and relearn how to walk. In this time frame, additionally, she contracted pneumonia, which made her recuperation much more difficult and time-consuming. The girl was quite disappointed that she had to take a leave of absence from school in order to concentrate on getting better. She only found comfort in social media, where Jenna engaged in active communication with her followers, and in her personal blog, where she shared excerpts from her ideas and journal entries. Nearly every day, Jenna uploaded new videos in which she addressed a variety of subjects and answered questions. She was an outspoken opponent of zoos, dolphinariums, and other establishments that keep animals in captivity and use them for entertainment. She also raised awareness of the challenging situation of the homeless, pointing out that those in warm, temperate regions had it much easier than those in Pennsylvania, where those without a roof over their heads run the risk of freezing to death on the streets. Additionally, Jenna, who was already actively involved in charitable work on a regular basis, started planning fundraisers to provide necessities to homeless and animal shelters. Jenna started creating her own jewelry while she was recovering, selling it online and giving away all the money to help those in need. She emphasized that what may appear to be junk filling a closet to some could be a true treasure to someone less fortunate, and she actively urged her followers to donate unwanted stuff to charity. Jenna ended up staying at home for over a year rather than just a few months because the recuperation process took so long. She enjoyed the puppy she got from a local shelter during this period, and she wrote about it on her blog every day, sharing tales of their daily adventures. However, despite her outwardly positive attitude, Jenna experienced a severe depressive episode in the fall of 2014. She openly acknowledged that she needed professional assistance from a psychiatrist because she was unable to manage on her own any longer. Speaking candidly about her struggles with mental health, Burley shared her doctor's advice and talked about the support she received from her family and pet. During this time, the blogger's following increased many times as a result of the fact that many young people could identify with the difficulties she detailed and appreciated her candor. Jenna traveled to sunny California in the beginning of 2015 with her father and younger brother Jacob. In her social media posts, Jenna expressed how much better she felt, and the joyful pictures taken from the beach made it obvious how close she was to her family, the everlasting student. Jenna chose to transfer to a school in her hometown rather than go back to Florida when she recovered completely and traveled with her family. She enrolled in Montgomery County Community College, a Philadelphia suburb, and decided to live at her parents' house. Burley, meantime, kept up her blog and created quick films on a variety of subjects. After graduating with a bachelor's degree in the humanities, Jenna made the decision to attend college, enrolling at Temple University's School of Film in 2017. Jenna decided to remain at her family's house rather than move into a dorm, because the campus was only a half-hour drive away. She no longer needed to rely on family members for transportation to class because she had upgraded her room and purchased her own vehicle by that point. Jenna was 4 to 5 years older than her peers when she started university, having already reached the age of 22. Still, they were in agreement, celebrating, going to concerts, hanging around, and having a good time. The birthdays of each other. It is important to note that Temple University, one of the biggest universities in the nation, is situated nearly in the heart of the city. There are a lot of stores, malls, eateries, bars, and other establishments all around the university. Thus, life is busy here. You could say that after lessons, students always have a place to unwind and rest. Jenna was involved in an automobile accident on her way to school a few days after classes started in late August. Her automobile was severely damaged, but luckily she was not hurt because she was wearing a seatbelt. From that point on, she was typically driven to school in the mornings by her father or one of her younger brothers. Sometimes, if Jenna stayed in the city late, she would spend the night at a friend's house, but she always told her parents in advance. Fatal mix-up on Wednesday, August 30, 2017. At the party, Davis, a close friend and classmate of Jenna's, was going to one of the bars to celebrate his birthday. Among those invited to the celebration was Jenna, who was expected to spend the night at the birthday boy's house in order to attend class with him on Thursday morning. To ease her parents' anxiety that night, she told them ahead of time. Taking pictures and sharing them on social media was a lot of fun for Jenna Davis and her 5 friends. As they went from bar to bar, they made new acquaintances who joined them, wishing the birthday boy a happy birthday and raising a glass to his good health. The gathering had altered considerably by 11 p.m., and everyone was in a rather inebriated state. It was around midnight when the buddies ended up in a crowded little sports pub. Because his buddies had planned a surprise for him, which involved kidnapping him and bringing him to another location, the birthday boy had moved aside. He told Burley about it and asked her to text him when she was going to be to his apartment so they could spend the night together. Jenna and the others remained in the pub. A couple students invited Jenna to stay at their house, and several sober drivers offered to drive her anywhere she wanted to go. However, Jenna said that she had previously arranged to visit Davis' home, but by 1 in the morning, friends started to depart, and Burley was unaware that everyone who had offered her a ride or a place to stay had already vanished. A mix-up happened, with disastrous results. Until the very last minute, Jenna thought she would go with someone from the bar, so she bid her pals farewell and promised to remain a little while longer. She was seated at the bar with a bunch of strangers when she finally realized what was going on, and they quickly departed as well. When Jenna realized she was alone and that the bar was shutting at 2 in the morning, she began messaging Davis to implore him to come get her. But the man didn't hear anything because he was asleep at home, and his phone was in a different room. Jenna attempted to call some additional pals, but they were either not able to hear their phones or were too inebriated to answer. It didn't seem safe to stroll around the city alone at night, and she didn't want to disturb her parents. The student's disappearance. Upon checking his phone in the morning, Davis got extremely worried after initially believing Jenna had spent the night somewhere else. Jenna had sent him multiple messages and made 2 attempts to call him, requesting that he pick her up from the bar. The final message she sent was simply, "Help me." Her phone went off when he attempted to call her back. Burley never showed up to the university, but he still thought his friend was all well and would attend class as normal. None of the friends who had joined them at the bar the previous evening had hosted the student in the afternoon, so Davis called and paid them a visit. To find out if Jenna had come home, one of her pals called her parents. She recounted what had transpired after they said no, and Edward and Jacqueline hurried to the college in less than 30 minutes to discover out where and who had last seen their daughter. They talked to her pals. The Burleys went straight to the police to report their daughter missing after receiving no helpful information, requesting that a search be conducted right away. Jenna had sent numerous classmates notes requesting assistance, which added to the urgency of the situation. The academic buildings and dorms were the first locations examined, but the missing student was nowhere to be found. After that, the police called nearby hospitals, but no women who fit Jenna's description had been admitted in the previous 24 hours. The last time they saw the student was in the sports bar, according to everyone who had dealt with her the night before. She was dressed in blue pants and a motivational white t-shirt. She had a light blue hoodie knotted around her waist with a slogan on the front. Her long black hair, which was braided into 2 pigtails, was another distinctive characteristic. News of Burley's disappearance soon went viral on social media because she was a very well-known blogger. Thousands of her admirers sent messages requesting assistance in finding her and urging anyone with knowledge to come forward to the kind and tenacious stranger. The bartender instantly recalled the girl with the braids who stayed late after everyone else had departed when the cops came at the bar where the missing student was last seen. She appeared disoriented, was heavily intoxicated, and was phoning and texting all the time. Around 2 in the morning, her phone signal was last picked up in the same neighborhood. We looked over the surveillance footage from the cameras inside the pub and at the entrance. Jenna was spotted by the cops sitting by herself at the bar, sipping a cocktail and messaging. A man came up to her at 1:30 a.m. Eastern, struck up a discussion, and then bought her a drink. Before they left the bar, they sat together for roughly 20 minutes. They were both strolling unsteadily as if they were really drunk, just before it closed. The bartender identified a frequent client right away and even named him Joshua Hupperters when he was shown the video and asked if he knew the man. The bartender claimed that Joshua was practically a daily visitor and that on the previous evening, he showed a special interest in the lonely beauty by purchasing her cocktails and continuously inviting her to his home. Joshua had just reached 29 when the authorities learned that he had previously attended Temple University but had taken a lengthy academic leave and never graduated. He lived only 5 minutes from the bar where he was spotted with Jenna, and he was always hanging out with students. He and his friend Jack Miley had a large apartment that he rented in a building across the street. When they finally got in touch with Joshua later that night, he said he had been so inebriated the previous evening that he had no recollection of a girl from the pub. He consented to be questioned, but shortly after, his phone was switched off, so the police went to Hupperter's flat to speak with him. Jack, the primary suspect, was at home and allowed the cops to enter without any problems. There was chaos in almost every room of the man's flat, which resembled a normal bachelor pad. Jack said that the previous evening, he and his companion had really gone to the sports bar and consumed a lot of alcohol. After Joshua picked up a girl, Jack made the decision to go home so they could have some solitude. According to Jack, he went straight to bed and didn't hear if he was alone or when his roommate returned home. Joshua was concerned when he abruptly began cleaning the kitchen the following day. He had a serious cut on his hand and new scratches on his face. Joshua described this as a regrettable mishap, stating that he had slipped into some bushes while intoxicated. After lunch, he vanished, leaving his phone off and taking some of his possessions with him without informing his friend of his whereabouts or the duration of his absence. The guys resided in a big apartment with a second exit that led to the backyard, which was unguarded. There was a roll of paper towels on a dresser, smeared with what appeared to be blood, and a pair of men's sandals beside the entrance with odd brownish stains. Additionally, the kitchen smelled strongly of cleaning supplies, and there were multiple empty cleaning product bottles lying about the floor. All of this sparked serious suspicions, and Joshua was subsequently regarded as the primary suspect in the student's disappearance case. When the authorities looked into Upper Terrace's past more, they found that he was born and reared in Philadelphia and that he had experienced trauma from the early death of his father, who had been brutally murdered. Joshua attended Temple University until he was 29 years old, but he never received his degree. He has previously been involved in legal troubles for selling illegal narcotics to pupils. He had also been accused several times with assaults against women in an effort to force them into intimacy and had served several months for burglary. There was still no word on the whereabouts of the missing girl, and the search and initial questioning of the fugitive revealed that the suspect could be quite dangerous. After the FBI became involved in the inquiry, it was quickly established that Joshua's phone had last been in use in Wayne County, close to a lake approximately 230 miles north of Philadelphia. The fugitive may be hiding in the home of his grandmother, who was found to reside in the neighborhood. In fact, Hupperters was captured at the home of his maternal grandmother. He didn't resist and seemed at ease. He insisted that he was intoxicated on the night of August 31 and, when questioned about the new injuries on his body, he reiterated the tale he had told his roommate Jack about falling into bushes. He gave an explanation for his abrupt departure, saying he wanted to spend the final weekend before courses began with his family. He became silent and wanted a lawyer when the police brought up the fact that they knew he was not enrolled in any university. Experts visited the Philadelphia fugitive's flat, meanwhile, discovered blood traces in the garbage can, on the floor, and in the plumbing. The prospect of finding the young girl alive was dwindling by the minute as they awaited the test results to identify whose blood it was. Along with over $20,000, 0 cents, in cash, many bags containing various illegal substances were discovered during the search of Joshua's room. The enigmatic container. Investigators kept searching Hupperter's house, including the garbage cans, which were fortunately still empty, and the backyard, which was reachable by the second door in the corner. A light blue hoodie, a slogan-emblazoned t-shirt, a sports bra, and a black hair tie with a few dark hairs were discovered inside a black bag. The clothes that were discovered in the trash were very similar to what Jenna was wearing on the day she vanished. Even worse, there were bloodstains on the objects, which made it look quite unlikely that the girl was still alive. Still, the suspect said nothing, and the hunt went on. Hupperter's stepfather suddenly called the police on September 2 to report that the man had visited his mother's Jenkintown home on August 31. He had arrived in a taxi with a heavy, large, opaque plastic container. Joshua clarified that it held his books as well as a few personal items. The following morning, he took another taxi and left the container at the garage. Given his stepson's criminal history, the stepfather thought this was suspicious because the container was abnormally weighty and had an odd smell. Without alerting his wife, the old man made the decision to call the police. Although he was unaware of Joshua's subsequent whereabouts, he overheard him requesting that the driver refrain from recording the journey on the app and pledging to pay with cash. By the time the stepfather, Hupperter's, had been caught and a search of his grandmother's home had turned up nothing untoward, the gruesome discovery in the shed had been discovered. Authorities believed the enigmatic plastic container may have been sunk in a lake, but the container's destiny was still unknown. They thought about using divers to help with the search, but things took a surprising turn. Joshua discovered that the spouse of Joshua's grandmother had a little shed far from the home, almost obscured by trees and plants. Although he hadn't used them in a while, the man kept fishing equipment and an old boat there. He chose to inspect the shed on September 3 and discovered that the door's lock was broken. He went in fearing robbers, but everything was in its proper place, aside from an odd container that had never been there before. He flinched in terror when he opened the container. There found a young woman's naked, badly disfigured body inside. He reported the gory discovery to the police right away. The authorities summoned Burleigh's parents for identification after rapidly determining whose remains the retiree had discovered in his shed. When their greatest fears came true, Jenna's father almost suffered a heart attack and her mother passed out. By using surveillance footage and witness accounts at the crime scene, authorities were able to prove that Hupperter's had enticed the already inebriated girl to his house after giving her more booze. As Jenna became aware of her situation, she was able to message a number of pals to ask for assistance, but none of them replied. Joshua tried to coerce the girl into intimacy in the flat, but she retaliated violently, scratching the criminal and severing his hand with a kitchen knife. But he beat her head repeatedly against the floor and was able to knock the knife out of her hand. After taking advantage of Jenna and rendering her incapable, he used his bare hands to strangle the poor girl. After that, he cleaned up the crime scene as best he could and put her body in a container he had discovered in the storage area. According to the autopsy, Jenna's death was caused by mechanics, asphyxiation. She had several bruises, abrasions, and even bite marks on her body. She also showed symptoms of personal assault and a traumatic brain damage. Her blood was discovered on the apartment's paper towels and shoes. The defendant's blood and semen were detected on her clothing, and her hair was on the hair tie in the garbage bin. Hupperter's guilt was never in question, but he refused to accept a plea bargain or acknowledge it during the trial and punishment. In addition, a backpack with his documents, money, and a few necessities was found during a search of his grandmother's home, suggesting that the offender had planned to escape but was apprehended just in time. Only a year and a half after the horrifying crime, in the spring of 2019, did the criminal and attacker's trial start. By asserting that the murdered girl had willingly entered Joshua's room and provoked him, the defense lawyers made a valiant attempt to place all the guilt on her. But everyone in the room was indignant at the defense's remarks. The defendant was found guilty on all counts following 9 days of hearings, and he was given a life sentence with the chance of release only after 60 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy, made the horrific 911 call that you heard. The Kentwood-dwelling child had a rather startling encounter. He was casually relaxing on the basement couch on January 25, 2010, when an unthinkable incident occurred. They heard someone approaching and the horrifying sound of a gunshot. His father had been shot while using his laptop, and his lifeless body lay on the floor. No youngster should ever have to see such a terrible and painful event. What secrets and ulterior intentions drove the man to be brutally murdered in his own house? How did the police resolve the case in the end? We'll examine Keyshawn Mann's convoluted case today. On January 25, 2010, this case brought us to Kentwood, a quiet town with a population of about 54,000 people, tucked away in a beautiful environment and renowned for its calm attitude and close-knit community. It provides a delightful fusion of natural beauty and suburban living. Kentwood offers a warm atmosphere for both families and single people, with its tree-lined lanes and amiable locals. Despite its peaceful exterior, Kentwood conceals a number of secrets that will soon be revealed. Everyone appeared to be going about their everyday lives as usual in the town of Kentwood on January 25, 2010. However, the police department was notified by an unexpected 911 call around 6 p.m. The initial caller sounded frightened, as though a horrible incident had occurred. His voice betrayed the fact that he was a scared teen in dire need of assistance. They had no idea that this upsetting call was only the start of a bizarre and startling chain of events. The police began questioning people in an effort to learn more specifics about what had happened. The police were aware that the victim might have attempted suicide despite the confusion. They thus made an effort to verify their suspicion. The cops wanted to speak with an older person to gain more specific information because the call was becoming intense, and they needed to know what had truly transpired. Given that he had previously stated that everyone was present, it seemed odd that no one was home all of a sudden. The individual began to express a troubling suspicion that he had at the time of his father's passing. When he rushed upstairs after hearing the noises of someone racing from upstairs, he discovered his father's lifeless body and a scene of bloodshed. Amidst their astonishment and perplexity, a question persisted in everyone's consciousness. If the father wasn't the one fleeing, then who was, and where had he disappeared to? The cops hurried to the 5800 block of Pine Vista Street in Kentwood as soon as the call ended. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy who had courageously contacted out to report his father's death, met them when they arrived. He was accompanied by his two younger siblings. One of them was 8 years old and the other 12. Fear and despair were mixed together in Keyshawn Mann's eyes. He described to the police the horrific events that transpired, including how he heard a gunshot and hurried upstairs to discover his father, 35-year-old Jermell Stokes, dead within seconds. Blood was scattered around the room, making the crime scene a terrifying image. After quickly securing the location, the police started to investigate Jermell's body. At the rear of his skull, they discovered a bullet wound. Interestingly, his body showed no further bruises or indications of violence. This implied that the murderer's only goal was to take Jermell's life without inflicting more damage or violence. The murderer believed his mission was accomplished and departed the area as soon as he had shot him. The detectives observed something strange as they closely inspected the wound. The wound from the shooting was bigger than what they usually saw. This information implied that the murderer had discharged the weapon very close, almost at point-blank range. It became clear that Jermell was deeply engaged in his work on the laptop at the dining room counter, oblivious to the imminent threat. Since Jermell made no move to flee or protect himself, it was suspected that the murderer might have been someone he knew. Victims typically attempt to defend themselves out of reflex when faced with such closeness. This paved the way for an inquiry to reveal the facts about this heartbreaking and unsettling crime. In an effort to uncover any clues the murderer may have left behind, the police inspected the residence and the whole crime scene. They found 2 handguns when they searched Jermell's room's cabinet. Although they thought both firearms were Jermell's, one of them looked unsettling because it had traces of gunpowder and a missing bullet, indicating it had been shot lately. The other rifle looked undamaged and was loaded. This sparked suspicions because it didn't seem likely that the murderer would have had time to place the gun back in the closet before departing if he had used it to murder Jermell. Keyshawn Mann's claim that Jermell was gunless during the 911 call raised additional doubts. The detectives questioned how Keyshawn Mann could have been so certain that Jermell was armed. In an attempt to find any evidence that would provide them with information about the predator, the rifle was sent for testing right away. At that point, Lakeisha Mann, Jermell's fiancée and Keyshawn Mann's mother, came home after hearing of Jermell's passing. Despite being in the same town, the fiancé took a long time to return home, which the police thought was odd. If the spouses learn of their partner's death, they typically return quickly. In an attempt to learn more about Jermell's past, potential enemies, or any clues as to who might be responsible for his death, the investigators made the decision to question her, but she said she didn't know anything about his past. It was discovered that Keyshawn Mann was Jermell's stepchild rather than his biological kid. The investigators felt as though something was being hidden because of the contradictory responses and unclear facts. They understood that they needed to learn more about the family's history. According to the authorities, Keyshawn Mann's mother had a tumultuous divorce from his father, her first spouse. But the public was not privy to the specifics of their relationship. She was a single mother who yearned for respect and love, which is how she met Jermell Stokes. He became her son's friend and father figure, especially Keyshawn Mann. Lakeisha and her 3 sons quickly moved in with Jermell after they made the decision to advance their relationship. However, Jermell already had children from several different women. According to paternity and child support paperwork, he had 4 and 9-year-old children with one lady, 10 with another, and 11 and 12 with a third. According to state police records, Jermell was previously charged with a felony in 1993 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 2003, he also entered a guilty plea to a misdemeanor charge of taser possession. Aiming for a new beginning and a blended family, Jermell started a new chapter in his life with Lakeisha and her 3 sons. Despite his difficult past, his new family life appeared to be going smoothly. Jermell tried to build a close relationship with Keyshawn Mann as a stepfather, despite the fact that he was not his biological child. He filled the vacuum created by Keyshawn Mann's biological father's absence by acting as a father figure. Since there had been no prior reports or information indicating any problems or conflicts, there were no signs of any troubles inside the family. At first, the police inquiry into Jermell Stokes' murder revealed no background or apparent reason that could account for the terrible incident. No suspicious information or hints regarding the family were discovered. The case was obviously mysterious because no one was a suspect, even if it wasn't immediately apparent. Detective Mattis couldn't get rid of the idea that every murder must have a purpose. Even though the detectives first ruled out the family's involvement, they were ignorant of the harsher facts and hidden secrets that were concealed beneath the surface of their seemingly ideal family. The police turned their attention to identifying the person who might have killed Jermel out of a personal grievance or motivation. First, they asked the neighbors whether they could remember anything out of the ordinary or if they had witnessed someone fleeing the residence on the night of January 25, 2010. Still in shock after the terrible incident, the neighbors acknowledged hearing a gunshot but did not see anyone running away. In an attempt to find more leads, the police continued to question Jermel's acquaintances and family, but they were unsuccessful. It was difficult for the detectives to accuse anyone because there were no obvious hints to follow, no evidence left behind, and no signs of blood or fingerprints at the crime site. The stunning fact that left everyone startled was finally revealed by the firearms testing findings. His own stepson, Keyshawn Mann, had fingerprints on the gun that killed Jermel. Those who knew the family well were shaken by the unexpected news. Since Keyshawn Mann had been the one to phone the police in distress to report his father's shooting, this discovery provided a confusing twist to the case. The difficult challenge of figuring out the reasons behind this sudden change in circumstances now lay before them. With reference to Keyshawn Mann's 911 call, the police started to piece the puzzle together. At first, Keyshawn Mann said that everyone was seated on the couch when the murder occurred, suggesting that the family was present at the time. However, when authorities asked to talk with an elder member of the family, nobody was home, which caused suspicion. The police came at a conclusion based on these discrepancies. They thought that Keyshawn Mann saw the ideal chance to execute his plan on January 25, 2010, just before 6 p.m. when his mother was out. Silently, he took his gun out of the cabinet, fired at his father, and put it back where it belonged. Unaware that his decision to put the gun back would be used as strong evidence against him, he called the police in a panic and fear to report the murder of his father. They had not yet learned the reason behind Jermel's murder, though. To gain a better understanding of what transpired on the night of the murder, the police went back to the residence on Pine Vista Street in Kentwood and spoke with Keyshawn Mann in a different room. To their astonishment, Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he had been playing with the rifle. When they asked him directly if he had killed Jermel, he clarified that he called the police because he was so terrified after inadvertently pulling the trigger. But something wasn't quite right. Keyshawn Mann had disputed that there was a gun in the house when the 911 call was made. However, after speaking with him, it became evident that something was off. Why would he confess to playing with a pistol after initially denying possessing one? The police didn't think it was an accident. They thought Keyshawn Mann killed his father on purpose. However, they chose to consult a licensed psychiatrist in order to speak with him because of his youth. They recognized that he might have taken such a severe action as a child due to underlying concerns or motives. When he was questioned about why he killed his stepfather during the therapy session, the other side of the story came to light. Behind the joys and the seemingly ideal family, there was more. Keyshawn Mann talked candidly about Jermel Stokes' torture and abuse of him and his family. He disclosed that if Jermel was upset or for the smallest of reasons, he would regularly beat him, his mother, and his brothers. Keyshawn Mann felt stuck with no way out and wanted to shield his mother and siblings from the constant torment. He thought that getting rid of Jermel, his stepfather, was the only way to solve the problem. He told the therapist about the horrific ways that Jermel had mistreated his mother, including putting a finger down her neck. He also described how, when his mother wasn't there, Jermel would hit him and his siblings with a paint stick. When Jermel choked him, Keyshawn Mann talked about how he was able to get away from him. Keyshawn Mann's intense love for his mother served as the fuel for his hatred of Jermel. He could no longer stand to watch his mother be abused by Jermel. Keyshawn Mann made the painful choice to take his own life with one of Jermel's own firearms because the anguish of seeing his mother mistreated him grew intolerable. Perhaps as a result of some unidentified factors influencing his mother's prior divorce, this young child had already experienced a great deal in his life. But this time, Keyshawn Mann had reached his breaking point, which led him to perpetrate a heinous crime. This terrible story was made all the more fascinating by the depths of motivations and emotions. It was determined to send Keyshawn Mann to the circuit court for trial in June 2010, due to his young age of 13. This made him one of the youngest in the state to be put on trial for murder, and the youngest in Kentwood County. Keyshawn Mann confessed to killing his stepfather, Jermel Stokes, according to the Kentwood police detective in the courtroom. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged stealing Jermel's unlicensed silver handgun from a cupboard during the trial. He had checked the rifle by taking out and reinstalling the clip, so he knew it was loaded. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he did approach Jermel from behind when his attorney, Fred Johnson, questioned him about it. Keyshawn Mann responded with another yes when Johnson asked a pivotal question. You understood that pulling the trigger could result in someone's death? This made it abundantly evident that the shooting was not an accident because he had previously abused his mother. A close friend of Keyshawn Mann from Park Ridge Academy, whose name was kept secret because of his youth, appeared in court as a witness prepared to make shocking disclosures. He informed the jurors that Keyshawn Mann had brought a firearm to high school on January 25, 2010. He told him about his plans and showed him the gun. A 21-page report from the Children's Trauma Assessment Center was shown in court. It included information from Keyshawn Mann's therapy sessions in which he confessed to the crime and disclosed the shocking cause behind it. The therapist claims that Keyshawn Mann felt that the only option to shield himself and his family from serious abuse and possible harm was to kill Jermel. According to the therapist, Keyshawn Mann's experience was brought on by a home setting that was occasionally chaotic and dangerous, as well as ongoing exposure to intense violence. Even the mother of Keyshawn Mann admitted that she occasionally worried that Jermel might murder her or her boys. Fred Johnson, Keyshawn Mann's attorney, stated that he believes the shooting was mostly caused by the domestic violence that was allegedly occurring in the home. He thought the therapist's conclusions, though, were arbitrary and might not be solid enough for the trial. He made it clear that Keyshawn Mann was afraid, worried about his mother, and felt guilty. According to Johnson, Keyshawn Mann knew the effect his acts had on his mother and sincerely regretted them. Since there had been no previous calls to the police or Child Protective Services about the family's abuse, the police and prosecutors questioned the validity of the evaluation report. According to police interviews, discipline in the home was imposed by Keyshawn Mann's mother, Lakeisha Mann. Wearing t-shirts that said "Beloved Melly," a nickname for Jermel, some of his relatives denied that he had ever mistreated Lakeisha Mann or the children. Did no one know whether there had been abuse? And secrets of that nature don't remain that way in the closet. Jose Moore, JL's uncle, rejected the allegations as baseless. Investigators were unable to determine a specific motive for the crime, according to Kent County Prosecutor Bill Forsyth. Everyone concerned found it uncomfortable because there was no recognized motive for the murder. After hearing the case and carefully weighing all the evidence, Judge Daniel Zemaitis found Keyshawn Mann guilty of second-degree murder for the death of Jermel Stokes and sentenced him to serve the next 8 years until he turns 21 at the Muskegon River Youth Home, a juvenile facility about 110 miles from Grand Rapids. Keyshawn Mann would be released in 2018 if he finished this term, but there was also a chance that he would receive a different punishment, one that would involve transferring him to an adult jail for at least 162 months or life. Some of Jermel's family members were unhappy with the proposed agreement because they believed Keyshawn Mann's sentence was not harsh enough. Keyshawn Stokes, Jermel's sister, said that she thought Keyshawn Mann should be sentenced to 35 years in jail because her brother was 35 years old. Justice, in her opinion, was not being done. Annette Moore, Jermel's aunt, also expressed her belief that Keyshawn Mann's return to normal life was an unfair decision. She didn't think Keyshawn Mann was mistreated, but she did think he committed a significant offense and should be sentenced as an adult. Moore expressed her displeasure with the current sentence's fairness, but since the verdict had already been rendered and could not be overturned, acceptance was the only option. But 3 years later, on February 13, 2013, 16-year-old Keyshawn Mann showed up in court for a progress report on his stay at the Muskegon River Youth Home. He was performing better than the facility average, according to reports. He was able to go to counseling sessions and classes while he was in a guarded area. On a scale of 1 to 5, the youth home's officials gave his performance a 4 and observed that he was improving significantly. They even noted that Keyshawn Mann had demonstrated suitable coping mechanisms by managing his emotions, disappointments, and rage in a constructive way. During his brief court appearance, Keyshawn Mann apologized for his behavior and thanked his family for their support. He made a big mistake, he admitted, and he made it clear that he was determined to learn from it. According to his lawyer Johnson, Keyshawn Mann was committed to giving it his all no matter what. Keyshawn Mann was scheduled to complete college credit classes after graduating from the Youth Home Educational Program as a junior. As 21-year-old Keyshawn Mann celebrated his birthday and his release from the Muskegon River Youth Home on December 6, 2017, after serving more than 7 years in prison for second-degree murder, birthday balloons floated in the Kent County courtroom. Keyshawn Mann was released. Keyshawn Mann was granted his freedom by Judge Daniel Zamatis, who was supervising his progress at the periodic review sessions. At the final hearing, the judge spoke to Keyshawn Mann and said he was certain he was ready to start a new chapter of achievement in the community. When the judge gave the announcement, Keyshawn Mann and his mother Lakeisha exchanged heartfelt embraces as friends and family crowded the courtroom. Vicky Seidel, the assistant prosecutor for Kent County, commended Keyshawn Mann for setting a good example for other youth in the program. She claimed that he had carried out his duties and characterized him as an example for the inmates. For almost 18 months, Keyshawn Mann had been enrolled in online courses at Mid-Michigan Community College. According to his family, he had plans to continue his education, possibly attending Grand Rapids Community College in 2017. Kent County Probation Officer Dan Corey reports that Keyshawn Mann's meeting with his father, Jermel Stokes, to resolve the matter went smoothly. Mr. Stokes said he hoped Keyshawn Mann would have a fruitful life. Though it had been a tough 7 years, Keyshawn Mann agreed that his life had significantly improved. He conveyed his appreciation for the chance to improve himself, given that Keyshawn Mann was only a small boy at the time. Jermel's aunt also pardoned him for his behavior. She felt that Keyshawn Mann should be given the opportunity to start over, since she understood that his actions were motivated by fear. How do you feel about this case? Do you believe Keyshawn Mann should have been given another chance? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 20, 2019, 25-year-old Jessica Camilleri, who resided on St. Clair Avenue in Western Sydney, Australia, made this disturbing 000 call. Although Jessica recounted a very graphic sight, the investigators found the call unsettling, and they were correct about the nature of the crime. Jessica also appeared to be relatively calm. Rita Camilleri, Jessica's mother, is 57 years old. Rita's life was also impacted by Jessica's struggles as a youngster, who battled several mental problems. Rita loved her and tried her best to give her a decent life, even though she had to deal with a lot of challenges because of Jessica. However, she could never have predicted or imagined what Jessica did to her on that terrible night of July 20, 2019. Jessica was standing outside her house, completely covered in blood, when detectives arrived on the scene. They discovered Rita's severed body at the murder scene, which was almost like the set of a horror film. What transpired that evening between Rita and Jessica? Was there more to the narrative? Or did Jessica act in self-defense? We start on October 12, 1993, when Jessica Camilleri was born as the second daughter of Vince and Rita Camilleri, a Maltese-Australian marriage. Christy, Jessica's older sister, had a typical childhood, but Jessica didn't. Jessica's parents discovered that she was born with an intellectual handicap despite the fact that she was intelligent and able to speak. Jessica's IQ, which was between 55 and 60, was much below the typical range. Jessica was in the bottom 1% of the population as a result. As a child, Jessica displayed deficits in speech, walking, and coordination, among other developmental milestones. Teachers noticed her deficits in language, math, reading, and writing when she first entered school. Jessica's parents eventually discovered that she was on the autistic spectrum, which had an impact on her empathy, judgment, and understanding of other people's feelings and thoughts. Jessica's social life and academic life were both hampered by her years of age group lag. Jessica began exhibiting severe outbursts of anger due to daily mental anguish, which gradually progressed into intermittent explosive disorder, IED. A deficiency of serotonin, the brain's mood hormone, was linked to her IED. It was a mental illness that often began at age 6 and worsened during puberty and the early years of adulthood. It was not just ordinary anger. Jessica only became uncontrollable in response to stressors or provocation of any type. She struggled as a child with complicated everyday tasks like grocery shopping, taking public transportation, banking, and taking care of the house. Jessica's autism caused her to become fixated on specific things. Jessica spent hours upon hours viewing horror films with graphic gore and carnage, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Jeepers Creepers. Her fixation with bloodshed only deepened as she watched more and more of these films. Jessica's parents divorced when she was a teenager. Because of the antagonistic atmosphere in the house, Jessica's father, Vince, no longer wanted to live with Jessica and Rita. He claimed that Rita was unable to discipline her own daughter and held her responsible for Jessica's deteriorating health. Even though Rita was at her lowest point at the moment, she was still able to maintain her composure and take care of Jessica after her father had departed. Jessica's frequent outbursts at school became more intense. Because she attacked other pupils and occasionally even teachers, she was suspended a lot. Although she primarily attacked women, she once bit a male student and would not take her fangs off him when someone attempted to remove her. It also didn't help that Jessica eventually had to drop out of school and be placed in supporting settings. Due to her inability to handle all of these situations and her frequent violent outbursts, Jessica was placed on a disability assistance pension starting in 2013. With no friends, Jessica was sitting at home. She would spend the entire day watching horror movies in her room. Jessica's outbursts required her to be admitted to psychiatric hospitals on several occasions in the next years. Rita took Jessica to Nepean Hospital in Western Sydney at the beginning of 2018. She experienced a severe episode of her mental condition and spent approximately 9 days there. They administered some antipsychotic medicine and lithium for what they believed to be bipolar illness. Unfortunately, Jessica would frequently lose control of her behavior when in psychiatric wards, resulting in her snapping at nurses and physicians. After she acted aggressively and paranoidly toward another female patient in the waiting area, this attitude resulted in her being barred from a doctor's clinic. Jessica stopped taking the medication that suppressed her IED by the end of 2018. Being off her medicine did not imply that she had regained control of her condition, even though there were no significant outbursts into 2019. Jessica had seen several doctors and attended a respectable number of treatment sessions by July 2019, but she had made very little improvement. Jessica's mental state began to deteriorate as her condition did not improve, and on Saturday night, July 20, 2019, chaos broke out. That Saturday started out badly for Jessica because her mother had been busy caring for a 4-year-old relative whose identity had never been made public. Jessica wanted her mother's full attention at all times since she was bothered by that child. Earlier that day, Jessica had gone to see Christy with her mother. Rita, Jessica's mother, made fun of Jessica in front of a man who was merely walking by on the way to Christy's house. This episode had already created a lot of tension, and when Rita and the 4-year-old child later arrived, Jessica's anger was greatly heightened. There had been increasing pressure. Jessica had the potential to erupt like a volcano. When everyone had returned home in the evening, Jessica had urged her mother to contact a doctor. However, the doctor arrived but was unable to handle Jessica's suffering and promptly departed in fear for her life. The doctor managed to escape the scene in her car, even though Jessica chased her down the driveway. After eating dinner with Rita, Jessica decided to order something else. Rita threatened to send Jessica back to a mental health facility after she was unable to stop her from calling the food shop repeatedly. Rita made her way over to the telephone. The attack started when she wanted to call an ambulance to send her back to a mental health facility because she had had enough of Jessica's outbursts for the day. Jessica became irrational in a matter of seconds. Taking her mother by the hair, she pulled her into the kitchen. Rita was wailing for assistance as she struggled to hold on to the wall to escape Jessica's hold. However, Rita was a small woman in comparison to Jessica, and all of her efforts were unsuccessful. When Jessica arrived in the kitchen, she threw her mother to the ground and began stabbing her with steak knives. The 4-year-old girl saw the horrific event from a corner. Amazingly, the child mustered the bravery to attempt to step in. Tragically, he suffered a knife wound to his cheek after he courageously leaped on Jessica in an attempt to stop her. He was later found in a vomit-covered room, obviously rattled by the terrifying experience. Jessica didn't stop until her mother's head fell off after she began making holes in her body. With Rita's head in one hand and 2 cell phones in the other, Jessica left the house at around 11:30 p.m. that same evening and went to her neighbor's. She asked the neighbor to contact the police after throwing the head outside and knocking on the door. She claimed to have brought the head as evidence. After that, Jessica found another neighbor who assisted her in using her mother's phone to call the police. Jessica handed the phone to her neighbor in the middle of the conversation. Jessica was whispering in the background while he talked to the operator on the phone for a few seconds. Jessica persisted in her assertion that she killed her mother in self-defense throughout the discussion. The first person to reach the crime site was Senior Constable Anthony D'Agostino. He noticed Jessica wearing a blue dress with flowers on it, standing outside her home. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she was carrying a bottle of water and a cell phone that were coated in blood. The detective recorded his talk with Jessica by pressing the record button on his body cam. She indicated to the investigator the location of her mother's head. She then began inquiring as to whether Rita may still be revived and whether the surgeons could stitch her head back on. Jessica didn't apologize. She questioned the detective if she would receive the death punishment because she was only thinking about herself. The investigator asked Jessica to tell him what had transpired in an attempt to calm her down. Jessica repeatedly asserted that she killed her mother just to protect herself. She claimed that in self-defense, her mother stormed into her bedroom and pulled her out by the hair. To support her claim of self-defense, Jessica grabbed a knife and stabbed her mother. She attempted to play the victim by telling the cops about her mental health issues. Rita's head was discovered on the sidewalk outside the neighbor's house as additional police officers arrived to look into the incident. The remainder of her mutilated remains was discovered in the kitchen of their St. Clair Avenue house a short time later. They characterized the incident as being of extreme severity and savagery when observing the gory kitchen. In the front yard of her neighbor's house, Jessica was taken into custody. According to the police, they knew the Camilleri family, but they could not have predicted or imagined what would happen that night. Detectives discovered that Rita's body had been disfigured following an autopsy. She was still alive until at least the first 90 blows, the majority of which were to the head and neck, and even when she passed away, her body had more than 100 stab wounds. However, that wasn't even the most graphic aspect of this horrible murder. Rita had had a piece of her tongue and nose severed. She had been pushed and pressed after both of her eyeballs had been ripped out. At the crime scene, the detectives discovered 7 knives, all of which Jessica had used to stab her mother. 4 of the 7 knives had broken during the murder because Jessica's attacks were so vicious. Jessica revealed the true reason behind her ruthless murder of her mother on July 21, 2019, the morning following the tragedy. She began by claiming that, despite having harmed numerous people, she had never spoken to her mother until yesterday night, when Jessica's mother threatened to have her committed to a mental health facility. After losing her temper, Jessica wanted to discipline her mother. Jessica claimed to the investigator that she had no intention of killing her, but things suddenly spiraled out of control. Jessica was unable to resist stabbing her mother when her IED took control. Jessica was put on trial before Justice Helen Wilson in December 2020 after being accused with murder. The jury was informed that the purpose of the trial was to prove that Jessica's mental diseases took over and significantly impaired her mental state at the time of the murder, rather than to dispute whether Jessica killed her mother or not. Tony McCarthy, the Crown prosecutor, said in his opening statement that Jessica had a history of assault. Even her own family members had been harassed and intimidated by Jessica, who threatened to use a knife to hack off their heads. Tony brought up the fact that Jessica liked horror films, particularly those that included brutal murder and body dismemberment. He went on to say that Jessica's intellectual handicap was just modest to moderate. Nathan Steele, Jessica's defense lawyer, urged the jurors to ignore their feelings and sympathies and focus their decision solely on the evidence. He claimed that Jessica had diminished capacity at the time of her deadly attack on her mother as a result of the impact of her mental illnesses. She had been seeing Professor David Greenberg ever since she was arrested. He was called upon to diagnose Jessica during the trial. He said that he could not uncover any indications that Jessica had visual or auditory hallucinations or schizophrenia. Professor David noted that although Jessica didn't typically utilize social cues to communicate, she was fairly specific about the specifics of the crime and lacked emotion as she recounted the horrifying events of the night she killed her mother. Additionally, he claimed that Jessica had a low sense of self-worth and displayed narcissistic traits and personality issues. Jessica had become an egocentric and self-centered person as a result of all the extra care she received as a child. She had a history of requesting attention, and her IED would activate if she did not receive it. It was not unusual for Jessica to be in a comparatively peaceful state of mind when the cops arrived. After she had committed an offense, her anger swiftly subsided. She felt entitled and had an irrational expectation that those around her would treat her well. She would become enraged when things did not go as planned. Jessica Camilleri became more challenging as she grew older. According to her sister, she stayed on the couch most of the time, refusing to get up when she was thirsty and requesting that her mother get her a drink. She overlooked the fact that other people had needs and feelings because she thought her impairment made her special. She was extremely sensitive to criticism and would frequently respond to it with anger or contempt. Professor David stated his diagnosis and added that Jessica's mother, who was now deceased, was her only friend. Christy, Jessica's sister, also testified in court. She stated that her younger sister had been brutally bullied by other children at school and had been diagnosed with several problems, including attention deficit disorder and dyslexia. She claimed that when their father abandoned them, Jessica's health began to deteriorate due to their father. Jessica was still relatively disciplined and in charge, but that all changed quickly once he left the family. Justice Wilson recognized the conflict between punishing a criminal who has a major disability and weighing the need for punishment throughout the sentencing process. The judge concluded that Jessica knew what she was doing and how gravely wrong it was, even though she had lost control. She said that a severe punishment was required because of the seriousness of the act, the great suffering done to Rita's family, and the need to keep Jessica out of the community. Christy was relieved when the judge stated that she felt some closure, knowing her mother will receive justice. Christy was certain about the nature of her relationship with Jessica going forward. It was impossible to imagine what Jessica had done to Rita. After a trial that lasted a week, in December 2020, Justice Helen Wilson convicted Jessica guilty of manslaughter but not murder for the death of her mother, Rita Camilleri, 57. On March 12, 2021, Justice Helen Wilson chose to give Jessica a relatively lighter sentence of 21 years and 7 months, even though the maximum penalty for manslaughter was 25 years. She would only be eligible for parole after 16 years and 2 months. Helen Wilson pointed out that Rita Camilleri's body had over 90 defensive wounds to her hands when she was in excruciating pain, just as she claimed that Jessica had demonstrated remarkable skill in mutilating depravity when she killed her 57-year-old mother in July 2019. Rita must have been horrified and appalled at what her own cherished daughter was doing to her. The fact that this crime was committed in front of a 4-year-old child was the worst aspect of it, according to Justice Helen Wilson. Jessica Camilleri would now be imprisoned for the next few decades in Australia's most severe women's prison, Silverwater Prison in Western Sydney. Jessica's mental state did not improve while she was incarcerated as a convicted murderer. Her painful recollections of her time in school returned after going through all the bullying and torture. She would frequently argue with other inmates and occasionally even guards. But when she was accused of assaulting 2 prison officers and causing actual physical harm as a consequence of an event in August 2021 and October 2021, things became serious. According to the officers, Jessica took hold of their hair and only released her hold after removing a large strand of hair from each officer's head. The injuries required the officers to be admitted to the hospital. Jessica was thus put in the prison's isolation ward. It was decided to issue a verdict for these felonies, later in September 2022. Jessica, who is 28, filed a challenge against her sentence in the Court of Criminal Appeal. She claimed that her loss of control during the attack on her mother was not appropriately taken into account, as did her defense team. Jessica's lawyer Tim Game argued the judge that Jessica's sentence did not take into account the fact that her difficulties were close to being considered mental illness. He added that the punishment was excessively severe for someone who completely lost control. Tim Game went on to say that Justice Helen Wilson erred in her sentencing of Jessica by emphasizing Jessica's understanding of her acts rather than the 2 psychologists' findings that Jessica lacked self-control throughout the attack. He emphasized his belief that Jessica's hefty sentence was a grave error on the part of Judge Helen Wilson. According to Jessica and her legal team, Judge Helen Wilson had done everything in her power to conclude the trial and take the easy route by rendering an unfair result because Jessica had already volunteered to enter a guilty plea to manslaughter before to the trial. Tim Game expressed optimism that Jessica would receive a significantly reduced term through her appeal because of the significant improvement in her behavior since her initial sentencing in 2021. Justice Wilson was correct to impose a severe sentence for Jessica's serious crime, according to the Crown's argument against the appeal. They went on to say that the only reason Justice Wilson did not give Jessica the maximum penalty was because of her mental illness. Jessica and her team argued in the Sydney Supreme Court that Justice Wilson had misjudged the seriousness of the crime and that the term she received last year was disproportionate, but Justice Peter Hamill rejected their arguments. However, with the backing of Justices Christine Edmondson and Richard Kavanaugh, Justice Hamill decided that Jessica should receive a new sentence. When Jessica killed her 57-year-old mother in 2019, Justice Hamill concluded that she only had a basic knowledge of moral wrongfulness because of her intellectual handicap and autism spectrum disorder, based on the testimony of several psychiatrists and a psychologist. He mandated that she be resentenced to 16 years in jail with a 12-year non-parole period. Although Jessica's sentence had been reduced, on September 4, 2023, the verdict on her 2021 assault of 2 prison guards was delivered. Jessica Camilleri's sentence for assaulting 2 prison guards and tearing out their hair has been extended by 22 months, according to a statement. Rita's life was challenging, but no one ever anticipated that she would be taken away so tragically, and by her own daughter, whom Rita had cared for and looked after for 25 years, according to Jessica's family, friends, and psychiatrists. Christy, Rita's oldest daughter, was profoundly impacted by her passing. Christy shared her views about Jessica as she recalled her mother's unselfish and caring attitude. Rita, who was 57 at the time of her death, had made the decision to live her life for herself instead of providing for Jessica and her needs. Jessica regrettably didn't live up to this ideal, but now that the only person who genuinely cared for her was dead, there was no one left to take care of her. Jessica had lost the only person who genuinely cared about her. Constraint, a dull prison schedule, and spending most of her time in a 3x4-meter cell every single day were all part of Jessica's impending future. Is Jessica's sentence appropriate, in your opinion? Given the absence of her mother, how do you envision Jessica's life will be when she is eventually freed from prison? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The son of a wealthy businessman, 6-year-old Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., was abducted from his school, Notre Dame de Sion in Kansas City, Missouri, on September 28, 1953. As the authorities began a large search for the young boy, the city was engulfed in panic and commotion, but the abductor eluded capture. Soon after, Bobby's family started getting a flurry of phone calls and letters demanding an outrageous sum of money in exchange for their son's safe return. The case's twists and turns became even more startling as it attracted national notice. Who was responsible for the abduction? Was it a stranger or a member of the family? Would Bobby's family ever be reconciled with him if he were ever discovered alive? We are examining Bobby Greenlease's unsettling situation today. So let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. With a population of over 500,000, Kansas City is situated in the western region of Missouri. It is Missouri's biggest city. With a variety of eateries, retail establishments, and entertainment venues, the Kansas City Power and Light District is one of the city's most recognizable attractions. The Kaufman Center for the Performing Arts and the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art provide visitors more opportunities to see the city's thriving art scene. It's difficult to forget the horrifying crime that previously took place in this city in the 1950s, though, despite all of the beauty and excitement. Multi-millionaire Robert Greenlease Sr. lived in Kansas City's affluent Mission Hills area and had it all. He was a vehicle dealer with locations all throughout the nation. Early in the 20th century, he brought General Motors automobiles to the Great Plains. which is how he made his money. The birth of his son, Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., on February 3, 1947, at the age of 65, permanently altered his life. Robert's second wife was Virginia Pollock, Bobby's mother. The Greenlease family was loyal to their beloved Bobby and had a luxurious lifestyle. Virginia, his older sister, was born in 1941, therefore he wasn't an only child. In addition, he had a 1917-born half-brother named Paul. Robert's first marriage produced a son named Paul. Bobby was enrolled at the esteemed Notre Dame de Sion, a private Catholic school situated at 3823 Locust Avenue in Kansas City, when he was 6 years old in 1953. He developed alongside his contemporaries there. Bobby's future was bright and everything was going well, but destiny had other ideas for the young child and his family. On the morning of September 28, 1953, Bobby's school, Notre Dame de Sion, was much like any other day. Nobody could have predicted, though, how tragically this day would shortly turn out. When Sister Moran, the nun on duty that day, opened the school door at about 11 in the morning, she was met by a chubby woman who claimed to be Bobby's aunt. The woman revealed that Virginia, the boy's mother, had been taken to St. Mary's Hospital after suffering a heart attack while shopping at the Country Club Plaza. She continued by saying that she was told to take the boy to his mother right away by the Greenlease family. Sister Moran went to get Bobby from his classroom without thinking twice. The 6-year-old, who was naive and trusted people, had no reason to suspect the woman's identity or motivations. The nun watched as he took the woman's hand and they both climbed into a taxi and drove away. She figured everything was all right. Nobody realized that the woman wasn't Bobby's aunt. And what happened that day would forever alter the Greenlease family's course in life. Virginia will never forget the phone call she got less than an hour after the unidentified woman took Bobby. Another nun from Bobby's school, Sister Martha Anna, was on the other end of the telephone. She had called the family's residence to ask about Virginia's alleged heart attack. However, the nun was shocked to learn that nothing similar had occurred. Virginia had not suffered a heart attack and was not in the hospital. Both Virginia and the nun quickly realized that something evil was going on, and they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby had been abducted. Virginia immediately called her husband Robert after speaking with Sister Martha over the phone and told him what had transpired. Like his wife, Robert was astounded and perplexed. As soon as possible, he reported the offense to the Kansas City Police Department. To help with the problem, the FBI was also called in. As word spread that Bobby had been abducted, panic swept the city. Despite launching a large manhunt, the authorities were unable to find the woman who had abducted the boy, which hindered their efforts. Hope started to wane as the hours passed. However, Bobby's parents received the first of many ransom notes on the same day that Bobby was seized. Signed by a person going by M, the letter requested $600,000, 0 cents, to ensure Bobby's safe return. It was an astounding sum of money, more than $6 million, 0 cents in today's dollars. The demands, however, did not end there. Additionally, M demanded that the ransom money be paid in $10, 0 cents, and $20, 0 cents small denomination notes. After learning of the ransom note, the authorities set to work finding the enigmatic M and securing Bobby's release. An additional ransom note arrived on September 29, 1953. This time, a pin Bobby had been wearing the day he was abducted was sent with the letter. Desperate to ensure his son's release, Robert made the decision to go collect the ransom money and sought assistance from connections and trusted friends. Among them was Commerce Trust Company Executive Vice President Arthur Eisenhower. In addition, he was the brother of the U.S. President at the time. Eisenhower made sure that all bank clerks handling the ransom money noted the bill's serial numbers, which were then published in newspapers across the nation. As Bobby's family continued to collect the astronomical ransom requested by the kidnapper, the excruciating wait for his safe return seemed to drag on forever. A man called the Greenlease home several times during this period to let Virginia know her son was still alive. Despite the family's desperation, the kidnapper appeared to relish his perverse game. 6 ransom letters and 15 phone calls were sent to the family in a week. Additionally, they consented to follow all of the kidnapper's directions, but they would quickly come to the realization that they had made a grave error. Robert amassed an incredible $600,000, 0 cents in ransom money for his son's safe return by the evening of October 4, 1953. The funds were then transferred to a bridge close to Highway 40, just east of Kansas City, in a duffel bag. At the time, it was the biggest ransom ever paid in American history. The kidnappers contacted the Greenleases early the following morning to verify that they had recovered the money and that Bobby would be returned in a day. However, no information on the boy's whereabouts was released as the day wore on. Anxiously, the family awaited any updates, but none arrived. The Greenleases were left to question whether the kidnappers had deceived them or whether their son was still alive. It felt like their darkest worries were going to come true, and the tension was excruciating. The most challenging and devastating period of their lives would be the following 24 hours. An ex-convict and taxi driver named Joe Carr was set to become a key player in the inquiry as Bobby's quest went on. In the state of St. Louis, a guy by the name of Carl Austin Hall had employed him as his personal driver. Carr was aware that Hall was a newcomer to the area and was spending money carelessly. Hall was living like a king after renting an apartment and purchasing new clothing. Carr chose to get in touch with his employer at the taxi firm Joe Costello because he was skeptical of Hall's actions. In addition to having links within the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, Costello was a man with ties to the mob. On October 6, 1953, after the sun had fallen, Costello tipped Patrolman Elmer Dolan and Lieutenant Louis Shoulders about the man showing off a lot of cash in St. Louis. They hurried to Hall's residence where he was and took him into custody. The officers discovered 2 heavy metal suitcases stuffed full of cash inside the room. The sight was stunning. After that, Hall was taken to the Newstead police station in North St. Louis, where he was questioned by the police on the money's origin. Hall insisted that he had done nothing illegal at first, but investigators quickly started to piece the puzzle together. Because Hall had so much cash on him, they assumed he was implicated in the kidnapping of Greenlease. Hall eventually broke under pressure and admitted his involvement in the crime. However, the most startling discovery was still to come. When questioned about Bobby's whereabouts, he disclosed that the boy had passed away. He had not acted alone, Hall disclosed. A woman named Bonnie Hetty was his accomplice. They had come up with the idea to kidnap Bobby and demand a large ransom from his affluent parents. Investigators were able to piece together the events and discover the startling specifics of how the kidnapping took place, thanks to Hall's confession and a comprehensive background investigation. It was a network of treachery and deceit, with avarice at its core. It was discovered by authorities that Hall was from a wealthy family. He was a lawyer's son. He received a sizable inheritance and his parents' 1,100-acre Pleasanton, Kansas homestead after they died. However, Hall's life took a turn for the worst when he lost his riches, was divorced, and developed an addiction. When he was condemned to the Missouri State Penitentiary for robbing a cab driver of just $38.00, his life reached its lowest point. Hall recalled the rich Greenlease family when he dreamed of one huge score that would set him up for life while he was incarcerated. You see, Hall had learned about the family's fortune years earlier when he had gone to a military reform academy with Bobby's older adoptive half-brother, Paul. Hall quickly came up with a scheme to pay the ransom. The only thing left to do was figure out how to kidnap the youngster. Bonnie entered the picture at that point. Bonnie was a contradictory person. She continued to engage in prostitution and extravagant parties, even though she was the recipient of a substantial bequest from her father. She also appeared to be attracted to crooks. Her first spouse was a bank robber who was shot and killed by the police. She ended up inheriting a house from the divorce settlement, though, because her second marriage didn't work out any better. Bonnie first met Hall in the bar of the Hotel Robideau in St. Joseph, Missouri. Their fortuitous encounter signaled the start of a sinister and perverse collaboration, which could have been the result of fate or simply the cosmos coming into harmony. Hall gradually told Bonnie about his perverse plan over the course of the months, and to his relief, she was all too willing to join in. Thus, like 2 ravenous wolves pursuing their prey, Hall and Bonnie started following the Greenlease family in the summer of 1953. In an attempt to identify a vulnerability to take advantage of, they observed the family going about their everyday activities. They initially intended to kidnap the Greenlease's daughter, Sue, but they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby, their 6-year-old son, would be a simpler target. The stage was prepared for the kidnapping that rocked the country to its foundation, because they understood they had to move quickly if they wanted to score the big score. Pretending to be Bobby's aunt, Bonnie had taken him up from school without causing any trouble. After that, Hall was waiting at a pharmacy when Bonnie and Bobby were dropped off. Hall took charge and led them to an empty field in Overland Park, Kansas, across state borders. Bobby was left alone with Hall, who had no intention of keeping him alive, after Bonnie exited the car and went a short distance. Hall initially attempted to kill Bobby with a piece of rope, but the rope was too short. Hall struck Bobby in the face, knocking out one of his teeth out of frustration and rage. Hall took out his .38 caliber revolver and shot Bobby at close range when he slumped to the floor of the automobile. After being kidnapped, Bobby did not live for more than half an hour. Both Hall and Bonnie realized they needed to remove the evidence after committing the horrible act. They wrapped Bobby's lifeless body in a trash bag and traveled to Bonnie's house in St. Joseph, Missouri. Then, in order to hide the smell of the corpse, they gently buried the bag in a grave that had been prepared in the backyard. They covered the bag with a lot of lime. In an attempt to pass the grave off as a flower garden, Hall then covered it with chrysanthemums. Now, Hall and Boney quickly fled to St. Louis across the state as soon as they had the ransom money. Hall had bought 2 metal suitcases there to hide the cash. In addition, he and Boney discovered an apartment on Arsenal Street overlooking Tower Grove Park, where they reveled in their newfound wealth by drinking excessively. As the evening went on, Boney's intoxication finally overcame her, and she fell asleep. Hall had another plan, and this was the ideal time to implement it. He snuck out of the flat with the rest of the loot in the middle of the night, after placing $2,000, 0 cents, in Bonnie's purse. Hall then picked up a sex worker called Sandra O'Day on the taxi ride to the Coral Court Motel in Marlboro, Missouri. Before he was arrested, he intended to utilize Sandra's assistance to distract the police. Hall arranged for her to travel to Los Angeles so that he could mail the Greenlease family a letter he had written. By doing this, he would have diverted the police's attention. According to stories, Sandra was the one who reported the ransom money that Hall was carrying around to the police when she allegedly saw it. However, it's unclear if this is true or not. It is also thought that Hall purchased a shovel and 2 trash cans. In order to conceal the ransom money, he then rented a car and drove it to a location in St. Louis County along the Merrimack River. However, Hall kept the money with him since he was unable to locate a suitable place to bury the cans. Shortly after this, he was taken into custody. Police took immediate action after all of these revelations were made public. In the apartment where Hall had left her, Bonnie was found and taken into custody. They both faced the full weight of the law for their crimes after being charged with capital murder and kidnapping. Bobby's remains were found where they had been buried on October 7, 1953. Family members and neighbors came together to grieve the untimely death of this defenseless boy at a sad burial conducted at St. Agnes Catholic Church 2 days later, on October 9. As a victim of one of the most horrible murders in American history, Bobby was buried with sorrow and tears in his eyes. Since the crime had crossed state boundaries and was therefore a federal prosecution, punishment was swift for the 2 kidnappers. Hall and Bonnie entered a guilty plea to the accusations against them when they appeared in court on October 30, 1953. After only 1 hour and 8 minutes of deliberation, the jury recommended the death penalty. Hall and Bonnie accepted their fates on November 19, 1953, less than a month later, and neither attempted to challenge the decision. Just 81 days after the kidnapping, on December 18, 1953, they were both put to death in a Missouri gas chamber. Hall was 34 years old, and Bonnie was 41 when they passed away. There were several complexities in the aftermath of Bobby's kidnapping and death. The Greenlease family may have found closure with Hall and Bonnie's execution, but it also exposed a shocking truth. Now, just half of the ransom money was found when Hall was taken into custody. Unaccounted for was $312,000, 0 cents in total. The cops that arrested Hall, Patrolman Dolan, and Lieutenant Shoulders were suspected of stealing the missing funds. At first, though, they denied this, saying they had delivered all the cash to the police station. They ultimately faced federal charges and were found guilty of perjury. Shoulders received a sentence of 3 years in jail on April 15, 1954. Dolan, however, was sentenced to 2 years in prison. However, this was not the end of the story. Shoulders unexpectedly passed away in 1962. Shoulders and mob boss Joe Costello had actually stolen half of the ransom money, Dolan told the FBI after this. It wasn't until Shoulders and Costello were dead that Dolan finally told the truth. He had been too afraid to speak up earlier for fear of reprisals. In July 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson pardoned Dolan for his assistance. This was the conclusion of Bobby's tragic story. We are reminded when we consider the terrible events of 1953 that Bobby eventually received justice, albeit at a high price. We have to keep asking ourselves, how can we stop catastrophes like this from occurring again? What can we learn from Bobby's story, therefore? And how can we apply this understanding to create a society that is safer and more equitable for everyone? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Every seventh crime on the planet takes place in a family, and men are responsible for more than 38% of these crimes. Furthermore, domestic violence is most common in developed nations. Between 33 and 50% of all violent deaths of women are committed by their spouses or partners, underscoring the urgent need to protect women from domestic abuse. However, what causes a woman to occasionally fall into the hands of a monster because she wants a powerful man by her side? Perhaps it's because some people will stop at nothing to have that strong shoulder. After all, we learn from our families and society that a woman requires a guy to be at her side. That's how we're brought up, and some women eventually experience abuse. In 2012, this occurred. The murderer of 26-year-old Ekaterina Gurova has already left prison and returned to Izhevsk. Let's start a new narrative. West of the Ural Mountains, Izhevsk is a major industrial city in the Russian Federation and the cultural, educational, and scientific hub of the Volga region. The engineering and weaponry industries in this Udmurtian capital are well known. While there, one can explore the renowned Ishmash Museum, take in the architecture of the city, and learn about Udmurtia culture. Ekaterina Gurova's life was not going well back in her hometown. She was raising a small child by herself, had no prospects, and had gone through a difficult divorce. She made the decision to start again because she felt exhausted and disheartened. She relocated to Izhevsk, a new city, new experiences, and new people, with her daughter from Naberezhny Chelny. Color returned to her life as a result of the transformation. After landing a job she loved, Ekaterina made a name for herself in the beauty business and even planned to launch her own salon. Her personal life was falling apart, but other than that, everything was going great. Ekaterina wasn't in a rush to put her trust in anyone, even though she was attractive and attracted to men all the time. Before Alexei Tachurkin entered her life, she stayed away from relationships and focused entirely on her career. In 2007, they had their first encounter. Alexei was employed as a cabbie. He'd turned on the charm since he felt flatteringly recognized by a woman as beautiful as Ekaterina. With 2 degrees in system administration and economics, he informed Ekaterina that he worked as a system administrator for numerous large corporations during the day, and that driving a taxi was only a side activity. Although Ekaterina was independent and self-sufficient by this point, she was intrigued for a while by his apparent ambition and education. They had a rigorous, amiable relationship. Then a system administrator was required for her ex-husband's company. Alexei was on Ekaterina's mind. After he was hired, Alexei became more involved in her life, taking her to see her parents in Naberezhny Chelny, fixing her computer, strolling her dog, and even driving her and her child to daycare. Ekaterina, however, saw it as just a friend lending a hand, despite Alexei's attentiveness. In order to capture her heart, he changed his strategy. He started to appeal to her pity. One day, outside the office where Ekaterina worked, Alexei put on quite a show. Tears filled his eyes as he told her that he had discovered his wife with another guy, and that his wife's aunt had even informed him that the children he believed to be his weren't. Despite the absurdity of the entire situation, Ekaterina sympathized with him and volunteered to help. Alexei continued to play the compassion card, saying that he had served in Chechnya, suffered a brain injury there, and occasionally attended the funerals of his deceased colleagues. Ekaterina was moved by his struggles and couldn't leave him alone. However, he eventually won her over when he traveled to Moscow for surgery to remove a bullet that was allegedly stuck in his head. From the train station, Alexei called her to report that he had fainted and that his money and documents had been stolen. After rushing to his aid, the empathetic Ekaterina took him home and cared for him for a whole week. They began dating following this occurrence. Unfortunately, Alexei's story was a total fabrication, with just a little portion of it being true. However, Ekaterina was too enamored and naive to recognize the lies at the time. Problems in their relationship started almost immediately, because relationships based on deceit rarely last. Alexei didn't seem to care that Ekaterina was left without enough money to even buy food for herself and her child after he grabbed the final 1,000 rubles out of her purse to buy her roses. Over time, Ekaterina eventually consented to move in with Alexei after he began to convince her to do so. But she was in for another surprise. Alexei recommended that they tie the knot. Ekaterina repeatedly turned down his 3 applications at the registry office. He used theatrical motions once more. In a desperate attempt to convince her that he had no one else in the world, Alexei Tatarkin would twist his arms and threaten to commit suicide if she rejected him once more. At last, Ekaterina caved in, and their marriage was formally recorded on August 30, 2011. Alexei was disliked by Ekaterina's mother from the beginning. She believed he wasn't a suitable match for her daughter and regarded him to be untrustworthy. She even repeatedly told him on the phone not to rush Ekaterina into marriage if she wasn't ready. However, her daughter called her one day and said, "Mom, I'm not sure how to explain this, but we got married. Perhaps the second divorce won't be as frightening as the first," she joked, trying to lighten the situation. Their life together didn't improve after the wedding. They continued to quarrel over money. Alexei Tatarkin became deeply involved in Ekaterina's business operations just 2 months after they were married. The Kamaz trucks she received as part of her prior marriage's property partition were sold by him. They used the funds to travel to Moscow and purchase 3 foreign used cars that they intended to repair and then resale. But they ultimately only received payment for 2 of the vehicles, and the funds for the third appeared to disappear. Ekaterina no longer believed Alexei's claims that he had been duped. She insisted that he give her a car worth the same amount of money or return the money. Ekaterina took the promissory note he eventually wrote her for 400,000 rubles to her mother, asking her to store it in case something happened. Notably, Ekaterina put in a great deal of effort to provide for the family. She worked till as late as 1 in the morning and occasionally took on 10 or 12 clients in a single day. Her daily expenses included paying for her advanced training courses, gas and auto components, purchasing clothing for herself, her kid, and her new spouse, paying off the car loan, and covering daycare costs. However, Alexei would always react jealously and accuse Ekaterina of leading an unsuitable lifestyle whenever she attempted to discuss money matters with him. She frequently announced to her mother and friends that she was divorcing and that the marriage had been a mistake, but it was almost impossible to induce Alexei Tatarkin to vacate her residence. They eventually split up around the middle of February 2012, but their disagreements persisted. Ekaterina Gurova vanished on May 27, 2012, a few days after filing for divorce. A prominent Izhevsk beauty expert, Ekaterina Gurova, was reported missing on May 28. Alexei was called by Ekaterina's mother. Although she didn't want to contact him and didn't like him, Ekaterina hadn't returned her call and hadn't answered her phone since the previous evening, which had never occurred before. Though her mother realized Alexei Tatarkin wasn't being completely honest, Alexei calmly said he didn't know where Ekaterina was and even promised to check her apartment. She was able to locate her daughter's friend's phone number that same day and contacted her from Naberezhny. She reported a missing individual to the police and made calls to nearby hospitals and morgues. Ekaterina's mother hurried to Izhevsk as soon as she received the news. Her daughter's car was still parked in the courtyard, and the apartment she had been renting was locked. One of the biggest search operations in the history of the city started at that point. At an attempt to piece together what might have happened on the day she disappeared, Ekaterina's acquaintances said that she was spotted sitting at a cafe with a man at around 2:00 p.m. One of the waitresses is said to have provided this information. Ekaterina then took her car and drove home. Around 3:40 p.m., she parked in the courtyard and entered her building, according to security cameras nearby. What followed is still unknown. Ekaterina vanished without a trace, but her automobile remained in the parking lot. According to Ekaterina's mother, she attempted to phone her. The phone rang at about 6 p.m., but Ekaterina didn't pick it up. Her phone was off by 11 p.m. and nobody could get through to her. Even if it was only for a brief excursion, Ekaterina's loved ones insisted that she would never simply leave town without notifying anyone. Under Part 1 of Article 105 of the Russian Criminal Code, the investigative department of the Pervomiaysky district in Izhevsk, under the investigative committee of the Russian Federation for the Udmurtia Republic, opened a criminal case on May 30, 2012, in relation to the unexplained disappearance of Ekaterina Gurova. The investigation was given special supervision by the investigative committee of the Russian Federation for the Udmurtia Republic. Even a month later, Ekaterina was still missing while the search went on to be located. Izhevsk as a whole was looking for Ekaterina. There were flyers everywhere with her picture on them. Her pals even sought assistance from psychics. The police searched for her with the help of dozens of volunteers, including her friends, acquaintances, and clients. On the basis of witness suggestions, they searched the suburbs and various locations throughout the city, but they were unable to find any clues. No progress was achieved in spite of the police and volunteers' ceaseless efforts. Olga Gurova, Ekaterina's mother, therefore lodged complaints with the prosecutor of the Republic, every agency in Udmurtia, and even Russian President Vladimir Putin. All of the offices responded to her letters, informing her that they had been registered. The detectives didn't begin to exhibit renewed interest in the case until after this. One of the main suspects was Ekaterina's spouse. Ekaterina thought he was responsible for the disappearance of her paperwork just before their divorce because he had been so jealous. But Alexei insisted he knew nothing and that he had nothing to do with Ekaterina's disappearance. He was arrested, interrogated, and then released shortly after she vanished. Then Alexei shut off his phone, stopped talking to anyone, and retreated from the outside world. As the hunt went on, it became clear that Alexei Tatyarkin's role in Katia's disappearance was complicated. A waitress who had taken money out of Ekaterina's card at Alexis's request was responsible for the break. A few days later, she called Ekaterina's mother after seeing the posters for missing persons. A neighbor's testimony further bolstered the case. From Ekaterina's apartment, the neighbor had heard a scream. On the day of Ekaterina's disappearance, other witnesses claimed to have seen Alexei operating her vehicle. Ekaterina's blood was discovered in the car when the authorities confiscated it and conducted an investigation. Early in July, the forensic results were returned. Alexei Tatarkin was taken into custody by July 10. He would put on a show while being questioned, saying he felt ill and that we needed to call an ambulance, all the while maintaining that he had nothing to do with his wife's abduction. The doctors were unable to identify any problems with Yevgeny Fedorov, the lead investigator for high-priority cases with the investigative committee of the Russian Federation for Udmurtia, and there was no evidence to support his claim that he had suffered a mild stroke. During another interrogation on July 12, he abruptly admitted to killing his wife Alexei. He claimed that his fear was the reason he confessed. He claimed that Ekaterina had been talking to him and driving him crazy in his dreams every night. On July 13, the eve of her birthday, he tragically gave her his confession as a gift. Even after confessing, the murderer of Ekaterina Gurova continued to mislead the investigators on the day of her 27th birthday. He claimed to have committed the crime on the banks of the Kama River one minute, and then he was unable to recall where he had hidden the remains. The case of the young woman's disappearance had a lot of strange details, but investigators' diligent work helped piece together the events leading up to the crime against Ekaterina Gurova. Alina, one of Ekaterina's students, was the last person to see her alive. On May 27, they met at a cafe at 2 o'clock or 3:30 p.m. Her goal was to start a beauty parlor. I remembered that Alina wanted to recruit me. Our conversation had scarcely begun when Ekaterina's phone rang. According to what I understood, the caller informed her that her private chats had been uploaded to the internet. Ekaterina attempted to use her phone to check the internet, but was unable to access anything. She stated that she was leaving for home and would return in around half an hour. I should wait for her, she asked. According to the witness, Ekaterina called her husband while she was on her way home. She felt he was the one who had posted her texts, and they were already going through a divorce. She set up a meeting with him in the building on Udmurtskaya Street, 161, where she had been renting an apartment for the last 2 months because he was very tech-savvy. Alexei Techkin claims that after they had split up, they reconnected in the building's foyer, and a dispute started practically right away. He was accused by Ekaterina of disclosing her private messages to another man. Alexei responded by making his own charges. My wife essentially said that I would be a fool if I hadn't figured it out by now when I asked her whether the reports I had heard about her seeing other guys were true. Without thinking, I reached for a knife and stabbed Ekaterina in the chest, Alexei told police. Ekaterina fell to the ground after the stab. I managed to capture her. Ekaterina was on my knees while I sat on the floor. She stopped exhibiting any signs of life after I remained that way for almost 10 minutes. I understood I had killed her when I regained consciousness. To hide my traces, I grabbed the knife and started chopping up the body. Ekaterina's neighbor claimed to have heard a woman cry for almost 5 minutes. Sometimes it sounded muffled, like someone had covered her lips afterwards. For several hours, the bathroom was filled with the sound of running water. Alexei Tarkin's subsequent actions were anything from indicative of someone in a blind fit of wrath. Everything he did appeared to have been planned out to provide the ideal alibi. He didn't try to save his wife or call for help. Rather, he ruthlessly cut her body into 9 parts and placed them in trash bags. He then texted Ekaterina from her phone to his own, stating that she had gone for a drive and that she would give him a call the following day. The probe was further derailed that same evening when he sent texts posing as her, using her laptop. He loaded the luggage into a car he had gotten from a client for repairs the previous day at around 9 o'clock in the evening. He left the remainder to a landfill close to the village of Vohoy in the Zavolovsky district, and he buried part of the remains close to the village of Chiltam. Then he went home quietly and kept watching while the whole city looked for the woman he had already buried. On July 17, 2012, Ekaterina Gurova's formal funeral was held. She was buried in a closed coffin. The hearse took her casket to Naberezhnye Chelny after a memorial service was performed for her in Izhevsk. The decision to bury Ekaterina adjacent to her father's grave was made by her family. Many of her father's old co-workers came to bid Ekaterina farewell and told her how much he had loved her. Valery Gurova has been employed at the prenatal facility for many years as an anesthesiologist, but in October 2008, he unexpectedly died of cancer at the age of 45. Nastya, Ekaterina's 6-year-old daughter, was left behind. Why then did her spouse choose to admit to the crime? Olga Gurova, Ekaterina's mother, thought that even his confession was part of a premeditated scheme a month and a half later. She thought he waited long enough to prevent the remnants from revealing the precise manner in which the crime had been perpetrated. How, where, and how quickly a human body decomposes are all covered in abundance on the internet. It's probable that Alexei Tatarkin planned everything and only made the body public when it was too late to ascertain the precise manner of his attack on Ekaterina or the number of wounds he caused. What about the motivation? Were there other factors at play, or was jealousy the only one? It's evident that their most heated arguments from the start of their relationship were always about money, and Alexei Tatarkin did have a complex relationship with money. Olga Gurova, for instance, claims that Ekaterina would provide him with the funds to settle her auto loan each month. However, those payments ceased in May 2011. Alexei continued to assure Ekaterina that he would soon repay the entire sum. He insisted that he had been paying regularly out of his own pocket and that he had provided Ekaterina all of the receipts, even during the investigation. However, a collection agency that had bought the debt from the bank called a number in their database in November 2011, and it was Alexis. He assured them that they would begin loan repayment shortly, but explained that his wife had been in a car accident, was in the hospital, and was unable to communicate. He succeeded in delaying this until May 2012. He informed them that he was now the one in the hospital following Ekaterina's passing. The most of the significant disagreements in their relationship stemmed from financial concerns. Alexei's lack of a reliable source of income and seemingly limitless expenses for what he said were business endeavors infuriated Ekaterina. Tatarkin and Gurova were diametrically opposed. He was crafty and avaricious. And to top it all off, he was incredibly envious, whereas she was straightforward and honest. Tatarkin Ken's envy had some merit, to be fair. Alexei's buddies testified throughout the trial that he had asked them to spy on his wife on multiple occasions. They discovered Ekaterina flirting with another man during one of these stakeouts. Alexei's experience as a computer specialist and system administrator also allowed him to surreptitiously monitor her social media posts, which only served to heighten his jealousy. It would be accurate to characterize Alexei Tatarkin as emotionally unstable, and any concern he had for Ekaterina was a facade. Additionally, the research found that Alexei had no college degree. He had never been in the military, much less in Chechnya, as he had claimed, and he hadn't even completed one semester of study. 7 large volumes that included explanations of the investigative procedures, the findings of numerous forensic reports, and the testimony of dozens of witnesses chronicled the full criminal case. For a month and a half, Ekaterina Gurova vanished on the evening of May 27 of last year, leaving behind not only her family and law enforcement, but also groups of volunteers. Years were spent looking for her, examining abandoned buildings, checking basements, and combing through neighboring woodlands. According to the court's ruling, as a result of Gurova's decision to revoke her marriage application and Tatarkin's habit of picking disputes and arguing with her prior to their marriage, Tatarkin made an attempt at suicide in February 2012. Gurova moved out of Tatarkin and began living on his own. Tatarkin staged an imaginary stroke in the beginning of May. The date of their divorce hearing was set for June 6. Based on Tatarkin Ken's own evidence, Gurova trusted them to manage her loan payments in 2012. After putting the body parts in garbage bags, I carried them to my Vaz 2153 and drove to Kozakino village. I attempted to submerge the bags containing Gurova's body pieces in the river, but they refused to sink. Brick bags came away from the rope I used to secure them to the torso. I then drove back toward Izhevsk from Neshkino. Upon his return to the flat, Tatkin wiped the blood off the flooring. He collected the blood-stained objects in a bag and put them back in the car with the other body pieces in other bags. Just then he saw that one of Gurova's friends, posing as Ekaterina, had left a note on her laptop. In order to provide an alibi for himself, he responded that she had allegedly gone out of town for a drive. Additionally, the murderer texted his own phone twice from hers, stating that Ekaterina was urging him to not worry and that she would undoubtedly give him a call back the following day. I left the torso in a forested area on the left side of the road after the accused's testimony to Tatarkin. I did not bury the bags. Instead, I covered them with leaves. The distance between the bags was around 30 yards. I also left the sweater I was wearing when the incident was committed there. I buried the garments and the rest of the body. Olga, Ekaterina's mother, broke down in tears as the witness statements were read in court and had to leave the room, calling paramedics to help her. The judge read the verdict for about an hour and a half. Alexei Tatarkin received a sentence of 9 years and 6 months in a prison colony with highest security. A 10-year sentence was what the prosecutor had asked for. No appeal was filed. At the sentencing, Ekaterina Gurova's mother and her family attorney were not present. A demand for damages, in which Ekaterina's mother sought 5 million rubles for mental suffering, was attached to the criminal case. She also filed paperwork to be reimbursed for 30,000 rubles in burial costs. Funeral costs were reimbursed by the court. Nonetheless, the court recommended that Ekaterina's mother bring a different civil claim in relation to the 5 million rubles in emotional compensation. Alexei Tatarkin's face was expressionless as the decision was read. His only apparent relief was that Ekaterina was no longer a part of his dreams. The thought of this amazing woman who was never able to get away from the monster she married is devastating. Ekaterina's optimistic and compassionate disposition allowed her to find the good in Alexei when there was only darkness. Perhaps the issue is that women are taught from an early age that they are incomplete without a male in their lives, and that they must have one by their sides. This kind of thinking creates a sense of self-worth that makes getting married to anyone happens to come along simple. How little did she regard herself to let a man who had to steal from her pocketbook and couldn't even afford to buy her flowers to remain in her life? Why are women so oblivious? Early on, Ekaterina saw that he was not a real man but a fake. In order to see his girlfriend smile, a loving man would shield her and give her even the simplest presents. However, Ekaterina had already fallen into his trap by that point. She couldn't get away alive, to start. After being freed, Alexei Tarkin went back to Izyevsk in 2022. We don't write the laws or make the judgments, so what good is justice? What we can do is take lessons from tales such as this. This example ought to serve as a caution to attractive, successful women, those who are so sure of themselves and the world's goodness that they wind up picking someone who appears to be a faithful servant, a trustworthy companion, or a straightforward guy who finds a way into your life. He will eventually stab you in the back because deep down he knows he can never achieve or experience the success you have, and that knowledge will slowly and cruelly eat away at his ego. You trust him with everything, even your children and property, believing him to be highly loyal. This criminal will eventually face justice, which comes from above. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Residing in the dying neighborhood. Generally speaking, those who haven't moved in a long time know their neighbors well. They are aware of whom to avoid and to what degree, as well as whom to trust. After years of cohabitation, neighbors can occasionally get closer than certain family members. When the family is traveling or on vacation, they are expected to take care of the house and property. Without thinking twice, they invite each other over and let their kids eat delicacies from these people. On occasion, though, the longtime neighbor may prove to be a true madman who has been waiting for the proper opportunity. In recent years, the Diana Garnica case has grown to be one of Argentina's most dramatic. The inquiry took a great deal of time and effort, and the culprit might have avoided punishment because the victim's body was never located. There was hardly any direct proof against him, and he refused to acknowledge his guilt. Who was the family of Diana Garnica? Early life. On March 3, 2000, Diana Abigail Garnica Cisneros was born in the town of Villa Mariano Moreno El Colmenar, Argentina, in the province of Tucumán. Being the youngest daughter and the seventh and second to last child of her parents, she grew up in a huge impoverished family. Her parents, Elizabeth Susana Cisneros and Ramon Garnica, put a lot of effort into providing for their numerous children and making their homes at least passably comfortable. Diana, the family's youngest girl, was adored by all. Her older siblings looked after her, and her parents loved her. She performed well academically, had a gift for sketching and a love of dancing from an early age. She was very close to her elder sister Sonia, who basically looked for her upbringing while their parents were at work, and she was exceptionally smart and reasonable for her age. She also never lied to her family and had no secrets from her parents. Due to the Garnica family's strong religious beliefs, the parents and kids routinely went to church and made an effort to live morally upright lives. In order to assist their parents to some extent, the elder kids also started working when they were teenagers. Each of the younger ones had their own duties and was responsible for keeping the house in order. Diana always wanted to help others around her, thus she dreamed of becoming a doctor, was incredibly responsive, friendly, and sensitive. She stated that she would purchase her parents a large home so that her mother could create the flower garden and fruit trees she had always imagined, and she intended to establish a prosperous career to support her family. Unfortunately, relocating to a different city would never allow these dreams to come true. Following Ramon's job loss due to deteriorating financial difficulties, the parents divorced in 2013. The family was compelled to relocate to Juan Bautista Alberti, which is in the same province as Tucumán. They found the transfer to be quite challenging, and at first their issues only got worse. After more than 20 years of marriage, the couple's relationship rapidly soured. After they started fighting all the time, they finally came to the conclusion that they could no longer be together. All of the children were shocked by the divorce, but the youngest ones were most affected. When Diana found out what had happened, she was devastated. A 13-year-old girl's world fell apart in a second, and she was unable to comprehend what would happen next. The father continued to provide for his ex-wife and kids in spite of their split, but he soon had another family. Elizabeth also suffered a great deal as a result of the divorce. but she was fortunate to find a good profession that paid well for the area, and her kids helped to support her. The family gradually adjusted to their new situation, became comfortable in their new house, formed friendships, and built strong bonds with the locals. A Dario named Javier Suarez resided across from the Garnica family. He was a 36-year-old man who was incredibly nice, amiable, and lovely. He was raising 4 children with his spouse, Yasmina Alejandra Villarreal. In addition, he had 1 unmarried child and 2 children from prior marriages. Notably, the Garnicas only lived in Juan Bautista Alberti for 6 months after Dario and his family relocated there. Since they were new to the neighborhood, maybe that's why they became fast friends so quickly. Suarez had previously resided in the northern Argentine province of Santiago del Estero. Dario worked at a brick factory in the area alongside his wife, 2 brothers, and a few other family members, moved within a mile of their residence. Diana and her siblings were almost the same age as his kids. They became friends, as they soon discovered they had things in common while attending the same school. Additionally, the grown-ups got along well, letting their kids come and stay together, celebrating family occasions and growing close to one another. During their first job and adolescent relationship, Sonia and Diana even took care of the smallest neighbor's kids while their parents were at work. Ramon helped his ex-wife and older children as much as he could after the divorce, but he almost stopped sending money after he had a new family. Despite offering a steady salary, the mother's job was woefully inadequate to support a large family. Even a tiny business that produced and sold their own baked goods was launched by the family, but it failed very fast. The situation got so bad that Diana had to quit school in her senior year in order to work and support her mother. In order to take care of an elderly, sick person, the 16-year-old girl accepted a job as a caretaker. Garnica believed that this experience would help her in her future career as a doctor. Even though she was young, she took her work very seriously and responsibly. She cooked diet-specific meals, complied with the suggestions created by the treating physician, closely followed all instructions, and kept an eye on the medication schedule. Diana enjoyed her work. She felt valuable and needed, worked hard to accomplish things correctly, and was admired for it. Even though she worked from dawn till night almost every day, she continued to dutifully go to church on Sundays with her mother and sisters. Additionally, she started dating a boy with whom they had previously attended school. The young couple would occasionally go through the park in the evenings, just chatting and spending time together. Diana, however, followed her mother's rigorous guidelines and routines. She always got home around 10 o'clock at night. She never went somewhere without telling her family where she was going, who she was going with, and when she would be back. And she never stayed out late. She occasionally accompanied her neighbors and their kids to the city market to buy supplies, although her mother was always aware of these outings. Dario looked after the neighbor's girl as if she were his own kid, spoiling her with modest presents every now and then. When the man found out she had a boyfriend, he gave her paternalist advice about how boys may be dishonest and cautioned her against letting him take advantage of her innocence and naivete. The girl, who still had no secrets from her mother, told her about this talk. Although Elizabeth thought the neighbor's behavior was a little odd, she concluded that it was his way of showing concern because he had teenage daughters who were Diana's age, which was an odd request. Late in the afternoon on May 6, 2017, Diana suddenly got a call from her neighbor, who, out of pure kindness, said he wanted to assist her family. Although Garnica was in dire need of money at the time, she was anticipating a bonus soon, which she intended to use to start fixing their home's roof, which had begun to leak during a recent downpour, and to get a dental prosthesis for her mother. But then Dario abruptly said he wanted to get Elizabeth a gift air conditioner, and he invited Diana to go with him so they could help pick one out. Because he wanted it to be a surprise and knowing would make it impossible, he requested that Diana not inform her mother about it. He arranged for a meeting spot and once more got her to swear not to tell anyone. She got this strange call right now. Diana had just gotten home from her job. She stated she needed to drop off groceries she had purchased on the way home and change her clothes once she got there, despite the neighbor's insistence that she accompany him immediately. Since her mother never lied to her or hid secrets from her, it was only natural for her to tell her everything. It also seemed strange to the woman. They were friendly with the neighbors, but this was the first time they had ever done this. Since their family did not require an air conditioner, Elizabeth wanted to call Dario herself to express her gratitude and decline the offer. Her daughter, however, persuaded her not to, stating that she would make the promised trip to the store but would turn down the pricey purchase. The girl told her mother that she would be back home before it was too late and that everything would be all right. In order to maintain the surprise, the neighbor texted Diana's phone to let her know he was already waiting for her and to ask her to keep their meeting a secret. After responding that she was leaving, Diana realized her phone was nearly dead. In order to charge it, she chose to leave it at home. The last time anyone saw her was when she met Dario at the prearranged location. An enigmatic disappearance. Elizabeth became concerned when her daughter didn't come home by nightfall, particularly because she was unable to contact her because the phone was left at home. The woman waited a bit longer, but she became anxious as night fell. She tried to comfort her mother that nothing terrible could have happened and that her sister would soon return home. After first calling her oldest daughter Sonia and telling her everything, the mother heard the neighbor's motorcycle pull up to the house across the street. As it grew pitch black, she sighed with satisfaction, thinking Dario and her daughter were back. But by 5:10, 20 minutes had gone by, and the girl was still not inside the house. The neighbor was by himself when the woman went outside. When she asked him about Diana, he was taken aback and claimed not to have seen her that day and to know nothing about her. Elizabeth was taken aback. She couldn't decide if the neighbor was telling the truth or whether her daughter had cheated on her for the first time in her life and gone somewhere else. The man persisted in telling her his story, though, and even gave her his phone to make sure he hadn't spoken to her daughter. He had, of course, erased all the messages and calls by then. Concerned about the girl's whereabouts, Dario even volunteered to drive around the area with her mother to find her and question the teenager's friends and neighbors if they had caught anything unusual. But instead of accepting his assistance, the woman chose to begin the hunt on her own. No one had seen the girl that day, but she and her older kids wandered the area until late at night, phoning all of the girl's friends and acquaintances and questioning everyone they encountered. When Elizabeth got home, she checked her daughter's phone and discovered that her daughter had not erased 2 missed calls and a message from the neighbor. The woman was so certain that Dario was lying that she called the police and her ex-husband to report their youngest daughter missing. After hearing the disturbing news, the man drove to his ex-wife's house, which was several hundred miles away, to assist in the hunt for his daughter. The horrifying scene at the brick factory and police indifference when a concerned mother reported her daughter missing to the police station in the middle of the night. The officers did not take the case seriously, assuming the girl had either run off with her boyfriend or gone to a party with friends and would return home by morning. The authorities ignored Elizabeth's fears, stating that they would not begin a search until at least 24 hours had elapsed, despite her sharing her suspicions about the neighbor and even displaying the conversations and messages on her daughter's phone. When the Garnica family realized they were on their own, they launched a large search. The father had already come from a different city by then, and they proceeded to the neighbor's house to have a serious conversation. But the house was quiet, dark, and vacant, and when they knocked, nobody answered. After that, the family visited the brick factory where the neighbor and his family worked, when the missing girl's relatives found a horrifying discovery. As the senior member of his staff, Dario had access to the plant even when it was closed because he possessed the keys. The lights were on that night, and the girl's relatives came in to find a terrifying scene. Even though it was a day off and the facility was meant to be closed, the brick-making furnaces were operating. In addition, every adult member of the neighbor's family was there. They were obviously burning stuff in the furnaces and seemed restless. A horrible suspicion struck the Garnicas. Dario wasn't in the factory, and when they inquired about his whereabouts and the situation, those in attendance attempted to divert attention by claiming that they were performing maintenance and getting equipment ready for use, adding that the man had just arrived and may have gone to the bathroom. However, the suspect was able to covertly escape the search for evidence and the arrest of suspects by leaving the factory through the back door within the brief time that this conversation lasted. The family of the missing girls made the decision to get in touch with the prosecutor's office following the terrifying scene at the workplace and the peculiar actions of Dario's relatives. At that point, the adolescent had been missing for about 24 hours, and the inquiry was scheduled to start. It turned out, though, that the police station where the parents had reported the girl's disappearance had not provided any information. Got to them. Prosecutor Claudio Benari was incensed by this circumstance, took charge of the case personally, and vowed to discipline the police officers who had failed to perform their duty. He started by asking for a warrant to search the brick plant and Dario's house. Nevertheless, because it was Sunday and the legal system was not functioning, the prosecutor chose to handle everything himself in order to save valuable time. Benary asked his family for assistance in getting rid of the body and evidence because he thought the suspect may have attacked the adolescent, abused her, and then killed her. The fact that Dario's whole family was in the plant on their day off in the middle of the night and had mysteriously started the furnaces raised suspicions in his mind. As the family looked for the daughter, including on social media, the man's calls and messages to his young neighbor's phone also seemed odd. As soon as the case gained widespread attention, several conjectures and guesses were made. The young beauty might have been abducted and sold into slavery at a brothel or for organs, for example, according to a widely held notion. One woman even named a specific individual, but it was later discovered that she was merely attempting to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend by sending him to prison. The suspect's home was searched, but nothing was found. The crime had obviously taken place somewhere else, and he had not brought the girl there. At the brick plant, no signs were discovered either. Benary did not, however, rule out the possibility that the corpse and evidence were destroyed in a cremation using the furnaces, but they were merely conjectures and speculations. However, the prosecutor used the missing girl's phone data as a major justification to start Dario's arrest. As potential accomplices, his mother-in-law, sister, wife, brothers Cesar and Marcus, and a few other family members were also taken into custody. The defendant rejected all of the claims against him during questioning, saying he had not seen the neighbor and had not spoken to her that day. Clear disparities in their claims were found, nevertheless, based on data analysis from his phone and devices that belonged to the victim and his family. While his family members were charged with criminal conspiracy and involvement, the guy was charged with unlawful detention, potential assault, and depriving the girl of her life. While the investigation into the search for Diana was underway, all suspects were placed in jail for 3 months. Her parents remained optimistic, even though the authorities initially didn't think the missing girl would be discovered alive. They increased the number of persons that participated in the search, demanded that Dario reveal where their daughter was and what he had done to her, coordinated marches and protests, and involved the media in the investigation. In an attempt to sway the inquiry and coerce the suspect into delivering a statement, the parents desperately sought meetings with the security and justice ministers at the time. Unfortunately, this did not translate into practice, even when the highest governmental levels welcomed the family of the missing girls. Despite the efforts of more than 200 police officers, assistance dogs, and specialized tools including search drones and helicopters, the search was unsuccessful. Disturbing findings in one of the kilns at a brick plant. A second examination revealed a tooth part and an odd, heavily melted metal thing. This item was thought to be the nose piercing the missing girl had on, but to verify this, specialized forensic analysis was needed, and it would take time as law enforcement awaited the findings. The man's notebooks with highly suspicious entries were discovered after a second, more extensive search at Dario's home. It became clear from these seemingly private diaries that the man was genuinely fixated on his young neighbor. When the family moved in next door to his house, everything began. She was just 13 years old at the time. The notes made it apparent that the girl drove the suspect crazy, even though he did not write anything explicit about what he planned to do with her. For years, he thought about her every day and occasionally wrote letters to the neighbor in which he strangely proclaimed his love. Investigators came to the conclusion, after going through all the notes, that the man's addiction only got worse with time and that he was unable to control his disgusting cravings. He implied that she would one day belong to him and that he would provide her permanent peace and tranquility in one of his final messages to the girl. This entry appeared to be a direct threat, suggesting that Dario may have used her before dealing with her. The forensic analysis findings were still waiting, but it appeared that the case could be taken to court based only on the diary entries because the physical evidence had vanished. Benary discovered that the evidence had just vanished as he attempted to determine the cause of the holdup. Neither the identity of the unusual metal object nor whether the toothpiece belonged to the missing girl could be ascertained by DNA analysis. The police officers in charge of protecting the evidence were promptly dismissed and placed under arrest for criminal negligence and potential aid to the suspects after the prosecutor made the decision to categorize information regarding the investigation's advancement Following this heinous crime, federal authorities took immediate control of the investigation. Furthermore, it quickly became apparent that several of the documents discovered at the suspect's house had vanished as well. The final letter, in which he pledged to provide the girl eternal rest, was one of them. The case might just collapse in the absence of these pieces of evidence, and the offender and his associates might not be held accountable. 3 months later, however, no steps were taken to help identify the location of the missing physical evidence. Although the suspect's incarceration period had ended, it was dangerous and clearly threatened to result in a loss to take the case to court without important evidence. The child's phone data and the testimony of a random bystander who saw the suspect and the missing girl strolling together down the street on the day she vanished were all that was left. The court only partially approved the defense's request, which called for Dario's attorney to have the entire investigation ruled unlawful, his client released immediately, and the search results revoked because they were carried out without a special order. All of his relatives were freed because no particular charges could be brought against them, but the primary suspect was still in detention. But Dario was also freed in May 2019, 2 years after the girl vanished. The body had not been located, no new evidence had surfaced, and the investigation had not advanced during that time. The long-awaited trial and verdict, the investigation was still ongoing, even though the primary suspect was freed. Testimonies and other information occasionally surfaced that suggested Diana might still be alive. For example, a banknote purportedly written by the girl with a request for assistance was discovered. Only in June 2021, however, was it determined through handwriting analysis that the missing girl's writing was not hers. Prosecutor Ben-Ari was able to finally take this difficult case to trial, more than 4 years after the daughter vanished, but the Garnica family was growing more and more discouraged as the proceedings were continually postponed because of the global pandemic. The family no longer wished for a good result or the rightful punishment of the guilty. The offender didn't show up in court until April 2023, 6 years after the crime was committed, when the trial finally started. Everyone thought Dario's diaries were lost forever, but at that time the missing entries had been located. These turned out to be the main pieces of proof that established the man's guilt. Nevertheless, more professional examination was necessary to confirm these documents' legitimacy. Furthermore, 2 additional witnesses entered the case. One was the ex-lover of Dario, who said he had wooed her when she was just a teenager. She also said that she was by no means the only young girl the suspect had abused in this manner, and that he always had a weakness for them. The second witness was a likely collaborator and neighbor of Suarez, Dario's brother. He claims that the brothers arrived together on a motorcycle with an odd big bundle in the sidecar the night the girl vanished, grabbed some equipment from a shed, and then departed together. Because Suarez was always erratic and violent, the witness had been silent for a long time out of concern that he may hurt his family. The defendant, who said he would never hurt the adjacent girl since he considered her to be his daughter, never acknowledged his wrongdoing. However, a guilty conviction was rendered based on the limited evidence. The missing girl's body was never located, and the events of that terrible day were meticulously reenacted. This proved that the man had seduced the adolescent, taken advantage of her, killed her, and disposed of her remains, likely with the assistance of his family. Dario was convicted of kidnapping and exploitation on May 2, 2023. He was given a life sentence without the chance of release for taking Diana's life. No other family members, including his brother Suarez, could be held responsible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Any life may be wrapped in a lovely wrapping, even the most embarrassing ones. You will undoubtedly feel pity and sadness for the unfavorable character if you tell it calmly and portray him as a victim of his circumstances. The truth is that a lot of bad individuals are charming, strong, and crafty, and we honestly think that they weren't always nasty, since they frequently created these situations, and we unconsciously justify their egregious actions. However, We won't defend unlawful behavior today, and we won't cover for anyone. You will choose for yourself whether their actions are justified after reading about this case. A neighborhood person made a spooky call to emergency services on April 4, 2015. He had gone into a friend's living room to turn on the lights and check on him, but when he got to the second floor of the room, he discovered blood all over the place. A scared male voice shouted into the dispatcher's phone. According to the victim's acquaintance, the injured man was not breathing and everything was soaked in blood. Charles Taylor, 59, was brutally murdered in Montgomery County's unincorporated village of Owlette after police arrived, shocking the population. The crime scene resembled the set of a horror film and appeared to be the source of nightmares. The couch where the slain guy was found was fully covered in blood, and there was blood all over the carpet and paintings. It appeared to be a grudge drama due to the savagery of the act. After all, the assailant undoubtedly intended for Charles to suffer from excruciating anguish in addition to his death, repeatedly stabbing him with a sharp knife. The fact that Charles's bloody body was found upstairs in his room and that the house search revealed no obvious evidence of forced entry indicated that the criminal was familiar with the residence and had taken decisive action. Charles Taylor died as a result of 31 stab wounds and blunt force trauma to the back of his skull, according to the results of the forensic medical investigation. Charles Taylor was regarded as a generous and compassionate man. He had a wonderful relationship with his adult son. He loved Amanda, his daughter-in-law, and his 2 grandkids. People see this aspect of life and make judgments regarding the health of the family. How rich, how evil. They describe the family as a healthy family. But did the Taylor family actually live like this? Let's investigate this unpleasant family situation. Because there were few leads available to the authorities, the initial inquiry proceeded somewhat slowly. They began searching for Charles's associates, but they were unable to locate anyone with the intention or motivation to hurt him. They quickly discovered the attackers' identity after the theory that it was a member of Charles Taylor's family emerged. That's actually when investigators were fortunate enough to be contacted by a crime blogger who had pictures of Amanda Taylor taking selfies next to Charles's dead body. The wanted list now includes her. On March 27, 1991, Amanda Barbara Nicole Taylor was born in Christiansburg, Virginia. Not much is known about Amanda's early years. The only reason it was challenging is that both of her parents served time in prison. After meeting Mariah Robach, Amanda created a lot of troubles for herself, which led to the start of her youth. Amanda started living an illegal life together. According to Montgomery County Sheriff's records, on October 23, 2005, when the sisters were only 12 years old, they got into a lot of trouble. Amanda and Mariah were charged with unlawful use of a motor vehicle after they fled their home and got into a car. Amanda was accused of unruly conduct at her middle school in early April 2006. She screamed that she would kill everyone there since she detested the place and everyone in it. This is just a small part of Amanda's police station record, and this incident undoubtedly went beyond the bounds of typical teen drama. Amanda started dating Rex Taylor, who was 2 years her senior in 9th grade. On March 27th, Amanda and Rex were born on the same day. Both of them interpreted it as a divine sign. When Amanda learned she was expecting a child, she quit school altogether. She married Rex and they had a son shortly after. However, her criminal impulses persisted after becoming a mother. Additional run-ins with the law also punctuated the years of her married life. Amanda Taylor's police station reports increased rapidly. So had a criminal record for possession of a controlled substance, a conviction for alcohol possession, multiple domestic disputes, and another attempt to flee after stealing a car. Rex Taylor, her spouse, was not from a perfect home either, and Rex battled addictions and the depression they brought around despite their love for one another. The young man developed an addiction to illegal narcotics at the age of 15. The couple eventually had a baby, and at first it appeared that Amanda was still in control and had become a perfect wife and mother. However, she was a little different from other American women in their 20s who have tattoos, piercings, and undoubtedly post daily selfies on social media, as well as the family. Amanda and Rex's relationship was everything but typical. The pair addressed letters to well-known serial killers while they were inside and studied their biographies obsessively. Amanda started to fantasize of turning into a criminal herself. But tragedy befell the family before Amanda could fulfill her dreadful ambition. Amanda's fears about her husband's infidelity overshadowed the couple's complex relationship. The pair finally parted ways in April 2014 when their paths diverged. After moving back in with the family, Rex started using illegal drugs once more. He had hanged himself on his son's 7th birthday, and his lifeless body was found in a shed on the property 4 months after the transfer. Amanda briefly stayed with her mother and friend Mariah Roback after losing her cherished husband. She made friends with Sean Ball, another Roback family member, while she was staying with her friend Mariah. On their joint birthday, March 27, 2015, Amanda visited Rex's grave and made an attempt to commit herself. Since her behavior and mental processes were obviously abnormal and could endanger herself and others, she was rescued and taken by force to a mental health facility. Amanda was promptly sent home, however, in spite of her mother's demands and entreaties for extended care. Due to her unstable personality issues, things appeared to get worse when she was discharged from the mental health facility. Thus, Amanda was asked to leave by Mariah and her husband. Mr. Ball, who had fallen deeply in love with Amanda, was also expelled. Amanda's late husband, Rex Taylor, served as the basis for her intense urge to kill during this time. When it appeared like her only true friends had abandoned her, she wanted to honor Rex and make him proud of her, and in order to do that, someone had to be expertly killed while he was still alive. Additionally, Rex had a fascination with serial killers that had long transcended his hobby status. During his lifetime, he was proud of the close friendship he had with criminals. Imagine discovering an envelope addressed to you from a well-known serial criminal who was arrested in 1980 when you go to the mailbox one morning after leaving your home. You are relieved to discover a birthday card for your little child and a handwritten note inside the envelope rather than any eerie keepsakes. Some would contend that getting such a message would be just as terrible as getting a strand of hair or a severed finger. In any case, it would be unusual for most people to get anything in the mail from a serial offender, but Amanda and Rex Taylor's family did not. Some terrible disclosures of earlier social media posts under Amanda's account have proven Amanda's fixation with crime, as well as Rex's behavior in his desire to communicate and receive experiences from renowned serial criminals. Amanda praises a number of criminals in a number of blogs for their heinous acts, such as Timothy McVeigh, the mastermind of the biggest terrorist assault in American history, and Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, 2 young men who planned a mass shooting at Columbine High School. She naturally chose to begin her career as a criminal with a vengeance, since she wanted to be one of those vicious criminals she so greatly admired. After a while, Amanda blamed her husband's death on Rex's father, Charlie Taylor, saying that he had not assisted Rex in kicking his pill addiction but had instead acclimated his son to illegal substances. The cold-bloodedness and cynicism with which Amanda exacted revenge on her father-in-law, Charlie Taylor, will chill you to your core. She required a helper who would support her acts without reservation. She needed a willing accomplice to support her if she felt threatened, and Amanda already had one. Of course, it was Sean Ball, the man she was in love with. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to do it alone the first time. It was only a matter of time until she would take over him. Amanda quickly found the eager accomplice she sought in Sean, but since he didn't know what he was getting himself into, Sean and Amanda came up with their evil plan with military accuracy and carried it out. At precisely 3:27 p.m., the time that Rex and Amanda were born, Amanda and Sean visited Charles Taylor's run-down house in the neighboring town of Ironton, Virginia, on a spring April afternoon in 2015. In order to fill an Easter basket for her cherished grandchildren, Charles had to pay her money. After a half hour of pleasant conversation, Amanda suddenly sat down on the couch beside Charles, as if a switch had been flipped in her brain. Amanda's actions took a significant turn. After she started viciously stabbing Charles with a knife, Sean struck him in the head with a tire iron. Then, after shocking Charles, Amanda drove the knife hard into his chest once more. She seemed so angry that she was unable to see anything around her, and Charles simply stared at her and said, "What are you doing?" He reached out and grabbed her hair as she stabbed him, but Amanda kept stabbing him, and he kept screaming. Amanda Taylor used a sharp bayonet knife to stab her father-in-law, Charles Taylor, 31 times. She wanted to feel his final breath and wanted him to know that she was the one killing him every time she looked into his eyes. She desired Charles's death as a form of retaliation. The whole room was covered in blood, and she halted as her anger started to fade. Amanda didn't stop there either. By snapping a photo of herself close to the body and sharing it on social media, she went one step further in her extreme behavior. A frightening phone call with Amanda's voice on the other end of the line came to Amanda's mother later that day from an unidentified number. She broke down in tears as she told her mother how much she loved her and how valuable all she had done for her was. She also revealed through sobs that she had done what she had to do, and it was a terrible thing. Her mother could feel it, and she knew that something horrible had occurred. Amanda resisted her plea for her daughter to return to Christiansburg, saying that she and Sean were en route to Pittsburgh. It was well known that Amanda was in a downhill spiral, and it all began nearly 8 months ago when her husband Rex Taylor, who had battled depression and illegal substance misuse for years, committed suicide by hanging. When authorities looked at Amanda's social media profile, they were taken aback. It was obvious that she took great pride in the crime she had done. The police issued a warrant for her arrest in the hopes of a speedy settlement, but Amanda and Sean had already made their getaway by then. As though they were planning a fantastic vacation rather than being on the run, Amanda and Sean chose a really picturesque escape route. They traveled from Virginia to North Carolina along the Blue Ridge Parkway. According to the photographs taken at the crime site, which depict the heinousness of the crime, the authorities were quite concerned that the killers would carry on killing, and they were correct, because Amanda didn't stop there. Amanda's sins would not, however, go unpunished. She did not mean to conceal her act, nor did she intend to punish herself after doing her intended crime. She started posting on social media shortly after she and Sean Ball left on the road, accepting responsibility for the murder and claiming that she did it for her husband. However, Amanda and Sean were more than just fugitives. After committing her first crime, which Amanda believed was ideal, they were now following their next victim. She was unable to stop. She had to continue killing. They took out cash at a gas station, filled up the car, and drove on to Tennessee. After tasting blood, Amanda was determined to carry out her wish to commit another crime, and she would come very close to doing so despite Sean's best efforts to persuade her to stop and simply go on the run, hide, and lay low. After stopping at a Fleabag motel in Tennessee, they restocked on ammunition at a sporting goods store. The following day, they departed to grant Amanda's bleeding desire after spending the night in a motel by the side of the road. At a rest area on Blue Ridge Boulevard, Amanda spots 2 young girls who might become her next victims. "I'm going to bring these girls in so we can shoot them," she said to Sean. He agreed that they needed money. Amanda walked outside to guide them to the car, but Sean wouldn't shoot them when she brought them inside. Amanda was enraged. She returned to the vehicle and drove off. She was unable to control herself, so she halted the vehicle in the driveway and attacked her accomplice. She was now aiming for Sean. After taking a handgun from the glove box, Amanda exited the vehicle and went to the passenger side, where Sean was sitting with his eyes closed in fear. She had gone so far. She was so enraged that she pointed the gun at the random jogger in front of her and squeezed the trigger. Fortunately, Amanda missed, and Sean opened his eyes and regained consciousness when he heard the gunfire. He noticed that the revolver's muzzle was aimed at him. Amanda claimed that she wanted him to understand that she was simply using him for the car and the pistol before killing him. Then she fired, striking Sean square in the face. Amanda left Sean bleeding on the side of the road from the gunshot wound after taking a photo of his wounded face to share on social media. She was now running by herself. They possessed firearms. They had already purchased magazines and ammunition for the identical weapon and had taken them from a relative's home. The police captain was aware that they appeared to agree on the course of events, which would begin with Charles Taylor's murder. Amanda kept posting notes while the police pursued her. She disclosed that she killed Sean in a field during a traffic check in her subsequent social media post. Amanda shared a photo of a silver revolver in her lap along with a comment on Instagram. It resembled a suicide note more than anything else. "All right, that moment is coming up. I will finally find peace when I find my hubby in hell. I know you will give my lovely kids the life I could never offer them, and I love you, Mom. I'll be free at last." In an effort to find Amanda, the police were keeping a close eye on her account and recording surveillance footage from patrol stations along the white SUV's path. It also aided authorities in pursuing the criminals as they fled in it. Amanda was located by cell tower signals, and officers from the North Carolina State Highway Patrol saw the white SUV traveling east on I-40, close to Asheville. No matter how much she ran, she attempted to stop. She refused to give up easily. The police were ready. They were aware that she was dangerous and armed. Later that day, another grim social media post that read, "Okay, the time is about to come when I find my husband in hell and finally become one with him," further solidified this truth. Amanda appears arrogant in her photo, as like she is pleased with her accomplishments. Eventually, all the commotion and devastation stopped after a 2-mile stretch of spikes that had been placed deliberately in Amanda's route. Amanda was arrested. Amanda was handcuffed by police after they dragged her from the automobile at around 8 in the morning. Paramedics discovered Sean dead by the side of the road. Amanda feigned indifference to the proceedings in the interrogation room. Before Captain Robert realized it, she was messing with her hair and drinking a soft drink when another detective entered. Amanda gave up her right to silence and admitted to everything when questioned. She appeared to feel completely at home. Amanda found out that Sean wasn't dead after speaking with the investigators. There were no markings on him other than the fact that the bullet had passed right through his jaw and made him faint from the pain. Amanda then made the heartbreaking admission that she wished to be put to death. "Is there anything you can do? The death punishment alone is what I would want." In the interrogation audio, Amanda claims, "I kill people. I'm worthy of dying. I'd be better off just leaving. If I could just get the death penalty and go, it would be best for my kids." In a startling turn of events, Amanda later found herself apologizing and entering a not guilty plea in front of the court. However, during the trial, Amanda detailed her crime and maintained that she had done the right thing by killing old Charles, who had stolen Rex from her. She claimed that after being furious with Rex for harming her, she became even more enraged with his father. Amanda said that she wished for Charles to experience the same suffering that she experienced. She claimed that she killed Charles because she believed he was responsible for the death of her husband Rex, to whom Charles had allegedly given illegal substances. Amanda claimed that the instant Charles mentioned Rex once more, she turned to him and began stabbing him, which made her feel more alive than she had since Rex had passed away. She acknowledged that the times when the knife penetrated her father-in-law made her very happy. At last, Amanda let out all of her pent-up resentment and rage. Captain Robert New stated, "She did it to get attention, and by not pleading guilty, she got the opportunity to talk about the case." Amanda gave an awful explanation. She does, after all, liken the sensation of the crime to a pleasant recollection. The jury heard testimony during the November 2015 trial about Amanda's 31 stabbings of Charles and her intended targets, chest and face. The jury found Amanda Taylor guilty of first-degree murder in under 30 minutes. She received a life sentence. She was described as the height of depravity by the judge. Sean Ball accepted a suspended 60-year sentence as part of the plea agreement. After serving 41 years in jail, Sean acknowledged that he is not deserving of pity and that he is deeply sorry for his actions, but he still has to live with the shame of his actions every day and wonders why this happened in his life. As part of a plea deal, Sean Ball admitted to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 41 years in prison. The 60-year term was suspended, but Ball was required to serve 41 years and 1 month. Amanda recently lost her appeal of her conviction. She stated that if necessary, she intends to appeal her conviction to the Supreme Court. Amanda became famous as a killer selfie taker, but she obviously did not turn into a serial criminal. In a phone interview from prison for a popular show, Amanda Taylor made a devastating admission. She responded, "I was just really excited and thought I wanted to take a picture so I could post it and show everyone. It made me really happy," when asked why she shot body selfies. Lastly, she stated that she did precisely what she wanted to do and that she has no regrets whatsoever for what she did to Charles Taylor. In an incredible phone interview with a local reporter at this period, she likened the experience of getting stabbed to going on a roller coaster. She compared the nerves and the sense of freedom to my first roller coaster ride, and that's exactly how I felt. I had no intention of doing it. You don't see it in the movies. It is truly an animal phenomenon. Amanda Taylor wants more after committing a horrible crime. From an early age, Amanda Taylor was regarded by many who knew her as a very evil and gloomy woman who was obsessed with crime, murder, and serial killers. Pictures of strange death scenes were all over her social media accounts. Amanda Taylor is one of the few women who has ever gone insane, and it frequently wasn't meant to be. Her loved ones made every effort to keep her from going insane, but those who she turned to for support chose to ignore her. Amanda is now being held accountable for all of the devastation that inspired her. Amanda Taylor's desire of becoming a well-known serial killer came to an end in this way. Admit it, when we look at horrible heroes and learn about their past, we unintentionally attempt it on ourselves. We all go through different stages in life, each with its own traumas and experiences. Have you ever had the urge to murder your neighbor because he parks in your space or plays loud music at night? However, they advise rethinking the narrative and simply shouting in the woods or by the lake. It restores moral equilibrium and soothes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. You. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Even if the opposite of goodness might occasionally have irreversible effects, people nonetheless carry out nice deeds without waiting for gratitude in return. In our tale, a selfless deed committed years before led to death as well as a radical transformation in the lives of all the heroes. On March 2, 2018, at 4:45 a.m. a woman called Travis County, Texas police officers to ask for assistance. She claimed that the likely shooter was still inside the house when she heard multiple gunshots while hiding in a closet. The dispatcher instructed the woman to wait for police officers who were en route to the house and not to come out of hiding during the phone call. Police had already roped off the residents a few minutes later, and the woman in the closet was identified as Corey Shaughnessy, a local. The woman was in a really depressing state. In the kitchen, Corey was terrified and unable to comprehend what had occurred. Her husband, Theodore Shaughnessy, was lying close to the table in a pool of his own blood. Take a seat back because we are working together to investigate another unfortunate case today. Born on February 7, 1963, Theodore Shaughnessy was the youngest member of a large family. Shaughnessy, who grew up in Arizona, close to Phoenix, has a deep passion for fast vehicles and all things related to them. He literally fantasized of sports cars as a teenager. Growing up, Theodore was a fearless man who believed that the greatest way to be happy and enjoy life was to get some adrenaline. Still, he was a good son, a good friend, and a nice upbeat man. Ted met Corey Garman in a nearby arcade when he was 20 years old. The young men clicked right away because they had many interests, such as a passion for books and jewelry. They were married in 1989 when their sympathy swiftly evolved into deep love. Following their marriage, the Shaughnesseys relocated to Austin, Texas, where they established Gallery Jewelers, the family business, and soon settled in. Together, the Shaughnessy family created a high-level business. Corey, who worked as an appraiser for Ted, the family business, was passionate about diamonds and fine art. However, he was the store's public face. People were drawn to him and energized by his energy because he had a gift for connecting with them. He was highly gregarious and active, since he became the company's lifeblood wherever he went. This trait was very beneficial to his business, since it allowed him to communicate with clients and partners in a common language and work out the best terms for everyone. The family fortune was eventually believed to exceed $8 million, 0 cents, due to the business's considerable success. Yet Theodore never wavered in his generosity or consideration for others. He frequently donated to charitable foundations and purchased food for the less fortunate. The couple bought a lovely new house close to their store as the family business grew. The pair seemed to be the ideal match and complemented one another. In fact, everything appeared to be nearly ideal, except for the fact that the couple was childless. Ted and Corey made the decision to grow their family in tandem with the jewelry business. They took a 16-month-old boy from a Ukrainian orphanage in 2000, making a decision that would change their lives. It was simply love, unconditional and immediate. Nicholas was the name of the young boy with the gray eyes. The Shaughnessy family's lives was finally completed by this long-awaited event, as they now had all they needed for complete happiness. Nicholas was an energetic and well-behaved child growing up. Like his father Ted, who frequently took the youngster to the racetrack, He had a deep affinity for both vehicles and animals. In addition to riding sports cars and going karting together, the father and son frequently just walked around the park together. Nicholas developed an interest in car disassembly throughout his high school years and even started a small business. The young man recruited pals and used his parents' money to purchase the required equipment. Nicholas met Jackie Edison at the same time. They were attracted to each other right away when they first met the young people, but they disliked the young woman after meeting Nicholas's parents. She didn't seem like the right fit for Corey. However, nobody stopped youngsters from dating in order to stay in touch with Nicholas. Jackie eventually gained their approval and began spending so much time at the Shaughnessy home that they allowed her to move in. Jackie left his parents in August 2017 to begin a new life in College Station. His parents provided financial assistance for him as a day trader while she was in school. Every weekend, the young guy traveled the 2 hours to Austin to see his parents, whom he was quite connected to and tried not to distance himself from. Nothing in his life appeared to be a sign of trouble, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. Ted and Corey were awakened by their dog's persistent barking at 4:30 a.m. on March 2, 2018. Since the animals frequently responded aggressively to tiny creatures that would inadvertently come onto the family home's yard, this was typically a common occurrence. Ted made the decision to investigate, but Corey believed there was nothing to be concerned about and that the dogs will stop barking in a short while. He proceeded to inspect the house after arming himself with his .40 caliber handgun. Corey quickly fell back asleep after resting her head on the pillow. However, she heard a gunshot in the kitchen a few seconds later, followed by several more rounds. Fearful, Corey reached for her revolver, which was normally by the bed, and left the bedroom to assist her husband. However, as she was leaving, she noticed that her favorite dog Bart had been shot at the doorway. A dark, ominous figure suddenly materialized in it. Fearing that he would be discovered and killed, Corey shot randomly, directing all 6 bullets toward the door, unloading the revolver and hiding in a closet. Fortunately, Corey managed to reach for her cell phone and notify emergency authorities that someone had broken into the residence. She claimed to have heard groans coming from the room and to have shot one of the assailants. The terrified woman repeated to the operator that she heard someone groaning, but she wanted to make sure because she didn't know who was making the noises. She was calmed down by the dispatcher, who advised her to wait for the police and not leave the shelter. She was notified that the cops had reached the residence 15 minutes later. Eventually, the groans subsided and the house fell into a funeral silence. After exiting the closet, Corey made his way to the front door. She noticed her spouse in a pool of blood as she passed the kitchen. Shells littered the area around him, and he appeared to be lifeless. She was so terrified that she went to the door and opened it, but nobody was there. It just so happened that the officers were in the incorrect house. The officers on her neighbor's doorway were attempting to determine which side of the street the gunfire were coming from because of the peculiar precinct arrangement of this neighborhood. After settling down, they hurried to the Shaughnessy residence. A trembling Corey, her life utterly destroyed, was waiting for them on the doorstep. She had no idea what had transpired. After entering, the police officers made every effort to soothe the woman. Corey reported the attack to her son over the phone. She went for Austin right away with Jackie, and they got to her parents' house at about 8 in the morning. Theodore Shaughnessy, 55, was shot many times in the head, back, and thigh, and died as a result. Friends, family, and acquaintances were appalled by what had occurred. Nobody had any idea that they could have homicidal adversaries who could be shot at close range in such a heartless manner in the middle of the night in their own house. In order to assist Corey and help with the inquiry, Nick and Jackie remained in the house with her after the tragedy. The crime scene was inspected by law enforcement. The discovery of 2 distinct kinds of shell casings in the .40 and .38 caliber indicates that 2 distinct firearms were used in the shooting. Although there were no indications of forced entry, the offenders must have entered through the far bedroom's open window, which caught attention when the safety netting was taken down. The first fingerprint was discovered here by the forensic team as well, and it was submitted right away to the lab for analysis. A number of neighbors were questioned by police on the Shaughnessy family and whether they saw anything unusual. Police were informed by a neighbor that the Shaughnessy's residence had previously been the target of a burglary, because they are the owners of a jewelry chain. In addition to swabbing Corey's hands for gunshot residue, the police also removed her pajamas for inspection. From the start, Corey was forthright about the fact that she had discharged her weapon. After starting their investigation, the police swiftly ruled out burglary because there had been no forced entry or stolen property. They turned their focus to the murder inquiry and discovered that, with the exception of the door leading to Nicholas Shaughnessy's room, every door in the home was still in place. The door had been opened, and a search of the room showed that a .40 caliber pistol drawer on a dresser was missing a firearm. Detectives concluded it was the gun used to kill since it was the only missing item from the residence, and its caliber matched one of the guns used in the massacre. Corey, Jackie, and head Nick all agreed to lend their support to the investigation in any way they could. Nick claimed he hadn't been in Austin for around a month, but he and Jackie also consented to the police searching Corey's cell phone. Additionally, all three consented to respond to inquiries at the station. Simply put, the police wanted to learn as much as they could about the family and the day's events in order to pursue the criminals. It was still unclear to investigators whether the murder was a targeted crime, a random attack, or a poorly executed heist. Since there was no unidentified prints at the site, they had to consider whether Corey Shaughnessy, the only victim still alive, could have been a suspect. She was the only one in the house, after all. The fact that Corey was left alive by the gunman was the only thing the authorities could focus on. They also thought it strange that nothing was taken from the house, and that the gunman had been there for 17 minutes prior to the shooting. Amy Meredith, an assistant prosecutor who investigated the scene of the incident, was positive Ted Shaughnessy was acquainted with the assailant. Additionally, she was positive that the house was too large and too dim for a few lone robbers or jewelry thieves to rapidly navigate. Because detectives thought she had a motive, Corey Shaughnessy was being questioned more and more. Officers discovered that Ted's $1 million 0-cents policy had Corey as its beneficiary. There was no proof against Corey, but their house and business were also quite valuable. However, Corey wasn't the only member of the family that raised questions. Suspicions were also raised against Shaughnessy's son, Nicholas, who was almost 100 miles away from the tragic scene at the time of the crime. He was agitated on the morning of the disaster, and investigators saw one significant point. He questioned him, and then proceeded straight to a first-floor side window that was wide open. It was his room's window. In order to examine that window in detail, which was not visible from the front of the home alone, he proceeded to that side of the house. The crooks entered through that identical window. However, Nick had not heard anything from the investigators regarding the thieves using that window at that time. Ultimately, if he was not involved in its creation, how would he know the point of entry? When investigators looked more closely into Nicholas's financial background, they found that he had been having financial difficulties for a while before the crime. One significant discovery was that Nicholas had borrowed $30,000, 0 cents for the firm, from his mother, who had just sent him a note asking him to pay back the debt. He also owed $20,600, 0 cents to a neighbor. One possible reason to conduct the crime was these financial pressures, but when it was revealed that Nicholas was the only recipient of a $2 million 0 cents insurance claim in the event that his parents did not die, the probe took a more significant turn. Nick became a prime suspect in the eyes of the police as a result of this detail, which increased their level of inspection. The investigator also noticed an app on Nicholas's phone that allowed him to access his parents' home alarm system. Corey informed them that, although the system was turned off that evening and the family frequently opted not to arm it, police discovered something in the account's history. According to Corey, they only activated the alarm when they weren't at home. Nevertheless, the system identified that around 4:27 a.m., there was an activity to open a window. The system discovered shattered glass about 17 minutes later. The marriage certificate between Nicholas and Jackie was another unexpected discovery during the house search. The more closely the police investigated, the more embarrassing evidence they discovered that Nick and Jackie were, in fact, preparing to kill Shaughnessy's parents. It turned out that they were secretly married in August 2017 and didn't reveal their marriage until after the murder. Phone records revealed that Nick was lying when he claimed to have been out of Austin for a month, even though he recalled that he was more than 100 miles away at the time of the crime. Ted's cell phone use was captured in Austin on February 28, 2 days prior to his murder. Investigators questioned whether he had been in town for last-minute planning. The phones of Jackie and Nicholas were inspected. A number of text messages that had been synced with Nicholas's computer were erased. When Nick texted Jackie on February 24 to let her know he was working on it, Jackie replied, "Do they want $50K or not? Paying half that early is beyond our means." Nicholas and Jackie's flat was searched by the police. The number of cameras placed throughout the apartment astounded everyone. The cameras demonstrated this. On the morning of the crime, they were at home. The safe included firearms, ammo, and valuables. The make and caliber of one of the murder weapons and one of the ammunition boxes were identical. It was a .38 caliber handgun with 6 bullets missing. Nick requested that Jackie take money out of the account. In other letters, Jackie had taken out $1,000 from the bank a few days prior to the crime, so if this occurs, she will have cash on hand. Officials believed it was no accident. Investigators got in touch with Nick's high school friend Spencer Patterson, who officiated Nick and Jackie's wedding during the course of the inquiry. Even though it was quite challenging to get in touch with him, the information that was gathered was crucial in establishing Nicholas' guilt. It turned out that the fingerprint from Nicholas's bedroom window was a dead end. The window belonged to the individual who installed it, but when Nicholas lived there, authorities discovered that he had used it to enter and exit the property covertly. Spencer, his best friend, was also aware of it. Police interviewed Spencer. Additionally, he was aware of Ted and Corey's home safe location. Spencer's house, vehicle, and cell phone were searched by police. Police discovered a .38 caliber handgun in the vehicle. Although it wasn't one of the murder weapons, it was sent for forensic analysis. Additionally, Spencer was at home on the morning of the incident, according to his cell phone. Although Spencer was not considered a suspect, he did contribute to the suspicions against Nicholas that was disclosed by Spencer just prior to the crime. After Ted and Corey left, Nick mentioned obtaining $8 million, 0 cents. Spencer attempted to hire Nicholas Shaughnessy to murder the family and take all of their belongings. The disguise was unnecessary because they would all perish, according to their communication. Nicholas Shaughnessy and Jackie Edison were arrested by police on May 29, 2018, for criminal solicitation, Nick wrote. Corey was incredulous. By that time, her son was working in the jewelry store in his father's place, and the widow thought the authorities were attempting to frame him. Corey continued to think it was an error. She stated that she required concrete evidence of their involvement. Jackie was freed on bail 2 weeks after the arrest. After the catastrophe, Corey found her son the best lawyer she could find. "You could have told me that aliens landed in the front yard, and I would have believed that instead of believing that Nicholas and Jackie were planning to kill us," Corey Shaughnessy stated in an interview. Corey has been Nick's companion for months. She genuinely thought that either there was something odd with illegal substances, or perhaps the children were involved in something in College Station where Nicholas owed someone money. Or perhaps he misrepresented his parents' jewelry-making profession. The mom was prepared to accept anything other than her son's murderous plot. However, the authorities were positive that the attack was carried out by Nick and Jackie. There was still the difficult chore of identifying Ted Shaughnessy's shooter. After all, the investigation has come to a standstill, and the traces and evidence have run their course. Detective James Moore made the decision to watch the security footage from Nick and Jackie's porch, which had been taken just 2 days prior to the attack, 4 months after the crime. This was the last straw for a mother who had been fighting for months to believe in her son. Too much had transpired to suggest that Jackie and Nicholas were involved, and Corey was horrified to learn that she had harbored the same individuals who had plotted Ted's and her murder that night for months. The case took a significant turn when surveillance footage from the house's front porch was discovered. Nick Shaughnessy can be seen greeting 2 men at the front entrance in the video, which was taken just 2 days before to the incident. Anderson is printed on a green t-shirt that one of them is sporting. To find the individual on the tape, detectives hurried to the Anderson Window Company. Although he wasn't home that day, his wife swiftly attracted their attention by answering the door. His name was Cameron Vosmek. She claimed that her husband had been approached to kill someone for money a few months prior by a man named Johnny Leon, but Cameron had refused. Vosmek was not considered a suspect by the police. During his subsequent interrogation, Johnny Leon acknowledged that Nick had attempted to hire him for $100,000, 0 cents, but that he had turned him down. After being taken into custody, he disclosed that he had driven to Austin with Nicholas just days prior to the incident. He claimed that they had stopped in front of Shaughnessy's residence. After walking to the residence, Nicholas returned and stated he was unable to enter. After that night, Johnny said he had nothing to do with the incident, but his cell phone indicated that he was in Austin the morning of the crime. Johnny provided the second shooter's cell phone number, but not his name. Arian Smith was a man he had communicated with. Smith asserted that his girlfriend could give him an alibi and that he was with her. According to his lover, Arian abandoned her in a motel room early on the morning of the crime. She called him multiple times after he departed in her car, but the boyfriend did not pick up. After the crime, Arian's girlfriend informed authorities that he had been carrying a .40 caliber handgun for a few days. The firearm was found in Smith's family. Arian Smith was taken into custody. Additionally, police found that both guys had prior arrests. Actually, they had previously been arrested together for illegal narcotic trafficking. Capital murder charges were brought against Nick Shaughnessy and the two suspected murderers. The new district attorney, Jose Garza, took over as assistant district attorney in the spring of 2021 after Amy Meredith resigned. His office offered the criminals a chance to avoid a potential death sentence by entering a guilty plea to a lesser charge of murder and serving 35 years with the possibility of parole. Smith and Leon concurred. Corey offered to accept the plea deal in a letter to Nicholas. A 35-year sentence with the possibility of parole in April 2021 would be imposed. In exchange, Nicholas agreed to be released on his 36th birthday. Nicholas Shaughnessy entered a guilty plea and received a sentence of 35 years in prison during a hearing in April 2021. After completing 20 years of his sentence, he will be eligible for parole. Johnny Leon and Arian Smith received sentences of 35 years in prison, with the chance of release. Arian Smith reported to the police that he heard gunshots coming from the bedroom and a woman sobbing after they had shot Ted. Smith claimed that he pleaded with Leon to leave the house and not kill Corey. They departed in order to avoid being shot from prison. Nicholas wrote his mother letters. After 2 years in prison, Corey was finally permitted to see her kid. The .40 caliber revolver belonged to Ted, so even though Corey knew a lot about the case of Nicholas and Jackie, she was still unsure of who had used it. Nicholas admitted to giving Arian Smith his father's gun in a private conversation. Corey was finally able to accept that Nicholas was actually connected to the case when this was revealed. Nicholas and Jackie's desire to have us killed was unthinkable to my husband, me, our family, or any of our friends. Jackie made an effort to minimize her role in the crime's planning. She said she had no knowledge of it. According to the deleted text messages, she acknowledged that she had visited Austin multiple times with Nicholas, but she claimed that she had never taken Nicholas's claims of massacring her parents seriously, which is how the police knew she was lying. In March, while Nicholas was incarcerated, Jackie filed for his divorce. Jackie was charged with conspiracy to commit a criminal in June of 2022. Jackie entered a guilty plea to attempted conspiracy to commit a criminal in 2023. She was given a suspended sentence, which allowed her to enter a guilty plea and be placed on probation. She was incarcerated for 120 days. She will spend 10 years on probation. She will have to spend 2 days in jail on the anniversary of Ted Shaughnessy's murder every year for 10 years. Nicholas was interviewed while incarcerated. He claimed he aspired to become wealthy and win Jackie over. With their adoptive son Nicholas, Ted Shaughnessy, a licensed jeweler, and his wife Corey Shaughnessy, a trained gemologist appraiser, could have led a successful life. Ted, who established Gallery Jewelers in Austin in 1995 and saw success, establishing the family as a respected name in the town, was killed by his son Nick, who sought to ruin his parents' happy existence by placing a $1.00 sign on their lives. The victim's kid is currently still being held at the Clemens unit in Brazoria, Texas. At the aforementioned state's LeBlanc facility in Beaumont, Arian Smith is completing his sentence. Johnny Leon is still detained in New Boston, Texas, at the Barry B. Telford unit. This is a tale of remarkable change that society discovered too late. Kindness can sometimes come at too great a cost, turning the seemingly close person into an executioner. Ironically, the eager Shaughnesses went to great lengths to welcome a felon home. It is terrible that they were unable to teach their kid the basic reality of life, that money is the resource that can be replenished the easiest, but time is not. They were too consumed by their love for the child. Nicholas expressed his heartfelt apologies to his mother in a prison interview. Is it feasible, though, to take an apology that never should have been given? Corey Shaughnessy has gone through an incredible emotional journey over the years of the investigation, coming to the realization that her own son hired hitmen to kill her and her husband for financial gain. She still loves her son, the same 8-year-old boy who hugs her affectionately in pictures and races cars with his father, but the life that Corey and Ted attempted to build around him is gone forever. Presently residing in a different location under a false identity, Corey Shaughnessy makes an effort to regain faith in those around her every day. Indeed, a terrifying concept haunts us throughout our story. Many people are far from what they seem at first glance. You lived in your own house with the 2 individuals who attempted to murder you? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it is hard to embrace the truth, so people make up a lie that they genuinely start to believe and persuade others of. Truth is something that exists in reality and corresponds to the actual state of circumstances. To celebrate the new year, 11 young men and 1 girl gathered in a hotel room. You'll think, strange collaboration, and you'll be correct. But hold on, one information will totally alter your perspective. Since all of the men at this party belong to a sexual minority, the 12 friends who got together to celebrate the year 2021 did so with great joy. In fact, they celebrated so well that on January 1st, the company had to take the only girl to the hospital, where doctors declared her dead. However, who was she? How did she pass away, and did anyone face charges related to her demise? However, everything is in order. You'll realize why we began this story with the idea of truth, as we dive into the previous party, practically minute by minute, and learn what transpired on that fatal night. Thus, John Paul de la Serna arrived at the 4-star City Garden Grand Hotel in Manila, the Philippine capital, around 11 a.m. on December 31, 2020. 9 additional men booked into rooms 2207 and 2209, which were on the same level, during the day, and Christine DeSera checked in later. Shortly after midnight, John Paul Kalili, the hotel manager, joined the merry company. The focus of New Year's Eve night was dancing, having a good time, and drinking a lot of alcohol. When Rommel Galida awoke at approximately 10 in the morning, she saw Christine dozing off in the bathtub. He wrapped a blanket around her and returned to his slumber. She was unconscious and starting to turn blue when he woke up a few hours later. 3 friends and hotel employees drove Christine to the hospital, but when they arrived at the emergency department, the physicians just declared her dead. The only girl was dead in the morning after spending the whole night in the hotel room with the 11 guys. News. The public was outraged by the crime's headlines. Since it was clear what a bunch of young men and 1 female could do all night, everyone had the same idea of what the story would be about. The investigation's task was to determine what actually transpired on that New Year's Eve night, and the cause of Christine DeSera's death. Born on April 13, 1997, Christine Angelica DeSera was raised in Barangay San Isidro, General Santos City, into the prosperous household of John Nestor de la Serna and Sharon Rose Faba de la Serna. She developed into a bright, independent, and gregarious young woman. For her 3 siblings, Monica, Chloe, and JJ, Kristen was a devoted sister. She relocated to the bigger and more promising city of Davao, which is located on the shores of the bay of the same name. After completing high school, she enrolled in a university there. Christine was active on social media, danced, modeled, and studied hard. In addition, Christine was the pinnacle of knowledge and beauty. She received a Bachelor of Arts in Communication, Arts with a major in Media Arts from the University of the Philippines, Mindanao, in Davao City in 2017 with honors. The girl has taken an active part in both acting and modeling. She faced off against 8 other contestants for the title of Ms. Silve Davao 2017 in the Davao City Mall run by the New City Commercial Corporation. In June 2018, she placed 2nd. From September 2017 until January, she took part in the yearly fashion show. She served as a marketing consultant for Gaisano shopping centers in Davao City, General Santos City, Tagum, Toro, and Digos in 2019. Christine has had a rich and satisfying life. Her life's ambition was realized in February 2019. She relocated to Manila in order to begin working for Philippine Airlines subsidiary, PAL Express, as a flight attendant. Desserts from Christine. December 28, 2020, was my last flight as a flight attendant. Since Christine's passing was widely reported, a lot of debates and theories were developed among the community. At first, authorities believed that Kristen was probably murdered and abused by a group of men she was hanging out with on New Year's Eve. Makati City Police charged 11 men with assault and murder in the early stages, despite the lack of autopsy results and a toxicology report. The case was deemed closed by the Philippine National Police. Suspects were identified and charges were brought against those arrested. Although 3 of the partygoers were arrested, after turning themselves into the police, the forensic medical report provided the primary explanation for Christine's death. On January 3, 2021, Forensic Medical Officer Police Major Michael Nick S. Sarmiento oversaw the autopsy of Christine's remains at the Rizal Funeral Home in Pasay City. After the body of Christine de Serra was examined, a forensic report was released, concluding that the ruptured aortic aneurysm was the cause of death. But it also noted a linear abrasion on the girl's right thigh, along with bruises on her right arm, right thigh, knees, ankles, and right foot. During the genital examination, deep-healed cuts and abrasions were also noted. A special investigation team was established to investigate the crime, according to the National Capital Region Police Department. However, Christine's family refused to believe that a lively young girl could pass away too soon from natural causes. The family of Christine de Serra revealed at a news conference on January 5, 2021, that they had read the autopsy report indicating that she died from an aneurysm. They did, however, claim that the autopsy was not complete and asked for another one. The deceased's parents have been attempting to figure out how Christine's aorta was torn. After all, the aneurysm was caused by violence or abuse, according to the police and the de Serra Family Council, so it was not a natural death, and the offenders ought to face consequences. All 11 of the guys who spent the night with Christine were recognized by the prosecutor's office. She worked with some of them. Christine was meeting other young men for the first time. They were friends of her friends. As it happened, this party was started by Christine. She organized this party with her friends and had reserved the hotel room herself a few days beforehand. Although she was aware of her daughter's friendship with men, her mother Sharon never voiced any opposition. In their family, it was accepted as normal, since Kristen had always found it easier to interact and form friendships with men. It also became customary for her and her pals to meet up because they rarely took holidays at home. Kristen was able to call her family shortly after midnight each year to wish them a happy new year and to let them know about the event that was going on at the Makati Hotel. The family was able to observe Kristen's pals in the festive setting during the video conference. New rumors regarding the abuse claim have surfaced, though. The authorities were able to piece together the events of the case virtually minute by analyzing the hotel lobby footage, which served as the primary evidence of the occurrence. Note that Christine de Serra reserved room 2209, which was the designated location for the party. In the late afternoon, the major action starts to take place. Christine moves from room 2209 to room 2207 at 11:21 p.m. The company goes back to their accommodation around 11:38 p.m. At 2:50 a.m., Christine goes last and is seen holding her shoes in a glass. Christine enters room 2207 while holding Valentine's hand, a new acquaintance. A hotel worker brings an extra mattress to room 2209 at 2:52 a.m. and while they are at a neighbor's house, and Valentine goes with Christine to her room. Valentine is clearly intoxicated based on her demeanor. She is carrying a bottle in her hand and has an overly easy walk. The couple enters around 3:15 a.m. after the companions pause at the door and Christine gives Valentine a short kiss before the man swiftly pulls away. 6 minutes after Christine had rushed out of her room and into her neighbor's room, one of the guys departs. He goes to 2209, presumably to give his pals a call at 3:22 a.m. In the next room on the right side of the corridor, Christine de Serra is seen talking to another man, while 2 more males passed by. She appeared distressed. After giving one of her friends a sudden embrace, Christine and her friend vanished completely from the camera's field of view. John Della Serna is seen escorting Christine back to the first room at 4:13 a.m. The camera catches Christine at the room's entrance once more, at 4:22 a.m. At 27:07, what brought her back there is unknown. After she nearly collapses, a man who resembles John Della Serna grabs her by the waist and brings her to room 2209. At 5:05 a.m., Christine appears to be somewhat inebriated. As Christine flees from a man who resembles Louis de Lima, the camera records her giggling. Later, they are outside of room 2207. At 6:23 a.m., Christine walks inside room 2209 with him and appears normal. For the final time, Christine appears on video alive. She is cognizant as Valentin carries her from room 2207 in his arms. Although the night was undoubtedly filled with events, the most significant reality is still hidden behind the scenes. The party went on until dawn, at around noon when Christine was discovered comatose in the bathtub. Her buddies continually tried cardiopulmonary resuscitation while carrying her to the ground. They tried unsuccessfully before calling the front desk for assistance. The head of security and the hotel management entered the room a few minutes later. Christine was lowered to the hotel's first floor using a wheelchair. Christine was escorted to the hospital by Romel Galita. Regretfully, the doctors simply mentioned the girl's passing. Romel delivered the dreadful news to Christine's mother over the phone. Despite the fact that it appears to be a fun party and that it is difficult to fit so many people in one room, the investigators suspected that the young people were using illegal substances to increase the effects of the alcohol as they frantically moved from room to room throughout the night. Some of the inmates stated, when questioned, that just whiskey and tequila were used during the party and that no other illegal substances were present. It is important to note that the investigation's initial focus was illegal drugs because, according to one of the detainees' testimony, Christine had concerns about the drink's composition and hypothesized that someone might have added an unidentified chemical to spike them. Guests were instructed to bring their own food and beverages, it turned out, though the post-mortem report indicated that neither alcohol nor illicit narcotics ingested the night before her death would produce this type of aortic dilatation or defect. There was conjecture that Christine's drink was poisoned and might have caused the aneurysm that ultimately resulted in her death. Since there were no illegal substances or evidence of them in the room or the suspect's personal items, the substance information was ultimately deemed unsubstantiated. The 2009 search for possible evidence in the 2 rooms and the adjacent room did not produce the expected results, which at least partially demonstrated Christine de Serna's brutal death. When questioned, Mark Rosales and John Della Serna declared that they would never harm Christine and openly acknowledged their unusual orientation. John further disclosed that early in the morning, Christine was already throwing up, so they had to take her back from room 2207. According to Romel Galita, he discovered Christine in their room's bathtub at around 10 in the morning. Assuming she was asleep, he just covered her with a blanket. However, he discovered the girl was blue and not breathing around midday after he woke up and went back to wake her. He hurried to his pals for support. She was taken to Makati Medical Center per the hotel's recommendation, where she was declared dead upon arrival, allegedly as a result of an aortic aneurysm rupture. The Makati City Police were notified of the death by the hospital. By that time, other men from a nearby hotel room had departed. In a separate statement to the public on January 4, the Philippine National Police stated that, despite some missing information and contradictory claims, the case involving Christine de Serra is nearly resolved. According to Police Chief Debold Sinas, 3 individuals have already been identified and taken into custody. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office ordered the release of the 3 males who are in detention on January 6 owing to a lack of evidence, even though other suspects were still being sought. The prosecution maintained that there was not enough evidence to prove Christine had been molested. They added that the police have not yet established that Christine de Serra's death was due to abuse, even if it occurred. In addition, Christine was an extra lady at the party, which was a get-together of males with unconventional sexual orientations who were all flirting with one another. Most of the people at the party, including Romel Galita, were Christine's co-workers and stewards. Sarah, at PL Airlines, demonstrating her familiarity with these individuals and their sexual orientation. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office opened a preliminary investigation on January 13, 2021, after an official autopsy verified that the 23-year-old's cause of death was a ruptured aortic aneurysm. Additionally, the prosecutor's office demanded that the police make public the findings of the victim's toxicological report, histopathic research, and DNA analysis. The claim that her daughter was not abused, however, was disputed by Christine's mother, Sharon DeSera. She stated during an appearance on a news program that a gang of men were abusing her daughter. If you're a mother and you see Christine's body, you'll likely understand the suffering she endured as a result of them. But my daughter is no longer able to speak because she is no longer alive. During the TV show, the woman voiced her opinion. As proof that the autopsy report was erroneous, Sharon pointed to the cuts and bruises on her daughter's body that were not included. Later, Christine's relatives stated that they wanted a second autopsy to refute the authorities' initial conclusion that she passed away naturally. The foundation was bruising and injuries that weren't noted in the initial report. Brick Reyes, a family representative, stated that there would be enough proof of Christine's torture from the wounds on her arms and legs, as well as from her remains. Additionally, according to Rick Reyes, they think the young lady was assaulted and drugged before to her passing. During the New Year's Eve celebration, Christine, who was already drunk, claimed that her drink appeared to have been tampered with. According to Christine's parents, they have lodged a complaint, calling for Michael Nix Armiento to be fired immediately for egregious carelessness and incapacity in creating Christine's death certificate and forensic report. Reporters were informed by Dr. Maurici Ramos, a friend of the Dosser family, that a second autopsy was performed on the deceased. He also underlined that the Death Investigation Unit has received the biological fluids retrieved from the second autopsy and will furnish further information following a final review and compilation of all the forensic team's results. The cause of death was consistent with a ruptured aortic aneurysm, according to the pathology post-mortem results from the Southern Police District Crime Lab Division's forensic report, which was then circulated on social media. According to the official autopsy, Christina was not mistreated the night before she passed away. The aorta was the real cause of DeSera's demise. The deficiency weakened as a result of the aorta's continuous rise in blood pressure, and ultimately, the aorta burst. There was blood loss at the moment of the aortic rupture, according to the Philippine National Police Crime Lab report. Christine thus had a number of symptoms, including nausea, weakness, and perspiration. Within a few hours, she died from the blood loss brought on by the aortic rupture. According to the report, this indicates that the girl had an aortic aneurysm that ruptured, causing the lower portion of the aorta, the primary vessel that delivers blood to the entire body, to grow. This conduit passes through the chest and belly after leaving the heart. The aorta is the largest conduit in the body, so if it bursts, as it did in this instance, a person could lose a significant amount of blood and possibly pass away. The fact that Christine's aneurysm did not happen recently was also mentioned. It began many years ago. According to the article, dilatation existed long before she passed away and is a chronic illness. Even if she hadn't passed away that tragic night, she would have perished in any situation when her blood pressure would have increased to the point where the aneurysm ruptured. Christina DeSera's undetected hypertension was further confirmed by the autopsy, which also showed that her heart was larger than a healthy heart. Although it is generally accepted that the girl died of natural causes, the 11 young men who attended the party and genuinely attempted to provide Christine with first aid were shamed and persecuted as criminals as a result of the pervasive false information. Since then, all 11 of the men who were initially charged have been freed. In an attempt to correct the problem, the Makati City Prosecutor's Office stated that suitable proof could not be obtained at the time of the publicity and that the evidence offered was insufficient to prove that Christine DeSera had been abused. As a result, they had to construct a version based on indications of the victim's physical decline. Two further suspects also claimed that they were coerced by the police into making up a story about the presence of illegal narcotics at the scene party on New Year's Eve. Another tale participant described how his kiss with Christine, which was caught on camera the night before she passed away, was captured. The man claimed that Christine was the one who started it, but he made an effort to push her away. When the flight attendant's body was discovered, law enforcement officials came under fire for failing to do a comprehensive toxicological analysis. The men's charges were ultimately withdrawn for lack of evidence, due to suspicious circumstances that appeared to contradict the Philippine National Police's findings. Christine de Serra's death garnered a lot of public attention. As further information emerged from Christine's family, who were unable to accept the reality and believe in their daughter's natural death, her story began to garner a lot of attention online. In an attempt to secure justice for her daughter Sharon, the girl's mother made a plea to President Rodrigo Duterte. "I'm just a regular person. You have a daughter as well. Since I don't want anyone to suffer from the same brutality and cruelty as my Christine, I want to speak out publicly." More than a week after Christine de Serra's passing, her friends and co-workers sent condolence messages, reposts, and farewells over social media. She was interred at Forest Lake Memorial Park, in her birthplace of General Santos. In the end, Christine de Serra's unusual situation is a perfect illustration of how the media may disseminate false information and how it can influence both the public and the individuals involved. The story's goal as it nears its conclusion is to return to the truth, which will eventually, in one form or another, assume its rightful place. Even though there is just one truth, Christine's family continues to believe that these individuals killed the girl and that there is a mystery behind this tale. For my part, I don't understand, and couldn't find any information regarding Christine's body wounds and bruises. Why was it kept quiet? Despite having cuts and bruises, it appears that Christine's death was caused by an aortic rupture, brought on by heart disease rather than by those injuries. As a result, they ignored her body's wounds. You guys are the judge. However, I think there are a lot of strange and inconsistent things in this case. I hope Christine's family comes to terms with the irreversible loss, because young men, guilty or not, will spend the rest of their life remembering the same depressing tale and coming up with justifications. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 16-year-old Carol Sue Klaber was discovered strangled to death on June 5, 1976, her family and the entire northern Kentucky community were left in shock and desperation. The case remained unresolved for decades, with no leads or suspects until the advent of new technology, which was essential in resolving this mystery. How did the murderer escape punishment for so long? And who might have done this to Carol? We'll explore the enigmatic case of Carol Sue Klaber today. This 46-year-old cold case was ultimately resolved in 2022. Let's get straight to the heart of this conundrum then. The U.S. state of Kentucky contains the county of Boone. Daniel Boone, a pioneer, was honored with the county's name when it was established in 1798. The Cincinnati/Northern Kentucky International Airport, a significant hub for the area, is located in this county, which is the fourth most populated in Kentucky. Burlington, the county seat, is renowned for its outdoor leisure spaces, historic sites, and robust agricultural sector. A terrible murder occurred here in Boone in 1976. On November 28, 1959, a new life was born in the beautiful state of Kentucky, tucked away among majestic hills and rushing brooks. Carol Sue Klaber was named by her parents, Daniel Henry Klaber and Betty Jane Meek Reneker, who were beaming with happiness as they held their darling daughter in their arms. Thomas Klaber, her older brother, watched in awe and was excited to have his new sister join the family. Carol was a very funny person. She had a great deal of empathy for those in need and was incredibly modest for a teenager. When she was 16, she volunteered at St. Charles Nursing Home. In her younger years, Carol had also been a Girl Scout and a Brownie. She was always interested in music and loved to cook, sew, and play records. She also began taking piano lessons when she was 5 years old. Carol's piano teacher, Hattie Schatzman, had selected her to represent her students at the Ohio Music Teacher Association, and she was also learning violin. Carol performed at the Taft Museum twice. Her classmates were drawn to her gregarious and compassionate nature, and her love of music and innate talent made her a favorite member of the Dixie Heights High School string group. The sun was shining brightly over the small town of Union, Kentucky, On June 5, 1976, as the locals went about their daily lives as usual, reputable Walton dentist, Dr. Gaines Huey, got out of bed early to go to work, eager to take care of his customers' dental needs. He saw something unusual along the edge of the road while he was traveling down Chambers Road. Curiosity prompted him to stop and approach the item. Only as he approached did he comprehend what he had discovered: a body resting strangely motionless along a culvert that acted as a rainwater drain pipe. He dialed the Kentucky State Police while in astonishment and with shaking hands. That day, Trooper Jan Wushner just so happened to be on duty. To solve the riddle of the dead person by the side of the road, Wushner, an experienced investigator who had previously worked for the Boone County Sheriff's Department, hurried to the scene. At approximately 7:15 a.m. Walton State Police Department detectives arrived at the crime scene. With keen attention to detail, they scanned the area. The detectives saw the unmistakable traces of a struggle as they started their investigation: trampled grass, broken twigs, and indications of a violent altercation. The victim's body lay a few feet away, her wounds indicating that she had been attacked and strangled. The detectives realized with increasing horror that this was a planned and premeditated murder rather than an incident of violence. In their pursuit of justice, the investigators were committed to doing everything they could. However, they searched the crime scene but were unable to locate any tangible evidence. They chose to go to the victim's body for answers because they were frustrated by the loss. For a comprehensive examination, her body was taken to the county medical examiner's laboratory. In a meticulous autopsy, the medical examiner looked for hints in every part of the victim's body. Every cut, bruise, and wound was meticulously recorded, and every hint was meticulously examined. The autopsy's findings exposed the harsh reality of her demise. It appeared from the evidence that she had been severely beaten. The marks of a tire iron used relentlessly were visible on her torso. The examiner saw the severe cuts on her scalp, which were probably from a harsh object, and the once beautiful face was now warped by swelling and bruises. Her unfortunate and premature death resulted from irreversible damage caused by the crushing blow to her head. There were also clear indications of severe bodily trauma and abuse. Asphyxia brought on by hand strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head was finally identified as the cause of death, which was a devastating moment for everyone concerned. The investigation became even more urgent after such savagery was discovered. They identified some traces of alien DNA on the victim's clothing while examining the evidence that was recovered from the scene. They tried their hardest, but they couldn't find anyone who had it at the moment. They meticulously preserved the evidence in the hopes that future technological developments would result in a breakthrough in the case. Detectives found one of the family members, the victim's brother. After putting in countless hours of work, he mustered the bravery to come and identify the body using the DNA that had been taken from it. Upon seeing the lifeless and motionless body of his beloved sister, Carol Sue Klaber, on the chilly metal table, 23-year-old Thomas Klaber entered the morgue with heavy footsteps. His face was wet with tears. He knew that he would never again see her brilliant smile or hear her contagious laugh, and the pain in his heart was unbearable. As the investigation went on, the detectives made sure to look everything. They searched the neighborhood, knocking on doors, talking to locals, and obtaining any information that would shed light on the terrible event. In order to learn more about Carol Sue Klaber's life and potential adversaries, they also conducted extensive research into her past, speaking with her friends and family. Investigators discovered that for the Klaber family, June 4, 1976 was just another day. With a smile on her face and the wind in her hair, 16-year-old Carol Sue Klaber got on her bike and cycled about town. She spoke with friends, greeted the locals, and enjoyed the pleasant summer day. She intended to meet a friend at Zeno's Hyde Park restaurant later that night. She left her house at 5:30 p.m., but as the sun started to drop, Klaber was driven home by a young man in a sleek Chevrolet Monte Carlo. One of the neighbors claims to have seen the young man, who was slender and towering at an amazing 6 feet tall with sandy blonde hair. After a brief conversation, Carol left the man waiting impatiently outside the house and walked inside. Carol came out of the home a few minutes later, climbed into the car, and drove off with the man. It was Carol's final appearance on Earth. The murder case of Carol Sue Klaber remains unresolved, despite police best efforts to locate the owners of the suspected cars in the town. The leads had dried up, and the case had reached a brick wall, leaving investigators scratching their heads. The case eventually became cold, and remained that way for more than 40 years. A ray of hope appeared in the Carol Sue Klaber murder inquiry after years of gloom. Coy Cox and Tim Adams, two cold case detectives from the Boone County Sheriff's Office, revitalized the case in 2017. They teamed up with Jerry Keith, the original detective on the case, who had continued to hold the case near and dear to his heart after retiring, in their unwavering quest for justice and the truth for Carol Sue Klaber. The three of them put in endless hours using contemporary technology in order to cobble together a fresh interpretation of the catastrophe that had baffled them for years. They painstakingly went over the old evidence, speaking with witnesses and sorting through leads. They started their inquiry by looking into the two main suspects Keith had previously named. The initial suspect was a man with a history of auto theft whose car looked eerily similar to the one in which Carol was last seen. This individual was the target of the detectives, who scrutinized him closely in an attempt to get any useful information. The man denied any involvement in Carol's murder, even though he was a suspect in the case. He confided in the detectives about his previous transgressions, but he maintained his innocence in Carol's death. Thus, the police took his DNA and compared it to the DNA recovered from the victim's clothing in 1976. Following the anxious wait for the findings of the DNA tests, Cox and Adams finally called the man in December 2018. Since his DNA test was negative, he was no longer considered a suspect in Carol's murder. The realization that he could finally breathe easily and start over made the world feel lighter. Cox and Adams then returned their focus to their unrelenting hunt for the murderer. They had to start over, because the leads on their first suspect had dried up. However, in 2020, they made the decision to pursue their second suspect, who had been found guilty of a violent sexual assault in the same neighborhood just 2 years prior to Carol's 1978 murder. He was now 77 years old and went as Michael Dean Tate. In order to strengthen their case against Michael Dean Tate, Cox and Adams contacted the victim of the 1978 assault in 2020 to get her version of what happened. Her name would not be revealed, but she remembered the night clearly, when she was viciously attacked in her own garage at around 2 a.m. on October 1, 1978. She remembered the eerie darkness of the Park Hills night. The victim remembered how, despite her best efforts to fight and scream, her attacker appeared to take a sadistic pleasure in causing her pain. But the attacker left her injured and broken alive after 2 hours of suffering. The emotional and physical wounds that Tate had inflicted on her on that fateful and gloomy night took years to heal. When Tate's involvement in the 1978 case was revealed, Cox and Adams were unable to rule out the possibility that he was responsible for Carol's death. Tate was a prime suspect in the case, since he frequently traveled to the region for work in the 1000, 970s, and 1980s, which coincided with Carol's murder. Tate, however, insisted on his innocence and denied any role in Carol's death, despite the growing evidence against him. It had been the investigators' hope that they would eventually find the offender. Their hopes were quickly crushed, though, as the DNA study did not match Tate's, and court records showed that Tate had been in Cincinnati in 1976, precluding him from committing the crime. The investigators questioned whether they would ever solve this long-standing enigma. The case remained mysterious for almost 50 years, as it once again fell into obscurity. However, the Boone County Sheriff's Office contacted the Othram Lab experts on September 17, 2022. The Season of Justice offered financing for the Othram team to work on this case because of their proficiency in genetic genealogy. A DNA sample taken from the crime scene in 1976 was delivered to Othram Labs by the Kentucky State Police Central Forensic Center. Othram's highly qualified experts were able to create a comprehensive DNA profile for the elusive suspect by using sophisticated forensic-grade genome sequencing. They were able to uncover important genetic data that had been concealed for decades, thanks to their state-of-the-art technique. Based on the thorough DNA profile they had created, the genealogy specialists at Othram Labs produced investigation leads using forensic genetic genealogy. After receiving the DNA samples on November 25, 2022, Othram Labs produced an answer in less than 2 months, which was a surprising turn of events. They found a link to a man called Thomas W. Dunaway, who died in 1990 at the age of 33, by examining the genetic evidence left by the murderer. The fact that Dunaway had a son who had never known his father was disclosed. In order to get DNA samples for comparison, the detectives traveled to meet with Thomas Dunaway's son, whose name was kept secret. The answer to the conundrum that had long eluded law enforcement would lie in the outcomes of these vital laboratory tests. They meticulously gathered the required samples with an unwavering dedication to justice and a will to find the truth. On December 12, 2022, the protracted investigation into the matter was finally concluded. After nearly 46 years, Carol Sue Klaber and her family had finally received justice, because to the investigators' unrelenting commitment and the deployment of cutting-edge technology, the process was difficult, but the perseverance of those involved paid off, leading to a breakthrough that would provide closure to everyone impacted by the tragic events of 1976, when Dunaway's son's DNA partially matched the DNA traces they had discovered on Carol's body all those many years ago. The Carol Sue Klaber murder case was never abandoned by the police. Born on May 20, 1957, and only 19 years old at the time, Thomas W. Dunaway remained undiscovered for many years. They discovered important details about Dunaway's past and the horrible things he had done as a result of their persistence. He resided close to Deval Park, where Carol was last spotted with a man who resembled him, the police found out. More incriminating information against Dunaway surfaced as they dug deeper. Dunaway was more than a single offender. He had been committing crimes for 6 months, and the cars he used to flee each crime scene left a trail of evidence. Carol Sue Klaber died, but the nightmare didn't end there. 6 months later, in December 1976, he was convicted of another murder. The 19-year-old Ronald Townsend was discovered dead and covered in bullet wounds on the ground. The town was grieved by the loss, but when Thomas Dunaway, the murderer of Townsend, was apprehended and confessed to his crimes, their spirits were raised. Dunaway was given a life sentence, but regrettably, he was only imprisoned for 7.5 years before being freed in 1984. It is still unclear if justice was done, or if it was only a passing illusion. The disturbing pattern of violence and gloom that pervaded Dunaway's life was discovered by Detective Coy Cox. Even though Carol's murder may not have been solved, the police were able to reveal the full scope of Dunaway's lethal and frightening reign of terror. There was an unsettling similarity between Ronald Townsend's murder and Carol Sue Klaber's murder. As though the murderer wished to make a statement, both bodies were left in plain sight, only a few inches from the road. As the inquiry went forward, investigators discovered a concerning detail regarding Dunaway. He was not in the Army on leave at the time of Townsend's death. Just 9 days after Carol's passing, Dunaway joined the military and was assigned to Fort Knox before being moved to Fort Carson in Colorado. Even after joining the military, Thomas Dunaway was unable to avoid problems. Although Dunaway's love of vehicles was unrivaled, it ultimately proved to be his undoing. He exchanged his beloved 1973 Chevrolet Monte Carlo for a striking orange Chevrolet Vega, since he had a strong eye for a good price. But he had no idea that detectives looking into the murder of Ronald Townsend would be drawn to this ostentatious vehicle. The detectives issued an all-points bulletin for Dunaway and his orange Vega as they pursued him furiously. When Dunaway was arrested in South Carolina on suspicion of Townsend's murder and unlawful firearm possession on a gloomy Christmas Eve in 1976, the game of cat and mouse came to an end. The connection between Carol Sue Klaber and Thomas Dunaway left investigators baffled as they dug deeper into the mysterious murder case. It was unknown how they linked later in life, even though they might have met while still in the Erlanger-Ellesmere Schools District. But in the middle of the chaos, Detective Coy Cox gave a crucial hint that might help solve the case. Carol had a particular place in her heart for Val Park, this green haven, and it's likely that her love of the park brought her and Dunaway together by happenstance. Perhaps she met him because she was known to be gregarious. Maybe they happened to cross paths at the park, where they laughed and told stories to each other in a serene environment. Given that Dunaway lived a short distance from the location where Carol used to ride her bike, there is no doubt that the park plays a significant role in their relationship. There was a mixture of relief and sadness when Thomas Dunaway was identified as the murderer of Carol Sue Klaber. Although the authorities considered the case closed, the family was left feeling torn after learning that Dunaway had died on December 28, 1990, at the young age of 33. The Kleber family still feels that justice is unattainable, even after learning the truth. As Thomas Kleber moaned, he wished he had the opportunity to speak with Dunaway before to his tragic passing, and wondered what justice meant now. Her brother has been haunted by the memories of Carol's murder. He has been carrying that burden for nearly 50 years. He was never completely able to get rid of the worry that his family would experience another tragedy. He calls his 28-year-old son Daniel late at night to check on Since. He is constantly concerned about his safety. In the same way that he lost his sister, he fears losing everyone else he cares about. He is reminded of the value of each moment and the significance of cherishing people we love by this terror, which holds him fast like a vice. The thought of disrupting his sister's last resting place was intolerable to Thomas Kleber. His heart ached at the idea of upsetting her sound sleep in order to find her killer. Fortunately, investigators discovered an alternative. They were able to exhume Carol Sue's killer's body rather than her remains. Thomas has found some small comfort in the knowledge that his sister's grave has not been disturbed, even though it may not be the justice he had hoped for. For Thomas, the knowledge that his sister can now finally rest in peace and the little triumphs are what matter. Detective Cox's recent court order to exhume Dunaway's body for DNA testing demonstrates his unwavering commitment to pursuing justice. Entering the DNA into CODIS might mark the start of a new chapter in the fight for justice, and Cox is prepared to face any obstacles that may come up. Carol Sue Kleber's killer cannot be convicted in a court of law, but justice was ultimately served for her after nearly 50 years. Lewis Kelly, the Commonwealth Attorney for Boone County, has declared the matter concluded. Detective Cox revealed the bittersweet experience of telling Carol's brother that the culprit had been found after all these years, and the news made him cry. The closure that comes with knowing the truth provides a tiny comfort in the face of such a tragedy, even though the past cannot be changed. By identifying the killer, Thomas W. Dunaway, Detective Coy Cox and his team were able to finally solve the 46-year-old murder mystery of Carol Sue Kleber. This case demonstrates how committed law enforcement is to seeking justice for victims and their families, regardless of the length of time required. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 16-year-old Carol Hutto got a phone call at 7:45 p.m. on December 13, 1976, it made her happy and excited. She hurriedly informed her mother, Norma Hutto, after the call that she would return in roughly 30 minutes after visiting a nearby store that was just a 10-minute walk away. Her mother had no idea that it would be the final time she would see her cherished daughter. After that, Carol never came home. It took 24 agonizing years for the truth to be revealed after interrogation. Who might have made the enigmatic call? What caused Carol to vanish without a trace? We'll examine the 1976 cold case of Carol Hutto, a mystery that remained unsolved for an incredible 24 years. Carol vanished from Largo, Florida, a vibrant city renowned for its sunny weather and welcoming community. With a population of more than 82,000, this city in Pinellas County offers a combination of urban conveniences and stunning natural surroundings. Largo offers a wealth of enjoyable activities and a rich history. Both local residents and visitors find it to be a welcoming environment. However, a crime that occurred here in 1976 altered everything. Let's go back in time to February 6, 1960, when Edward and Norma Hutto welcomed a lovely little girl into the world in the small Florida town of Largo. Carol Dean Hutto was her given name. Everyone in the family lavished her with love and care because she was the youngest. Carol was adored by her classmates at Largo High School, where she grew up, thanks to her kind and compassionate disposition. Carol came from a large family. Although not much is known about her half-brother Jerry Arent Hutto, it is evident that Carol and Jerry had a unique and intimate relationship. Jerry always made an effort to grant his sister's wishes because he loved her very much. Jerry's strong sibling bond was demonstrated by his willingness to do everything Carol asked for. In addition to Jerry, Carol had two sisters, Melinda Darlene and Pamela Beal Hutto, and two brothers, Maurice Barnett and Frank Hutto. Carol was a girl who made her mother and her family happy. Attending exhilarating NASCAR races and amazing wrestling fights were among their favorite hobbies. Her mother remembers her as a devout Christian who was selective about who she hung out with. Unfortunately, Carol never had the opportunity to live out her aspirations, despite having a big heart full of adventure. Carol Hutto, her mother Norma, and her half-brother 17-year-old Jerry Irwin were at her Corvette drive home on December 13, 1976. It all appeared to be a typical evening. They were all having a good time, laughing and telling jokes. Jerry was getting ready for a date, while Norma was busy making dinner for the family. But as the house phone began to ring, their evening took an unexpected turn. When Norma went to answer the phone, she saw that it was Carol's buddy. She gave Carol the phone, and they spoke to each other for a few minutes. However, Norma abruptly canceled the call when she returned. Curiously, Carol's mood abruptly changed after the call. Norma noticed that she was getting really enthusiastic and pleased. Carol rushed to her room, straightened her hair, and looked in the mirror to see how she looked. After 15 minutes or so, she informed her mother that she was going to a neighboring store, which was only 10 minutes' walk from their home. Carol was almost out the door before Norma could ask the store what she wanted, but Carol promised herself she would return shortly before she left. Jerry, Carol's half-brother, likewise said goodbye to Norma and left the house for his date. Carol could generally walk there and return in 20 minutes or less because the store wasn't that far away. Norma therefore anticipated that Carol would return home in 30 minutes, but an hour had gone by and Carol had not returned. Carol was taking longer than expected, and Norma began to worry whether she had run into her friends on the way and was conversing with them. However, when Carol hadn't returned after 2 hours, Norma's anxiety increased. Carol had never missed her curfew before, so her disappearance was worrisome as it was growing dark outside. When Jerry got home at around 10 o'clock at night, Norma, who was rather worried, asked if she had seen Carol. But Jerry had no idea where she was, and neither did Norma. Jerry was even more concerned when he found out that Carol had not come home since she left. He should go out and find her, Norma insisted. He began searching the streets and yelling her name, but got no answers. The store employees said they hadn't seen Carol today, so they raised the alarming subject of where she might be if she didn't go to the store as planned. He even went to the store next to their house, where Carol was meant to go. Unfortunately, Jerry came home and told Norma that he had been unable to locate Carol. They chose to wait until morning in the hopes that Carol would return home by herself, despite their worries. But when the morning sun came out, Norma's anxiety increased because Carol was nowhere to be seen. Norma made the decision to report Carol missing to the police without further delay, but the police told her that they couldn't declare Carol missing because it had been less than 24 hours since she vanished. At this point, they also thought about the likelihood that Carol had fled her house. However, Norma was not prepared to believe that Carol would ever run away from her family or leave her house by herself. She was convinced that her daughter had suffered a terrible fate. Norma and Jerry didn't want to wait for the police to take action because of this. They made the decision to act independently and actively look for Carol on their own. In order to find out if anyone had seen Carol the night before, they went around their area and spoke with neighbors. No one had seen Carol returning home that evening, although most of the neighbors recalled seeing her when she left at around 8 p.m. To see if Carol had spoken to anyone or visited any of her friends' homes, Norma and Jerry also went to each one, but they were unable to locate her. Norma was profoundly impacted by Carol's abrupt departure, and the community as a whole rallied to lend a hand in any way they could after learning that their little Carol was missing. Meanwhile, Carol was being vigorously sought for by the police. To find out if Carol had gone to any of the doors that night, they looked both close to and farther away from her home. Regretfully, nobody was able to verify that they saw her at any of those places. The store Carol was intended to visit had a security camera outside, which the police observed. But after watching the video, they were unable to discover any proof that Carol had been at the store the night she vanished. It was difficult to follow Carol's travels since security cameras were not as widely used as they are now, and only a small number of stores had them installed. However, a fatal discovery was made very quickly. Under strange circumstances, Carol's half-brother Jerry discovered her dead body on the evening of December 14, 1976. Desperate to find Carol, he had been scouting the area alone. He followed his search till he came to a building that was still under construction at the end of the block. This structure was beside a lake at 418 Imperial Drive. The body of Carol was found there, according to Jerry. How exactly he had found her in this particular location was still unknown. Carol's partially undressed body was discovered floating in the ocean. For Jerry, this was a startling and extremely unsettling sight. After reporting the discovery to the Largo police right after, he had the challenging duty of going home and telling Norma the devastating news. It was immediately clear that Carol's death was not an accident when the police arrived to carefully remove her body from the lake in order to preserve any possible evidence. Her injuries and the concrete block that was used to drown her suggested foul play, meaning that she was killed on purpose and that someone tried to conceal her body. Her body was dumped in the lake after the authorities concluded that the attack had most likely taken place in the abandoned construction house. Carol's watch was a key piece of evidence. It was stopped at 10:36 p.m., suggesting that the murder occurred sometime between 10:30 and 10:45 p.m. Some disturbing details emerged when Carol's lifeless body was sent for a comprehensive autopsy. Carol was strangled, which probably caused her to lose consciousness but did not immediately cause her death, according to the coroner's findings. She had also had a serious injury after being struck in the head by a hefty item. In addition to the upsetting discovery, Carol's thigh was severely burned. An even more horrible detail was revealed in the medical examiner's report. Carol was still alive when she was tossed into the water and smothered with a huge slab of concrete. She stayed aware despite the terrifying situation and eventually passed away from drowning. 3 long hairs that belonged to the same individual but appeared to belong to someone else were also found by the coroner during the examination of Carol's body. A 4th hair was discovered on Carol's blue jeans. It was unidentifiable and might have belonged to the murderer. This finding could have been a significant development in the case. However, the hairs were carefully stored away, awaiting the development of more sophisticated techniques that could assist identify the person guilty for Carol's unfortunate death, because there was nothing that could be done with them at the time due to the limitations of medical science in the 1977. Because Jerry Irwin, Carol's half-brother, was also outside on the night Carol was killed, the Largo police briefly focused on him. The police found that Jerry was finished 30 minutes earlier than he said, notwithstanding his claim that he was on a date. They began to question what he was doing during that interval. Why didn't he come home sooner? The restaurant he visited was only approximately 8 minutes away. Since Jerry was unable to offer an alibi for that period of time, the police began to suspect that he was involved in Carol's death. He was the focus of their investigation, but no conclusive proof was found. There was no evidence that Jerry could have harmed Carol. Carol's mother, Norma, was certain that Jerry loved his sister dearly and would never harm her. Even though they were suspicious at first, concentrating on Jerry didn't help them discover the truth. Jerry was eventually exonerated by the police, since they were unable to locate any additional evidence against him. The police worked hard over the next 18 months to follow up on every lead, but they were unable to uncover any information that would help them solve the case. Thus, the inquiry continued in circles. The case became chilly as time passed and the investigation lost steam. The Hutto family was left with burning questions as a result of this. What actually happened to Carol on that pit bull night? Who was to blame for her passing? Along with losing their cherished daughter, they were also frustrated that justice had not been served for her. The murder of Carol remained unsolved for over 2 decades until a chance event in March 1994 gave the investigation a new perspective. Due to a work injury, Officer Brad Hoyes was forced to spend his desk duty looking through cold case files. He discovered the disturbing circumstances of Carol Hutto's murder case while going over the lost files, which rekindled an old inquiry. Officer Brad felt that there were undiscovered aspects of the case that hadn't been fully examined in the first 1976 investigation. His instincts led him to take the risky step of reopening the investigation and retrieving the evidence box that had been stored for years. He found Carol's personal diary among the materials. In the hopes that the diary would have the missing parts required to solve the riddle of Carol's terrible demise, Officer Brad found promise in those pages, and it starts around a month before she passes away. Carol wrote about her covert relationship with her classmate a few pages into the diary. Carol was 16 years old at the time, which was in 1976. The 17-year-old James Brian Kuhn, also known as Jimmy Kuhn, who was born on July 20, 1959, was the object of her intense crush. At Largo High School, where they were both juniors, they would frequently converse with one another. Although there were rumors of their intimacy circulating around the school hallways, they decided to keep their distance and never publicly recognized it. Kuhn requested that Carol keep the connection a secret, because his family was very strict and they wanted to keep it a secret from everyone. Carol also said that she was deeply in love with Kuhn at one point. When she finally reached the line, "I met Jimmy at the lake," it was just too personal, you know. I mean, her body was discovered there, and we think the murder was committed directly next to the house. Kuhn was also one of the people that showed up at Carol's burial looking truly sad and not at all like a suspect in 1976 when the case was first being investigated. As a friend of Carol, Kuhn was also questioned. He stated that he was at home the entire time and that he had not seen or spoken to her on the night of the murder. When cold case investigators re-examined the case in 1994, they discovered a contradiction between Kuhn's claims and what the Hutto family had initially informed the police. They disclosed that Carol had gotten a call from none other than Jimmy Kuhn on the fatal evening of December 13, 1976. Kuhn had a daughter by this point, and he was 34 years of age. After graduating, he went on to serve in the United States Navy, where he was highly successful. His service as a submariner assigned to the U.S. Naval Submarine Base in Connecticut shaped his military career. Detective Sergeant Mike Short, 43, of Largo, was personally involved in the case. He assumed the lead in looking into Carol's murder after learning about the case because he and Kuhn had gone to the same Largo High School. He was accompanied by Lieutenant John Carroll, now Deputy Chief of Largo. They took a risk by unexpectedly traveling to Connecticut, where Kuhn, an 11-year veteran of the military, was stationed. Kuhn's story took a significant turn during this encounter. In a reversal of his previous claims, he acknowledged that he had seen Carol the night before she vanished. He acknowledged that on the night Carol vanished, he had been with her. That admission was important. But the next day, Kuhn had a change of heart. He refused to participate in a polygraph test, sought legal counsel, and declined more interviews. The lack of sufficient evidence to conclusively establish that Kuhn was the murderer of Carol on the evening of December 13, 1976, presented a problem for the police and prosecution. Since Kuhn might be exonerated for anything less than first-degree murder, it seemed improbable that he would be found guilty of first-degree murder, given the statute of limitations. But there was something even more fascinating in the evidence box. Detective Mike opened the box and found a set of strange hairs that had been taken from Carol's body in the crime scene and had been carefully preserved in the late 1980s. The use of DNA testing to determine a person's guilt or innocence in criminal investigations was a turning point in forensic science. As the 1990s went on, the focus moved to looking at mitochondrial DNA, which is found in tiny structures inside human cells and has a higher chance of surviving over time. In light of these developments, Mike was keen to perform a genetic analysis on the hairs in the hopes of identifying the real culprit. But something was wrong. A sample of Kuhn's DNA, which was essential for the tests, was not available. The police required a valid search warrant to get Kim's blood in order to gather this crucial piece of evidence. They made the strategic decision to move forward with the goal of spending as much time as possible with the suspect. Detective Mike made the decision to enlist the Naval Criminal Investigation Service, or NCIS, as reinforcements in 1998. They believed that Kuhn might become uneasy and make a confession as a result of the naval officer's presence. Detective Mike stood outside the police interrogation room on July 15, 1998, as Navy investigators Dave Early and Tom Asimos sat down with James Kuhn, their murder suspect. They first took Kuhn's blood sample for additional testing after securing the required warrant. Then, in an effort to reassure and console Kuhn, Asimos and Early started talking to him. In order for him to open up and progressively disclose the truth, they wanted to establish trust. The NCIS officers were now certain that Kuhn was about to reveal what had transpired on the evening of December 13, 1976. Unexpectedly, they were able to bring Kuhn to tears as he brushed away his tears and eventually disclosed the tragic truth about how he killed his girlfriend, Carol Hutto. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the seasoned cold case investigators weren't persuaded by Kuhn's honesty, despite the fact that he seemed distressed. Carol's injuries, especially to her head and neck, were not consistent with a straightforward mishap like tripping and falling. Rather, the nature of these injuries suggested strangling, forced trauma, and bleeding. Though he insisted it was an accident, Kuhn had admitted to being the cause of Carol's death. He accepted responsibility for her death, claiming that he did not assist her and that he tried to hide her body and the evidence. Kuhn was consequently arrested and held pending trial. But he gave a different account of what happened the night before his trial. In his other account, Kuhn first stated that despite his desire for physical contact, however, when Carol objected, the conversation changed course and turned into a physical altercation. Carol began to scream and retaliate by striking and scratching him. Kuhn hit her with a 2x4 piece of wood and even tightened his hold around her throat because he was afraid her cries would attract attention. Carol collapsed to the ground, senseless, as he finally released his hold. As a result of his uncertainty and terror, Kuhn decided to conceal her body in an effort to make it seem as though someone else had attacked her. He also burned her thigh in an attempt to cause confusion. Detectives reached the same conclusion in Kuhn's various renditions of events, regardless of the specifics. Carol was beaten, dragged to the water, and flung face down. To keep her body submerged, a concrete block was used as weight. It's interesting to note that Kuhn's second story seemed more credible and fit the evidence better. The circumstances surrounding Carol's unfortunate fate and the physical evidence seemed to support this version of events. On February 9, 2000, the day of the trial, the prosecution sought to convict Kuhn of first-degree murder. Although his attorneys admitted that he was partially responsible for the act, they maintained that manslaughter or perhaps third-degree murder would be a more appropriate punishment. After receiving the case, the jury deliberated for just 22 minutes before rendering a decision. Kuhn was convicted of murder in the first degree. The fact that the offense was committed in 1976 gives Kuhn the opportunity to enjoy freedom again. Judge Philip Federico of the Pinellas Pasco Circuit Court interpreted the state legislation of that year. After 25 years, a person convicted of first-degree murder may be eligible for parole under these provisions. It's interesting to note that Carol's mother, Norma Hutto, felt compelled to speak to Kuhn at the sentencing, even though Kuhn declined to do so. Norma went on to add, "James Kuhn, you took the trust Carol gave you and you used it for your depraved wants." She also mentioned how Carol had trusted him and called him out. She brought up the fact that Kuhn had attended Carol's funeral, disguising his true motivations by acting like her friend and feigning distress. Norma expressed her wish that he would never be released from prison and that he was unworthy of a fresh start, pointing out that he had denied her daughter the opportunity. A hopeful mother, Norma had a bright future in mind for her newborn daughter, Carol. She looked forward to the day Carol would graduate from Largo High School with pride. She envisioned her 16-year-old daughter in a gorgeous white gown, walking down the aisle to begin a happy life with her husband, and perhaps even starting a family. But all of those hopes were dashed in a single night, and it was fervently hoped that Kuhn would never be allowed to leave prison. Let's now discuss Kuhn's case. Do you believe that he truly felt regret for his actions, and do you think that he deserved a life sentence? And do you think Kuhn's behavior with Carol was premeditated or just an accident? If you have any specific sections or sentences you'd like to clarify further, please let me know. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Doug Estes, then 33, went out that afternoon with his stepson and a buddy on November 17, 1990, a Saturday and the second day of firearms deer hunting season. The bodies were found by Estes' stepson. The ideal day for a hunt was November 17, 1990, but before they could catch a game, Jim Bennett and Doug Estes' lives were cruelly taken in Kalamazoo County, starting a domino effect that would last for more than 30 years. There were 2 hunters who were suspected and 2 hunters who were killed. A concealed clue that held the secret to solving the mystery was latent amid the enigma. What was the hint that prevented its discovery earlier? Why did it take the investigators so long to find out the truth? The way of life in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. throughout the thriving 1990s was characterized by a strong work ethic, solid interpersonal ties, and a common dedication to advancement. There were 223 of 411 people living in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. A diverse range of people with varying goals were present, with one crime defining its history. The 1990s unfurled as a transformational decade against the backdrop of this dynamic county. On November 17, 1990, a relatively warm day in Kalamazoo County, the fatal day occurred. The hunters were headed to the Fulton State Game Area in hopes of catching a good game. Bobby Brown and Doug Estes, his stepfather, were among them. The group believed that splitting apart was a smart move and went in different directions. In order to identify the deer's movement, Doug, Bobby, and the others were intent on listening for even the smallest noises. Due to the fact that winter days were usually peaceful, the group and the locals were alerted a few minutes later by the sound of 2 gunshots. Just down the street from her home, Helen Knopfs and her son heard a car scream into a ditch. Could this have something to do with the recent gunfire, or was it just a coincidence? The fact that gunshots were common in the vicinity did not change the fact that the timing and closeness could not have been coincidental. Knopfs and her son were inquisitive and worried as they walked up to the automobile and noticed a sweaty man behind the steering wheel. His expression was unpleasant, and he appeared anxious. She offered to call a tow truck for him because Knopfs believed he needed assistance, but he declined, claiming that a deer had unexpectedly crossed the road and left him in the ditch. There was something wrong, even though the justifications appeared sincere. After all, people used to come here and hunt deer. Knopfs believed he was being calm, which was strange, yet he seemed eager to go out. The man in the automobile wasn't even looking for assistance when she offered to call the cops. He said he didn't want to involve the police because he was sure someone else would fix his car, and then he drove off. However, the gunfire echoes were still audible. Since the sound originated from the direction he traveled, Bobby Brown assumed that his stepfather had captured the deer. He continued in the same direction, almost eager to congratulate him, and discovered Doug lying on his back in a pool of blood on the ground. It was such a strange sight that Bobby's initial reaction was whether Doug was pulling a practical joke. There had been 2 gunshots, but he could not believe what he was seeing as reality set in. Doug might have been shot twice as a result, but he was only wounded by 1 gunshot. The alternative was that someone actually attempted to kill him by firing 2 shots at once and missed one. However, while Bobby searched the area in a panic, he saw something else that was unbelievable. Another body was lying face down. He hurried over to the other man's corpse and rolled him over, but he was obviously dead. He had first checked for Doug's pulse, but there was no hope. Bobby was powerless to help. He promptly alerted the police and raced out to seek assistance. The police responded quickly to examine the disturbing events that transpired on that fatal day, setting the stage for a thorough inquiry. Bobby had previously told the officers about the 2 bodies and they confirmed their presence. Their first task was to identify the victims, and before long, the police were able to identify them. Bobby had already identified his stepfather Doug as he had phoned the police, and the other man was Jim Bennett, a nature enthusiast who was hunting alone that day. Jim Bennett and Doug Estes were both struck in the back with their hunting licenses at close range. The males had been shot with separate guns, which was strange. According to one version, they shot each other because they thought they were the deer they were searching for. The first problem was that they were nearly impossible to strike because they had both been shot in the back. When ballistic testing revealed that Doug's gun was missing from the scene and Jim's muzzle loader was fully loaded, the second discrepancy emerged. However, that was just the beginning of the chaos. Detective Bruce Wiersma, who was now retired, and Sergeant Roy Ballett were given the case. Since the area had not seen murder cases in a long time, Wiersma was overwhelmed by it because he lacked experience in homicide cases, much less double homicide. But Wiersma made the decision to pay close attention to the specifics in order to guarantee correct protocol. As the investigation went forward, they discovered that Jim and Doug had never met before. It was just a coincidence that they were both slain at the same moment, because they had gone hunting separately. Already, the detectives had no idea what might have been the reason behind the murder. It was more difficult to comprehend the case given since there was no relationship between the victims, although, if they had been acquaintances, a mutual friend may have been found. However, there was still optimism, since they began to suspect Bobby Brown, one of the victim's stepson. At first, the detectives thought that Jim was the target, which is why the killings took place. They claimed that Bobby had intended to rob him, but the heist failed and Doug was also killed in the process. Bobby had to call the police because his plan did not succeed, the police suspected. However, Bobby's intents and motives did not align with the crime, and Estes and Bennett's families felt that their loved one was not the primary target. The detective's suspicion radar was always on, regardless of what the families stated, in case they overlooked any evidence. In order to find out if the neighbors had heard or seen anything odd that day, the police proceeded to check the crime scene once more. The neighbors had indeed heard the gunshots, but Helen Knopf's statement added a fresh perspective to the tale. She assisted the officers in drawing a composite of the man whose vehicle went into the ditch. The detectives spoke with other neighbors because, although the mystery man was starting to be suspected, there was no evidence connecting him to the crime. Following extensive discussion and exploration of their narratives, a new name surfaced from the obscurity. Jeff Titus, who was born in 1952, owned the land directly behind the Fulton State Game Area, where it served as a boundary. Prior to joining President Richard Nixon's security detail, he was a police officer in the U.S. Marine Corps. He then got a job at a VA medical center as a security guard. He loved hunting and being outside in addition to his professional activities, but he was fiercely protective of his land. When hunters would wander into his lands, he would become enraged. Could Doug and Jim have crossed the boundary into Titus's territory and enraged him? The cops wanted to know where Titus was when the murder occurred. That same day, the investigators brought him in for questioning in the evening when he was free. It turns out that Jeff Titus was himself hunting deer. He had gone off with a friend to an elderly couple's home at Battle Creek, which is over 27 miles from the Fulton Game State area. Titus and his friend went to Burger King and then drove back home after a few hours. The narrative began to diverge at that point. It had finally been discovered that Doug Estes's lost rifle was fully loaded. Titus was involved. He claimed that after finding it some 30 yards from the scene of the crime, he decided to keep it clean so that no one could claim it and it could not be linked to another person. The revelation demonstrated that Doug and Jim had not killed each other and that someone else was to blame for their deaths, even though it threatened to seriously implicate Titus. Although it undoubtedly sparked concerns, Titus was cleared since there was no way to verify whether his tale was false. More importantly, he had a strong alibi. However, the investigators were aware that something was amiss. Despite their best efforts, the situation seemed to get more complicated. The investigation ultimately became cold in 2000 since there were no new leads or closures. A fresh team of detectives, led by Detective Mike Brown and now retired Sergeant Mike Workema, took over the case files and reopened the double homicide case of Doug and Jim. Re-examining the neighbors, re-examining the clues, and re-evaluating the previous suspects were the first steps in their investigation. It turned out that Bobby Brown was the object of their initial suspicion. He was cleared after much back and forth. Who had slain those men that day? Then, if the primary suspect was exonerated and there were no leads or clues. In retrospect, that would seem like a straightforward response. But the cold case investigators took their time and ultimately concluded that Jeff Titus had to be the murderer, regardless of what the original cops thought. Since the incident had occurred more than 10 years ago, people's recollections were hazy and their accounts varied. It was turning out to be harder than they thought. But the investigator quickly developed a tenable theory. It implied that Titus had left the hunting property where he had been at the time of the murders on November 17, 1990, and gone back to his own adjacent property close to the Fulton State Game Area. He took this move because he believed that someone might have entered his property without permission. Following that, it was thought that he killed the victims before returning to the Battle Creek farm and going home with his friend. Titus, a father and married man, was arrested in 2001 after his co-workers at the Veterans Affairs facility made reports. During the deer hunting season, they both revealed that Titus did not appreciate trespassing hunters. It was a good enough motivation, the cops said. Additionally, his colleagues claimed that he boasted and talked openly about the murders. The now retired Assistant Prosecutor Scott Brower of Kalamazoo County presided over Jeff Titus's trial in 2002. Unfortunately, Titus's alibi witnesses had become weaker with time and were no longer able to testify in his favor. The original investigators who had completely exonerated Titus of any crime were not called to testify during the trial, and his neighbor Helen Knopfs did not appear on the witness stand regarding the mysterious man in his car. Titus was found guilty and given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Even though the prosecutors did not dispute the veracity of his alibi, he was imprisoned in Coldwater, Michigan, at the Lakeland Correctional Facility. However, this tale was far from over. Howard Swabash, a recently retired polygraph examiner from the Michigan State Police, was a noteworthy addition to the team during Titus's legal defense, which was led by attorney William Fett. It turned out that Fett had hired Swabash as a private investigator. According to court documents, Swabash's wife filed for divorce in January 2002, just 5 weeks after Titus was accused of murder. Even though the identity of the second woman involved was kept secret, the accusations of marital adultery led to the dissolution of their marriage. 3 months after Titus was found guilty by a jury, on the memorable Halloween day of October 31, 2002, his wife Julie visited him at Saginaw Prison with their daughter and private investigator Swabash. Since they had not gotten along for years, Julie told Titus that she planned to file for divorce. According to the public records, Swabash and Titus's ex-wife Julie eventually got married in Florida in April 2005, just 3 years after Titus was found guilty. This was a startling development that sparked speculation about their relationship and how it might have affected the case. The first inquiry that resulted in Titus's exoneration in 1990 was greatly aided by retired Sergeant Roy Belay of the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Shortly after Titus's conviction, Belay confronted Swabash, the investigator in the Kalamazoo County Courthouse, feeling confused and unhappy with the way things had gone. Belay was disappointed, asking why Swabash had not even bothered to get in touch with him to share his thoughts and feelings about the matter, especially if he had assumed the responsibility of conducting the investigation to prove Titus's innocence. Belay and the other initial detective would have given important testimony on Titus's alibi, but the defense did not call them as witnesses. The altercation became heated, and Swabash's response was combative and offensive. He left quickly, leaving Belay to think over the experience. During a phone interview from prison, Titus freely questioned if the private investigator for this defense team had been genuinely interested in his interests. Titus maintained his innocence throughout the entire incident, saying, "It's a shocker, and then I wonder, was he working for me? Was he working for an ulterior motive? I don't know." But when Bruce Wiersma and Roy Belay, the 2 detectives who worked on the original inquiry, publicly said that they were willing to testify in favor of Titus's alibi, it was a turning point. The University of Michigan's Innocence Clinic became interested in this development and became involved in the case. At the same time, an independent inquiry was launched by the Michigan Attorney General's office. As both organizations examined the evidence, an important discovery was made. A key aspect that had not been revealed to Titus's defense team during the initial trial was that they discovered that there were many Hunter deaths in the area and that it appeared to be the work of a serial murderer. Without a doubt, it cast suspicion on any possible link between Titus and Doug and Jim's untimely deaths in 2002. The Innocence Clinic filed a motion for relief of judgment and a new trial on Titus's behalf as a result of these findings and other strong evidence. The genuine turning point, however, occurred in 2019, when 47-year-old producer Jacinda Davis, who is well known for her work in the true crime genre, happened upon her most compelling narrative while traveling the highways to find ideas for her next series. The murderer's journey took her to the center of Michigan, where she was enticed by Jack White's renowned Third Man Records. She came over the intriguing case of Jeff Titus while browsing the internet. Susan Simpson, a 34-year-old former lawyer who is now a podcaster, shared a trip with Davis. Simpson, Rabia Chaudhry, and Colin Miller were the hosts of the popular podcast Undisclosed. After meeting, discussing, and finally deciding to work together, Davis and Simpson decided to combine their narrative skills to help solve the mysterious Titus case. On October 26, 2020, Simpson's podcast Undisclosed was set to debut its upcoming season. The audience was able to uncover some previously unknown facts and delve further into the complex issues of the contentious conviction after it was broadcast. At the same time, on November 1, 2020, fans watched the premiere of the gripping 2-hour documentary Killer in Question, which was broadcast on Investigation Discovery. During their investigation for the series and podcast, Davis and Simpson discovered that there was a problem with the story. The original detectives in this case absolutely 100% clear Jeff Titus and believe he is not guilty, and the cold case team is the opposite. They believe beyond a doubt that they have the right man. During their lengthy investigation, they discovered a significant breakthrough involving two key witnesses who had seen a car stuck in a ditch immediately after the gunshots, Davis said. I can't think of another case where there are two sets of detectives that don't agree. Further issues were raised by the fact that Titus's neighbor, Helen Knopfs, could have readily identified him if he had been in the car. When they discovered that the driver was not him, they began to question the stranger's motivations and the reason behind his hasty departure from the scene. Was he the elusive killer they were looking for? They were shocked to see that the composite sketch created using Knopf's testimony bore a striking resemblance to Ohio serial killer Thomas Dillon. Dillon has previously targeted outdoor enthusiasts, hunters, and fishermen. When he was finally caught in 1993 for killing other hunters, Knopfs herself had even recognized him from a police lineup, according to FBI reports. Both Simpson and Davis were full of optimism that their accounts might inspire others who might have important information about the Estes and Bennett killings to come forward. Simpson noted that the simple act of sharing these stories frequently has a cascading effect, encouraging people to come forward with insightful information that may be added to the ongoing investigation. Davis agreed with them. She admitted that memories might evolve with time, with little information occasionally disappearing. Original memories, however, usually survive on their own. Both investigators had their own judgments about Titus's guilt as they dug more into the case. After initially being dissatisfied by the evidence, Simpson found strong corroborations that supported the original investigators' conclusions. Simply put, the evidence against Jeff Titus was insufficient. The Michigan State Attorney General's Office's Conviction Integrity Unit has been thoroughly reviewing Titus's case since 2019. Since none of the motions filed by the Innocence Clinic had been approved throughout the ongoing inquiry into this potential erroneous conviction, Jeff Titus was forced to serve 2 life sentences at the Lakeland Correctional Facility in Coldwater Branch County, Michigan. Despite the challenges, the Innocence Clinic worked to get Titus released from the facility in 2021 because of the COVID-19 outbreak, which resulted in several of the Lakeland inmates testing positive for the virus. They requested a bond release under extraordinary circumstances. Regretfully, the district judge who administered their plea thought it was unjustified. The podcasters Davis and Simpson were the first detectives to discover a possible connection between Dillon, the serial killer, and the 1990 killings. Their natural curiosity brought them to Dillon's troubled history, since he had admitted to the gruesome 1993 killings of 5 hunters and outdoor enthusiasts. Dillon also told his cellmate that he was a main suspect in another murder in Pennsylvania, and that he was involved in the murders of 2 hunters in a county that he thought the police would never connect him to. Dillon's involvement in the investigation provided a strong lead, even though he passed away in prison on October 21, 2011. Motivated by their resolve, David Morin, director of the Michigan Innocence Clinic, set out on a mission and traveled to the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Morin spent a long 6 hours carefully going through the file room's archives. As each document was analyzed, the pieces of the puzzle started to fit together, revealing a potentially important development in the inquiry. Deep within the repository, Moran discovered a unique folder as he persisted in his quest for the truth. There were perhaps 30 interesting pages in the thin folder. It was gently penciled with the words "serial killer" on the outside. Moran grew increasingly certain as he perused the pages that these records held important details about Dillon and might hold the secret to their case's resolution. The knowledge that these crucial documents had never been given to the defense added yet another level of surprise. There was an uncomfortable void in the information provided throughout the trial, since it seemed that the prosecutor's office was still unaware of their existence. This revelation gave Moran optimism and strengthened his conviction that their fight for justice was headed towards success. Bruce Warsema, the original detective who put together the serial killer file, stated that he was convinced Dillon was the criminal responsible for the crimes and that the reports on Dillon were part of the case file. The retired cold case sergeant Mike Warsema, however, claimed he had never seen that specific file. He denied knowing about the alternate suspect, as did other detectives on the cold case squad. But according to a police report that turned up in court records, the file was known to at least one of the cold case detectives. Former Kalamazoo County Associate Prosecutor Stuart Fenton had a different viewpoint. He stated that he thought Titus was behind the killings. He was adamant that an innocent man had not been wrongly condemned and that the jury had made the right choice. Fenton believed that the new material would not likely have changed the first trial's outcome in light of the subsequent claims. Titus personally promised himself that he would not cut his beard until the day he was released from prison. On February 16, 2023, he finally received the long-awaited call telling him of his imminent release, and he was overcome with emotion. Titus recounted, "I just started bawling." He would frequently cry with happiness again when he started working on the cards, briefly covering his face with his hands. Jeff Getting, the Kalamazoo County prosecutor, stated that it is still unclear whether additional charges will be brought. He continued, "We're in the process of reviewing the case. It is a complicated factual and legal analysis that will take some time to process." After serving more than 20 years in jail for the 1990 murder case involving Doug Estes and Jim Bennett, 71-year-old Jeff Titus was released on February 24, 2023. His conviction was reversed. It should never have happened in the first place, according to Titus, who added that people had been waiting for this day for 22 years. The moment of being released from jail produced a wave of feelings that Titus found difficult to express. "I'm just ecstatic and overjoyed to finally be out where I can get out and do something. I want to see my grandkids. I haven't seen them. I want to see them." A supporting group of people who had been instrumental in his battle for justice greeted him as he entered the free world. Attorney Moran supported Titus during his newfound freedom, as did the sons of the late Detective Roy Ballet, investigative podcasters Jacinda Davis and Susan Simpson, and committed students from the Michigan Innocence Clinic. Although Detective Ballet, a steadfast supporter of Titus's innocence, had died in January 2022, his influence endured. Workema, the cold case investigator, was still certain of Titus's culpability, even though he supported the judge's decision to free Titus from jail due to Dylan's ignorance. "I still believe Jeff Titus is the killer," Workema declared. "Considering his character and the actions he took, I believe he is the perpetrator. He is a dangerous individual, and I have apprehensions about him. I hope that now that he has gained his freedom, he will use it responsibly and make the right choices." Titus used his newfound freedom to do things that he had not been able to do for 20 years. Enjoying the meals he had long missed while away, he rediscovered the pleasures of life and immersed himself in the presence of loved ones. He even obtained his driver's license and liked spending time with his grandsons whom he had never met before. He remarked, "I can't express enough how grateful I am to be free and have the freedom to simply live again." Titus continued to create and sketch greeting cards, and he enjoyed feeding songbirds and deer. Jeff Titus ultimately received justice after nearly 20 years, but the cases of Doug Estes and Jim Bennett remained unsolved until the passing of serial killer Thomas Dillon. Was the serial killer responsible for the crime, in your opinion, or was Titus? Who, in your opinion, erred during the investigation? The cold case team or the original investigators? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The second biggest city in Washington, Spokane, is the setting for this tale. The city may be just as dangerous for its citizens as it is for visitors, despite its seeming beauty and allure. Spokane County has the highest crime rate in Washington, at double the state average, according to the state. Thus, today's Cinderella story has a bitter taste within and a lovely appearance. The Holdens were a normal American family who had long resided in Spokane. The house was constantly crowded with youngsters because they loved them. Joshua, an adoptive son, and two girls were the children of Judy and John Holden. The grown daughters had long since moved out and lived independently. But Joshua, their only son, stayed with his parents, big, sad, and always frowning. The young man regretfully stayed at his parents' house because he was unable to start his own family. The Holden family was forced to take more than one, if not two, children from the orphanage because they wanted a steady income in the form of substantial benefits. So one day, Courtney, a charming young child, entered the Holden household. Born on February 28, 1992, Courtney Corrine Holden ended up in an orphanage 2 years later. Youngsters of all ages fervently pleaded to God for a mother and father, and one happy day, the girl's wish was granted. Courtney, who was young, traveled to Spokane. When the doors shut behind her, Courtney moved in with Joshua and a number of other foster kids. The girl's hopes of having a loving and supportive family were merely hopes. Courtney's existence at the Holdens was even more depressing than it had been in the orphanage. It became a true nightmare. She was made to perform a variety of household tasks from an early age. After every dinner, she had to wash the dishes for the entire family and clean the entire house. The Holdens' much better treatment of the other foster children was particularly startling, and nobody could comprehend why they detested this lovely girl. Courtney was the final child they had acquired from the orphanage, and Judy Holden was by that time of a respectable age. Maybe it was why they were so inexplicably angry. Even going outside without permission was prohibited for Courtney. Visitors to their house frequently overheard Judy and Joshua abusing Courtney, referring to her as Cinderella, as though she were a fictional heroine who was actually a prisoner to her evil sisters and stepmother. Courtney was in a similar situation. The girl, however, proved to be quite receptive and grew accustomed to the terrible circumstances after years of living with the Holdens. She lacked a cell phone and other contemporary amenities, was terrified of her foster mother, and was terrified of her brother Joshua just by being around him. He also prohibited her from interacting with her peers. She never left home without permission or necessity. The only way she could get any fresh air was to go outside into the backyard and socialize with the neighbors while the home was deserted. This is exactly the kind of setting in which Courtney was raised. She simply adapted to her life as she grew older. Because she had no idea of a normal home and no other life, she never became resentful and always treated her foster parents with respect. When Joshua moved home with his sister for a considerable period of time because of his parents' irreparable differences, Courtney felt a certain measure of independence. It was the happiest time of Courtney's life. Her long-awaited taste of independence arrived when she was allowed to leave the house, go for walks, and interact with her peers. After a while, Courtney graduated from high school and had her first love. Michael proved to be a worthy companion, and she felt cared for and attended to by a man she had never experienced before. Courtney was constantly ecstatic after every meeting. When they had a son in 2011, their relationship came to an end. In desperation, Michael pleaded with his lover to come live with him and be a part of the family. However, for some reason, the young mother refused to move and kept living in the house with Holden, ending all romantic ties with Michael. The Holden house was deserted by that point. The foster kids had moved out and grown up. Since John Holden, Courtney's foster father, had died, she spent a considerable amount of time living only with her foster mother, Judy Michael, and was only permitted to see his son when Courtney's brother Joshua was away. With Judy's consent, they had a quiet existence with their kid, until Joshua came back after his father passed away in 2014 and started to exert strict control over the family home. In northeast Spokane, on Hero Avenue, a block from Rogers Middle School, he set up several security cameras around their house. The yard was littered with posters that said, "Smile, you're being videotaped," and there were multiple cameras pointing in various directions. Courtney became nervous once more when she saw the security cameras, since she knew that walking outdoors could result in her being reprimanded by Joshua for escaping. Once more, Courtney's life became intolerable. Courtney admitted to a neighbor in 2015 that she was once more prohibited from owning a cell phone, maintaining social media profiles, interacting with people outside of the family drive, and even leaving the house without Joshua's consent. Joshua Holden was so upset about Courtney's son's birth that he had her stop communicating with Michael altogether. Courtney obeyed in silence. When neighbors inquired about the cause of the bruises on Courtney's arms and face, she candidly acknowledged, "Joshua beats me." Concerned neighbors attempted to assist Courtney in any way they could, wondering why she put up with such cruelty. Since the victim never publicly acknowledged that she was being controlled by her brother, the Holdens were able to keep the matter quiet each time they called the police to call attention to Courtney's anguish. Since she was not permitted to leave the house during the day, Courtney was eventually deprived of the opportunity to socialize with her neighbors, who have since only seen her outside in the evenings. Once more, Courtney complied in silence. Joshua was a tall, fat man that no one knew, unlike Courtney. He was incredibly strong and never held back while insulting others. According to his pals, Joshua was an aggressive, erratic man with paranoid tendencies. He once boasted in public that he could quickly end a life and dispose of a body with ease. His criminal past was noteworthy. He was accused of assault and harassment in 2005, but he was freed because there was insufficient evidence and the victim refused to assist the authorities. He was also suspected of misbehavior and attacking a woman in 2003, but in 2006 the culprit was unidentified. Joshua was taken into custody for both burglary and abusing his mother. He was compelled to leave his parents' house for a number of years as a result of these experiences. Joshua grew even more irate after his return. In an attempt to exert total control, he put cameras both inside and outside the house. Courtney, the young mother, nearly ceased interacting with friends, claiming she was scared to go anywhere for fear that Joshua would learn and things would worsen. Until Joshua discovered that Courtney had a Facebook account, one person spoke with her every day. "I must go. I must go. Josh is on his way." Nearly 2 years have passed since her previous message. Her account was then disabled indefinitely. According to acquaintances, the Holden family's dynamics are strange. In August 2018, following another argument, Courtney hurriedly packed her belongings into a suitcase and ran outside. An enraged Judy yelled after her, "Come home!" To which Courtney responded, "I'm not staying here anymore." Those familiar with the family have been baffled as to why Courtney's son calls Judy Mom, and Joshua is called only by his first name, while his biological mother is referred to as Dad. Some have even speculated that Joshua may be the boy's father. Shortly after, a furious Joshua, who was more than 6 feet tall and weighed 300 pounds, dragged Courtney back inside the house. Judy slammed the door. The neighbor said she couldn't help herself. Courtney was a young woman who had led an invisible existence, and that was the last time this neighbor, and perhaps the rest of the family, saw her. She remained. Before neighbors and acquaintances started to worry about her disappearance, it had been almost 2 years. Michael and his current girlfriend voiced concerns regarding Courtney Holden's location in October 2019, 1.5 years after she vanished. After nearly 2 years of not seeing Courtney, the father, who is Courtney's son's father, filed a missing persons complaint with the police on October 24 because he was desperate to see his son. When police arrived at the Holden's house with a search warrant in hand, they were shocked to discover that Courtney was indeed not there. Judy and Joshua had no desire to assist the authorities. After letting the investigators inspect Courtney's room, Courtney's stepmother ordered them to leave the house right away. They even brought in search dogs, but to no effect. According to the Holdens, Courtney fled after leaving her son behind. They couldn't say who was utilizing electronic food stamps or who might have kept cashing Social Security funds into her account. But Judy and Joshua took the remaining $600, 0 cents, out of Courtney's bank account when the Holden's house was searched that same day. Interestingly, an unnamed lady calling the National Crime Information Center of America the following day claimed to be Courtney, saying she was safe and didn't want to be located. The woman was identified by police as one of Courtney's half-sisters after they tracked down the call. Joshua and Judy thereafter shared a variety of contradictory accounts regarding Courtney's disappearance. In one account, they stated she had fled with a truck driver, but in another, they alleged she was hiding a boyfriend from everyone. The Holdens were suspicious because of Courtney's disappearance and the inconsistent statements of her roommates, who obviously had something to conceal. In late October 2019, Joshua and Judy Holden fled Spokane in a hurry, which only led investigators to believe they were responsible for Courtney's abduction. Judy's adopted daughter's house in Texas is where the Holdens were located. They were arrested and placed in a Texas jail in early October after authorities were able to charge them with identity theft and cashing benefits meant for Courtney. The investigation into Courtney's whereabouts by the Spokane Police Department swiftly devolved into a missing persons case. which was then handed over to Major Crimes Detective Randy Lesser. After the search warrants he filed in Spokane County Superior Court were made public, Lesser provided an update on the investigation. Court documents and police interviews serve as the foundation for this story of Courtney's disappearance and the investigation. Officially, Courtney was listed as missing. All states received alerts, and the case was covered by a number of news outlets. When patrol officers and detectives visited the house for different reasons, an aggressive search was initiated. Judy and Joshua Holden declined to assist with the inquiry. Unusual actions in cases of missing persons and welfare inspections. A lady who identified herself contacted Crime Check on the day Courtney was reported missing and said she was fine. The police dispatcher also spoke with the woman who was pretending to be Courtney. As it turned out, it was Courtney's sister who refused to explain to Lester why she was pretending to be her, most likely in an effort to dispel Judy's suspicions and put an end to the hunt. The possibility that she is deceased disturbs me. In an interview, Lester stated that he was especially worried about Joshua's history. Joshua had previously faced assault charges, but the case was dismissed just before the trial because the victims refused to cooperate with the prosecution. In addition to court documents indicating that Holden was a suspect in another assault in 2003, investigators were now gathering DNA evidence. Joshua was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and was reported by family members and neighbors as angry and erratic. According to the neighbors, Judy was terrified of Joshua because he was unemployed. Joshua had also been found guilty of burglary and arrested on counts of unlawful imprisonment. According to family members, Joshua and Judy boasted to them about their knowledge of how to evade authorities, and Joshua discussed how simple it would be to kill someone and conceal their body. Individuals don't simply vanish, particularly if they have a son. According to court documents with fewer notations, Courtney was a devoted mother who would never leave her son alone for a year and a half. After telling neighbors and family that she was traveling with her lover, an unidentified truck driver whom no one knew, Courtney was not spotted outside her house with Joshua and Judy. Rumors occasionally circulated that she and her fiancé had eloped. She was allegedly only at the residence at other times and wasn't available for visits. When Lesser arrived on their house in early October, Judy informed him that Courtney had only been home for a few days. She claims that Courtney and her son walked away. Judy shut the door in Lesser's face when he requested for her phone number, according to court filings. Then, grudgingly, she allowed policemen to enter Courtney's room to inspect it. She was somewhat anxious. According to Lesser, the property was incredibly disorganized, with heaps of possessions occupying every accessible area. In court filings, Lesser noted that the mattress was exposed and that Courtney's room was similarly disorganized. There seemed to be no one living there. Lesser observed that Judy became frightened and lost sight of one of the investigators behind the closed door at one point. When Lester instructed the detectives to look around the remainder of the house for Courtney's son, she told them to get out. Lesser was informed later that day by neighbors that they seen Joshua, Judy, and one of Courtney's sisters departing with the boy in a van. Additionally, Detective Lesser thought it was unusual that Courtney, who had a chronic illness, hadn't seen a doctor since October 2017. Despite the gaps in her medical records, she had been taking medication every month before going missing, and her final prescription was written in July 2018. Courtney's card was used for groceries, and monthly withdrawals from her bank account persisted. The fact that Joshua and Judy were shopping with the youngster was verified by surveillance footage. On the day that Courtney was reported missing in early October, the cameras also saw the pair taking the last of the money out of her bank account. Joshua and Judy had departed their house by October 24. According to Lesser, when police arrived to carry out a search warrant, the family's 6 pets were gone and the DVR from the home security system had been taken out. In mid-November, Joshua and Judy's cell phone numbers were canceled, but on the same day, 2 new numbers with Texas area codes were activated. A neighbor reported activities at the house to the police around a month after the Holdens had left. Judy's husband and one of her daughters had traveled down from Texas to see how things were doing at the house. Judy had retired, they said, and they hadn't seen Courtney in 2 years. Judy's daughter claimed the boy was Courtney's son, despite the man telling authorities that Joshua and Judy had a child together. Lesser went to Texas in the middle of December to look for Judy and Joshua. They were discovered by police at the residence of Judy's daughter and Courtney's son, Joshua. Judy Holden was arrested on suspicion of exploiting Courtney's bank accounts, hiding her son, interfering with custody, and identity theft. The boy was successfully restored to his father after being discovered safe and sound. Other members of the family were not charged. Police used search dogs to look through Judy's Spokane house, but they were unable to locate Courtney. Additionally, a search of a Texas residence turned up no information on Courtney's location. Judy's vehicle and trailer, which were parked in an Oklahoma RV facility, were also searched by officers. Judy, 74, and Joshua, 40, refused to be interrogated by authorities while they were detained in Texas. Police were waiting for the governor to issue a warrant for their return, since they refused to be extradited to Spokane. They were probably released as authorities were unable to establish their involvement in Courtney's disappearance. In addition to the months-long investigation, this is perhaps one of the most comprehensive missing person investigations. I have a variety of information in 4 notebooks. Police think Courtney is probably dead, and Judy and Joshua continued to deny any involvement in her disappearance, but regrettably there is no method to demonstrate it. However, Judy and Joshua have not been charged with anything, in spite of the aforementioned accusations. The belief that they knew what happened to Courtney is still prevalent. Joshua has a reputation for being violent, but he has also claimed that he could kill someone and successfully conceal the body from the authorities. Although they have not yet made any arrests in connection with Courtney's case, they believe she is dead. In summary, Courtney was unfortunate enough to be a member of the Holden family, and this little girl who yearned for love and family lacked the bravery to defend herself. She genuinely thought that these individuals who had screamed at her, humiliated her, and made her labor for them were her family. However, is it really important to protect oneself against one's own relatives? Since Courtney was never seen again after that fateful evening when he forcibly took her into the house, it is extremely regrettable that Joshua Holden's audacious public statements about taking his own life and concealing his body cannot be used as evidence of his involvement in her disappearance. No one knows what she endured during those horrific moments, or the atrocities these monsters who claim to be family were committing behind closed doors. There are innumerable ways to covertly dispose of a body, with different substances that are undetectable to police dogs or professionals. This shows that even although Courtney suffered that night, her soul is still at Holden Manor, where she sought out family but ultimately met her demise. Her boy was removed from the Holden household and given to his father, who still looks after him now. In action, Courtney Holden is still missing. Please get in touch with the Spokane Police Department if you have any information that could help with the investigation. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.